Chapter 1. The First Step to Altering Destiny. What should one do when fate decrees one's demise? Should one resign oneself to destiny? Or is there even a need to ponder this? Naturally, one should fight against it. Yet, fate does not abide by the rules of martial ethics, which complicates matters considerably. Within the confines of Tianhua City, during the centennial disciple recruitment ceremony of the immortal sect, the ethereal and sage-like Ling Feng Jinren gazed at the 12-year-old girl before him, who appeared lost in thought, and reiterated his earlier question. Zhonglinger, do you wish to relinquish your spot as a personal disciple to your cousin? Of course, she did not wish to. She was not foolish. A personal disciple is a coveted position, one that receives abundant resources and nurturing from the sex. As Zhonglinger met the elder's expectant gaze, an indescribable force compelled her to utter the words, "I am willing." Immediately, she witnessed Ling Feng Jinren smile with satisfaction. She then glanced around at the 5 sect leaders seated in the highest seats, her uncle, mother, cousin, and several unfamiliar faces, all of whom wore expressions of contentment, save for herself, who felt an icy dread prickling her skin. Once a brilliant young girl confined to a sickbed in the modern world, she had just last night exchanged souls with a woman sharing her name, who lamented, "Nothing can change, it is too despairing," and found herself transported to this realm of cultivation. Having just absorbed the memories of this Bodhi's 3 lifetimes, she immediately encountered the meaning of fate is immutable and understood why her predecessor had succumbed to despair. Though she yearned to refuse, how could she part with the personal disciple position that her father had sacrificed his life to secure for her? No one would willingly comply with such an arrangement yet. The crux of the matter was her inability to refuse at the pivotal moment. Her body seemed to act of its own accord. Her predecessor had been similarly trapped despite being reborn thrice. She could not alter her predetermined fate thus. In this life, she resolved to abandon the struggle, to flee entirely, and let another take over this debacle. If the current situation continued to unfold as anticipated, she could recite the events yet to come from memory. First, her cousin Zhong Yuxue would plead with the head of the Lingjian sect to accept her as an inner disciple, and subsequently, she would dutifully follow her cousin, serving as a mere backdrop to highlight Zhong Yuxue's purity and nobility, until, decades later, she would inexplicably become the villain who met her end before reaching a century of life. What nonsense! This was the realm of cultivation, where one's lifespan could be infinitely extended, even ascending to the immortal realm to live eternally. Why should she be confined to a mere few decades? No, she must not tread the same path as in her previous 3 lives. She must effect change, and the first step towards that change would be to secure her position as a personal disciple. As the words of consent escaped her lips, Zhonglinger felt the mysterious force controlling her body dissipate in a fervent act. She knelt before the heavens, striking her head against the ground before Ling Feng Jinren could speak. "Father, I am sorry I, your daughter, possess a damaged spiritual root and cannot cultivate nor fulfill the promise you made with Hanyuan Jinren. I am unworthy of you. Please take me with you." Tears streamed down Zhonglinger's face, and in her haste, she forgot that the ground was a specially prepared arena for the competition. How painfully hard it was. Today marked the discipleship ceremony of the Eastern States Immortal Alliance, where all 5 major sects and numerous smaller factions had gathered. Along with many prominent families, the crowd fell silent, observing the daughter of Master Zhong, sensing the weight behind her words, hinting at a significant revelation. Though she had professed her willingness, her subsequent actions clearly indicated her reluctance. Her consent appeared coerced, but who was the source of this coercion? What would Hanyuan Jinren, who had promised the late Master Zhong to accept her as a disciple, do? It was well known that Master Zhong was the only 9th-tier formation master in Eastern State, known for his amiable nature and willingness to assist anyone in need 10 years prior. When the Lingjian sect was besieged by malevolent spirits and their protective array was breached, Master Zhong had risked being torn apart by the Demon King to repair the array, allowing the Lingjian sect to receive aid from other factions and turn the tide of battle. At that time, Hanyuan Jinren had publicly committed to Master Zhong's sole request to accept his daughter Zhonglinger as a personal disciple. 5 years had elapsed since Master Zhong's passing. Would the esteemed Lingjian sect still uphold this promise? Han Yuanjinren found himself in a quandary when he had promised to take on a disciple. Zhong Linger had possessed an exceptional water spiritual root, a rare talent indeed. Coupled with Master Zhong's contributions to the Lingjian sect, it had warranted the allocation of a personal disciple position. Yet now, with her spiritual root destroyed, accepting her as a disciple would only squander a precious opportunity. Meanwhile, her cousin possessed a heavenly grade with spiritual root, a unseen century talent. The proposal to substitute Zhong Linger with her cousin had originated from the Zhong family itself. Benefiting both parties, this was merely a formality. Yet now, with this unexpected turn of events, he found himself in a difficult predicament. The crowd turned their gaze to Han Yuanjinren, who in turn looked towards Zhong Zhenhai, the head of the Zhong family and Zhong Linger's uncle, signaling him to resolve the family matter. Seeing Han Yuanjinren's silence, Zhong Linger felt an unsettling dread indeed. Zhong Zhenhai hastily assisted at her feet, tears brimming in his eyes as he said, "Child, your uncle understands your pain over the loss of your spiritual root. Fear not, I shall care for you and make amends." "Bah, your amends amount to consuming me entirely. I trust you not." Zhong Linger longed to unleash her frustration, yet once more felt her body react against her will, her voice escaping. "Uncle, it is Linger's misfortune not to be able to become Han Yuanjinren's disciple. I am willing to cede my spot to my cousin. I merely feel discontent, for I too wish to cultivate." Zhong Yushue gently wiped Zhong Linger's tears, her 15-year-old countenance delicate and endearing. Speaking softly, "Sister, I cannot take your place as a personal disciple. It is better for you to assume that role, while I settle for being an inner disciple." The head of Danxiang Pavilion, Yu Jinren, chimed in with a smile. "Zhong Yushue, to settle for being an inner disciple would be a disservice to your talents given your wood spiritual root. Why not join my Danxiang Pavilion as a personal disciple?" What a turn of events! Zhong Linger sensed the gravity of the situation. Surely Han Yuanjinren would not relinquish Zhong Yushue. Her path as a personal disciple seemed increasingly bleak. A flicker of pride shone in Zhong Yuxu's eyes before Han Yuanjinren could respond. She sweetly declared, "Master Yuing, you flatter me. I am merely content to become an inner disciple." Her words clearly indicated her refusal to join Danxiang Pavilion, prompting Yu Jinren to smile and refrain from further comment. Zhong Linger secretly scoffed. Zhong Yuxu's lofty aspirations were evident. She sought to be a personal disciple. Yet only the top-ranked Lingjian sect's disciple would suffice for her. She held little regard for the other sects. Han Yuanjinren nodded in satisfaction, signaling Ling Feng Jinren to announce the results. After all, Zhong Linger had just declared her willingness to relinquish her personal disciple position, which would be sufficient to quell the murmurs of the crowd. It was imperative to finalize this matter swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 2. Qualification Improvement. When she noticed Jiang Yihan was silent and pouted her lips, on the verge of tears, a string of bracelets suddenly appeared in her arms. "Don't say anything foolish, or I might end you." Her tone was grave. After all, that bracelet was purchased with a mere coin. She simply abhorred the feeling of being coerced. Jiang Luoluo patted her chest and assured, "Rest assured, dear elder sister." Humph. Addressing her as an elder sister while behaving like a younger sibling? Is Luoluo? Moments later, an anxious voice echoed from outside the courtyard, and a graceful beauty swiftly approached. She rushed before Jiang Luoluo, scanning her from head to toe, before her gaze finally settled on her reddened eyes, causing her expression to darken. "Luoluo, tell mother who has wronged you. I see that this time, the sect truly does not wish to recruit disciples." With that, she shot a pointed look at Jiang Yihan. Jiang Yihan clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at Jiang Luoluo, as if ready to tear her apart if she uttered a single wrong word. Jiang Luoluo, having received the gift, had no intention of turning against her benefactor. She shook her head and flashed a broad smile. "No one has bullied me. It was the elder sister who insisted on gifting me the bracelet. I simply felt embarrassed to accept it, which is why my eyes turned. Liu was secretly astonished. Had her daughter finally become clever? She had managed to outsmart someone to obtain their belongings. As a mother, she would help her clean up any loose ends, Since she has given it to you, it belongs to you. There's no need to feel embarrassed, and I will select a few pieces of jewelry from the storeroom to give her later. Thank you, mother. You are truly wonderful. Elia affectionately ruffled Jiang Luoluo's hair and then turned to the standing Jiang Yihan with impatience. All right, since you have the intention to gift Luoluo something, come with me. I will give you a few pieces of jewelry, so you won't speak ill of Luoluo after we go out. Jiang Yihan's veins bulged with rage. Could a few shabby trinkets compare to the precious Bodhi beads? Yet, she was too weak to resist and had no choice but to concede, though her possessions were not so easily relinquished. Thank you, mother. Luoluo should rest well. I will come to see you once I finish dealing with matters. Leah's demeanor softened as she squatted down to advise Jiang Luoluo. Let's go. But when she looked at Jiang Yihan, her expression reverted to that of the authoritative matriarch. Jiang Luoluo watched her mother's departing figure, feeling a warmth in her heart. Her mother truly treated her exceptionally well. With their departure, the courtyard was left with only Jiang Luoluo. She felt a surge of determination and opened her attribute panel. Name, Jiang Luoluo, spiritual roots. Fire and earth dual spiritual roots qualification. Inferior, gray. Physique, mortal body fortune. Inferior, white. Comprehension, average green. Appearance, superior, blue. Realm, uninitiated. Destiny change value 2 upon reviewing her panel. Jiang Luoluo's eyes brightened. Indeed, what she had just heard was no illusion. The panel had changed. But why did Jiang Yihan possess a destiny change value? Contemplating the dazzling golden fortune on her panel, Jiang Luoluo pondered deeply. In the next moment, she noticed 2 lines of small text at the bottom of the panel. You have preserved your own fortune for being seized by the female protagonist. Altering your own destiny. Destiny change value 1, that you have seized the female protagonist's fortune. Altering your own destiny. Destiny change value 1. Female protagonist. Fortune. I'm merely a cannon fodder delivering fortunes? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Luoluo felt a wave of dizziness, followed by a flood of novel content invading her mind. She had inexplicably entered the narrative of a novel about a formidable female immortal. This was the very novel she had read while on the plane. And for some unknown reason, she had forgotten the plot upon crossing over. Had it not been for the recent panel prompt, she feared she would never recall it. And no wonder Jiang Yihan possessed such potent fortune. No wonder the absence of her pendant had a destiny change value attached. This pendant, crafted from soul jade, was remarkably effective for nurturing the soul, and the male protagonist's soul, hidden within the female protagonist's space, was in desperate need of it. The story of this female immortal is not to be provoked, narrates the tale of a modern-day agent, betrayed and murdered by her comrades during a mission, who then transmigrates into a young girl named Jiang Yihan in another world. Upon her arrival, Jiang Yihan faces hostility from her stepmother. In a clever ruse, she tricks her younger sister into giving her a crescent moon jade pendant, awakening the soul within her space. During the Tian Yuan sect's recruitment of disciples, she discovers her 5 spiritual roots and is accepted as a servant disciple, with the assistance of the soul and her space. The female protagonist transforms her 5 spiritual roots into chaotic spiritual roots, rapidly advancing in her cultivation and officially embarking on her path of revenge. Meanwhile, the original Jiang Luoluo, who initially discovered her dual spiritual roots and was accepted as a disciple by the Yuanian true monarch, had an infinitely bright future and attracted much attention. Yet for reasons unknown, her cultivation speed lagged behind that of the female protagonist, leading to disdain and humiliation from her master, while her fiancé became a sycophant of the female protagonist. She watched as a useless cultivator surpassed her, a dual spiritual root genius, in speed, which fueled her jealousy and prompted her to seek trouble. Yet she faced failure time and again, even losing the precious cultivation treasures her mother had painstakingly sought to the female protagonist. Ultimately, in a secret realm, she attempted to throw beast-attracting powder at the female protagonist, but ended up with it thrown back at her, leading to her demise by being devoured by wild beasts. Leah suspected that her daughter's death was connected to the female protagonist, leading her to pursue vengeance against her. However, each time she would narrowly escape, and in the end, she never avenged her daughter. Recalling her fate within the novel, Jiang Luoluo shuddered in fear. Being devoured by beasts. The thought was excruciating. Now, even if she wished to cling to someone for support, it was too late. She had already offended the individual. Even if she were to consider the destiny change value, it was impossible for her to rely on the female protagonist. Therefore, the only path remaining was to seize the female protagonist's fortune. This would not only grant her destiny change value to enhance her attributes, but also undermine the female protagonist's strength. And oh wonder her appearance was comparable to that of the female protagonist, who possessed a pure embodied it. Turned out she was merely a supporting character. In novels, supporting characters often have appearances on par with or slightly superior to the protagonist. Otherwise, how would the protagonist's uniqueness be highlighted? Shaking off her thoughts, Jiang Luoluo dismissed any distractions and refocused her gaze on her panel. Discovering that every attribute now boasted a plus sign, she pointed at her qualification, successfully consumed 1 destiny change value. Enhancing qualification to inferior, successfully consumed 1 destiny change value. Enhancing qualification to average. Had her qualification truly changed? Jiang Luoluo hurriedly opened the panel, gazing at the qualification section, now marked as average, biting her lip to suppress the urge to smile. Unfortunately, she had yet to commence her cultivation. Otherwise, she could truly experience this transformation. However, her qualification had improved. Surely she could not cultivate slower than the female protagonist. Suppressing the joy swelling within her, she directed her attention towards the pendant and the bracelet. To avoid unnecessary complications, she decided to deal with these items first. But which to try first? Jiang Luoluo surveyed both objects back and forth. She opted for the pendant first, as it was a gift from her mother. While the female protagonist's item might carry risks, following the novel's instructions, Jiang Luoluo pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the pendant. Before she could react, the pendant swiftly entered her brow. A wave of coolness enveloping her, clearing her mind significantly and aligning her spirit even more closely with her current body. Chapter 3. Encountering possession, this sensation was so delightful that she could not resist casting her gaze upon the bracelet. Following her previous actions, she adhered to the principle of better to try than to miss. Jiang Luoluo dripped her blood onto each bead, but only the dimly lit bead reacted. Leaning in for a closer look, she saw a white light dart into her brow, heading straight for her sea of consciousness. The heavens have not been unkind to me. After waiting for thousands of years, I finally found a girl with decent qualifications to unlock the inheritance bead. An excited and greedy female voice resonated from the sea of consciousness, sending Jiang Luoluo into a dizzying whirl. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Luoluo, transformed by another denser white light, was filled with confusion, unsure of how she had suddenly arrived there. Seeing Jiang Luoluo's bewildered expression, the woman showed no intention of clarifying and lunged directly at her. The closer she got, the more exhilarated she became. Not understanding is best. This way, I can exert less effort. With good qualifications and remarkable looks, I've truly struck gold. Throughout her words, it seemed as if this body was already hers to claim. Yes, she rushed to Jiang Luoluo. She opened her wide, white mouth to bite into Jiang Luoluo's spirit, only to encounter a transparent barrier. How is this possible? You, an untrained little girl, possess a soul-protecting artifact. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Must I let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? No, if I miss this chance, I will truly be obliterated. Jiang Luoluo, terrified, watched as the white light opened its gaping maw towards her, bewildered by what was transpiring. The white light came to a halt before her, muttering to itself, and began rampaging through her sea of consciousness in a frenzy. From the fragments of its words, Jiang Luoluo surmised that the entity intended to possess her, but was thwarted by the transparent barrier before her, which had kept it at bay, hence its furious roars. As for the soul-protecting artifact it mentioned, that could only be the jade pendant. Relieved, Jiang Luoluo felt fortunate that she had recognized the pendant first, rather than the so-called inheritance bead, before she could contemplate further. The frenzied white entity charged at her once more. Little girl, do you think having a soul artifact guarantees your safety? You are far too naive. With that, it lunged at Jiang Luoluo again, repeatedly crashing against the barrier. If I cannot possess you, then I will fight to the death. Upon concluding her words, her assaults grew even more fervent. Jiang Luoluo, discovered that the barrier, after each of her relentless impacts, was on the verge of collapse. Gritting her teeth, she mimicked her opponent by opening her mouth wide and viciously biting towards the other side. Yet, she was uncertain if she could penetrate the barrier to launch an attack. Clearly, her concerns were unfounded. The barrier was bidirectional, allowing her to strike while her opponent could not. In an instant, piercing cries and curses erupted from the luminous sphere opposite her. "Ah, that hurts. You wretched girl. How dare you? Do you believe I won't make you wish for death once I break through this barrier? Did you really think I couldn't deal with a little brat like you?" As she spoke, she halted momentarily, and before long, a needle-sized object shot towards Jiang Luoluo. Before she could react, a sharp, stabbing pain coursed through her. Witnessing her agony, her opponent's laughter grew even more gleeful. "Haha, you dead girl. This is a soul attack. Let's see if you dare to resist again." Jiang Luoluo, realizing belatedly that her opponent still had a trump card, understood that if she did not seize the moment, death awaited her. Having arrived in this other world, she was determined not to perish before experiencing the grandeur of the immortal realm. Enduring the throbbing pain in her mind, Jiang Luoluo became even more resolute. Seizing the opportunity while her adversary was distracted to launch a few more bites, hearing the shriek from the other side, she pressed on, tearing and biting. Her opponent, now aware, began to vigorously slam against the barrier, intermittently unleashing soul attacks. Jiang Luoluo's head throbbed painfully, the ache rendering her numb, yet she continued to gnaw at the radiant sphere before her. Thus, in a relentless exchange of attacks and bites, as the barrier teetered on the brink of destruction, Jiang Luoluo finally consumed the white sphere. "Is it finally over?" she murmured. After absorbing the luminous entity that had invaded her consciousness, the pain from the spiritual assault vanished, and as she gazed upon the expanding realm of her consciousness and the newfound memories, she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Although she had just emerged from the gates of the underworld, her gains were monumental. Exiting her consciousness, Jiang Luoluo found herself endowed with a divine-level cultivation technique called refining the spirit and experience in talisman crafting, alongside insights into reaching the golden core stage. Had it not been for the fear of misrepresenting the origin of her technique, she would have eagerly commenced her cultivation immediately. According to the memories gleaned from the consumed soul, the white sphere had once belonged to a disciple of the inner sect of the 100 Flowers sect a millennium ago. During a secret realm's opening, she had entered with her senior and junior sisters in search of opportunities, only to accidentally discover this inheritance pearl. Before she could accept the inheritance, she was besieged by her fellow disciples and, driven by the thought that if she could not possess it, neither should they, she detonated the pearl, unwittingly allowing her soul to be drawn into it. For all these years, she had diligently cultivated the half-technique obtained from the pearl, hoping that one day she could seize the inheritance pearl from the person who obtained it. Unbeknownst to her, she had waited for several millennia. Even with techniques for cultivating the soul and consciousness, an inevitable demise awaited her. Just as she had lost hope, Jiang Luoluo activated the inheritance pearl, leading to the recent events. Nevertheless, Jiang Luoluo felt gratitude towards her. Had she not diligently cultivated her soul, she would not have been able to acquire the latter half of the technique. The peculiarities of this technique's inheritance dictated that the recipient must be a soul entity, and only half of the technique was bestowed. Once she mastered the first half to perfection, the second half would manifest. Armed with the latter half, as long as she possessed determination and applied herself diligently, she could reconstruct her physical form and ascend her soul to the divine realm. Yet the one destined to obtain the latter half chose to seize her own body instead. The one she truly owed gratitude to was the pendant. Without it, she would have perished today. Indeed, the protagonist's fortunes are not easily acquired. Observing the dimming sky, Jiang Luoluo instructed her maid to prepare a meal while she opened her personal panel. Name: Jiang Luoluo Spirit Root. Dual Fire and Earth Spirit Roots Aptitude. Average Green, Physique. Mortal Body Fortune. Low, White, Comprehension. Average Green, Appearance. Superior, Blue, Realm. Not yet initiated consciousness. Peak Chi Refinement Talisman, Crafting Level, Beginner. Fate Modification Value, 0. I've gained a consciousness and talisman crafting skill that is due to the absorption of the white sphere's soul. She also learned about talisman crafting from her memories. This shortcut is absolutely delightful. Not to mention the hidden benefits. If such fortunate occurrences happen more frequently in the future, might she not acquire numerous divine-level techniques? Jiang Luoluo mused to herself. Clearly, she was overly optimistic. Divine-level techniques were not as common as cabbage. After all, the highest publicly recognized level of technique in the Zhongxian continent was a celestial-level technique from the Zhongzhouwuji sect. The hierarchy of techniques ranges from divine to celestial. Heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, illustrating just how rare divine-level techniques are. Chapter 4. The mark at the female protagonist is not one to easily concede defeat. Jiang Luoluo glanced down at the remnants of the pearl, now reduced to dust and the vanished pendant, her mind already formulating a plan. She first gathered the remaining 6 beads, then retrieved a similarly styled one from her jewelry box, and subsequently placed an object identical to the pendant on her bedside, patiently awaiting her catch. After finishing her meal, Jiang Luoluo feigned fatigue and climbed into bed, preparing to sleep, for she intended to seek another opportunity for the female protagonist the following day. However, to prevent the female protagonist from resorting to underhanded tactics against her, she also requested a defensive talisman from her mother, one suitable for mortals. As she had anticipated, in the dead of night, she heard the faint sound of her window being disturbed. Were it not for her elevated soul level, she might not have noticed it at all. After rummaging through her belongings, Jiang Yihan discovered the 2 items placed on her bedside. Swiftly, she seized them, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Luoluo before ultimately turning to leave. "I'll let you off this time. Next time may not be so lenient," floated her light-hearted words on the wind. Jiang Luoluo shook her head in disinterest. "Tiske, let me off? Dream on. Tomorrow I'll surprise you." With this thought, she curled her lips and fell into a deep slumber on the other side. "You've obtained the items. Stop pretending and come out," Jiang Yihan called out to the air. Unbeknownst to her, a faint soul entity drifted out from the birthmark on her wrist. It was a handsome man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of arrogance. Unfortunately, aside from the initial amazement, Jiang Yihan felt nothing but disdain for this person who had deceived her. "This is fake." Qinmo's tone was indifferent, as if this were not something he required. "Although you have not procured the items I seek, I shall grant you a glimpse of opportunity in light of your diligence. Feel free to explore the market." With that, he once again retreated to her birthmark space to recuperate. Jiang Yihan, piecing together the conversation, surmised that the man's identity must be significant, especially as he had urged her to visit the market, suggesting he possessed the ability to appraise treasures. If she could indeed unearth a valuable item, she might overlook the earlier instances of him commanding her. Unfortunately, her plans were unexpectedly interrupted by news that had already spread. It is said that Miss Law's pendant has gone missing, and the madam is conducting a thorough investigation. Not only the pendant, but also the bracelet gifted by the eldest miss has vanished. You are behind the times. The madam has traced the aura of someone who entered Miss Law's room last night back to the eldest miss, and she has already sent people to search. That can't be true. The pendant is one thing, but the bracelet was given by her herself, wasn't it? Who knows? Perhaps it was an inside job. I'm off to watch the show. A swarm of maids and servants, unable to contain their curiosity, rushed forward to witness the spectacle. That moment, Jiang Yihan's dwelling was in disarray, yet the bracelet and pendant remained elusive. Jiang Yihan's expression was icy. "I wonder what my mother will uncover." Leah, unfazed, replied, "The lack of findings in your room does not mean you did not take them. After all, the presence of your aura in Luo's room is undeniable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yihan's gaze momentarily stiffened. She had forgotten that this was the cultivation realm, where anything could be discerned through treasures. Perhaps it was left behind when I visited my sister yesterday at noon. "Did you enter the bedroom yesterday?" "Whether or not I entered the bedroom is irrelevant. The fact remains that my mother did not find anything in my room, even as the less favored daughter of the Jiang family. I refuse to be so slandered by my own mother." Jiang Yihan maintained her composure, yet every word was laced with thorns. "I found nothing, nor could you explain your scent." "How? Is it slander?" What if someone placed my belongings in my sister's room to frame me? You are overthinking. Our Jiang family prides itself on integrity. Who would tarnish their reputation to frame you? Without allowing Jiang Yihan further opportunity to speak, Leah, following Jiang Luo's instructions, refrained from prolonging the argument. With a weary wave of her hand, she sighed, "Forget it. I'll find another pendant for Luoluo. Consider those items fed to the dogs that if I keep questioning. I might just worry that aside from you, there are no good people left in the Jiang family." With that, she departed with a heavy heart. Jiang Yihan was left behind, fists clenched, wishing to confront the person who had sullied her name and insulted her. In the cultivation realm, impulsiveness is the gravest taboo. Strength is paramount. As long as one possesses sufficient power, even the most heinous villain is rendered untouchable, but lacking strength leaves one as a mere lamb for slaughter. Qin Mo's tone remained weak and cold, yet Jiang Yihan discerned an undertone of consolation. "Thank you. Shall we venture outside to seek our fortune now?" Though she harbored little hope for this modest town still in its nascent stages, Jiang Luoluo felt compelled to give it a try. She yearned to become formidable, so strong that none would dare to insult her. At this moment, the instigator of the events, Jiang Yihan, was leisurely wandering through the bustling market with a woman of considerable cultivation. At the fourth level of qi refinement, the marketplace was alive with activity, throngs of people flowing continuously, and many patrons coming and going from the shops, most of whom were at the third or fourth level of qi refinement. Venturing deeper, one could observe numerous street vendors selling an array of goods, their persistent calls echoing in the air. It was hard to discern that cultivators once held an elevated status, looking down upon the masses, as they appeared no different from contemporary street hawkers. According to the memories she had absorbed from a female cultivator, the cultivation world was far more ruthless than the mortal realm, regardless of one's talent. The need for cultivation resources remained paramount. This reality had led many cultivators to become selfish and ruthless, with numerous souls losing their humanity in the pursuit of meager resources. Moreover, the southern region had consistently ranked last in the interdomain competition held every 500 years, rendering its cultivation resources precarious. Should they fall to the bottom once more in 20 years, it was likely the southern region would be swallowed by others. Regaining her focus, Jiang Luoluo redirected her attention to the stalls. Perhaps due to the formidable servant trailing Jiang Luoluo, the vendors she passed greeted her with cheerful smiles. After all, children were the easiest to deceive and most capricious. If one succeeded in convincing her, even a powerful servant would be unable to dissuade her. "Come, little sister, take a look. I have exquisite hair ornaments here. They're magical artifacts, both beautiful and protective. Don't listen to him. Look at mine. This paper crane can transmit messages. If you have friends who enjoy playing, you can chat with them anytime, anywhere. Mine is even more fun. It's a bubble talisman. Burn it, and bubbles of all kinds will appear. So delightful." Jiang Luoluo graciously declined the various vendors' pitches, internally bemused, wondering how easily children's money could be earned, so much so that they would abandon precious cultivation time for these frivolous trinkets. She bypassed the superficial goods and meticulously searched through the myriad items for what she needed. She recalled that the wooden carving purchased by the female protagonist had been obtained from a young man with a sharp nose and a narrow face. Upon returning home, she had accidentally broken the carving, only to discover a muscle-transforming and marrow-washing pill hidden within, an elixir that could fundamentally alter one's physique. She perused each stall, leaving no corner unexplored in her quest for the sharp-nosed, narrow-faced cultivator that matched the description. As she had browsed two-thirds of the market without finding the wooden sculpture, she pondered if perhaps the opportunity was not meant for her. However, she dismissed the thought. If she could acquire the inheritance pearl, then surely she could attain other treasures as well. Regaining her confidence, she resumed her search, and, as the market neared its end, she still found nothing. She stifled her growing anxiety and pressed onward, determined to return if necessary. She could not believe that she would be unable to find it. Turning once more to scan the market, she suddenly noticed a sharp-nosed young man in a previously deserted corner, and relief washed over her. She was grateful she had looked back, where she would have wasted precious time. She hurried to the stall of the narrow-faced youth, crouching down to examine the eclectic array of items. successfully locating the wooden carving she sought. Feeling her heart race with excitement, she forced herself to remain composed, fearful of revealing her eagerness. Instead of immediately taking the wooden carving, she feigned indecision and selected a flower-shaped magical artifact and a manual on nurturing spirit beasts. Before finally pretending to pick up the wooden sculpture, "Brother, how much for these items?" Her youthful voice was soft and endearing, laced with a hint of playful charm. The young man looked up, appraising Jiang Luoluo, and upon noticing her exquisite attire, he smiled and replied, "The magical artifact is merely of basic quality, priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones. The book is 3 low-grade spirit stones, but the wooden carving is a gift for you." Jiang Luoluo was elated at the prospect of receiving it for free. It was worth noting that, due to the passage of time, the recipe for the muscle-transforming and marrow-washing pill had vanished from the cultivation world. Let alone the elixir itself. If he were to discover the truth, would he not be driven to fury? Jiang Luoluo gestured for Granny Zhang to pay, and though the latter's lips twitched in an attempt to object, she refrained from voicing her concerns under Jiang Luoluo's resolute gaze, instead producing the spirit stones to complete the transaction. She suspected the young lady had been deceived. The stall owner claimed it was a basic magical artifact, but it was merely a semi-finished product, only slightly superior to mundane items. 2 spirit stones at most, and the book was utterly useless. Not to mention the oddly shaped wooden carving that was included as a gift. The sharp-nosed young man felt a twinge of regret. Had he known the girl would be so straightforward, he could have charged more and profited further. Jiang Luoluo remained oblivious to the silent calculations of the two. She simply wished to conclude her purchases and leave the area to avoid any further complications. Upon completing the transaction, she tucked the wooden carving into her embrace, holding the book and flower-shaped magical artifact as she made her way back. Granny Zhang eyed the young girl with some confusion. "Aren't you going to browse a bit longer, miss? It seems as though you were specifically after those items. Was there truly something valuable among them?" Startled, Jiang Luoluo realized she had been rather reckless. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely sensed something amiss. It seems she would need to be more cautious in the future. I would like to browse more. But my legs ache and my feet hurt. Once I can begin my cultivation, I will undoubtedly return to explore this place 2 or 3 times. Jiang Luoluo's somewhat childish demeanor succeeded in amusing Granny Zhang. Dispelling any lingering doubts, the elder woman crouched down to inquire, "Since you're tired, why not allow me to carry you home?" "Oh, I can't do that. I'm meant to cultivate and ascend in the future. How could I be defeated by such minor difficulties?" All right. It is my fault. I believe you can indeed ascend." Mississippi as the two departed, a soft, low chuckle echoed from a nearby alley, followed by the emergence of a strikingly handsome young man. "What an intriguing little girl. If you pass tomorrow's spiritual root assessment, I shall surely recruit you as my junior sister." Unbeknownst to Jiang Luoluo, she had already caught the attention of others, as she crossed paths with the female protagonist. "Hello, big sister." She intended to greet and continue on her way home, but Jiang Yihan obstructed her path. Confusion flickered in her eyes as she looked up at Jiang Yihan, her heart racing with anxiety. Jiang Luoluo felt an overwhelming urge to touch the wooden carving nestled in her arms, but restrained herself. Jiang Yihan, too, was unsure why she had halted Jiang Luoluo. A powerful instinct told her that the girl possessed something she desperately needed, something that could influence her path to immortality, and she must acquire it. This feeling was even more intense than the allure she had felt from Qin Mo. Scanning Jiang Luoluo, she noted that aside from the tattered flower and worn book, there was nothing else. Could it be one of those two? No, an inner voice cautioned her against that conclusion, urging her to glance once more at Jiang Luoluo. Upon seeing the bulge in her embrace, her eyes sparkled with desire. Driven by impulse, she reached for the item concealed within Jiang Luoluo's arms, only to be repelled by the elderly woman standing guard before Jiang Luoluo. Jiang Luoluo instinctively tightened her hold, feeling as though the protagonist resembled a bandit, having attempted to seize her belongings twice. "What are you doing, young lady?" Granny Zhang's voice was icy. Jiang Yihan coughed up blood, her complexion paling swiftly. Qin Mo, in a tone laced with reproach, transmitted, "What are you doing?" I sense that what she conceals is of utmost importance to me. It pertains to my future in the realm of immortality. And I must possess it. Qin and Mo frowned. Such occurrences only transpired with fated individuals. When someone else took something belonging to a fated individual, they would react that in this case, the woman's value as a tool would only increase. Contemplating this, Qin and Mo softly suggested, "Let me take a look." That he used his spiritual sense to scrutinize the situation repeatedly, vaguely sensing that there was something within the wooden carving, yet he could not discern its nature. Upon hearing Qin and Mo's description, Jiang Yihan became convinced that the hidden object was indeed what she sought. If you intervene, what are the chances of successfully snatching it? Qin and Mo harbored doubts about the woman's intellect. How could she pose such a foolish question upon merely beholding the girl before her? "Look behind you," he prompted. Jiang Yihan turned to find Jiang Manor not far behind her, and during her conversation with Qin and Mo, Jiang Luoluo had already stepped inside. "Damn it, Jiang Luoluo, do you think I can't do anything about you now?" Her second uncle was about to emerge from his secluded training, and she resolved to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Jiang Yihan's tone remained cold, yet the underlying malice was unmistakable. Having entered, Jiang Luoluo heaved a sigh of relief, instructing Granny Zhang to prepare a bucket of hot water for her, as she had a use for it, before shutting the door to consume the muscle-transforming and marrow-washing pill. Mimicking the demeanor of the female protagonist, she could hardly believe that Jiang Yihan would let this matter rest. She retrieved a hammer to break open the wooden carving, unveiling a small, wrapped box within. Upon opening it, she discovered a pure white pill, its fragrance wafting enticingly through the air. Surely, this wouldn't lead to any complications, would it? Chapter 6. The postnatal yin-yang body with a steely resolve. She seated herself on the ground, lifted the elixir, and placed it into her mouth, where it immediately dissolved. Instantly, her blood surged, transforming into a tempestuous current that rampaged within her. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through her entire being. Her bones ached as if they were being shattered, and she could even hear the sound of her bones fracturing from within. The Ijin Shi Sui Dan, as its name suggests, cleanses the marrow and fortifies the tendons, expanding the meridians and enabling a rebirth. The reorganization of her bone marrow and meridians rendered the pain even more intense than the previous assault on her soul. Jiang Luoluo gritted her teeth, suppressing any cries of agony, as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, a testament to her self-inflicted injury from the sheer intensity of pain. The duration of this transformative agony was fleeting. Yet to Jiang Luoluo, it felt as though it spanned over a decade. Last, the torment began to subside, and a copious amount of black liquid was expelled from her body. The noxious odor emanating from that liquid enveloped the entire room. But Jiang Luoluo had no time to concern herself with it. The reformation of her meridians had only consumed a fraction of the elixir's potency. The residual power within her, combined with the remnants of her soul-devouring act, culminated in a cataclysmic eruption of energy. What to do? She had yet to cultivate and was unable to absorb spiritual energy to refine the elixir's essence. She recalled the female protagonists in novels who would replace their cultivation with Tai Chi. Perhaps she could do the same? After all, Tai Chi is a cherished gem of our Huagua traditional culture. It must surely be effective. With no other recourse, Jiang Luoluo envisioned the movements of Tai Chi in her mind and continued her actions. Tai Chi gives birth to the two instruments, which in turn generate the four symbols, and the four symbols produce the 8 trigrams. What is Tai Chi? What are the two instruments? The interplay of yin and yang gives rise to Tai Chi. One yin and one yang. The unity of yin and yang forms the two instruments as Jiang Luoluo performed her movements. The two forces within her spontaneously coalesced into a diagram of yin-yang and the 8 trigrams. One side embodying yin, the other yang. Once the energies within her were fully assimilated, Jiang Luoluo felt invigorated, stretching her body in an attempt to inhale fresh air. However, what she inhaled was an overpowering stench. How foul! This odor was utterly unbearable. Jiang Luoluo hastily jumped into a bathing tub to cleanse herself, changing into a fresh set of clothes before finally opening her attribute panel with a sense of rejuvenation. Name: Jiang Luoluo Spirit Root. dual fire and earth spirit roots talent. Medium, green, physique, postnatal yin-yang body fortune. Low, white, comprehension. Medium, green appearance. Superior, blue, realm, uninitiated divine sense. Peak chi refinement physical strength. Mid chi refinement talisman level. Beginner fate alteration value. 2. Her physique and constitution had notably improved. The postnatal yin-yang body. A constitution formed postnatally with the potential to ascend to the divine yin-yang body, allowing one to cultivate all forms of spells that a divine body. How astonishing! Jiang Luoluo could not help but exclaim in surprise. Indeed, the protagonist's fortunes were never lackluster. It is worth noting that the protagonist's subsequent opportunities to advance to the chaotic body were significantly tied to this gene she Sui Dan. Furthermore, her physical strength had also been upgraded, making it possible that she would not always trail behind the protagonist when climbing the hard S ladder. What a bountiful day it had been! However, for the postnatal yin-yang body to form a Dan, it required objects of utmost yin and utmost yang. Once she had these two aids, she would become an invincible presence among her peers. The object of utmost yang, the protagonistess, would belong to her, while the object of utmost yin would be left to fate. She had yet to cultivate, and pondering too much was premature. Subsequently, Jiang Luoluo shifted her focus to the fate alteration value. Wasn't he seizing opportunities merely a matter of possessing a bit of fate alteration value? She glanced at the notification, somewhat surprised. The indirect cause of the male and female protagonist's impure relationship had yielded her a point of fate alteration value. As long as it was related to the protagonist, she could acquire fate alteration value. In that case, she must nurture this sheep well. Regarding the fate alteration point, she used 1 point to enhance her talent. Yet it was unsuccessful. Could it really fail? Well, if it succeeded every time, she would probably be defying the heavens in no time. With just 1 point of fate alteration value remaining, Jiang Luoluo's gaze fell upon the lottery pool. Previously, when seeking opportunities, she had floundered like a headless fly. Possessing the ability to assist in finding things would be splendid. With this thought, she located the lottery pool related to eye techniques, various colorful abilities of eye techniques coming into view. With a slight focus, she concentrated her mind on the eye technique lottery pool. Simultaneously, within the lottery pool, countless attributes associated with eye techniques began to radiate dazzling lights. Jiang Luoluo fixed her gaze intently on the pool. This method of extraction reminded her of the online game she had played before, where one could draw lots by consuming points. It would be even better if she could draw a red attribute. She wouldn't mind a gold one either, or even a purple one. Jiang Luoluo murmured to herself. She had previously mentioned that the panel attributes were divided into 7 categories: red, gold, purple, cyan, blue, green, and white, ranked from highest to lowest. With red being the best, and white the least at AS for gray, that belonged to the unfortunate category. Ding! Under Jiang Luoluo's watchful eyes, a green light gradually emerged from the lottery pool. Eye of Insight grants the ability to see what others cannot, and at advanced levels, allows one to perceive others' spell fluctuations, foreseeing their actions. Eye of Insight. The name may sound grand, but it does not alter the fact that it is a green attribute. Jiang Luoluo inwardly scoffed. Nevertheless, despite its green classification, it was certainly better than having nothing, was it not? After all, picking up the scraps is a common occurrence in the cultivation world, although not as formidable as the protagonists in novels. She was far superior to an ordinary person. It was time to rest. Tomorrow, she would undergo the spirit root assessment, and she certainly did not wish to face the world with dark circles under her eyes. After a night passed, as dawn broke, Jiang Luoluo was attended to by her maid as she donned her attire, then made her way to the main hall. Today, all children under the age of 10 were to gather in the main hall, where the elders would take them to Qingchuan Town's affiliated city, Liang City, for their spirit root assessment. Upon arriving at the main hall, she found numerous others already gathered. Waiting, she casually selected a spot to stand and waited quietly. Unaware that a crisis targeting her was stealthily approaching, pavilions and towers reflected among the verdant pine and cypress, with artificial hills and rock formations, flower beds, and bonsai artfully interspersed, that a middle-aged man sat quietly in a pavilion alongside a young girl. One of them appeared to be in his early 40s, enveloped in spiritual energy, indicating a recent advancement that had yet to stabilize. The other young girl was none other than Jiang Yihan. Xiaohan, have you been well these past years? Have you been bullied? Jiang Zhen, the second master of the Jiang family, scanned Jiang Yihan, relieved to find no signs of distress. "That I'm fine," Jiang Yihan replied, shaking her head. This man was familiar to the original owner's memories. He was her father's younger brother and had a close relationship with the original owner's mother, thus taking great care of her since childhood. Had it not been for his recent seclusion to break through, the original owner would not have lost her support and fallen victim to the schemes of the second young lady of the Jiang family. She would seek vengeance for the original owner, but she did not wish to exploit his influence. As for Jiang Luoluo, Chapter 7. The protagonist's opportunism, she was the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Favored and cherished. Would this man truly risk offending her? She decided to observe for now. Noting her indifferent demeanor, Jiang Zhen's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy. The urgency to emerge post-breakthrough was to accompany you. After all, if you were to discover your spirit root, our next meeting would be uncertain. So, you hastened your emergence due to me? Jiang Yihan recalled hearing that Jiang Zhen had rushed out of seclusion, nearly inciting the ire of the Grand Elder due to his unsteady realm. Yes, this may be the only thing my second uncle can do for you. Here, take this. You can open it once you have absorbed the qi into your body. Jiang Zhen insisted, pressing a storage bag into Jiang Yihan's hands, leaving her no room to refuse. This was essentially his savings accumulated over nearly a century, a gesture of hope that it would aid her in her initial journey. Understanding the expression on his face, Jiang Yihan realized he had essentially given her all his savings, indicating his genuine affection. With this in mind, she decided to be candid. She was willing to take a gamble, as the allure of the item within that wooden carving was too compelling. Actually, I have faced some bullying. What? Who has bullied you? Jiang Zhen rose in anger, nearly shattering the stone table before him with a strike. It was my younger sister, Luoluo. She first snatched my bracelet, claiming it was a trade for a pendant, and then she robbed me of my opportunity in the market. Jiang Yihan spoke with difficulty, finding it hard to articulate her grievances. Unlike Jiang Zhen's expected sorrow, Jiang Yihan felt more embarrassed by her own deceit. In her previous life, aside from a betrayal leading to death, she had sailed smoothly. Coming to this alternate realm, however, had brought her nothing but setbacks. Let us go. Second uncle will help you seek justice. Not only will we retrieve your belongings, but she will also owe you compensation. I want the rest of the Jiang family to know that those under my protection are not to be trifled with. Moments later, Jiang Zhen entered the hall accompanied by Jiang Yihan. His gaze swiftly settled upon a little girl standing in the corner, clad in a pink dress, with skin as fair as snow and a face adorably exquisite. She appeared to be just over 5 years old, yet exuded an air of regality that instantly endeared her to those around her. Preconceived notions clouded Jiang Zhen's judgment, leading him to perceive her as a scheming child despite her tender age. Thus, he held nothing back. He unleashed his spiritual pressure, emanating from his 9th level of qi refinement, directly towards Jiang Luoluo, treating her as if she were no kin of the Jiang family. Sensing danger, Jiang Luoluo attempted to evade, but found herself immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as the oppressive force bore down upon her. Unable to suppress herself, she spat out a mouthful of blood and slid down the wall to the floor. The hall erupted in chaos, with several individuals noticing Jiang Luoluo's distress and attempting to assist her, only to be deterred by the menacing figure stationed at the entrance. Unbeknownst to anyone, a maid quietly retreated from the scene. Had her body not been previously fortified by a cleansing elixir, the sheer force of the spiritual pressure could have inflicted serious harm upon her. Suppressing the coldness in her eyes, Jiang Luoluo shifted her gaze to the 2 individuals at the entrance. Cough. I wonder what grievance I've caused my sister to warrant such humiliation at the hands of my uncle. She coughed up more blood, her voice weak, yet laced with confusion. Jiang Yihan turned her head uncomfortably. Unable to meet Jiang Luoluo's gaze, she had not anticipated that her uncle would act with such brutality. Jiang Zhen scoffed disdainfully. Humph, such a young age, yet already weaving lies. What do you mean you don't know how you offended Yihan? You have taken so many of her possessions. How dare you ask such a question? Jiang Luoluo lifted her small face defiantly. Then may I inquire, uncle, What exactly have I taken from her? Bracelets, wooden carvings. If you are sensible, return them at once, Jiang Jun retorted, his face twisted in disgust. Sister, is this true? Jiang Luoluo turned to Jiang Yihan, mocking her with a question. Before Yihan could respond, Jiang Luoluo continued, Then, sister, do you dare to swear a heavenly oath? I have read that such oaths hold great power. Sister, the bracelet was a gift from you. Though it was ultimately stolen by that shameless thief, the wooden carving was something I purchased myself. You tried to take it but failed. Now you claim I stole it from you. If that is the case, do you dare to swear a heavenly oath, asserting these items are yours? If you break this oath, even if you discover your spiritual root, you shall find it impossible to progress in life, that I will return the items to you and serve you for life. You dare? Jiang Yihan's face flushed crimson. Yet she could not utter a single word. The heavenly oath was not like ordinary vows. It was one that would indeed manifest. The onlookers in the hall discerned the situation from Jiang Yihan's expression. Though they remained cautious of Jiang Jun, they silently resolved to keep their distance from Jiang Yihan to avoid being slandered. Jiang Jun sensed the shift in atmosphere, yet his selfishness and bias overshadowed any concern. At such a tender age, your thoughts are wicked indeed. Your every word is a path to destruction, truly reminiscent of your repugnant mother. You possess not an ounce of the pride of a Jiang family member. With that, he unleashed his spiritual pressure once more, even more ferocious than before. Jiang Luoluo's eyes darkened. This time, she was genuinely enraged. It was one thing to be humiliated by her elder, but to openly insult her mother was unforgivable. She vowed that when she grew strong, she would make him pay back 1,000-fold for today's indignities. Stop, Jiang Jun. If you harm a single hair on my daughter, I will ensure Jiang Yihan pays the price. A voice rang out. Jiang Jun dismissed the threat with a glance, but nearly lost his composure upon seeing Leah holding Jiang Yihan. Poisonous woman, release Yihan, he shouted. Withdraw your spiritual pressure first. Leah remained unfazed by his fierce glare. Her eyes, however, were filled with compassion as she gazed at her frail daughter leaning against the wall. Had she been fully healed from her prior injuries? Jiang Jun, a mere insect, would never have dared to harm her daughter. Jiang Jun begrudgingly cast a glance at Jiang Luoluo, scoffing as he withdrew his spiritual pressure. You breathed a sigh of relief. Tossing Jiang Yihan aside, as she swiftly moved to Jiang Luoluo's side, she hurriedly retrieved a pill from her storage pouch, breaking it in half and placing it into her daughter's mouth. Using her spiritual energy to assist in its dissolution, Luoluo has yet to cultivate. She cannot take a whole pill. Upon catching Jiang Yihan, Jiang Jun turned his attention to the poisonous woman feeding Jiang Luoluo medicine. Sneering as he unleashed a palm strike infused with 80% of his spiritual energy, Eli sensed the impending danger, yet she did not flinch, knowing her daughter was too weak to evade. Jiang Luoluo understood that her mother would not back down for her sake. For certain reasons, she also could not disclose to her mother that with her current physical strength, Jiang Jun's attack would not be lethal. Concealing the coldness and murderous intent in her eyes, she summoned her strength and declared into the void, should any ancestor lend their assistance, if I were to discover my spiritual root today and join the Tianyuan sect, I would ensure a third-tier break mirror pill is offered to aid the ancestor in their breakthrough, that, if fortunate enough to encounter a longevity pill, I shall also bestow it upon an elder. Should there be concerns of my reneging, we can establish a heavenly oath. Upon her arrival in this world, she learned of a foundational elder within the Jiang family whose life was drawing to a close. These two items were essential for him. Chapter 8. Testing the Spiritual Root. Thus, she was gambling on whether the other party would be enticed by the opportunities she painted as anticipated, with a ripple in the void. The attack aimed at Leo was dissipated, and a gray-bearded elder stood protectively before Jiang Luoluo. Such courage at such a tender age. Very well. I accept your conditions. Today, I shall escort you to the Tianyuan sect for the disciple recruitment. If you possess a spiritual root, in 10 years you shall fulfill your promise. If not, do not blame me for forgetting our past. The last statement was delivered in a flat tone, yet Jiang Luoluo discerned the underlying malice. I am confident I possess a spiritual root. After all, both my mother and father have spiritual roots. How could I possibly be the exception? confidence is a good thing. Child, let us proceed. With that, he lifted her and placed her upon a fan. Who would have thought that grandfather's weapon would be a fan? Naturally, grandfather must have been a dashing young man in his day, with female cultivators lining up outside the city to pursue him. Using a fan as a weapon only enhances my imposing presence, Jiang Chung quipped. Jiang Luoluo regarded the old rascal before her with a serious gaze, neither denying nor affirming his words, though his face was lined with wrinkles. His features still hinted that he had not been unhandsome in his youth. As for the rest, who could say? Leah watched as her daughter was taken away by the third elder, casting a glance at the conflicted expression on the turnip-headed Jiang Yihan before finally focusing on Jiang Yihan. You truly are shameless. Yesterday you stole Luoluo's pendant, and today you attempt to snatch her trinkets. What is it about other people's possessions that you find so appealing? Forget it. Arguing with someone as morally bankrupt as you is a waste of time that I must go see my daughter test her spiritual root. With that, she summoned her flying artifact and soared towards the direction Jiang Luoluo had just departed. Jiang Zhun cast a complicated look at Jiang Yihan, whose fists were clenched in anger, but said nothing further. Following her in the same direction, given the events that had just transpired, she was no longer suitable to be among the Jiang family. In the city of Liang, at the Lord's estate, by the time Jiang Luoluo arrived at the training grounds of the Lord's estate. A multitude had gathered there, and at the front sat 3 young men clad in white, exuding an ethereal aura, each bearing a small wooden token at their waist. The distance was too great for Jiang Luoluo to discern the words inscribed upon them, but she could surmise they indicated their identities. Before the trio stood a table, upon which rested an object resembling a crystal ball, alongside a set of writing materials. The central figure rapped the table, signaling for silence among the crowd. We are disciples of the Tianyuan sect, here at the behest of our sect to recruit new disciples. We ask that children aged 5 to 12 form a line here for the testing of their spiritual roots. Those unrelated may stand aside and wait. Upon hearing this, the crowd lowered their heads, instructing their children to queue, then stepped aside to await their turn. The third elder patted Jiang Luoluo's small shoulder reassuringly. Do not be anxious. Even if you lack a spiritual root, you can always return and serve your grandfather tea in repayment. Rest assured, I will never disdain you. Jiang Luoluo's lips twitched, choosing to ignore the old rascal. The senior brother surveyed the training ground, noting the line had formed, and cleared his throat. The first in line, please step forward and place your palm upon the spiritual testing ball. If it illuminates with color, it signifies a spiritual root. If it remains still, it indicates no spiritual root. Let us begin to. As the line progressed, Jiang Luoluo learned that different colors represented different spiritual roots. Gold for metal, green for wood, blue for water, red for fire, yellow for earth, silver for ice, purple for lightning, black for darkness, and cyan for wind. Soon, it was Jiang Luoluo's turn. She approached calmly, placing her hand upon the testing ball. In an instant, the ball glowed with both red and yellow hues, dual roots of fire and earth. The 3 individuals appeared to be somewhat agitated. It is noteworthy that their previous assessments revealed only 4 spiritual roots. Occurrences of 3 spiritual roots were rare, let alone the presence of a dual spiritual root in today's cultivation realm. Due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, the standards have shifted from the ancient times when 5 spiritual roots were considered optimal. Contrarily, presently, a single spiritual root is deemed the best qualification, while 5 spiritual roots are considered the least favorable. Spiritual roots are categorized into 8 major types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as the anomalous roots of lightning, ice, and wind, among which the anomalous roots are regarded as exceptional. However, in the southern region, the dwindling resources for cultivation have made the emergence of dual spiritual roots exceedingly rare, let alone single or anomalous roots. When Jiang Luoluo manifested her dual spiritual roots, their excitement was palpable. I am Zhang Yi. He is Lu Xen, and he is Chenxi. From now on, we shall be fellow disciples. The senior on the far right introduced Jiang Luoluo. I am Jiang Luoluo. Greetings, seniors, she replied, lifting her small face and offering a sweet smile to the group. Junior sister is truly adorable. You should go bid farewell to your family first. We shall gather here at dawn tomorrow, and we will escort you to the sect, Zhang Yi said, gently patting Jiang Luoluo's head with care. All right, thank you, Senior Jiang. Luoluo understands, she replied, bouncing away towards Li Ye. Mother, I have completed the assessment. Shall we return to pack our belongings? Jiang Luoluo said, looking up at Li Ye. Hearing this, Li Ye picked up her daughter and replied, very well. Jiang Luoluo held the beginner storage pouch given her by her mother, the kind that mortals could use, filled with essential items for her daily life. Li stood by, smiling as she watched her daughter organize her things. And when Jiang Luoluo seemed nearly finished, she sat beside her, gazing into Jiang Luoluo's eyes. She asked Luoluo, do you wish to pursue magical cultivation or sword cultivation in the future? Although Jiang Luoluo did not comprehend why Li Ye posed such a question, she did not conceal her thoughts. I wish to pursue magical cultivation, but I enjoy using a whip as my weapon. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will certainly seek a whip technique. Li gazed at her daughter in a daze, and, after a long pause, a radiant smile graced her lips. Haha, you are indeed my daughter, sharing the same choice I made in my youth. After her laughter subsided, she handed Jiang Luoluo a storage bracelet, saying, Luoluo, this is something your grandmother originally gave to me. Within it are no other items, just a set of whip techniques and a simulated training ground for whip techniques, along with some resources from me to you. Once you enter the cultivation realm, you may find yourself lacking in resources, but I still hope you will venture forth, earn for yourself, and hone your skills. Jiang Luoluo nodded earnestly, and in that moment, for reasons unknown, despite her best efforts to hold back tears, they flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Luoluo, do not cry. If you continue, you will not look beautiful, Li Ye said, wiping her daughter's tears, her voice softening to conceal the lump in her throat. Besides, once you establish your foundation, you will be able to visit me again, right? Mother, rest assured, I will soon establish my foundation and return to see you, Jiang Luoluo replied, drying her tears with a tone filled with determination. Indeed, Mother believes in Luoluo. At that moment, the two embraced warmly, unaware that their next meeting would occur in a different realm altogether. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke and the sun ascended in the east, Li Ye once again helped Jiang Luoluo check the item she was to take. Once assured that nothing was amiss, she led her daughter towards the gathering point. Chapter 9. Introduction to Spiritual Root Attributes upon arrival. A magnificent flying vessel came into view, hovering in the air with a ladder suspended downward. Jiang Luoluo felt the marvels of the cultivation realm anew. Luoluo, Li Ye's lips moved as she wished to say something, ultimately settling on a single piece of advice. Remain vigilant while out in the world. Always think and reflect carefully. I understand, Mother. Just wait for your daughter to return home, Jiang Luoluo said, bidding farewell to her mother with a hint of excitement as she boarded the flying vessel, oblivious to the deep reluctance and affection reflected in Li Ye's eyes. Inside the vessel, there appeared to be around 200 to 300 people, among whom Jiang Yihan was unmistakably present, though her second sister was nowhere to be seen. While she scanned her surroundings, taking in the scenic views, a voice called out, drawing all attention to her. Luoluo, come over here. Jiang Luoluo turned her head to find Zhang Yi. She walked toward the few individuals in the corner, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of others. Noticing her approach, Zhang Yi pointed to the only child in the center of the gathering and said, This is Lu Jingqian, an anomalous lightning root. He will also be considered our fellow disciple. This is Jiang Luoluo, with dual earth and fire roots. Please introduce yourselves. Jiang Luoluo looked over and noticed a boy, no more than 8 or 9 years old, who appeared emaciated, and with surprise, she lowered her head and softly greeted, Hello. While onlookers interpreted her demeanor as shyness, only Jiang Luoluo understood the truth behind name. Lu Jingqian spiritual root, anomalous lightning root qualification, exceptional physique, lightning physique, awakening pending, fortune, high comprehension, high appearance, above average realm. Uninitiated, this panel revealed that aside from fortune, he surpassed the protagonist in every aspect, indicating he was likely a character within the narrative. Otherwise, she would not have been able to perceive his panel. However, despite her best efforts to recall the original text, There was no mention of a character named Lu Jingchen. Due to this brief incident, Jiang Luoluo remained quiet throughout the journey. Zhang Yi glanced at her helplessly. He quite liked the girl and thought to help her find a companion. It is known that those with anomalous roots directly become disciples upon entering the sect, with the disciples choosing their masters. However, seeing her like this, Zhang Yi sighed, opting not to forge connections for them, but rather to impart knowledge about the cultivation realm. In the cultivation realm, spiritual root attributes include the 5 elemental roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the anomalous roots of wind, lightning, and ice. The easiest roots to cultivate are the anomalous roots, which not only allow for rapid cultivation, but also have no bottlenecks and breakthroughs, ensuring that cultivators ascend to the spiritual realm. Their attack power is also formidable, that a single root is known as a single spiritual root, with a cultivation speed second only to the anomalous roots. Following that are the dual roots, formed by 2 attributes, known as dual spiritual roots. Dual spiritual roots are further divided into mutually beneficial roots and mutually inhibiting roots. The mutually beneficial roots, such as laws, fire, and earth, complement each other. Although they cannot compare to single or anomalous roots, they cultivate faster than typical dual roots. Conversely, the mutually inhibiting roots like water and fire, or metal and wood, not only cultivate slowly, but can also cause backlash if they fail to reach a mediating point, damaging the meridians, making it challenging for individuals with such roots to establish their foundation. What Zhang Yi did not mention was that if one had spiritual treasures to assist in achieving balance within their body, they would not fare much worse than those with 3 roots. However, the concept of fortune is the most elusive, and treasures that control the balance of spiritual roots are not easily acquired. Alternatively, one could use spirit cleansing grass, but in the southern region, that is an exceedingly daunting task. Clearing his throat, Zhang Yi continued, "Next, we have the 3-rooted spiritual attributes, known as 3 spiritual roots. They cultivate slower than dual roots, but faster than 4 roots, positioning themselves in between. Lastly, there are 4 roots and 5 roots, which are combinations of 4 and 5 attributes. Respectively, 0.4 roots may aspire to establish a foundation, while 5 roots are merely a distant dream of foundation establishment, especially in the context of the southern region's diminishing spiritual energy." Observing the dispirited expressions of the children with 4 or 5 roots, Zhang Yi gently reassured them, "Of course, nothing is absolute. If you dare to strive, venture forth, and possess fortune, acquiring ample resources, not only can you establish your foundation, but you may also ascend to the spiritual realm." He noted, "Our revered ancestor, Huazhen, achieved ascension with 5 roots. It is true that Huazhen, through serendipity, transformed her 5 roots into chaotic roots, but she indeed triumphantly ascended from 5 roots." He was not mistaken. One must understand that once one achieves chaotic roots, their cultivation speed can rival that of single roots. Jiang Luoluo observed the renewed confidence among the crowd, remaining silent, but she knew well that aside from the protagonist using the legacy left by Huazhen to transform her 5 roots into chaotic roots, no one on the Zhongxian continent had achieved chaotic roots without the aid of others. This indicated that Senior Zhang was indeed kind-hearted, not dousing the spirits of these newcomers to the cultivation realm. Yet what caused him to become the despised, evil cultivator later on? Cough, cough, cough. Pay attention. I will only say this once, Zhang Yi remarked, seeing Jiang Luoluo lost in thought, and he lightly cleared his throat to draw her attention back. Jiang Luoluo mischievously smiled at Zhang Yi. Adopting a posture of rapt attention, like at the same time, she silently vowed that if given the chance in the future, she would ensure that such a good senior would not become the target of everyone's ire. In the cultivation realm, the levels of cultivation are divided into Qi refinement period, foundation establishment period, golden core period, nascent soul period, and God transformation period, followed by ascension to the spiritual realm. As for the subsequent realms, you shall understand them once you ascend to the spiritual realm. The Qi refinement period consists of 12 levels. Levels 1 to 4 are considered the early Qi refinement stage, levels 5 to 6 the mid-Qi refinement stage, levels 7 to 10 the late Qi refinement stage, and levels 11 to 12 represent the completion of Qi refinement. The realms following foundation establishment are directly categorized into early, mid, late, and complete stages. Observing the yearning expressions of the crowd, Zhang Yi inquired about the distribution of the Xian continent. Everyone knows that our continent is called Xian, but does anyone know about its distribution? I know, a crisp and melodious female voice resonated through the air. Jiang Luoluo turned her gaze towards the source and beheld a young girl of about 8 or 9 years, adorned in resplendent garments that suggested her affluent background. The lively sparkle in her eyes hinted at a childhood steeped in spiritual elixirs, indicating she was likely a child of a cultivation family, perhaps due to Tian Yuanzong's policy of only accepting disciples without cultivation. She had merely been indulging in medicinal baths. She was the young lady of the city lord's estate. Noticing Jiang Luoluo's confusion, the nearby Lu Jingshun offered a coarse explanation. His voice, possibly still in the throes of adolescence, was rather unappealing, leading Jiang Luoluo to reconsider her earlier assumptions about his age. Oh, you know her. I've encountered her a few times while begging in Liang City, and she even lashed out at me with a whip. I see. Begging? Thunder root. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Luoluo's mind, too swift for her to grasp fully this moment. She remained oblivious to the fact that she was one step further from the truth. After Lu Jingshun spoke, he quickly cast a glance at Jiang Luoluo, noticing that her eyes reflected only contemplation, devoid of any other emotion. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The young girl continued animatedly to relay the information her father had shared regarding the continent's distribution. The Sichuan continent was divided into 6 regions: the southern region, western region, northern region, eastern region, central region, and the oceanic region. The southern region, being the most depleted of spiritual energy, saw a dwindling number of single spiritual root geniuses. The eastern region was home to the most demon cultivators, with mountains and forests occupying vast expanses. The western region was shrouded in demonic energy, a hub for demonic, ghostly, and Buddhist cultivators. Most demonic sects on the continent were found there, while Buddhist practitioners cultivated through merit. The northern region was characterized by icy plains and snow-capped mountains, abundant in cold attribute spiritual materials, making it particularly suitable for the cultivation of ice spiritual roots. The central region boasted the richest spiritual energy and superior cultivation resources, being the only area on the Sichuan continent with a minimal presence of mortals. Unlike the other regions, it was dominated by 4 prominent families and the Wuzhizong sect, AS for the Outer Sea. It was said to be rich in resources, with rumors of mermaids and dragon tribes. Yet its remoteness from the continent, along with numerous high-ranking demonic beasts and a protective barrier, left the existence of such beings shrouded in mystery. In the southern region, despite the scarcity of spiritual energy, 4 major sects still existed, each presided over by an ancestor of the transformation stage. These 4 sects were Tian Yuanzong, Baiwazong, Lingdan Pavilion, and Shengjian sect. Tian Yuanzong primarily focused on law cultivation, but also engaged in sword practices, while Baiwazong specialized in enchantment techniques, thus only recruiting female disciples, particularly those with exceptional spiritual roots. At this point, the girl cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Luoluo. However, Jiang Luoluo feigned ignorance, lowering her gaze and pretending to listen intently. Though she was internally puzzled, having gleaned no information about seduction techniques from the memories of the Baiwazong disciple, Jiang Yu shot her a glare, continuing her explanation with fervor. Lingdan Pavilion was renowned for alchemy, and it was said that their master had already attained the ability to concoct 7th-grade elixirs, with requests for his services booked a decade in advance. Shengjian sect was primarily focused on sword cultivation, earning the moniker of sword fanatic, yet they were also known as a financially struggling sect. Jiang Yu, upon finishing, looked expectantly for praise. Zhang Yi nodded lightly. What Jiang Daoyu said is accurate, but you have made one error. Shengjian sect is not a financially struggling sect. They simply allocate their resources entirely to sword cultivation. Any sword wielded by a sword cultivator from Shengjian sect could fetch the price of 10 Liang cities. Jiang Yu forced a smile. Apologies, senior brother. It seems I misspoke. In no matter, Zhang Yi replied, his tone indifferent, showing no inclination for further discussion. Receiving neither praise nor a warm response, Jiang Yu felt exasperated and sat down, harboring resentment towards Jiang Luoluo, convinced that had it not been for her instigation, she would not have faced public reprimand. oblivious to the disdain evident in her own tone when speaking of Shengjian's sect's sword cultivators. How could Zhang Yi, a sword cultivator, possibly regard her favorably? Meanwhile, Jiang Yihan had remained silent since boarding the flying vessel, sitting alone in a corner, not even casting a glance toward Jiang Luoluo, as if the morning's commotion had never transpired. Her fixation on the wooden sculpture seemingly vanished. Yet, Jiang Luoluo would not lower her guard simply due to her silence, for she understood that this was the protagonist of an espionage narrative, not a mere background character. The ensuing journey was marked by tranquility, and just as Jiang Luoluo was on the verge of slumber, the spiritual vessel finally came to a halt, signaling their arrival at Tainyuanzong. What unfolded before Jiang Luo's eyes was an endless, winding staircase of white jade, which seemed to stretch infinitely. Only then did the imposing sect come into view, flanked by stone lions, a S for the plaque inscribed with the name of Tainyuanzong. Jiang Luoluo dared not look. Those familiar with the novels knew that apart from the protagonist who might gain an opportunity from it, the rest were mere cannon fodder to that moment. A piercing scream jolted the onlookers from their stupor. They beheld a young girl rolling on the ground, covering her eyes in pain. Fool, a man dressed in white, with silver-threaded sleeves and a badge of an attendant at his waist, muttered under his breath before swiftly lifting the girl and taking flight. Presumably to provide her with treatment. You have yet to cultivate. The words on the plaque are not for your eyes. This is your first trial. Always think before you act. Zhang Yi surveyed the relieved expressions of the crowd before continuing. The second trial is the white jade staircase before you, known as the Heart Inquiry Staircase, comprising a total of 9,999 steps. The staircase is imbued with an illusion array, testing your willpower and temperament. Should you succeed, regardless of your spiritual roots, you will become an outer disciple of Tainyuanzong. Conversely, failure will consign you to the status of a menial disciple, tasked with the mundane chores of the various peaks. All qualifications will be treated equally, with a time limit of 3 days that AS for the reward for the top 3. You will discover them in due course. After concluding, Zhang Yi instructed that each of them be given a dan to stave off hunger for 3 days before departing. The group of young aspirants displayed varying degrees of tension following Zhang Ye's words, some eagerly anticipating the rewards, while others quaked at the prospect of the staircase ahead. Yet, a few among them, undaunted, were eager to take on the challenge, with Jiang Yu being one of them. She let out a haughty huff at the gathered crowd before boldly placing her foot on the first step. With the first step taken, the others soon followed suit in a trickle. Jiang Luoluo ascended in the middle, conveniently positioned behind the protagonist, while Lu Jingchen had already forged ahead. Initially, the child in front moved swiftly, perhaps out of curiosity, but as time passed, many of the youngsters who had surged ahead began to slow their pace, panting heavily, with some even opting to rest on the steps. Amidst this, there were those who remained unfazed, such as Lu Jingchen, Jiang Yu, and Jiang Yihan, whose breaths remained steady, indicating their capability to continue climbing for quite some time. However, Jiang Luoluo lingered behind, unhurried and showing no signs of overtaking, for she understood that the true separation would occur within the Heart Inquiry illusion near the end. Indeed, it was not long before several individuals found themselves ensnared in the illusion, and Jiang Luoluo was unsurprised. The flicker in her vision heralded a shift in her surroundings. Jiang Luoluo, you have ultimately fallen into my grasp. Jiang Yihan declared, her right hand gripping a sword, its tip aimed directly at Jiang Luoluo's brow. I have a natural aversion to having swords pointed at me, so shatter away. And no sooner had the words left her mouth than the sword in Jiang Yihan's hand began to splinter into fragments. How is this possible? I have sealed your spiritual power. How can you still possess the ability to destroy my sword? Because this is my world, Jiang Luoluo replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. What do you mean, your world? Nonsense. Oh, your spirit. How could you scold a child? Jiang Luoluo retorted, having recognized the illusion at first glance and realizing it was a deliberate manipulation. It seemed her insightful. I allowed her to remain unaffected by the illusion. What child? Do I look like a child? Who among the children possesses such prowess as you? The spirit retorted, vexed. Perhaps it is because my heart is pure, untainted by the dust of the world. Jiang Luoluo tilted her head in self-praise. Scram! With such arrogance, how could your heart be pure? All right, since you've seen through me, I shall no longer conceal the truth. Jiang Luoluo assumed a mature demeanor. Speak. The spirit expressed a sense of urgency. Of course. It is because she is my sister. How could my sister bear to harm me? Nonsense. If she truly cared for you, would she willingly immerse you in an environment where you are repeatedly cut down like a vegetable? Yet, deep within, the one you fear the most is also her, isn't it? Perhaps it is because we are sisters, connected in spirit. The artifact's spirit turned its head away, displaying an air of indifference as if uninterested in your ramblings. Alas, if you refuse to believe me, I am powerless to change your mind. However, should your delay cause me to miss the opportunity for first place, you may never uncover the truth. As the time dragged on. Jiang Luoluo's impatience grew. It is crucial to understand that the first place winner is granted the privilege of selecting a cultivation technique from the third floor of the skill pavilion. If I miss this chance, when will I ever accumulate enough contribution points again? Do not deceive me. I shall escort you a short distance. Her words fell. Jiang Luoluo felt a sudden lightness in her body. Finding herself atop the high platform, face to face with the leading lady, both startled by the unexpected encounter. This scene not only nearly shattered Jiang Yihan's icy demeanor, but it also left the higher-ups of Tianyuanzong, who were observing their ascent through the water mirror in the Grand Hall, utterly astonished. If I am not mistaken, she was sent out by the artifact spirit and directly placed upon the high platform. The sect leader was the first to speak. This is an unprecedented occurrence since the artifact spirit's existence. The woman seated to the left of the sect leader, Shi Yao, chimed in. Perhaps it is her cute appearance that has evoked the artifact spirit's compassion. It is no great matter. The man to the right of the sect leader, Tang Mufeng, remarked nonchalantly, though his once piercing phoenix eyes now harbored an inscrutable darkness. Since everyone is so curious, why not summon the artifact spirit and inquire directly? The sect leader suggested, glancing at the two silent individuals at the edge. Sure. Shi Yao was the first to express her agreement. I have no objections either, Tang Mufeng replied casually. As for the other two, they had been overlooked by the trio, as they were here in pursuit of the mutated spiritual roots, when the artifact spirit tossed them a stone reflecting Jiang Luoluo's recent performance in the illusion. All five fell into an uncommon silence after viewing it. This disciple is one we at Baichao Peak will gladly accept. Her beauty is exquisite, surely fitting for our sect. Shi Yao was the first to voice her opinion. Why should she be exclusively suitable for your Baichao Peak? Perhaps the young girl wishes to practice swordsmanship. Tang Mufeng dropped his pretense, engaging in a dispute with Shi, I believe Yifeng, who had remained silent, could no longer restrain himself from speaking. But before he could finish, the sect leader interrupted. Not meddle. That disciple with a mutated spiritual root is awaiting your attention. You ought to learn from Qingshu's resolute attitude. Qingshu, he is not unmotivated, but even if he were, their peak specializes in weapon forging. It is hardly appropriate to have a young girl laboring alongside a group of seasoned men. Yifeng widened his eyes. Yet upon witnessing the trio's determined gazes, he relinquished his claim. Senior brother, I have cultivated for over 1,000 years without a single disciple. Can you bear to see me as a solitary figure? Shi Yao's tone bore a hint of pity. Bear it? The sect leader did not speak, but Tang Mufeng could not help but retort angrily. Sect leader Tang, you already have 3 disciples. Why insist on competing with me? Who decreed that having 3 disciples precludes the acceptance of another? Tang Mufeng remained unfazed. Sect leader, should you refuse to allow that girl to become my disciple today, I shall never accept another disciple again. Seeing that Tang Mufeng was immovable, Shi Yao turned directly to the sect leader. Sect leader Tang, please grant her this opportunity. Next time a promising candidate arises, I shall let you choose first. Ultimately, the sect leader leaned towards Shi Yao's side. Tang Mufeng sneered. So this is how you finalize matters before the young girl has made her choice? Very well. I shall not contest her. I will take my leave. With that, he disregarded the grim expressions of the two present and departed. The sect leader also felt a touch of awkwardness, turning to Shi Yao. Sect leader Shi, this is the final time. Not even calling her junior sister anymore. Rest assured, I will ensure my senior brother faces no difficulties. As the conversation among the peak leaders and the sect leader unfolded, time swiftly passed, and the crowd in the square continued to swell. Throughout, Jiang Yihan's gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Luoluo. Her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye, yet only half of the initial group of testers ascended the steps. Those who failed to reach the platform or fell short by mere steps were assigned as errand disciples. Standing nearby was a figure clad in white, adorned with silver patterns at the sleeves. Upon realizing time was up, he slowly approached the crowd. The middle-aged man exuded an aura of authority, and as his gaze swept over the gathered individuals, the clamor gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. He then addressed the crowd in a calm tone. First, congratulations to Jiang Luoluo, Jiang Yihan, and Lu Jingshan for securing the top 3 positions. Secondly, congratulations to those who reached the summit within the specified time. Welcome to Tenyuanzong as outer disciples. It is my hope that one day we may have the opportunity to undertake missions together. Observing the evident smiles on the faces of those present, the white-clad steward continued. As a reward for your ascent, you may choose a cultivation technique suitable for your practice from the first floor. The second and third placers may proceed to the second floor, while the first place winner may go directly to the third floor. This opportunity is a one-time offer, so I encourage everyone to seize it firmly. For those with dual spiritual roots or higher, would you prefer to select your technique first or accompany me? Lu Jingshan glanced toward Jiang Luoluo, while a previously inconspicuous young girl turned her gaze toward him, having heard she possessed a single with spiritual root. Chapter 12. The artifact spirit helped me strike back. Jiang Luoluo paid no mind to Lu Jingshan's look, resolutely stating, I will select my technique, first. SOLI. Lu Jingshan replied promptly. The little girl echoed, me too. Very well. Then follow me. As he spoke, he led the way forward. Given the absence of any unexpected developments, these few would certainly become direct disciples. He was not foolish enough to pass up such an excellent opportunity to foster relationships. At that moment, Jiang Yihan, observing Jiang Luoluo preparing to follow another elder, could not restrain herself from calling out, Senior brother. Jiang Luoluo did not place first. She cheated. There was no option left. The wooden sculpture had already been snatched away, and this first place could not be allowed to slip through her fingers. Her remark thrust Jiang Luoluo into the spotlight. Is it true? She attained first place through cheating? I do not believe it. How could one cheat on the heart's ascent? Can anyone aid her in reaching the top? Who knows? They both share the surname Jiang. One is widely recognized as a waste with a spiritual root, while the other is a dual spiritual root prodigy. Perhaps it stems from jealousy. Even if jealousy were the case, would it be possible to falsely accuse someone without basis? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Jiang Yihan's expression darkened further. Are these people blind? Why should a 5-year-old child like Jiang Luoluo be at the forefront? Let alone the fact that she had witnessed Jiang Luoluo being brought to the central square with her own eyes. The elder, initially intending to escort Jiang Luoluo and her companions away, could not help but frown, casting a look of disgust toward the instigator, Jiang Yihan. How did she cheat? If you cannot explain today, I doubt Tenyuanzong can allow you to remain. Jiang Yihan stood her ground. I believe our Tenyuanzong, as a super sect in the southern region, has the capability to record the footage from our assessments. Does it not? As you wish. With that, he produced a stone-like object. After channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it, the stone began to play back the scene of Jiang Luoluo entering the square. What was meant to be a moment of humiliation for Jiang Yihan unexpectedly became a slap in her own face when she witnessed Jiang Luoluo soaring into the central square. Junior sister Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Hao could not help but question the mere thought of his recent unconditional trust in her, only to be met with such a harsh revelation. Left him unsettled. I stated that it was the artifact spirit that brought me up. It merely wasted my time in the illusion. Do you believe me? Senior brother? Jiang Luoluo's tone was calm, as if she were not the one being interrogated. Junior sister Jiang, at this point, are you still insisting on lying? Jiang Hao furrowed his brows, his tone sharp, clearly dismissing her words as nonsense. If you do not believe me, I am powerless to convince you. Perhaps I could summon it to confront you directly? Go ahead. If you can summon it, we will believe you. Whether out of a desire for amusement or genuine curiosity, the crowd unanimously urged Jiang Luoluo to call forth the spirit. Jiang Luoluo lifted her gaze toward the heart's ascent. Little artifact spirit, this trouble was caused by you. It should be easy for you to testify, yes? After a prolonged silence, as impatience began to brew among the audience, Jiang Luoluo lightly added, I intended to inform you later, but it seems you do not care much for that answer. So be it. Jiang Yihan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Luoluo, do you truly believe that a few self-serving words can absolve you of suspicion? Just observing is sufficient. To voice it would only lead me to question your intelligence. Indeed, this narcissist speaks truth. To be ignorant of one's own foolishness while casting aspersions on others. If I can personally escort her to the platform, it proves she possesses that capability. If you wish for me to assist you, I would rather not. TSK. Do you know why you place second? In response to Jiang Yihan's puzzled gaze, the little artifact spirit continued. Of course, it is because in the illusion, you wish to kill your own sister. Becoming so engrossed that you forgot the illusion itself, and upon recollecting, you emerged to claim second place. If you possessed even a modicum of kindness, would it have come to this? You speak nonsense. Jiang Yihan's expression darkened, teetering on the brink of an outburst. Would you like me to reveal that segment of footage? I have it stored on the recording stone. The spirit of the artifact spoke in a calm tone. Yet Jiang Luoluo seemed to perceive the little demon concealed within that shimmering veil. No need, she retorted. Who's to say that you and her haven't conspired against me to tarnish my reputation? After all, within the estate, I am but a minor figure, subjected to the bullying of my legitimate sister. I never imagined I would face the same predicament upon entering the sect. Do not claim that we are in collusion. Even if she and the young master were to conspire, that would merely attest to her capability and good fortune, just as you would instinctively think of yourself when you find resources that could enhance your aptitude. Would you truly consider sharing them with anyone present? I did not afford Jiang Yihan the opportunity to retort, as the spirit of the artifact brandished a recording stone, shaking it slightly. If you continue to chatter, do you believe I won't make it public? Jiang Yihan cast a reluctant glance at the recording stone, recalling how she had savagely slaughtered Jiang Luoluo in the illusion, and had it not been for Qin Mo's reminder at the last moment, she might not have awakened at all. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Luoluo had inadvertently become her heart's demon. She shot a glare at the composed Jiang Luoluo, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Shouldn't you hasten to lead your team to fulfill your duties? Are you planning to stand here like a tree stump? After reprimanding Zhang Hao, the artifact spirit adopted a more casual demeanor towards Jiang Luoluo. No need to thank the young master. If you truly wish to express gratitude, remember to inform me of your method for dispelling the illusion. I will not thank you. Goodbye. Jiang Luoluo selectively absorbed only half of the statement, disregarding the rest. She felt a certain gratitude towards this spirit for assisting her in punishing the scoundrel without her having to lift a finger. Yet expressing gratitude seemed unnecessary, lest it feed its vanity. Upon arriving at the cultivation pavilion, Jiang Luoluo did not linger, directly ascending to the third level. With a clear objective, she chose the fire and earth technique, one of the rare dual-attribute cultivation methods that suited her dual-elemental spirit roots. Although it was merely a fragment, it mattered little. Following the protagonist, she had no fear of being unable to find the complete version. It was known that the protagonist had bestowed the complete text of this technique upon a male counterpart in the narrative, who also possessed dual elemental roots, resulting in him becoming a fervent admirer. Once the trio had selected their techniques, they were led to the grand hall by Zhang Hao. Jiang Luoluo raised her gaze and beheld 4 powerful figures seated in the hall, along with 2 vacant positions. Her expression remaining neutral, the overwhelming aura they emanated suggested they were the peak masters and true monarchs of the Yuanying stage. However, upon spotting the only female peak master present, she lowered her gaze, concealing the flicker of light in her eyes. Shuriao had been observing Jiang Luoluo since her entrance into the hall, noting that she displayed no signs of fear or intimidation in the presence of their imposing auras. Shuriao felt increasingly satisfied with her composed demeanor. It was indeed a reward for Tang Mufeng to have such an excellent disciple. The crowd regarded the trio with satisfaction. Yifeng suddenly appeared before Lu Jingchen. "Child, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Lu Jingchen looked towards Jiang Luoluo, the inquiry evident in his gaze. Chapter 13. Would you be my disciple? Instantly, several fervent eyes fixated on Jiang Luoluo, including Qing Su, who had intended to speak but remained silent. Jiang Luoluo felt overwhelmed by the scrutiny, yet internally found it absurd. She was not that familiar with them. Why was he seeking the opinion of a mere child in front of these prominent figures? Striving to ignore the gazes upon her, Jiang Luoluo raised a smile and, after some consideration, replied, "Lu Jingshun, every person's life is a unique narrative, and thus they must make their own choices, as is the case now." Lu Jingshun hesitated for a moment, realizing Jiang Luoluo would not make the decision for him, then turned to the two individuals whose gazes were most ardent. Might the peak masters share their respective specialties? Yifeng spoke first. "I am a practitioner of the law, primarily focusing on metal attribute techniques, but I can also guide you in your cultivation." Qing Su turned his attention to Lu Jingchen's slender figure, leisurely stating, "I'm also a practitioner of the law, but I specialize in artifact forging, as helping others forge artifacts allows me to earn money to acquire what I desire." Yifeng stared in astonishment at the absurdity of Qing Su's words. Inwardly elated, this man, as robust as an ox, was solely fixated on forging, and even his introduction revolved around it. It seemed he had secured his position. Yet what astonished Yifeng was that Lu Jingchen chose Qing Su. "Why did you select him?" Yifeng questioned, still hoping for a different outcome. "Because he said he can forge artifacts and earn money. With money, I won't go hungry," Lu Jingchen replied. Yifeng, "What kind of ridiculous reasoning is that?" Qing Su, unfazed by Yifeng's fury, waved his sleeve and whisked Lu Jingchen away. The hall was left with only Jiang Luoluo and another girl. "Jiang Luoluo, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Shi Riao maintained her composed and cold demeanor, unfazed. Jiang Luoluo observed that the other two had yet to speak, indicating that the decision regarding her affiliation had already been made. However, she had no intention of taking Shi Riao as her master. The original protagonist had ultimately met her demise at the jaws of the beast, largely due to Shi Riao's previous disdain and scorn. Otherwise, how could she have been driven to such an extreme fate? How would she break this cycle? Inspiration struck, as if in jest. Jiang Luoluo slowly bent forward in preparation to pay her respects. But just as she was about to complete the gesture, she purposefully revealed the technique she had just chosen. "Wait, you just selected the fire and earth technique?" Shi Riao inquired, her expression cold. Yet internally, she could not help but scold her for being foolish, squandering a chance to select a technique on the third level for free. Jiang Luoluo quickly straightened, feeling that any delay would be a desecration of the clever maneuver she had just executed. Her tone remained respectful, yet the excitement was undeniable. "Indeed, I believe this technique aligns perfectly with my dual earth and fire spirit roots. It is a dual attribute technique, and I never anticipated it would be found on the third level. I have struck gold." Shi Riao felt nearly exasperated by her naive excitement over this supposed treasure. Had it not been for Jiang Luoluo being the individual she had just strenuously endeavored to recruit, she would have left in a huff. "Luoluo, this technique is merely a fragment. Crucially, it differs from other techniques. Should you fail to find a subsequent texts, you would be compelled to scatter your cultivation and start anew. You still have time to reconsider." Shi Riao coaxed, "No, this is what I have earned through my efforts. I intend to cultivate it." Witnessing Jiang Luoluo's obstinate demeanor, Shi Riao no longer wished to continue the conversation, and her hopes of claiming Jiang Luoluo as a disciple were thoroughly dashed. Even if she did not possess a heart demon and could swiftly break through the illusion, she was still merely a dual elemental root. Should she fail to locate the subsequent techniques, what good would it do to have a disciple of little value? With this thought, Shi Riao cast a brief glance at the girl beside Jiang Luoluo and remarked, "It seems we are not destined to be master and disciple. In that case, I wonder if Lin Yaoyao would be willing to accept me as her master." Unable to secure a promising disciple, she was forced to settle for second best at AS for Lin Yaoyao's inferior treatment compared to Jiang Luoluo. Despite being a single elemental root, it could be attributed to her abysmal performance on the hard S ladder. Barely managing to qualify, The sect leader nearly squinted in disbelief at her audacious move, yet seeing the unyielding Jiang Luoluo, he could only sigh in resignation. Previously, there had been individuals who had attempted the fire and earth technique, believing themselves to be the fortunate ones, but they all faltered when it came to the subsequent techniques. Thus none dared to take the risk at this moment. Jiang Luoluo lowered her head, feigning sorrow. Yet the joy of winning her gamble was a secret known only to her. In the narrative, Shuriao had once scorned the original protagonist for her lack of aptitude and slow cultivation. Now, she would surely do the same. Thus, when Jiang Luoluo produced the fire and earth technique, events unfolded just as she had envisioned. Just as Jiang Luoluo believed everything was settled and she could commence her training in the outer sect, a voice sliced through the air. It seems the peak master of Stone Peak is indeed as one would expect, merely a flawed technique, and yet you casually cast aside a promising talent. If that is the case, then I, Jiang Peak, shall claim this individual. Little girl, should you secure first place in the outer sect competition, I shall accept you on behalf of my master. If not, I shall take you in myself. Although you are currently at the peak of the Golden Core stage, within 5 years, I shall surely enter the Yuanying stage. His words were delivered with remarkable confidence. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Junior brother, do you mean to say that the revered Lan is accepting disciples? A strikingly handsome young man descended into the grand hall, unmistakably the same man who had appeared in the alley before. He raised an eyebrow. I believe I made myself quite clear, did I not? Then allow me to congratulate Junior Brother Song on acquiring another junior sister. The sect leader's eyes flickered, choosing not to inquire further. Perhaps this girl possessed some remarkable qualities that had captured the reverence of the elder. The sect leader had a keen eye for talent. Song Jingyu appeared quite pleased with this development, and then turned to Jiang Luoluo, asking little girl, do you have confidence? Yes, Jiang Luoluo replied decisively, unafraid. With the panel as her advantageous tool, how could she not speak of defying fate? Moreover, before her stood a substantial opportunity, one that even the protagonist in the narrative could do little against. Name, Song Jinyu Spirit Root. Mutated Wind Spirit Root Qualification. Exceptional physique, pure yang body fortune, superior comprehension, above average appearance, above average realm. Peak Golden Core all right. I am Song Jinyu. Your future senior brother. Song Jinyu ruffled Jiang Luoluo's hair and directly escorted her to the outer sect. This lad remained as carefree as ever. The sect leader chuckled softly to no matter how carefree. He is still blind, bringing in a foolish disciple who is oblivious to her own shortcomings, Shuriao scoffed. Whether she is foolish or not, time will reveal all. The sect leader, disinterested, chose to ignore her. After all, the disciple acceptance ceremony had concluded, and he was eager to return to his cultivation. Yes, she watched the leader's retreating figure. Shuriao lowered her head to Lin Yaoyao and earnestly advised, you must dedicate yourself to your training from now on. With your singular spiritual root, you will undoubtedly progress faster than Jiang Luoluo. Yes, master, I will, came the earnest reply. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoluo had been escorted by Song Jinyu to her designated courtyard in the outer sect, complete with a small wooden plaque and a storage bag, which she had just received from the affairs hall. Henceforth, she would be required to collect her monthly cultivation resources from that location. Upon entering the small courtyard, Jiang Luoluo discovered 4 small rooms, with the central one bearing no signs of having been opened. It was evident that this would be her chamber. Yes, she pushed the door open. She found a simple bed and a small wooden table inside. She took out her daily necessities from the provided storage bag and then retrieved the newly acquired storage bag to examine its contents. Inside, she found a small vial labeled as a first-tier gathering chi pill, a booklet detailing the sect's layout and rules, and 2 spirit stones. The gathering chi pill, as the name suggests, aids cultivators in gathering the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thus enhancing their absorption rate. However, its efficacy is limited to the initial stage of chi gathering. It becomes ineffective in the mid-stage. Jiang Luoluo first perused the booklet from cover to cover, gaining a deeper understanding of the Tianyuanzong sect. The sect comprised 6 peaks: Baichao Peak, Lianxi Peak, Jian Peak, Qiang Peak, Zhun Peak, and the Xingluo Peak, where the sect leader resided. The most formidable peak, however, was the Qiang Peak, where Song Jinyu, who had just escorted Jiang Luoluo, was situated. Known for having the fewest disciples yet the strongest combat prowess, it was indeed a powerful allied, to secure such a formidable connection. She resolved to train diligently. With this thought in mind, Jiang Luoluo sat cross-legged on her bed and began to practice the technique she had chosen, following the instructions in the book. Before long, she sensed numerous colorful light dots drifting towards her. However, they did not enter her body but lingered outside, with only the yellow and red dots appearing eager to engage. Suppressing her impatience, Jiang Luoluo awaited their entry. Eventually, perhaps fatigued from their play, they could no longer resist and rushed in her body. Seizing the moment, she quickened her recitation of the incantation to draw in more light. It was not until she heard a soft pop accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor that she ceased her actions. You have drawn in chi faster than the male counterpart, altering your fate. Fate value 1. Ignoring the system's notification, Jiang Luoluo swiftly rose from her bed, noticing a faint layer of black mist enveloping her. She realized that, had it not been for her previous 2 cleansing sessions, she would likely not have expelled this much impurity. After taking a quick bath, she finally opened her personal status panel. Name: Jiang Luoluo, Spiritual Roots, Dual Fire and Earth Roots Talent. Average Physique, Postnatal Yin-Yang Body, Insightful Eye Fortune, Below Average Comprehension, Average Appearance, Above Average Realm. Chi Gathering Layer 1 Divine Sense, Peak of Chi Gathering Physique, Mid Chi Gathering Talismans Level, Beginner Fate Value 2. In the original narrative, Jiang Yihan had ranked first, but due to her intervention, Jiang Yihan had only managed to secure second place, thus earning Jiang Luoluo a small increment in fate value. Where should she allocate it? Contemplating her talent and comprehension, Jiang Luoluo decided to invest 1 point in each. You have used 1 fate value to enhance your talent. The attempt failed. You have used 1 fate value to enhance your comprehension. The attempt succeeded. Successful. Jiang Luoluo glanced back at her personal panel. Name: Jiang Luoluo, Spiritual Roots, Dual Fire and Earth Roots Talent. Average Physique, Postnatal Yin-Yang Body, Insightful Eye Fortune, Below Average Comprehension, Above Average Appearance, Above Average Realm. Chi Gathering Layer 1 Divine Sense, Peak of Chi Gathering Physique, Mid Chi Gathering Talismans Level, Beginner indeed. Her comprehension had increased. She wondered what the effect would be. Scanning her surroundings, her gaze settled on the technique book. She picked it up and flipped through it quickly, noticing that areas previously obscured by complexity now appeared much clearer. Remarkably, in the original storyline, the previous host had taken an entire 6 months to draw in chi, while she had accomplished it in a mere half-day. Although her prior cleansing sessions had contributed to her rapid progress, the impact of her status panel was undeniable. That moment, a rumble from her stomach interrupted her thoughts. She opened the door to find the sky outside tinged with the light of dawn. The night had passed unnoticed. I should eat first and fill my belly. Isn't that the prodigy who topped the heart's ladder? What is she doing sharing a courtyard with us, mere disciples of 3rd or 4th spiritual roots? A mocking female voice chimed in. Jiang Luoluo turned to see a familiar face. Jiang, why is it not permissible for me to experience life in the outer sect? Besides, the Tianyuanzong treats its disciples well. Does it truly matter where one resides? Are you suggesting you disdain the life of the outer sect? What nonsense are you spouting? When did I express disdain for the outer sect? Jiang Yu retorted, her chest heaving with indignation, almost wishing to pounce on Jiang Luoluo. Perhaps I misheard, came Jiang Luo's nonchalant response, which only served to further ignite Jiang Yu's fury, having no desire to engage further. Jiang Luo prioritized her meal. As she approached the doorway, a sudden gust of wind caught her attention from behind. Swiftly dodging, she turned to see Jiang Yu wielding a ruler-like magical artifact, realizing that the earlier attack had originated solely from her. You initiated the confrontation. Did you not all witness? Jiang Luoluo directed her gaze toward the 2 individuals who had emerged upon hearing the commotion. They nodded in agreement, albeit puzzled by Jiang Luo's questioning. Then, when the law enforcement hall comes to inquire, do not fabricate falsehoods, lest your fate be no better than mine, she warned. As the 2 pondered Jiang Luoluo's peculiar remarks, she deftly seized Jiang Yu's ruler and swung it towards her. Jiang Yu, why provoke me? I have a naturally irritable disposition. Previously, I lacked the power to retaliate, but now, things are different. Enduring the pain, Jiang Yu looked up in shock. You have drawn in Qi? How is that possible? How can a dual spiritual root surpass a single spiritual root? With a smile gracing her lips, Jiang Luoluo replied chillingly. Who can say? Perhaps it is due to my exceptional talent. Enough of your prattle. It seems I have been too lenient. With that, she delivered several more strikes with the ruler. Stop! I yield. Jiang Luoluo, Sister Jiang, please spare me. As Jiang Luoluo's blows intensified, Jiang Yu's defiance crumbled, and she began to plead for mercy. Had you acted thusly from the start, we would not be in this predicament. Shaking off her slightly weary hands, Jiang Luoluo asked coolly, will you dare to act this way again? I will not. I absolutely will not. Jiang Yu hastily shook her head, fearful that another blow would soon follow. Given your newfound sensibility, I shall let this slide today, but do not expect it to happen again. With that, she tossed the ruler onto Jiang Yu and turned to leave, unfazed by the resentful glances cast in her direction. Arriving at the cafeteria, after procuring her meal, Jiang Luoluo chose a seat against the wall to enjoy her food. However, she had barely taken a few bites when a shadow fell overhead, indicating that someone had sat beside her. You have also drawn in Qi. Congratulations, came a rough yet familiar male voice. Looking up, she found herself face to face with a boy clad in white, adorned with golden trim at the sleeves, his countenance charming. Had it not been for his recognizable voice, Jiang Luoluo would scarcely have believed that this was the same Lu Jingqian from before. Chapter 15. Qi Gathering Layer 3. Congratulations to you as well. I almost failed to recognize you. It appears I have undergone quite a transformation, likely due to the expulsion of impurities following my Qi gathering. Lu Jingqian lowered his head slightly, a hint of embarrassment evident. Your foundation remains commendable. Lu Jingqian, visibly anxious, inquired, shall we report to the affairs hall together and collect our resources? Sure, with a companion by her side. Jiang Luoluo felt no inclination to decline. After reporting to the affairs hall and collecting their respective resources for advancement, the two parted ways, completely unaware of the sensational news regarding their swift entry into Qi Gathering Layer 1 within a single day. At that moment, a man standing beside Song Jinyu was discussing Jiang Luoluo and Lu Jingqian. Are these two the new disciples this year? Impressive, achieving Qi Gathering Layer 1 in just one night. Not bad, that we both know that cultivation becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Despite his words, Song Jinyu's face betrayed a sense of pride. How hypocritical. You are clearly delighted. So, that girl is the disciple you selected for your master? Does he know? The man spat, seemingly disapproving of Song Jinyu's pretense. Whether he knows or not, she has already been accepted. Besides, should she manage to claim first in the upcoming competition, I believe my master will be quite pleased with his choice of disciple. Indeed. After all, I've heard that several individuals suppress their cultivation solely to seize the title of first. If she can truly outshine the older disciples, her talent will be evident. Alas, we in the southern region lack the means to assess spiritual root qualities. Song Jinyu sighed in agreement. That will change in time. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Luoluo neatly placed the gathering Qi pill and the 2 spirit stones she had just acquired, then retrieved the storage bracelet given to her by Li Ye. Directing a strand of her divine sense into it, Jiang Luoluo was greeted by the sight of 5 neatly arranged whips and a small pile of spirit stones. Are my antics so notorious in my mother's eyes that she would prepare such an abundance of magical tools? In a not-so-distant future, Jiang Luoluo would wish to give her present self a good thrashing for speaking such foolishness, as it was utterly exhausting. Shortly thereafter, she encountered a structure reminiscent of a stone gate. She attempted to step inside, only to find herself barred from entry. Unable to gain access? How, then, is one to train? Just as she pondered trying again, a line of small characters appear beside the door. Requires Qi training at level 5 for entry. Very well. It seems I am unworthy. The pressing matter remains my cultivation. Learn spells necessitates a Qi training level of 3, while mastering whip techniques demands 5. Indeed, effort is indispensable. What surprised her, however, was that Jiang Yu had not reported her actions to the law enforcement hall. Could it be that her initial assault provided her with an excuse? Jiang Luoluo couldn't help but surmise that she was correct. 2 swift years passed, and she exhaled deeply, having finally broken through to the third level of qi training. Were it not for the earlier consumption of the yi jin shi sui dan, which had expanded her meridians, she surely would have surpassed level 3. Yet she bore no regrets, for one must possess a modicum of spiritual energy in combat to inch closer to victory. Over these 2 years, aside from receiving resources, Jiang Luoluo had not ventured outside. The others in the small courtyard, possibly due to the previous lesson they learned from Jiang Yu, had been avoiding her. Strangely, she felt no sorrow in her isolation. Rather, she found it quite liberating. Name: Jiang Luoluo, spiritual roots, dual fire and earth roots talent, average physique, acquired yin-yang body, eye of insight fortune, low comprehension, above average appearance, above average realm. Third level of qi training divine sense. Pinnacle of qi training physical body. Mid-stage of qi training talisman level. Beginner aside from her realm. Nothing else had changed. It seemed that acquiring the value to alter her fate was an urgent necessity. However, the protagonist's next resource would not arrive until 3 years later, and there must be alternative methods of acquisition, though she had yet to discover them. Never mind, there was no need to overthink. She would eventually find a way. For now, she needed to locate an open space to practice her spells, Jiang Luoluo murmured. The techniques she possessed inherently included only Earth Escape Technique and Fireball Technique, which were rather limited, and she also required a method of movement. Such abilities could only be obtained through contribution points within the sect, which necessitated undertaking tasks from the task hall, and completing tasks required strength. Stepping out of the courtyard, she gazed at the other 3 closed gates and proceeded towards an open area beyond the outer gate. During her previous wanderings, she had discovered a clearing outside that was perfect for spell practice. Recalling the teachings regarding spells, she summoned the spiritual energy from her dantian, silently reciting the incantation for the fireball technique. As she waved her hand to release it, she was dismayed to find that only a small flicker of flame emerged, barely capable of inflicting any harm. What went awry? I clearly followed the recorded instructions. How foolish. It is simply that your speed is lacking and your mobilization of spiritual energy insufficient, resulting in such a paltry manifestation, the spirit tool remarked disdainfully. Yet, Jiang Luoluo's eyes sparkled with realization, and she nearly wished to embrace the spirit tool in joy. What are you doing? Do not act recklessly. The spirit tool, frightened by her gleaming gaze, darted away. Am I truly that intimidating? Jiang Luoluo muttered to herself. Disregarding the fleeing spirit tool, she swiftly focused on condensing the fireball technique as instructed, then hurled it forth. Observing the small crater it created, she murmured, "Indeed, it is larger than last time, and the damage has notably increased. Though it still takes a bit too long. In battle, opponents will not afford you the luxury of time to react." She believed she could refine her speed further. With this thought in mind, Jiang Luoluo conducted repeated experiments to identify the flaws in her technique. After 7 or 8 attempts, her internal spiritual energy was swiftly depleted, leaving her complexion somewhat pale. Realizing this, Jiang Luoluo ceased to push herself. She retrieved a spirit stone from her storage pouch and sat cross-legged to replenish her energy. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt as though her dantian contained a greater reserve of spiritual energy, and her cultivation had shifted slightly. To validate her suspicion, she once more utilized her internal spiritual energy to meditate, discovering that her cultivation had indeed changed. It appeared that utilizing spiritual energy during meditation accelerated the absorption rate, enhancing her cultivation. This method not only surpassed the speed of conventional meditation, but also allowed for spell practice. Regrettably, it was only safe to employ when one was secure. Otherwise, being completely depleted of spiritual energy and encountering malefactors would render one a helpless lamb to the slaughter. The spirit tool, having returned, observed the spirit stones before her with a complex expression. Of course, as a nebulous entity, it was impossible for Jiang Luoluo to perceive its feelings. Ultimately unable to resist, the spirit tool inquired, "Are you cultivating with spirit stones? How else could a dual-rooted individual like me so swiftly reach the third level of qi training, especially with only average talent?" Your resources must be excessive to waste them so freely. You surely lack for nothing. The spirit tool intended to comment further, but ultimately refrained. Jiang Luoluo understood its implication, but what could she do? As a thoroughly despised antagonist to the protagonist, her only option was to strive or await her demise. How could she possibly lack resources? The spirit stones left to her by her mother were nearly depleted. The two engaged in minimal conversation as Jiang Luoluo immersed herself in the arduous practice of the fireball technique. After a week's dedicated effort, she had not only achieved the ability to cast it instantaneously, but could also divide it into 5 separate projectiles. Chapter 16. The protagonist's resentful master name. Jiang Luoluo, spiritual roots, dual fire and earth roots talent. Average physique, acquired yin-yang body. I have insight fortune, low comprehension, above average appearance, above average realm. 3rd level of Qi training technique. Fireball technique, proficient, divine sense. Pinnacle of Qi training physical body. Mid-stage of Qi training talisman level. Beginner achieving proficiency allowed her to cast with instantaneous division. One could only wonder how formidable it would be to attain mastery. What kind of realm would that be? Jiang Luoluo gazed at the words following the fireball technique, muttering to herself. Never mind. I shall discover the answers when time comes. The levels of spell proficiency were categorized as beginner, proficient, mastery, and divine realm, while the spell ranks included divine, celestial, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, with her current Qi training placing her only at the threshold for yellow-level spells. With the fireball technique mastered, her focus now shifted to the earth escape technique, that in the same location, at the same time, yet with different observers. Jiang Luoluo practiced the earth escape technique, only to face immediate failure. Damn it! Why am I stuck? There isn't a soul in sight. How am I supposed to get out? Jiang Luoluo found herself trapped within the earth, with only her head and one hand protruding, leaving her feeling utterly frustrated. The spirit tool, which had consistently practiced with her, happened to be absent today. Alas, I fear I may become the first female cultivator to be buried by her own incompetence. Had she anticipated this day, she would have made an effort to befriend others, lest she find herself without assistance in a critical moment. Little girl, if you call me Big Brother, I shall extricate you from your earthy prison. A cheerful voice tinged with evident amusement broke through Jiang Luoluo's concentration. Name. Nangongchen spiritual roots. Dual fire and wood roots talent. High physique. Wood spirit body fortune. High comprehension. Above average appearance. Above average realm. Great perfection of golden core upon glimpsing his profile. Jiang Luoluo instantly lost all desire to engage with him. After all, this individual was none other than the future devoted master of the protagonist, a man who would sacrifice everything, resources, friendships, and ultimately his own cultivation, upon the altar of his affection for her. Tragically, even as he lay dying, the protagonist regarded him merely as a mentor, devoid of any romantic inclination. Undoubtedly, he was a figure of profound resentment. What kind of expression is that, little girl? Nangongchen remarked, noting her gaze of bewilderment as if she were observing a fool. Why, it is the expression of one who recognizes a good person. Jiang Luoluo replied, blinking innocently. Big brother, you are so handsome. Surely you can dig me out. Once this resentful character liberated her, she would swiftly distance herself from him to avoid being tainted by his aura of bitterness. Nangongchen crouched beside Jiang Luoluo, stating, rescuing you is not an impossibility. However, my medicinal garden lacks a caretaker. Should you be willing, I shall extract you. I lack a wood spirit root. I would certainly mishandle it and incur losses, she retorted. In that case, let us abandon the matter. This man was insufferable. Fuming, Jiang Luoluo seized a handful of dirt and hurled it onto his clothes with vigor, as if to vent her frustration. To her astonishment, the fabric tore with a rip. You have ruined the beloved garment of the male supporting character, Nangongchen, gaining a point of fate-altering value. Jiang Luoluo froze, glancing at the torn cloth in her hand before hastily discarding it. What just happened? I can only see personal information about characters in the narrative. Why does damaging their belongings yield fate-altering value? Is the system attempting to prevent me from feeling comfortable in the role of the malicious female antagonist? Yet, this value is undeniably tempting. Observing Nangongchen's displeased countenance, Jiang Luoluo quickly deflected blame. Big brother, you mustn't accuse me of fraud. Sect garments are magical robes, and it's impossible for them to simply tear with a light tug. Moreover, your attire appears to be of a higher grade than mine, making it even less plausible for it to rip that easily. Nangong Chun, his expression darkened, listened to Jiang Luoluo's absurd claims, gritting his teeth as he replied. This is mundane clothing. Big brother, you are deceiving me again. Cultivators in magical robes suffer damage during combat. Wearing mundane garments would surely leave one exposed. Thus, you must be attempting to defraud me. Nangong Chun, is this truly the voice of a 7-year-old girl? Observing the increasingly dark expression on his face, Jiang Luoluo opened her personal panel and allocated the 2 attribute points she had just acquired entirely to the Earth Escape technique. The first attempt proved unsuccessful. But upon her second attempt, she succeeded and quickly recited the incantation, vanishing into the earth. Remaining in that place would only lead to her being torn apart at that moment. She opted not to return, but instead made her way to the mission hall. Upon arriving at the mission hall and gazing at the plethora of tasks displayed overhead, she found herself momentarily at a loss as to which to choose. And on duty at the hall was a disciple of the inner sect. Clad in white, with golden embroidery adorning the cuffs of his sleeves, he glanced down at the small, slender girl who was fixated on the tasks, her face a picture of indecision, and could not help but chuckle as he offered a gentle reminder. Little junior sister, with your cultivation at the 3rd level of chi refinement, you might consider selecting tasks related to managing the herb garden. If you seek to hone your skills, then opt for tasks involving the collection of spiritual herbs. They are all situated on the outskirts. While the contribution points may be limited, safety is assured. Jiang Luoluo smiled in response and clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance, and no need for thanks. The common herb are typically found at the bottom of the task board, he replied before turning his attention back to assisting other disciples with their task registrations. Bowing once more, Jiang Luoluo examined the tasks from the bottom up. Wind-eye grass grows in the midst of fierce winds. 50 stalks can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Flowing light flower, generally found in the flower valley, 50 stalks can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. She continued perusing until one task caught her eye. Illuminating her features with excitement. Qinglong grass primarily grows in damp soil. 50 stalks can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. This was perfect for her Earth Escape technique. After accepting the task, Jiang Luoluo headed to the back mountain of Tanyuanzong to gather the required herbs. This inadvertently left Nangong Chun, who had just recovered from his earlier astonishment, in a state of confusion as he searched for her. Upon learning of her whereabouts, Nangong Chun's expression darkened further. Song Jingyu had been away for a few days, entrusting him to keep an eye on his little junior sister, yet in the blink of an eye, she had dashed off to the back mountain to complete a task. With no other option, Nangong Chun could only take to the skies on his sword in search of her. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoluo had already collected a significant number of herbs, just 10 stalks shy of the requirement. Qinglong grass, favoring moist areas, was one of the materials used in crafting detoxification pills. Remembering the characteristics of Qinglong grass, she continued southward. As she moved, picking herbs intermittently, she suddenly sensed a slight tremor beneath her feet. Extending her spiritual awareness, she discovered 2 women and 1 man fleeing for their lives, pursued by a mid-tier first-order Haiyue bear. The bear stood 6 feet tall, its body entirely silver white, racing swiftly after the fleeing trio, occasionally clawing at its chest in a display of frustration. Its body bore various wounds of differing sizes, not life-threatening, yet blood oozed from them. The 3 fleeing individuals, however, appeared far worse for wear than the Haiyue bear. The male cultivator seemed slightly better off, but the 2 female cultivators wore tattered clothing, blood seeping from their skin, indicating they had recently endured a fierce battle. Oddly enough, according to the man's memories, the Haiyue bear was known to be a relatively gentle beast among demon creatures. Why then was it so relentlessly pursuing them? Could it be that they had taken something from the bear? After all, the Haiyue bear was notoriously protective of its possessions. Nevertheless, survival was of the utmost importance. Watching the trio draw nearer, Jiang Luoluo unhesitatingly chose to flee. After all, this was a mid-tier first-order demon beast, equivalent to a human at the 6th level of chi refinement, and in the realm of cultivation, demon beasts of the same rank often surpass their human counterparts. Yet, just as she took a few steps, she sensed the trio fleeing in her direction. To her dismay, the male among them shouted, "Fellow cultivator ahead! Wait! Let us combine our strength to slay this vile creature." Jiang Luoluo ignored them. It was absurd. There were two at the 5th level of chi refinement and one at the 4th level, and they were fleeing. What reason did she have to stay? Seeing that Jiang Luoluo showed no sign of stopping, the expressions of the trio darkened. One of the female cultivators, who was rather attractive and adorned in treasures, spoke with disdain. "How can we, as cultivators, stand by and watch others perish? You are truly unworthy of the path of cultivation." Jiang Luoluo scoffed, her feet never ceasing their motion, and retorted, "You are formidable. You are magnanimous. Then do not take what does not belong to you." The Haiyue bear might be gentle in nature, but it was particularly protective of its territory. If you had not taken anything from it, would it be pursuing you so fiercely? As her words fell, Jiang Luoluo's spiritual awareness caught the two female cultivators' gazes simultaneously shift to the male. "Haiyue, did you just pick that spiritual plant?" "Yes, I did," Haiyue replied, urgency creeping in his tone. "You must return it quickly, or we will all lose our lives. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your life for mere money?" The jewel-clad female cultivator exclaimed in alarm. "Enough. Even if I return it now, it will still chase me unless—" Haiyue's eyes turned cold as he continued, "unless someone diverts its attention." With that, he threw the spiritual plant towards Jiang Luoluo, channeling his 5th-level chi refinement energy. "Damn it, fool! I will remember you," she thought as the plant landed in her arms. Even if she wished to toss it away, she could not. The male cultivator, named Haiyue, felt a chill run down his spine under Jiang Luoluo's icy gaze, as if a blade had pierced his heart. It was merely a 7 or 8-year-old girl. After all, he shook off the rising fear in his mind and fled. The two female cultivators hesitated momentarily. One sprinted towards Haiyue, while the treasure-clad girl, after some internal struggle, ultimately chose to run towards Jiang Luoluo. She could not overcome her conscience. The deafening roars grew closer. Yet, Jiang Luoluo did not halt her flight. As she beheld the widening chasm before her, she summoned her spiritual energy to run even faster. Just as the Haiyue bear's claws were about to graze her, she successfully dashed into the gap, leaving the bear to strike at the fissure in frustration. Watching the small stones tumble from above, Jiang Luoluo realized that evasion was not the only solution. However, fighting back was not an option. Ultimately, her weakness was the issue. Had she been stronger, would anyone have dared to scheme against her? She would certainly not have been chased by a bear to this extent. Thus, she resolved to strive for greater strength. That moment, her gaze fell upon the spiritual plant in her grasp. The it shimmered with faint arcs of lightning power, its entire form a lustrous white, adorned with 5 delicate, slender leaves sprouting from its roots. The thundergrass. Known for its body-tempering properties, it is a coveted herb for body-refining cultivators. And no wonder that individual risked his life to acquire this spiritual plant. He could trade it for thousands of spirit stones, even if he chose not to consume it himself. But with the Haiyue bear lurking outside, would consuming it pose a risk? Yet if she ventured out, death was certain. Why not take a gamble? With that thought, she plucked a leaf and tossed it in her mouth. In an instant, a subtle surge of lightning power spread across her palate, coursing through her body as if she had been electrified, leaving her in a state of tingling bliss. Yet beneath this power, her bones and skin felt as if they were undergoing a transformation. Feeling the myriad changes within her body, Jiang Luoluo was elated. She had been worried about her physical enhancement stagnating due to a lack of cultivation techniques. Yet this single task had alleviated her concerns. Gazing at the crumbling exit of the fissure, she gritted her teeth and swallowed the remaining leaves whole. That a wave of potent medicinal energy unfurled in her mouth, filling her body with the essence of lightning. Her eyes instantly sparkled with electric brilliance as she struggled to endure the sensation of being electrified, channeling her spiritual energy to refine this surge of lightning power. Just as she focused intently on refining the medicinal energy, she heard the sounds of battle erupting outside. However, at that critical moment, She could not afford to investigate. The cacophony of combat and the thud of heavy objects falling resonated, followed by the roar of a demon beast. The stones above her head continued to tumble down in increasing numbers. Just as the Haiyue bear was on the verge of collapsing the fissure, Jiang Luoluo opened her eyes. Name. Jiang Luoluo, spiritual roots, dual fire and earth roots talent, average physique, acquired yin-yang body. I have insight fortune, low comprehension, above average appearance, above average realm. Fourth level of chi refinement techniques, fireball technique, skilled, earth escape technique, skilled, spiritual awareness, peak of chi refinement physical strength, late stage of chi refinement talisman level. Beginner, a single spiritual plant had not only propelled her body refinement to the late stage, but had also elevated her realm to the fourth level of chi refinement. Now, it is time for my counterattack, she declared as she propelled herself forward with a powerful kick, launching herself a meter away before striking the Haiyue bear in the eye. A piercing scream echoed, followed by an even fiercer retaliation. A sound of air being sliced filled the air as the Haiyue bear, expecting to witness the gruesome scene of its prey's brain matter splattering, was instead met with its attack being thwarted by this mere ant before it. Jiang Luoluo let out a fierce shout, retreating half a step alongside the bear. Without granting her prey any time to react, her fireball technique arrived as promised, aimed directly between the bear's legs. If I cannot find a weakness, I shall create one. This strike thoroughly enraged the Haiyue bear, and in the next moment, Jiang Luoluo was sent flying, struggling to keep her nearly collapsing body upright. She wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth and charged forward once more. After several exchanges, the Haiyue bear ultimately succumbed to its excessive blood loss and fell lifeless. You have successfully slain a mid-tier first-order Haiyue bear, earning 1 point of fate value. Is there fate value associated with slaying demon beasts? What is the reasoning behind this? Is it because I was killed by a demon beast in the book? Jiang Luoluo was lost in thought, yet she felt a surge of joy at the prospect of gaining another avenue to acquire life-altering values. Had she possessed such values before, would she have found herself ensnared in the earth? Chapter 18. Comprehending body techniques. Are you all right? A somewhat awkward feminine voice jolted Jiang Luoluo back to reality. Raising her gaze, she noted that the girl had changed into a fresh set of clothes. Aside from her slightly pallid complexion, she appeared unscathed. Qian Rushue had also consumed the elixir after Jiang Luoluo vanquished the Haiyue bear. She had not anticipated that the girl before her, clearly younger, would possess such formidable prowess, effortlessly dispatching the bear that had sent the three of them into a frantic flight. As for the spiritual plants, she assumed Jiang Luoluo either stored them in her spatial pouch or discarded them, never considering they might have been refined. Why are you not running? The girl recognized this as the one who had spoken first among the trio. Is there any particular reason? Will you take it or not? Fine, I shall not pry further. Thank you for the elixir. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoluo accepted the pill from her hand and swallowed it. A wave of pure medicinal energy unfurled within her body, alleviating much of her pain. It was evidently not a low-grade rejuvenation pill. Jiang Luoluo chose to trust her, knowing that had the girl intended harm, she would not have tried to prevent her from refining the medicinal power earlier. My name is Qian Rushue. And you? Jiang Luoluo. Have you completed your task? If not, we might as well work together. I still need to find the windchaser grass that I am searching for the Qinglong grass. Then let us pair up. I will assist you first, do not misunderstand. I am only joining you because my companions fled. Qian Rushue's face flushed slightly. Rest assured, I harbor no such misunderstandings. Jiang Luoluo found herself rather fond of this kind-hearted yet somewhat proud girl. It was only natural for her to run away. After all, they were strangers. Yet, this girl, fully aware of the potential danger, had approached without hesitation. Jiang Luoluo could only commend her discernment. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. Although the grass was not discarded by her, the bear had indeed been drawn in by their collective actions that ate this moment. Qian Rushue remained blissfully unaware that she had narrowly escaped the calamity. During their conversation, Jiang Luoluo learned that Qian Rushue hailed from a renowned alchemical family, thus enjoying considerable wealth. Additionally, their cultivation was primarily bolstered by elixirs, making their combat prowess relatively weak. This venture outside their sect was an attempt to dispel the myth that alchemists were inherently fragile. Though it nearly cost her life to a bear, in the ensuing hours, they assisted one another in locating the herbs required for their respective tasks. Jiang Luoluo then set her sights on low-tier demon beasts. This would not only yield life-altering values but also enhance her combat experience. Two birds with one stone. Luoluo, there's a first-tier wind chaser rabbit ahead. Qianruxue pointed toward the foliage. Sure, I'll go catch it. After signaling for Qianruxue to remain silent, Jiang Luoluo utilized the earth escape technique to approach the rabbit. Without granting a moment to react, she unleashed a fireball technique, but a moment later. An acrid scent filled the air, yet no notification sound reached her ears. What is happening? Why does the Haoyue bear yield life-altering values while the wind chaser rabbit does not? Is there a connection between the two? It seemed that apart from their differing cultivation levels, there was no other correlation. Yes, it must be the cultivation level. Jiang Luoluo's eyes brightened. The Haoyue bear possessed a higher cultivation level than she did, thus earning her rewards, while the wind chaser rabbit was of equal cultivation, yielding no rewards. However, this realization left her exasperated. Did the attributes panel truly intend to lead her to her demise? Must she slay only beasts with higher cultivation than her own? Luoluo, what's wrong? You appear unwell. Qianruxue, noticing her pallor, inquired with concern. It's nothing. Let us proceed to submit our tasks. All right. Observing her reluctance to elaborate, Qianruxue's expression dimmed, and she refrained from pressing further. Upon completing their tasks and witnessing the numeral 1 inscribed on her identity token, Jiang Luoluo seized several tasks at once. This time, in addition to gathering herbs, she also accepted tasks for slaying demon beasts. Since she was already inclined to hunt demon beasts, it made little difference whether she did so sooner or later. Luoluo, aren't you going to take a break? Qianruxue asked, unable to hide her astonishment. No, I feel I'm still too weak. Practical combat will allow me to rapidly enhance my strength, as cultivators. Mere training is insufficient. We must also engage in real combat to bolster our power. Only then can we pursue longevity. Not to mention, she needed to acquire more life-altering values to elevate her attributes. Very well, but do exercise caution. Before you go, you might want to visit the sect's marketplace to procure some protective items. Qianruxue advised. Thank you, Schwetter. I shall keep that in mind. After bidding farewell to Qianruxue, Jiang Luoluo made her way to the devoured in the sect's marketplace. Do you have any armor or similar items? Jiang Luoluo inquired of a nearby attendant on the first floor of the devoured. Indeed, please follow me. The attendant led her to the defensive artifacts section. At first glance, Jiang Luoluo was drawn to a light blue inner armor. This is a top-tier yellow grade, capable of withstanding 3 strikes from a peak chi refining practitioner, and possesses a dust-repelling effect. Is this the one you fancy? Jiang Luoluo nodded. Though this inner armor is only of a yellow grade. It has reached the top tier, hence its price is 80 low-grade spirit stones. If you are genuinely interested, I can offer you a discount of 10 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoluo regarded the attendant, whose appearance was unremarkable yet exuded a unique aura, and nodded in agreement. Generally, those who could grant discounts were not ordinary attendants. Do you have any other defensive or escape-related items? Yes. The attendant produced several talismans from a separate storage area and laid them before Jiang Luoluo. This is a protective talisman, which can shield the user from external attacks. This is a golden spike talisman, capable of unleashing an attack equivalent to a peak chi refining practitioner. This is a wind travel talisman. When used, it allows instant movement of 20 meters, making it an excellent choice for evading attacks. Which one do you prefer, miss? Jiang Luoluo examined the talismans, feeling an urge to acquire them. Noticing her hesitation, the attendant raised 3 fingers. 3 low-grade spirit stones per talisman. I will purchase both the golden spike talisman and the wind travel talisman. Do you have any techniques related to body methods? Indeed, we do, but they are typically beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, unless one possesses extraordinary comprehension. May I attempt to learn? Recalling her current blue-grade comprehension, she thought it might be successful. Certainly, it requires 1 low-grade spirit stone to engage in comprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Luoluo paid the spirit stone, bringing her total expenditure to 77 low-grade spirit stones, including her previous purchases. The attendant then guided her to a hidden door. Upon entering, she discovered a spacious area with a stone tablet standing at its center. Encircled by a group of individuals who had evidently spent spirit stones to engage in comprehension. Jiang Luoluo casually selected a spot and began to decipher the inscriptions upon the tablet. The deeper she delved, the more astonished she became. It was an exquisite body technique of the profound grade, capable of slight teleportation upon mastery. With a spark of exhilaration, she closed her eyes to grasp the essence, oblivious to the astonishment her actions elicited from those outside. How old is she? Can she truly comprehend it? Who knows? Even if she can, it's certainly ice and tea now. I've been here contemplating for half a month without any progress. And this little girl thinks she can understand it in mere minutes? Indeed, if she were to comprehend it so swiftly, what need would we have for cultivation? We might as well return home to farm. Chapter 19. Drawing talismans. The chatter outside had no bearing on Jiang Luoluo, who was utterly engrossed in her understanding. Time slipped away, and eventually, she emerged from her meditative state, satisfaction radiating from her expression. Observing her demeanor, several spectators approached her. "Little girl, have you managed to comprehend it?" "Yes, if you truly have. Do share. We are merely curious. Nothing more." Initially inclined to nod, Jiang Luoluo noticed a few individuals in the crowd wearing inscrutable expressions, prompting her to adopt a different response to "No, I'm quite foolish. I didn't comprehend anything. I only caught sight of the words Ghost Shadow Step." Ghost Shadow Step? That is indeed a profound grade technique. I never imagined the devoured would possess such a treasure. Indeed, this girl has considerable comprehension. She merely sat for a while and discerned the name. Given her more time, she might even grasp it. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Luoluo's heart sank. She had overestimated these individuals, who had spent half a month without even discerning the technique's name. Perhaps some knew but chose to remain silent. With this thought, Jiang Luoluo seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed, heading to the counter to purchase 3 sheets of talisman paper, a talisman brush, and various materials for crafting talismans. Originally intending to hunt demon beasts for life-altering values, she decided to postpone that plan for a few days after her recent experience. Fortunately, the task spanned 3 months. Otherwise, she would have had to forfeit them. After exiting the devoured, Jiang Luoluo took a few winding alleys to shake off her pursuers before making her way back to her small courtyard within the sect. The protagonist gained the favor of a powerful figure, acquiring a measure of life-altering value. What is happening? At that moment, atop the top floor of the Duo Pavilion, 2 formidable middle-aged men, their faces obscured by mist, engage in a game of chess while discussing Jiang Luoluo's recent actions. "Anlin, do you believe that girl truly comprehended anything?" "She did comprehend," Master Anlin replied with unwavering certainty. "Surely not?" The person across from her appeared somewhat incredulous. "I had been observing her closely. She had intended to admit her thoughts, but after glancing around at the others present, she immediately changed her mind." At this point, Master Anlin's tone transformed into one of admiration. At such a young age, she remains humble and composed, refraining from arrogance or ostentation, and possesses remarkable insight. She truly is a promising talent. Such admiration for her. You don't intend to take her as your disciple, do you? Why not? Let us not forget that your current disciple has already reserved a female student for you. I distinctly recall you stating that you would only accept 3 disciples throughout your lifetime. Master Anlin paid no heed to his playful banter. "As you said, it is my disciple's reservation. It is none of my concern. She made the decision herself. Let her take her own disciple." Considering she just purchased talisman paper and the like, it seems she intends to draw talismans. Doesn't this make her the perfect inheritor of my teachings? Master Anlin's voice brimmed with admiration and fondness as he spoke of Jiang Luoluo. It is worth noting that neither of his previous disciples had chosen the path of talisman crafting. Were it not for his encounter with Jiang Luoluo today, he would have accepted the disciple his own student recommended. However, since fate has brought them together, it can only be said that he is not destined to have that young girl. He could make amends later when an opportunity arises, oblivious to the fact that both master and disciple were fixated on the same individual. The person across from him merely shook his head in amusement at his resoluteness. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoluo, having just returned to the courtyard, noticed an additional presence within. She felt a vague sense of familiarity, but dismissed it, intending to enter her room when she was halted. Jiang Luoluo, do you not know to greet your senior sister? Jiang Luoluo, disinterested, found the individual blocking her doorway to be quite bothersome. Jiang Yu, are you feeling particularly mischievous again? Perhaps we should spar at the martial arts arena? Were it not for the sect's prohibition on fighting, I would have already tossed you aside. Jiang Yu flinched at her words but straightened her posture upon seeing the girl behind her. Your cultivation exceeds mine. I refuse to engage with you, that if anyone should fight, it should be you and senior sister Yaoyao. She agrees. It seems I can take the opportunity to practice my ghostly shadow step. Unexpectedly, Lin Yaoyao shook her head with a smile. Let us not. I do not enjoy bullying the weak. I've overstayed my welcome today. I must return to my cultivation, or master will scold me. The arrogance in her words was unmistakable, yet Jiang Luoluo felt no envy as she had anticipated. Being a disciple of Shuriyao was not as rewarding as diligent self-cultivation. Noticing Jiang Luoluo's lack of response, Lin Yaoyao's expression shifted slightly, but she chose not to say more and departed. The reason for her visit today was due to hearing that Jiang Luoluo was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, while she had already broken through to the 4th. Intending to teach her a lesson to validate Master's earlier choice, who would have thought that upon their first encounter, she would discover Jiang Luoluo had already reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Matching her own level, why should a dual spiritual root cultivate faster than herself? She felt discontented and resolved to strive even harder to surpass her. As Jiang Yu watched Lin Yaoyao leave, her legs trembled with fear. She dreaded that the next moment Jiang Luoluo might drag her to the martial arts arena to beat her. To her surprise, Jiang Luoluo merely cast a cold glance at her dwelling, the meaning unspoken. Feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, Jiang Yu hurriedly retreated to her room and shut the door. Knowing fear, yet still provoking me. Ignoring Lin Yaoyao's intentions for coming today, Jiang Luoluo took out her newly purchased items and began attempting to draw talismans. I am a dual spiritual root of fire and earth. I shall first draw the fireball talisman and the earth escape talisman. After recalling the drawing method for the fireball talisman several times, she finally began to wield the talisman brush at her desk. First, she sketched the base image, and after completing it, she began to infuse it with spiritual energy. Buzz! As the spiritual energy circulated, intricate symbols began to manifest on the talisman paper, accompanied by a humming sound. Just as she was nearing completion, a surge of joy filled her heart, but her attention wavered, leading to a hissing sound that signified the failure of the talisman. I was indeed too presumptuous. She had thought that with her experience in talisman crafting, success would come easily. Learning from her mistake, she resolved to try again. Jiang Luoluo was undeterred and began the second attempt. Yet again, the issue arose during the final stages that seems I used too much spiritual energy, recalling the memories in her mind. She quickly pinpointed the problem. 3rd attempt, 4th attempt. Finally, on her 5th try, as the fire-type spiritual energy infused into the talisman brush, a buzzing sound resonated, and the talisman paper emitted a red glow, vibrating slightly. Success! Although it was merely a low-grade 1st-tier talisman, it was her first completed product, and the sense of fulfillment she felt was beyond words. Over the following month, aside from eating and cultivating, Jiang Luoluo dedicated herself to drawing talismans. She managed to create 5 top-tier, 10 mid-tier, and 50 low-tier fireball talismans, as well as 3 top-tier, 20 superior, and 50 mid-tier earth escape talismans. As for why there were more high-quality earth escape talismans, it was simply due to her growing proficiency. Stretching lazily, she tidied up her desk and prepared to embark on a task. More than a month had passed. Surely, no one was watching her anymore. If she delayed further, she would have to withdraw. It is important to note that withdrawing from a task requires compensating the sect with contribution points. Chapter 20. Encountering robbers on the road with this thought in mind, Jiang Luoluo opened her door and stepped outside, renting a flying crane to head towards the back mountain of Tainuanzong. She had only recently discovered that the sect allowed them, the novices of qi refinement who could not yet ride swords, to use flying cranes. Upon reaching the outskirts of the back mountain, she dismounted and tossed a spirit stone into the storage bag around the crane's neck, watching it fly away with an unsettling premonition. Jiang Luoluo surveyed her surroundings, sensing that someone was following her. Expanding her peak chi refinement awareness, she detected 3 formidable presences concealed nearby that a sense of dread settled in her heart. She had not offended anyone recently. Why would she be targeted without provocation? Remaining calm, she did not raise alarm. Yet in her right hand, concealed beneath her sleeve, she held a top-tier fireball talisman, while her left hand grasped a top-tier earth escape talisman. Appearing to stroll aimlessly, she nonetheless kept her awareness fixed on the movements of the 3 individuals. If sensing her relaxed demeanor, one of them launched an attack from behind, not employing full force. It felt more like a test. Jiang Luoluo remained unfazed. Just as the assailant was about to close the distance, she swiftly hurled the fireball talisman. A deafening explosion echoed, accompanied by a piercing scream. Turning to look, Jiang Luoluo discovered that the man had been rendered unrecognizable by the flames, especially his right hand, which had been blown completely off. It was her first time taking a life, and she felt a wave of unease wash over her, suppressing the nausea and fear that threatened to surface. Jiang Luoluo forcefully redirected her focus back to the talismans. She was astonished at the potency of the top-tier fireball talisman. She wondered what levels the superior and mid-tier talismans possessed. Contemplating this, her gaze fell upon the hiding spots of the other 2 individuals, and she coldly addressed them. "How much longer do you intend to hide, my fellow cultivators?" As her words fell, a rustling sound emerged, and 2 middle-aged men leaped down from the trees, positioning themselves 10 meters away from Jiang Luoluo. Clearly, the recent death of their companion had made them cautious. Jiang Luoluo paid them no mind, merely raising an eyebrow at their familiar faces. Who would have thought that, due to a mere name, over a month later, someone would still be keeping an eye on her? A sweep of her awareness confirmed her earlier decision not to sell any talismans when leaving the sect was wise. She had initially planned to sell them alongside the beast after completing her tasks. Yet here she was needing to use them prematurely. She wondered if the contents of their storage bags would suffice to match the value of her talismans. This thought crossed her mind. Her gaze inadvertently swept over the storage bags of the 3 men. What audacity! The burly man on the right, a 7th-level chi refinement cultivator, noticed Jiang Luoluo's gaze and couldn't help but laugh in anger. "You are merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. Who gave you the courage to think you could harm us and seize our storage bags, just based on that talisman from earlier? How naive! Do you have any idea how many such talismans you can afford to waste?" The man on the left, at the 6th level of chi refinement, spoke more bluntly. "Whether I am naive or not, you will find out if you give it a try." Jiang Luoluo displayed no fear. Her composed demeanor caused the 2 men to feel somewhat restrained. "Boss, don't let her intimidate you." The second one was caught off guard by her sneak attack. "Let us not forget our purpose here is to capture her and bring her back to comprehend the techniques. If we obtain that top-tier body technique, our brothers will be much safer in our endeavors." "Surely, boss, you wouldn't want to remain stuck at the 7th level of chi refinement for 5 years, would you?" Upon hearing those words, the burly man ceased his hesitation, reluctantly extracting a talisman from his storage bag. A wave of foreboding washed over Jiang Luoluo, for she recognized the talisman as a 2nd-tier lower-grade ice spike talisman, which explained the man's discomfort at parting with it, concealed within the trees. Song Jingyu had already drawn his personal sword, poised for action at a moment's notice. Ever since he had lost track of his junior sister while relying on Nan Gongchen's assistance, he had taken it upon himself to personally watch over her. Now that this young girl had attained the ability for self-defense, having reached the 8th level of chi refinement, he too was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. His previous excursion had been in search of a breakthrough opportunity, and now that he had found it, he planned to remain in seclusion for a few years, keeping a watchful eye on his junior sister. It remained uncertain whether the talisman was crafted by her own hand. If so, their master, that old man, would surely rush to take her as a disciple, for few could create exquisite talismans at such a tender age. In the next moment, when Song Jingyu beheld Jiang Luoluo produce not 1, but 2 exquisite talismans along with 20 upper-grade fireball talismans, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. that my junior sister is truly impressive. Displaying such caution, the two men, observing Jiang Luoluo's extravagant expenditure, nearly choked in disbelief. It was well understood that everything she possessed had already been deemed theirs. The third man, with a sinister expression, muttered, "That little girl must be a talisman master, right? Such wastefulness. Once I capture you, not only will I make you assist us in deciphering techniques, but you will also be compelled to create talismans for us for a lifetime." A glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Luoluo's eyes. "You might be in for a disappointment." And no sooner had she spoken than she launched her assault, unleashing her fireball technique without restraint. As the fireballs approached the two men, they dismissed them, confident that as long as she refrained from using talismans, her meager spells, coming from a mere fourth-level chi refiner, were insignificant before them. Little did they realize that their complacency would lead to the third man being sent flying. And had it not been for the ice spike talisman shielding the first man, he would not have fared much better. Without granting the two men a moment to react, Jiang Luoluo relentlessly hurled talismans, occasionally employing earth escape talismans to land a few punches. After several exchanges, both men bore injuries, their vitality significantly diminished. Such a young girl, yet so ruthless. Jiang Luoluo engaged them not in verbal sparring, but rather focused on ambushing them with talismans. Ultimately, her strength was insufficient. Otherwise, why would she struggle so while relying on external forces? Under the onslaught of Jiang Luoluo's relentless barrage, the two men quickly regained their wits. The first man, gripping the ice spike talisman, charged toward Jiang Luoluo with his sword drawn. Without hesitation, she utilized a prime earth escape talisman to evade the attack, throwing several fireball talismans from behind. The explosions left the man battered and bloodied. Just then, the third man unleashed a gold element spell. Jiang Luoluo narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but was struck in the back, causing her to cough up blood and visibly sustain internal injuries. From his vantage point in the trees, Song Jingyu conjured a spell with his fingertips, only to retract it. He could not intervene unless her life was in jeopardy. The path of cultivation must be one she traverses alone. Seizing the moment while the man reveled in his perceived advantage, Jiang Luoluo launched another fireball talisman amidst her ongoing barrage. She employed a sliver of her consciousness, deftly guiding the talisman toward the man's dantian. Sensing the impending danger, the third man summoned a protective shield, but it failed to intercept the talisman, resulting in a brilliant explosion and the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground, sending debris flying. Chapter 21. Harvest Assessment. Jiang Luoluo stood at a distance, gazing at the first man, whose eyes were filled with rage. She observed the third man lying on the ground, a gaping wound at his dantian for which spiritual energy poured forth. Blood trickled from his lips, his gaze vacant, his life force nearly extinguished. Indeed, the power of a single exquisite talisman rivaled that of 20 upper-grade talismans. Henceforth, she would diligently hone her talisman crafting skills. In the face of future adversaries, a single talisman aimed at the dantian would be a swift and efficient method. At this moment, Jiang Luoluo felt far from the fear she had initially experienced upon taking a life. Instead, she felt a sense of anticipation. "Second, you wretched girl, if I do not kill you today, I shall not be a man," the first man roared, his voice causing leaves to rain down from the trees. Yet Jiang Luoluo remained unperturbed, even taking the time to nonchalantly clean her ears. "I see, you must not wish to remain human in your next life. No need to shout so loudly, you little wretch. Not learning your lesson at such a young age. Today, I shall teach you a lesson," he declared as he charged at her with his sword drawn. She felt no fear. Rather, she was eager to engage. After all, this man had been severely weakened by the talisman blasts, left with no choice but to engage in hand-to-hand combat. This was precisely why Jiang Luoluo refrained from using talismans. That it was said that sword cultivators possessed formidable physiques, making them ideal for a martial practice. After several exchanges, the burly man found himself beneath Jiang Luoluo's foot. In frustration, she gave him a little kick. "You are far too weak. This is hardly satisfying." Upon hearing this, the first man could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You think everyone is as monstrous as you. At such a young age, your spells are impressive. Your talent for talismans is extraordinary. and now your physique exceeds all expectations. How am I to compete? Had he known this girl was such a prodigy, he would never have dared to provoke her. Thank you for the compliment. However, despite your praise, I have no intention of letting you off the hook. But, she paused, if you answer one question, I might grant you and your companions a swift end. What question? The first man could not resist asking, as his current predicament felt all too humiliating. How did you know I was on a mission? She inquired. It was strange that they had followed her the moment she left the sect. It was a very beautiful female cultivator who bears some resemblance to you, he admitted without hesitation. They were merely partners, not betraying her trust. It turned out these men had been searching for her whereabouts, but had found no leads until encountering Jiang Luoluo, who had been descending the mountain alone a month prior. They had thought her presence might yield a clue, only to have her demand their communication jade talismans, promising to notify them as soon as Jiang Luoluo descended. This was how she had found herself besieged upon her arrival. Jiang Luoluo's eyes glinted with cold determination. Had she not come prepared, she might have met her end here. Yes, the protagonist. Killing was not an option. But stirring up some trouble was certainly justified. Perched in the trees, Song Jingyu's gaze grew icy. He envisioned 100 ways to ensure Jiang Luoluo's demise. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoluo's confusion dissipated as she casually unleashed a few spells, swiftly extinguishing their lives. Defeated a 7th level Qi refiner, gained 1 point of fate alteration value. Defeated a 6th level Qi refiner, gained 1 point of fate alteration value. Jiang Luoluo exclaimed, "Good heavens! It seems this panel disapproves of me not being the villain." However, since there were 3 of them, she reasoned there should be 3 points in total. Recalling the peculiarities of the cultivation world, she unleashed a few more spells, scattering their ashes to the wind, returning them to nature. Ah, how painful! You wretched girl, how could you be so ruthless? As the words fell, the second man vanished into dust. Defeated a 6th level Qi refiner, gained 1 point of fate alteration value. Name, Jiang Luoluo, spirit root, dual fire and earth talent. Average physique, postnatal yin-yang body, eye of insight fortune, low comprehension, above average appearance, above average realm. 4th level Qi refinement techniques, fireball technique proficient, earth escape technique proficient, consciousness, peak of Qi refinement physical strength, late Qi refinement talisman crafting level, 1st tier, mastered, fate alteration value. 5. My goodness, I am fortunate to be cautious. The cultivation world is truly terrifying. She patted her chest, still trembling with trepidation. From now on, erasing all traces of my actions seems prudent to avoid any mishaps. From this day forth, Jiang Luoluo embarked on a path of obliterating corpses and ashes, never to return. She channeled a surge of spiritual energy, retrieving the 3 storage bags from the ground, and made her way toward the nearest cave. Upon entering the cave, she first laid out a thin mat from one of the storage bags before settling down to examine the contents of the bags. Due to the owner's demise, Jiang Luoluo effortlessly opened the storage bags. However, upon pouring out the items from the second man's bag, her face turned pale. Damn it, that man died too easily. Before her lay an array of women's intimate garments, among which was the corpse of a mortal woman. Without further inspecting the remaining items, she established a barrier around the cave, then found a suitable spot to lay the woman to rest. As for the garments, she incinerated them all in a single blaze in the shadows. Song Jingyu observed this scene, his expression softening with satisfaction. This girl still possessed a kind heart. Once Jiang Luoluo finished her tasks, she resumed her search through the remaining belongings. How impoverished they are! Gazing at the 3 jade slips, 2 bottles of elixirs, and a dozen inferior spirit stones before her, Jiang Luoluo felt a twinge of regret. Having expended over 100 spirit stones on talismans, she had only acquired a handful of spirit stones in return. Suppressing the urge to spit blood, she picked up one of the jade slips for inspection, only to discover it contained a sword technique. The whip technique her mother had bestowed upon her was of a far superior caliber. Disinterested, she closed it and opened another slip, but a smile began to spread across Jiang Luoluo's face uncontrollably. This slip contained a spell suitable for those with Earth's spirit roots, far surpassing the level of her inherent cultivation method. She wondered how these individuals had come to possess such treasures. and yet failed to master them. How foolish. The three deceased individuals seemed to wish to float from the air and loudly proclaim that their lack of success was not due to their stupidity, but rather the difficulty of the cultivation itself. The Earth Technique's name was simple and straightforward, yet its contents were formidable. It was divided into two parts: Earth Escape and Earthquake, as the name suggests. Earth Escape served as a defensive maneuver, designed for concealment and retreat. The cultivation process comprised 9 levels. Once one reached the entry stage, their escape speed would more than double, and upon mastering the first level, even those in the foundation establishment stage would find it challenging to detect her presence. Moreover, advancing to the later stages would render her undetectable even to those at the God transformation stage, allowing her to teleport without relying on talismans, with the distance of teleportation contingent upon her spirit power level. The sole drawback was its challenging entry requirements. Having struck gold, Jiang Luoluo carefully stored the jade slip in her storage pouch, resolving to cultivate it whenever the opportunity arose. As for the possibility of failing to enter the practice, she had no worries. If her comprehension truly fell short, there was always the option to alter her fate. Chapter 22. 8th layer of Qi refinement. She then shifted her attention to another jade slip. Upon opening it, Jiang Luoluo discovered it was a beast control technique. Moreover, its level reached the Yuan Ying stage. As long as her spiritual consciousness was sufficiently strong and her power adequate, subduing beasts at the Yuan Ying stage would be a mere triviality. But was this truly a reward befitting her white fortune? Unbeknownst to Jiang Luoluo, her acquisition of these 2 jade slips was facilitated by Song Jinyu's fortune. Regardless, she decided to use her fate-altering value. Her cultivation aptitude was still too low, and an enhancement was necessary. Ignoring the prompt, she allocated all 5 points to her aptitude, and to her surprise, 2 of the points exceeded. Her aptitude leaped from mediocre to superior. She also transitioned from the previous green tier to the blue tier. It had been previously mentioned that personal attributes are categorized into 7 levels: red, gold, purple, blue, green, and white, ranked from high to low. This time, she had bypassed the blue aptitude entirely. Once more, she opened her personal attributes panel. Name: Jiang Luoluo, Spirit Roots, Dual Fire and Earth Aptitude, Superior Physique, Acquired Yin-Yang Body. I have Insight Fortune, Inferior Comprehension, Upper Medium Appearance, Superior Realm, 8th layer of Qi refinement techniques, Fireball Technique, Proficient, Earth Escape Technique, Proficient, Spiritual Consciousness, Peak Qi refinement physicality, Late Qi refinement talisman crafting level, First tier, Mastered, Fate-altering value, 0. Looking at the aptitude section, Jiang Luoluo couldn't resist beginning her cultivation practice. After a round, she realized her rate of absorbing spiritual power had more than doubled. And no wonder. Aside from cultivation, aptitude held great significance that it was known that the original owner of this body, despite possessing dual spirit roots, had poor aptitude, taking half a year merely to draw spiritual energy into her body. With newfound techniques and tasks at hand, Jiang Luoluo spent the next few years almost entirely in the back mountains, completing missions. Her contribution points and fate-altering value grew rapidly, almost without her noticing that, of course. Aside from completing tasks to earn contribution points, she also inadvertently caused some trouble for the female protagonist during this period. However, Jiang Yihan appeared to be in poor spirits. The enigmatic Song Jingyu smiled inscrutably. Initially, he had intended to eliminate this person, but just as he contemplated it, he was struck by a bolt of lightning, incapacitating him for over half a month. Consequently, he realized that Jiang Yihan might indeed be the destined one of this realm, someone he could not afford to kill. However, since they dared to harm his junior sister, he could not let it slide easily. Thus, he employed some subtle tactics to ensure she spent a month in the restroom. To his surprise, his junior sister retaliated more fiercely, causing her to break out in acne for 3 months, successfully scaring away the male disciple who had initially intended to assist Jiang Yihan. Those who had previously envied her began to take the opportunity to strike. During that time, she endured considerable torment. Aware that his junior sister had, "If you could save my life this time, I would be willing to do anything." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoluo suppressed her nausea, wearing an expression of distress, and spoke with an air of innocence. "But you are such a bad person. Ignoring Hao Yu's puzzled expression, her next words successfully halted the movements of another teammate who was fiercely protecting him. 3 years ago, you were pursued for stealing from the Hao Yu bear, and at a moment when you were most vulnerable, you tossed the stolen goods to me, a mere Qi refining stage 3. At this point, her demeanor visibly darkened. I nearly died back then. Now, have you taken something from the Silver Wolf again? Are you trying to make that big brother beside you shield you from disaster once more? You're talking nonsense. The Hao Yu's face flushed with anger. No way. You can't be getting angry out of shame, right? Jiang Luoluo said mischievously, her tone provoking enough to make one want to hit her. Hao Yu, did you really take something from the Silver Wolf? One of his companions questioned, a hint of doubt in his voice. Moreover, it wasn't very honorable of him, who was at Qi refining stage 5. To throw the items to someone at Qi refining stage 3.0, Liang Chao, you know best whether I took anything or not. Hearing this, Liang Chao regained his senses. Indeed, before being chased by the wolf pack, he had not lost any of the 3 fruits on the tree. Yet the girl above, delicate and adorable, instantly evoked fondness, and she did not seem like one to lie. Forget it, a friend shouldn't deceive him. Yet despite this thought, a sense of caution arose in his heart. Seeing Liang Chao believe him, Hao Yu let out a sigh of relief. As the wolf pack moved away, he shot a fierce glare at Jiang Luoluo. Jiang Luoluo, upon receiving that look, clutched her chest in feigned fright. Why are you glaring at me? If you think I'm lying, you can run away with that Taoist beside you and see who they chase. Jiang Luoluo's words bore a hint of malice. Yet Liang Chao's eyes lit up. He hesitated and said, let us try it the way the junior sister suggested. If it turns out to be false, I'll definitely apologize to you. A fleeting flash of ferocity crossed Hao Yu's eyes, but when he lifted his gaze again, only sadness and a fa-ade of strength remained. Fine, to avoid any rift between us brothers. Let us split up. After all, he truly hadn't taken anything this time. He had intended to, but the sudden wolf pack had interrupted him. He had no idea who had provoked those beasts. Liang Chao gazed at Hao Yu's wounded eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet he also considered the girl's words. With this in mind, he steeled his resolve. If he had wronged someone, he could always apologize later. Confirming his thoughts, Liang Chao halted his steps and ran in the opposite direction. Jiang Luoluo concealed the sarcasm in her eyes as she watched the silver wolf stare at Liang Chao for a few seconds before shifting her gaze back to Hao Yu. Hao Yu's pupils constricted, bewildered as to why the silver wolves were pursuing him alone rather than Liang Chao, that if you don't run now, you'll lose your life. Her innocent tone belied the cruelty of her words. It was you, wasn't it? Hao Yu's terrified gaze turned to Jiang Luoluo. What are you talking about? There's so many silver wolves below. I'm too scared to go down. What can I do? Jiang Luoluo scoffed coldly in her heart, but denied it outright. Ever since that incident, this person's visage had never left her mind. Jiang Luoluo's gaze was clear and earnest as she replied. 50%. With her nascent spiritual awareness at the initial stage of foundation establishment, coupled with the aid of her insightful eye, she could effortlessly discern that the silver wolf, despite being a notch superior, had a significantly greater chance of victory against the newly advanced, unstable fire phoenix. Liang Chao's eyes dimmed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. It's all right. That if one beast truly prevails, we shall flee. If we genuinely desire the Baihan fruit, we must remain still. After issuing a warning, Jiang Luoluo hesitated for a brief second before employing a concealment talisman, then quietly burrowed into the ground. The ranks of demonic beasts were roughly equivalent to those of humans. Their first tier corresponded to the Qi refinement stage of human cultivators, the second tier to foundation establishment, and so forth. In contrast to the reckless aggression of first-tier beasts, the second-tier creatures had already awakened their intelligence, necessitating her utmost caution. Concealed about 100 meters beneath the surface, she quietly observed the battle unfolding above. The earth-escaping technique of this soil art was simply superb at that moment. The silver wolf bore far more wounds than the fire phoenix, yet the latter's aura was considerably feebler. Suddenly, the fire phoenix unleashed a potent fire attack. Sensing a wave of scorching chill, Jiang Luoluo hurriedly affixed several protective talismans to herself. The unprepared silver wolf was caught in a tumult of hot and cold. howling in discomfort, seizing the opportunity. The fire phoenix lunged at the silver wolf, striking with its claws. However, a glint of cunning flashed in the silver wolf's eyes, and as it approached, it swiftly evaded, sinking its teeth into the phoenix's claw and sending it sprawling a meter away. Without giving it a chance to rise, the sound of slicing air echoed as the silver wolf's follow-up attack pierced through the fire phoenix's chest. As victory seemed assured, the fire phoenix, with a final gasp, retaliated with a fireball attack, which left the silver wolf grounded and severely weakened. The silver wolf trembled, struggling to rise twice but failing. The fire phoenix had already perished after unleashing its last attack. What a splendid opportunity! Jiang Luoluo's eyes sparkled as she swiftly emerged from the earth, casting several spell attacks at the silver wolf. The searing spiritual energy once again descended upon it, mingling with the lingering chill from earlier. A mournful cry echoed as the silver wolf vanished under its defiant, resentful gaze. Jiang Luoluo quickly collected the corpse, then soared forward to pluck 3 Bai-Hun fruits into a jade box. We must depart from this place at once. Ignoring Liang Chao's hesitance, they flew a considerable distance before Jiang Luoluo produced the box containing the Bai-Hun fruits and handed 2 of them to Liang Chao. "This is too much. I barely contributed," he said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "I hardly exerted myself either. Besides, had you not guided me here, I doubt I would have obtained even one. Keep them. As for the beasts, consider it a fair exchange for half a Bai-Hun fruit." Just as Liang Chao hesitated, a hearty laugh rang out behind them. "If he doesn't want them, then I shall take them." A figure darted toward the Bai-Hun fruits in Jiang Luoluo's hands. Raising an eyebrow, she swiftly tucked the fruits away and sent several strands of spiritual energy toward the newcomer. "How audacious! You shameless woman! Are you out of your mind?" The voice dripped with disdain. "I guess it your first time witnessing someone brazenly snatch another's possessions. Luoluo, don't be willful. If brotherly desires one, just grant him a fruit." Interjected another male voice, slightly disapproving. Jiang Luoluo, stifling a laugh at the absurdity of the situation, retorted, "Who are you? I don't know you. Why should I oblige?" Her haughty tone, paired with her charmingly delicate features, made her appear like a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Chapter 25. A trap laid with whips. Jiang Luoluo's eyes brimmed with disdain. "You may be right, but your intrusion is indeed an affront." This was the realm of cultivation, where the strong reigned supreme. She could not fathom from whence they derived the audacity to command her. "Jiang Luoluo, it seems that 5 years of cultivation not only failed to instill any sense of propriety, but has made you increasingly arrogant and malicious. In that case, let me, your fiancé, impart some lessons in decorum. In the world of cultivation, possessing a strong root does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly, lest you attract calamity upon the Jiang family." With that, Chen Yuan brandished his sword, poised to strike at any moment. Jiang Luoluo maintained her composure. "Are you implying that you intend to attack me?" Chen Yuan furrowed his brow. "It is not an attack on you. Merely the fulfillment of a fiancé's duty." She could not contain her laughter. "This is the first time I have heard someone speak of combat with such hypocrisy, since you stubbornly refuse to mend your ways. It appears this lesson in decorum is indeed necessary." With that, he lunged at her with his sword. Jiang Luoluo's eyes glimmered as she deftly conjured a fiery whip in her hand, unperturbed by Chen Yuan's swordplay at the 10th level of Qi refinement. With a flick of her wrist, the crimson spiritual energy intertwined with the whip not only sent Chen Yuan's sword hurtling back, but also caused him to spew blood, his aura waning. Quickly swallowing a rejuvenation pill, he raised his gaze only to witness Jiang Luoluo's whip vanish in a thin air, shock etched across his face, his pallid complexion fixated on her. "Have you mastered Andy's whip technique?" For that particular technique was known to dissipate after striking. "What does it matter to you?" Jiang Luoluo's surprise at his reaction was tempered by her recollection of her mother's words, revealing the reason behind his astonishment. "Could you perhaps share some insights with me?" Chen Yuan asked, his tone somewhat shameless. "Whips are commonly employed by female cultivators, and aren't you studying swordplay?" She was curious to discover his ulterior motives. Chen Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily toward the strikingly elegant Jiang Yihan, standing nearby, a thought sparking in his mind. The 12-year-old protagonist exuded an undeniable allure. No wonder Chen Yuan was so sycophantic. If I cannot, I could always let Xiaohan learn. She is your sister. Once she masters it, you two can look out for each other. Jiang Luoluo thought to herself. This is utterly ridiculous. She glanced at the frowning female lead beside her, who offered no objection. A cold smile crept across Jiang Luoluo's face. It seemed the other also coveted her whip technique. Indeed, Jiang Yihan was fixated on that whip technique for the entity within the space. Chinamo had informed her that it was no ordinary technique. Acquiring it would significantly enhance her combat prowess. Is it impossible? Luoluo, Chun Yuan queried, sensing her silence. If you desire it, then do not blame me for extorting you. Suppressing her disgust, she felt somewhat despondent. It is possible, but as you know, for reasons unknown, this whip technique consumes an extraordinary amount of whips, and I currently have none. Then you may transfer the technique to Xiaohan. Jiang Luoluo's cold laughter revealed his shamelessness. However, my mother provided me with a one-time technique transmission. Having studied it, there is nothing left. Chun Yuan faltered, his gaze shifting between the man on the ground and Jiang Yihan. Ultimately, his focus landed on the fallen man. Yang Shidi, lend her your whip. Let her give it a try. Yang Shidi's expression darkened, yet he reluctantly produced a jade-green whip under Chun Yuan's oppressive gaze. Jiang Luoluo weighed it in her hand and remarked with a H, after all, having met his father only once. How could he possibly know? Jiang Luoluo, I hope you're not deceiving me. Jiang Yihan's gaze was piercing, as if she intended to bore a hole through her with her eyes. Of course. It is impossible. Upon hearing her assurance, Jiang Yihan closed her eyes and flicked a fiery red whip. Without paying heed to her actions, Jiang Luoluo reached out to accept it, pleasantly surprised as she gently waved it a couple of times. Truly, it is a premium magical artifact. Its use is indeed exhilarating. She stowed the fiery red whip away and casually swung a silver whip a couple of times, inquiring whether Jiang Yihan had seen clearly. Since she did not use any incantations, the materials of the whip would not be wasted. With your feeble strength, how could you possibly see clearly? Jiang Luoluo suggested. Let us seek out some demon beasts to practice. This way, sister will be able to observe more clearly. Jiang Yihan agreed. All right, Qin Yuan interjected. No way. Our team consists entirely of injured members. If we encounter a formidable demon beast, we wouldn't even be able to escape. After all, Qin Yuan had been in the cultivation world longer. And even if he were foolish, he would not take such risks. Jiang Yihan suddenly snapped back to reality. Jiang Luoluo, you did that on purpose. With the spirit weapon in hand, Jiang Luoluo felt elated and did not mind saying a few more words. Not at all. It is you who found my whip too soft and lackluster. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yihan found it reasonable. At worst, they could seek out a few minor demon beasts. She is playing you. Chinamo suddenly spoke up. Chapter 26. Feng San what? Chinamo explained calmly. She has been aiming for your whip from the very beginning. Otherwise, with your comprehension, how could you possibly grasp it bit by bit? With such precise timing? Jiang Yihan could hardly believe it. She refused to accept the fact that she had once again been played by Jiang Luoluo. Recall if she could actually execute that move. Chinamo added. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yihan immediately sought out a withered vine to attempt it, only to discover that her strikes were filled with brute force, lacking any technique. Seeing this, she had no doubt left. Her fierce gaze shot towards Jiang Luoluo. Jiang Luoluo, return my whip to me. I shall not learn anymore. What is wrong with sister? Suddenly so frightening. Wasn't that whip given to me by you? That was meant for you to teach me how to use it, not to keep. Jiang Yihan's patience was wearing thin. She merely reached out to reclaim her item, unwilling to entertain her excuses. Didn't I teach sister? Seeing her anger, Jiang Luoluo felt delighted. They had previously taken her belongings. Jiang Yihan chose not to argue with her, knowing it would only lead her into a pit. So, will you return it or not? What if I refuse? Is sister going to steal it back? From the main character, seize the magical artifact to gain a bit of destiny value. From the male supporting character, seize the magical artifact to gain a bit of destiny value. Jiang Luoluo felt rather like a bandit lately, especially when dealing with the main character. Pa. I'm not a bandit. This must be Sister S' way of caring for her younger sister. The shameless Jiang Luoluo internally justified herself. Jiang Yihan drew her sword. ready to take action, but was stopped by Qin Mo. You are merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. You cannot defeat her. Jiang Yihan's face was a mask of frost. Am I to be perpetually suppressed by her? Qin Mo patiently instructed, once you purify your spiritual roots and transform them into chaotic spiritual roots, you will surpass her. At that point, you may do as you wish. In truth, he wished to say that it was Jiang Yihan's own fault for seeking trouble with Chen Yuan, who was at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Otherwise, how could she now be left with both losses, her dignity and her men? Had it not been for her being suspected of being the destined girl, he would have fled long ago. Just you wait, Jiang Yihan declared fiercely, then dragged Chen Yuan away. Wherein Tiwi here, to complete a mission? Liang Chao, who had been watching the spectacle, spoke up. Jiang Luoluo cast him a sidelong glance and tossed him 2 soulberry fruits as they made their way towards the sect. Deep down, she understood that those individuals were not here to undertake tasks, but rather to seek out inheritances. With 2 major powers injured in their team, they must return to recuperate. It seems she too must hasten her pace. The main character had unexpectedly advanced a month earlier than the original storyline. Had she not sought trouble and attempted to seize items, she might have missed this opportunity. Not to mention, there was a high-level fire spell within. Precisely what she was in dire need of. 2 hours later, at the market beneath Tianyuan's sect, Jiang Luoluo first visited the treasure pavilion. As soon as she entered, the attendant who had previously guided her in understanding movement techniques appeared before her. Luoluo, have you returned after completing your task? Was it successful? After sizing her up and confirming she was unscathed, he sighed in relief. Jiang Luoluo's eyes shimmered with warmth. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern. Brother phoned, I have come to sell some demon beasts. I wonder if you would be willing to accept them? Of course. Feng San led her to a private room. Without hesitation, she handed him a storage bag. Feng San took the bag and probed within with his consciousness. What is this? A 2nd-tier silver wolf, a 2nd-tier fire phoenix. Observing Feng San's astonished expression, Jiang Luoluo casually explained, I happened upon a battle between the 2 beasts and took advantage of the situation to collect them. The 2nd-tier demon beasts were far beyond her capabilities to slay without the aid of the whip. No wonder. However, luck is also a form of strength, and Luoluo was indeed fortunate. Jiang Luoluo smiled. Choosing not to respond, if her luck was deemed good, then there were truly few fortunate souls in the cultivation world. It is worth noting that every time she visited the market, she would browse the stalls and utilize her inside eye. Yet she had never stumbled upon anything. Perhaps her luck was simply too poor, or her insight was of too high a level. Besides the demon beasts, Jiang Luoluo also presented many talismans she had drawn. Her acquaintance with Feng San had begun with her selling talismans. One sought to befriend, the other was willing to befriend. Feng San produced a storage bag and a long rectangular box, handing them to her. Luoluo, here are a total of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although the 1st-tier silver wolf is not of high rank, its quantity is considerable, and your talismans are of good quality, so I've added 2 more spirit stones on top of the original amount. As for this, it is a whip I stumbled upon recently. I didn't have it on me before, and it was only sent to me recently. I hope Luoluo won't find it unsatisfactory. Jiang Luo opened the box to take a glance, only to promptly close it again. Inside was unexpectedly a top-tier spirit artifact. I'm sorry, Brother Feng. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Jiang Luoluo could tell he genuinely wished to gift it, and she felt somewhat touched, yet could not accept it. A top-tier spirit artifact is significantly more valuable than an ordinary treasure and is difficult to refine. Thus, items of that caliber are scarce in the market. She never anticipated Feng San would offer her a top-tier spirit artifact right off the bat. What? Does Luoluo regret having made me this friend? It is just an ordinary whip. Besides, it would just gather dust in my possession. Feng San feigned displeasure. Were it not for the scarcity of artifacts like whips, he would have given her something better. Clearly, he needed to pay closer attention in the future. In truth, Feng San had also noticed Jiang Luoluo had an extravagant use of whips, yet he did not pry further. Who among them did not have their own secrets? Jiang Luoluo felt somewhat helpless, but still reached out to accept it. To refuse any further would seem disingenuous. She probed her consciousness in a storage bag and found that the only noteworthy item was indeed that soulberry fruit. With that in mind, she produced a jade box and handed it to Feng San. "This is a gift from my younger sister. I hope Brother Feng 1T find it unsatisfactory. Although the third-tier soulberry fruit may not compare to this spirit artifact." Feng San could only sigh in resignation. Others sought to gain advantages, yet here was Luoluo, worried about taking advantage of him. However, seeing her earlier demeanor, Feng San did not inspect it further, fearful of making her uncomfortable. "All right, I shall accept it." Upon seeing him accept it, Jiang Luoluo also breathed a sigh of relief. She was inherently at odds with the main character, but with others, she still wished to avoid adding more causal ties. Just as she had given Liang Chao 2 soulberry fruits back then. Jiang Luoluo initially hesitated in her steps, but then purchased the materials needed for learning formations from Feng San, spending nearly 4,000 spirit stones in total. Her lips twitched. This was rather exorbitant. Reflecting on the expenses of talismans in comparison to formations, the two were indeed not on the same level. Feng San found her expression amusing. Formations can be reused. While their materials are costly, the finished products are also high quality. However, Brother Feng reminds you that you should still prioritize your cultivation for now. Jiang Luoluo smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, Brother Feng, I will not lose sight of my priorities. That's good." Jiang Luoluo understood he meant well, so she would not be ungrateful. Others were unaware of her unique panel. After all, after Feng San saw Jiang Luoluo off, he made his way to a resting room on the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered, the previously unremarkable face transformed into one of striking elegance. Leaning against the table, he opened the jade box gifted by Jiang Luoluo and murmured, "I wonder if Luoluo will be upset once she learns of my identity." Chapter 27. Rusty Block. He had gone to experience being an attendant out of boredom, never expecting to encounter a prodigious girl like Jiang Luoluo. Not only did she grasp movement techniques in a short time, but her talent in drawing talismans was also astonishing at such a young age. She had reached the 2nd-tier talisman master level, with a commendable success rate for creating top-tier talismans. It is worth mentioning that such talent would place her among the top tier in the central domain. Returning to reality, he was left dumbfounded upon opening the jade box Jiang Luoluo had gifted him, a 500-year-old soulberry fruit. This was a significant favor owed. This soulberry fruit was precisely what he had recently needed. He never expected to find it so effortlessly. Feng Che marked this favor in his heart and beckoned to the void, summoning a figure before him. "Safely return it to the Feng family in the central domain." "Yes, young master." Guyuan Zongfang market indirectly damages the female protagonist's fortune, resulting in a slight increase in her destiny value. Name: Jiang Luoluo. Spiritual roots: dual fire and earth roots. Aptitude: superior. Constitution: postnatal yin-yang body. I have insight. Luck: inferior. Comprehension: above average. Appearance: superior. Realm: 8th layer of chi refinement. Techniques: fireball technique, proficient. Earth escape technique, proficient. Earth technique decision, 2nd layer entry level. Beast control technique, expert. Spiritual consciousness, early foundation establishment. Physical body, late chi refinement. Talisman crafting level, 2nd rank, expert. Destiny value, 58. What is going on? Jiang Luoluo felt a moment of bewilderment. She hadn't done anything in particular, so how did her destiny value suddenly increase? After pondering for a long time without clarity, she decided not to dwell on it, as she would eventually find out. Jiang Luoluo began to stroll through the market from the back to the front, ensuring she didn't miss any stall. Perhaps it was her unfortunate luck, but under the enhancement of her eye of insight, she had not missed a single opportunity. Nevertheless, every time she completed a task and returned to the sect, she still chose to peruse the stalls of the market. Had she lost her senses? Suddenly, Jiang Luoluo felt a flicker of ethereal light flash rapidly across her vision. Following the light, she discovered a stall belonging to a middle-aged man. His cultivation was at the 11th layer of chi refinement, and he was currently seated on a stool, feigning sleep. Jiang Luoluo approached and picked up a jade hairpin from the stall to examine it. The middle-aged man lazily lifted his eyelids and said, "This yellow-grade superior magical artifact is priced at 1,500 inferior spirit stones. IT can withstand 3 attacks from a peak chi refinement practitioner, and I do not negotiate on price. Compared to the Baibao Pavilion, he was charging 100 spirit stones less, which was not extortionate. What about this? Jiang Luoluo casually picked up a rusted iron piece from the corner. A total of 1,700 inferior spirit stones. The stall owner stared at Jiang Luoluo's face for a long while, finding nothing amiss, and resumed his feigned slumber. This rusted piece was something he and his companions had found in a cave. And despite trying various methods, it had shown no change. This time, they had merely hoped to sell it for some labor costs, not expecting anyone to actually buy it. Jiang Luoluo said nothing further, took out 1,700 inferior spirit stones, and after stowing her purchase, made her way back to the sect. She first went to the task hall to submit her completed task, seeing the 2,000 contribution points on her identity jade token. She couldn't help but smile. She considered herself a little wealthy now. After exiting the task hall, she headed directly to the library. She had already purchased the materials for the formation, and all she needed now were the books on formations. Greetings, Senior. I would like to record a few jade slips. Jiang Luoluo looked at the middle-aged man before her, who bore a hint of age, and respectfully presented her identity jade token. According to your current cultivation, you may only browse and select from the first floor. Once you've made your choice, bring it out for replication. Each jade slip costs 5 contribution points. After speaking, he casually glanced at her identity jade token, and upon seeing the name inscribed upon it, his pupils slightly constricted. All right, thank you for your guidance, Senior. Wait, before Jiang Luoluo could step inside, she was called back. Yes, there's something the Senior wishes to say. Jiang Luoluo turned back, her tone as respectful as ever. Not bad. Steady and composed, with a rich reserve of spiritual energy. It seems you have endured much hardship over the years, the man remarked blandly. Thank you for the compliment, Senior, Jiang Luoluo replied with a bow. The man nodded in satisfaction. When this girl first arrived, he and T paid much attention, thinking she was merely another second-generation cultivator. He and T anticipated that she was the first-place winner of the heart-testing ladder 5 years ago. In just 5 short years, her cultivation had surpassed that of Lin Yaoyao, who had the backing of a master. Quite remarkable indeed. Perhaps in the future, this slot could be offered to her, if you are interested. There is a jade slip located in the innermost corner on the 3rd shelf, 6th row. You may take a look. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling her to hurry inside. On the first floor of the formation area, Jiang Luoluo took a diagram of the formation and an introductory jade slip, then headed toward the area the man had just mentioned. Upon retrieving the jade slip, a blinding red light erupted, nearly dazzling her sight. After about a quarter of an hour, the red light finally dissipated, revealing the unremarkable characters for blazing flame technique. She wondered who had such a peculiar sense of humor to create such a flamboyant technique. After silently mocking it, she was about to leave when she returned to grab a comprehensive guide on spiritual plants. Having made her selections, Jiang Luoluo took the jade slips to record and pay the contribution points. Noticing her choices, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with amusement. Were you dazzled by the light? Yes. I have no idea who crafted these, Jiang Luoluo frowned as she inquired. You could strive to cultivate and then dazzle others instead. The man teased, and after recording the jade slips, he allowed her to leave. Jiang Luoluo, still feeling perplexed, went to the treasure pavilion to exchange for a low-grade defensive artifact, capable of withstanding 3 strikes from a practitioner in the early stages of foundation establishment. She had to be well prepared, especially since she would be accompanying the female protagonist this time. Failing to prepare could cost her life. Upon leaving the treasure pavilion, she returned to her small courtyard. To her surprise, she found Lin Yaoyao and Jiang Yu sitting in the courtyard. Upon seeing Jiang Luoluo return, Jiang Yu quickly rose, her voice tinged with obvious nervousness. Jiang Shiji, you're back. Lin Shiji came to challenge you. But you weren't here, so she waited for you in the courtyard. Since you're back, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head in to cultivate. With that, she swiftly entered her room and activated the room's barrier. Jiang Luo couldn't help but feel 3 black lines form on her forehead that if she knew she should be afraid, why bring someone over? Let us go to the training ground. The sooner we resolve this, the better. I didn't say I wanted to spar with you. Lin Yaoyao's expression was far from pleasant. For nearly 5 years, she had diligently cultivated, hoping to surpass Jiang Luoluo and give her a lesson. She also wanted her master to see that she was not inferior to Jiang Luoluo. Yet, each time she came, she could not discern Jiang Luoluo as cultivation level. How could she fight? Would she just be serving herself up as a meal? If that is not the case, then I'll be going in. She was busy and had no time to listen to her ramble. Jiang Luoluo, are you jealous of me? Which is why you dare not spend more time with me. Seeing her calm demeanor, Lin Yaoyao could no longer contain the anger swelling in her chest. Yes, I am indeed jealous of you. Jealous of your diligence. Jealous of your hard work. Can you please refrain from disturbing me? Jiang Luoluo replied calmly. Lin Yaoyao's anger intensified at her composed narrative. Your idleness is your own business, but can you not come to disturb me? If you wish to spar, simply issue a challenge. Chapter 28. The issue of luck. In order to allow disciples to resolve grievances among themselves, the sect has established a platform in the training ground. As long as you issue a challenge to someone within 3 small ranks below or above you, you can take the stage to spar and settle grudges. Lin Yaoyao's face turned dark. You know very well that I have with spiritual roots and am not good at combat. Yet you still encourage me to issue a challenge. Jiang Luoluo turned to stare in her eyes and asked, so, is your weakness justified? Why don't you find a second-rank demonic beast, stand before it, and see if it will let you go simply because you appear fragile? Lin Yaoyao was momentarily rendered speechless by the retort. Considering we came in together, let me give you a piece of advice. This is the realm of cultivation, where the strong are revered. After saying this, Jiang Luoluo paid no further heed to the still-standing Lin Yaoyao and directly entered her own room. She was busy and had no time to entertain those who overestimated themselves. In her small room, Jiang Luoluo did not engage in learning formation drawing, but instead took out the iron piece she had just purchased at the market. She used her eye of insight to examine it repeatedly, but found nothing. In desperation, she decided to use her destiny value to enhance her eye of insight. After 18 attempts, she finally succeeded. My luck is truly abysmal, she muttered lightly. After a moment, Jiang Luoluo employed her eye of insight to examine the iron piece once more. A sharp pain shot through her eyes, and she could faintly see blood vessels begin to seep. Enduring the pain, Jiang Luoluo took out a second-rank healing pill and swallowed it. What on earth is this thing? So formidable? Just a glance revealed only the outline of a small cauldron, and before she could continue her inspection, her eyes began to bleed. What if I try to recognize the master? Without hesitation, Jiang Luoluo pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto it. But there was no response. She then tried blood from her brow, but still, nothing happened. Finally, she attempted a spiritual contract, and the iron piece merely trembled slightly without any change. Forget it. I will eventually find out. Setting aside the matter, she once again turned her gaze towards her fortune. Her surprise. This time, it was even more remarkable, requiring a full 20 points of fate alteration to elevate her luck by a tier. Name: Jiang Luoluo spiritual root, dual fire and earth roots qualification, superior physique, acquired yin-yang body. I have insight fortune, medium comprehension, upper medium appearance, superior realm, chi refinement, 8th layer techniques, fireball technique proficient, earth escape technique proficient, earth technique decision, 2nd layer entry level, beast mastery technique, expert divine sense, foundation establishment. Initial stage, physical body, chi refinement. Late stage, symbol creation level, 2nd tier, expert, fate alteration points, 20 eye of insight. Through her eyes, she can foresee the inner intentions of others, providing a means for preemptive defense. Upon reading the introduction, the smile on Jiang Luoluo's face was impossible to conceal. This was simply extraordinary, and after her luck had just upgraded, she felt an exceptionally pleasant energy merging within her, elevating her entire being. It was exquisite. As for the remaining fate alteration points, she chose not to utilize them, reserving them for future use. She had no desire to relive her previous experience of being stuck. Putting away the iron plate, she did not immediately inscribe a talisman, but instead prepared to rest for the night. Such an extended period of vigilance had left her mentally and physically exhausted. As dawn broke with pale clouds on the horizon, Jiang Luoluo sat at her desk, refreshed, and placed the jade slip of formations against her forehead. Her divine sense entered it, greedily absorbing knowledge regarding formations. The process of deciphering the jade slip consumed a considerable amount of time, yet the rewards were immense, enhancing her understanding of formations significantly. Unlike talismans, formations required vast and intricate calculations. The higher the level of the formation, the more calculations involved. Yet for Jiang Luoluo, this was a great advantage, as she had been a science student prior to her transmigration. Feeling that she had grasped enough knowledge, Jiang Luoluo laid out the materials for drawing the formation on the table, picked up her engraving brush, and began to inscribe. The first formation she inscribed was the simplest spirit-gathering formation, inner mind. Lines were chaotically distributed without any discernible pattern, and Jiang Luoluo rapidly calculated the connections between the existing trajectories and the original paths. Her hands did not falter as she swiftly inscribed every line. Just as she neared the completion, a force obstructed her progress. Jiang Luoluo frowned. Upon careful observation, she discovered that one line had deviated. After switching to a new set of materials, she meticulously redrew the formation. A success seemed imminent. She held her breath in concentration, fearful of losing her progress. Unexpectedly, her tension caused the engraving brush to press down too heavily, resulting in another failure. Undeterred, Jiang Luoluo began anew. It was only after exhausting 10 sets of materials that the entire formation was finally inscribed without incident. Eager to test the formation, Jiang Luoluo could hardly contain her excitement. However, as soon as she made a move, it fell apart completely. What is happening? Jiang Luoluo scrutinized the jade slip's records and the formation layout, finding no apparent issues. Sighing, she lamented that if only she had a master to consult. Nevertheless, she resolved to proceed by imitation. Acting on this thought, Jiang Luoluo opened her door and stepped outside. She decided to visit the treasure pavilion to purchase a spirit-gathering formation to replicate, hoping to identify her mistakes. Before she could even leave her courtyard, a familiar current of energy flowed from her body, dissipating into the air. Her complexion paled, revealing a state of weakness. "Are you all right?" A figure rushed over, quickly supporting the nearly collapsing Jiang Luoluo and helping her sit on a stone bench in the courtyard. "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, Jiang Luoluo pretended to be fatigued, and the other person, sensing her need for rest, departed the courtyard. This sensation felt oddly familiar. Something had just drained from her body. Realizing this, she hurriedly opened her personal panel name. Jiang Luoluo, Spiritual Root, Dual Fire and Earth Roots Qualification, Superior Physique, Acquired Yin-Yang Body. I have Insight Fortune, Low Comprehension, Upper Medium Appearance, Superior Realm, Qi Refinement, 8th Layer Techniques, Fireball Technique, Proficient, Earth Escape Technique, Proficient, Earth Technique Decision, 2nd Layer Entry Level, Beast Mastery Technique, Expert Divine Sense, Foundation Establishment. Initial Stage, Physical Body, Qi Refinement. Late Stage, Symbol Creation Level, 2nd Tier, Expert, Fate Alteration Points. 20. Seeing that the fortune section had reverted to its former state, Jiang Luoluo felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. Would the data enhancement on the panel also be lost? Yet her qualifications and physique had not diminished. If it were not for the panel's issue, it must lie within herself. If her own fortune could dissipate, why was it still classified as a regular person's white quality rather than gray? Confused, she felt a fog enveloping her vision, one that she could neither dispel nor escape. "Here, this is a healing pill I just exchanged for. You should take it quickly," the person said, placing the pill in her hand. "Thank you." A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Luo's eyes. She accepted the pill without hesitation, finding nothing amiss. "You're welcome. Your cultivation is impressive. We have hardly met. I am Zhou Hua from the right-hand room," she introduced with a smile. "I am Jiang Luoluo." Zhou Hua exclaimed with excitement. "I know. I was right next to you when you drew in the energy to strike Jiang Yu. Have you forgotten?" Chapter 29. Inheritance of Ancestor. Huaj and the person before her wore an expression of exhilaration, her dimples appearing and disappearing as she smiled. Jiang Luoluo found it hard to reconcile this with the girl who had nearly scared her to tears in the past. "Weren't you terrified then? Are you no longer afraid?" If memory served, this person had avoided her for over 2 months. "I didn't understand at the time. I later realized that she was the one who provoked you first." Jiang Luoluo remained non-committal. After chatting for a while, When Jiang Luoluo felt her strength had mostly returned, she explained her situation to Zhou Hua. She needed to visit the library to investigate what was happening. The guardian of the library was still the same steward from before. Upon seeing Jiang Luoluo, he appeared momentarily surprised, but did not inquire further. For the next several days, she immersed herself in the first floor of the library, perusing various magazines and manuscripts. Yet, she still could not uncover the cause of her fortune's decline. Girl, have you encountered some trouble? After observing her sleepless study for several days, the middle-aged man could no longer restrain his curiosity. Jiang Luoluo hesitated for a moment before replying half-truthfully, "Today, as soon as I stepped outside, I felt a bit weak. After resting for a while, I felt fine again, so I wanted to investigate the cause." Upon hearing this, the man's expression turned serious. "Come here, let me take a look." Jiang Luoluo obediently stepped forward. The man employed his spiritual power to examine her for a full cycle, but found no anomalies. He visibly relaxed. "You're fine. Your body is in good condition. The weakness may simply be due to the exhaustion from your recent efforts. Just be sure to rest well moving forward," concealing her disappointment. Jiang Luoluo smiled and nodded. After leaving the library, she returned to her courtyard, preparing to rest well for the night in anticipation of the next day's arrival. Upon her return, she would visit the library once more, hoping to find answers, even though she understood the odds were slim. The following morning, after making her preparations, Jiang Luoluo ventured to the back mountain of Tianyuan's sect, guided by the memories in her mind. She began searching for the Cave of Inheritance. The novel had mentioned that the cave was nestled between two mountains, surrounded by a fiery red maple forest. Since this was a pivotal moment in the heroine's destiny, it was described in meticulous detail, aiding Jiang Luoluo in her search. She was also aware of the treasures within. After circling for over an hour below, Jiang Luoluo had yet to locate the site. By chance, she spotted a flying beast overhead and her eyes brightened. After observing for a moment, she set her sights on a second-tier flying eagle, having already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Binding it required little effort. Perched upon the eagle's back, Jiang Luoluo resumed her search, and this time, within half an hour, she located the place described in the novel, directing the flying eagle to set her down. She erased her previous memories and dissolved the temporary contract, surveying the beautiful maple forest before her. Jiang Luoluo adhered a concealment talisman and a breath-holding talisman in a discreet location. After confirming her appearance was unremarkable, she began to await the heroine's arrival. This cave had been left by ancestor Huazhan for her chosen successor prior to her ascension. She had dispatched 3 jade tokens to unlock the cave's inheritance, each destined to serendipitously fall into the hands of those with 5 spiritual roots. 2 of the individuals holding tokens had already come, but failed to pass the examination. The 3rd token remained with the heroine. So, if Jiang Luoluo wished to enter, she could only wait. Jiang Luoluo did not have to wait long before hearing intermittent voices. Lifting her gaze, she recognized the same individuals from their previous encounter. Jiang Luoluo utilized her earth escape technique, stealthily trailing behind them. She watched as Jiang Yihan retrieved a jade token the size of a palm from her storage bag. After glancing around and finding no one else, she placed the token into the central recess without hesitation. With the token embedded, a grating stone grinding noise echoed as the heavy stone door began to slowly open as Jiang Yihan and her companions entered. Jiang Luoluo slipped in just before the door sealed shut behind her. Once inside, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, bracing herself for any unforeseen trials. Rustle, before her, a small teleportation array materialized beneath her feet, accompanied by a line of fine print to obtain the inheritance. One must pass through 3 layers of trials. Only by successfully completing all can one receive my full legacy. Therefore, esteemed guests, prepare yourselves, for the first layer of the trial is about to commence. Jiang Luoluo gazed at the unfolding events, a flicker of excitement stirring within her heart regarding what was about to transpire. Jiang Luoluo, what are you doing here? Jiang Yihan, who had been conversing with Chun Yuan, turned to see Jiang Luoluo enveloped by the teleportation array, her voice tinged with disbelief. The shock rendered her tone slightly wavering. Jiang Luoluo tilted her head, adopting a look of innocence as she replied, I truly do not know. I merely stumbled upon a cave while training on the back mountain, and curious, ventured inside. You must have ulterior motives. Before Jiang Yihan could finish her sentence, the teleportation array beneath them trembled. And upon opening her eyes again, they found themselves in a completely different location. The first layer of the combat trial begins. As the words faded from sight, 9 puppets, each at the same cultivation level as Jiang Luoluo, appeared before her. She cast a glance over the puppets, attempting to discern the hidden control mechanism. Unfortunately, her efforts proved futile. Never mind, I shall simply engage in combat, she declared. As her words fell, a silver whip materialized in her right hand. Indeed, it was the very one belonging to Chun Yuan. With a strike imbued with spiritual energy, one puppet's head was severed from its body. Yet before she could strike the second, the recently decapitated puppet astonishingly rose back to its feet. Intact, that a grave expression flashed across Jiang Luoluo's eyes. However, she was not one to concede defeat easily. Without further hesitation, she swung the whip once more. After the puppet fell again, she used the whip, now charged with spiritual energy, to repel the remaining puppets, swiftly darting to the one she had just felled, diligently searching for the mechanism that governed its movements. She had noticed earlier that there was a 10-breath interval between a puppet's fall and its resurgence. After toppling the puppet for the 5th time, Jiang Luoluo finally discovered a distinct area on its back. She pressed upon it, revealing a fiery red spiritual stone. The IT was a fire attribute spiritual stone, specifically suited for the cultivation of fire attribute practitioners. With a smile, Jiang Luoluo stowed the spiritual stone away, and the puppet fell once more, never to rise again. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as they shifted to the remaining puppets, her smile taking on a rather eerie quality. Even though the puppets could not perceive emotions, Jiang Luoluo's demeanor was enough to send a shiver through them. After 10 breaths had passed, 10 puppet corpses lay upon the ground, while Jiang Luoluo had collected 10 spiritual stones of varying attributes, 1 without attribute, and 1 each of gold, wood, and water attributes, alongside 3 of fire and earth attributes, as the puppets on the ground shimmered and vanished. Another line of text appeared above Jiang Luoluo. First layer trial completed. Reward: 1 vial of body refining spiritual liquid. The second layer trial is about to commence. Chapter 30. Enhancement of physique. As the text faded, a small jade vial floated before Jiang Luoluo. She reached out to grasp it, uncapping the vial to inhale its contents, which flooded her senses with a sweet and comforting aroma, even instigating slight changes in her long-stagnant cultivation level. Concealing her astonishment, Jiang Luoluo replaced the cap. Yet again, a small teleportation array materialized beneath her feet. In an instant, she found herself in a new setting. Before her lay a jade slip inscribed with a spell. Should the challenger be able to comprehend this spell at an introductory level, they would pass the trial. Jiang Luoluo sighed inwardly. She had not anticipated that this trial would hinge upon comprehension. More critically, this particular spell could only be grasped by those with 5 elemental roots. Would the 20 points of destiny value be sufficient to elevate her acquired yin-yang body to its innate form? Yin and yang give rise to the Taiji, 1 yin and 1 yang. The union of yin and yang forms the 2 instruments. The 2 instruments then generate the 4 symbols, which in turn give birth to the 5 elements. These elements complement one another, yet her postnatal yin-yang body could not produce the 5 elements. Only the innate form could achieve this. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Luoluo no longer hesitated and began to allocate her destiny points. Hoping to enhance her physique, in another part of the cavern, Jiang Yihan and her companions were utterly exhausted, panting heavily, yet the sight of the 30 lively puppets before them left their heads spinning. Among the 3, Jiang Yihan was the most disheveled, yet at that moment, her eyes gleamed with determination. The trio had come together, and naturally, they had been teleported as one, resulting in a corresponding increase in the number of puppets they faced. The only solace for them lay in the fact that their cultivation levels matched one another. Yang Kai's grip on his sword trembled as he looked hopefully at Jiang Yihan, Jiang Jr.'s sister. Did you discover something just now? Indeed, I noticed that there's a distinct area behind those puppets. Perhaps that is where the breakthrough lies, Jiang Yihan responded confidently. Upon hearing this, Yang Kai exclaimed excitedly, "Then shall Chen Senior Brother and I assist you in your endeavor?" "Yes, I would appreciate it," Chen senior brother and Yang senior brother. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively, not a bother at all. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, having no objections to the proposal. With the support of the two, Jiang Yihan successfully retrieved a vibrant green stone from behind a puppet, a wood attribute spiritual stone. We have struck gold, Yang Kai exclaimed in exhilaration. Chen Yuan's gaze lingered on the stone for a moment, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes as he spoke in a calm tone. Let us examine the other puppets. The two nodded, and within a mere quarter of an hour, the puppets vanished, leaving behind 30 multicolored stones beside them. The varying shades of the spiritual stones allowed them to discern 3 distinct qualities. Chen Yuan's eyes fixated on the 10 stones of the deepest hue, his silence speaking volumes. Jiang Yihan, too, remained quiet. Though she desired the higher quality stones, she was the weakest among them and felt reluctant to voice her thoughts. Despite having identified the flaw, why don't we divide them according to our cultivation levels? If we wait any longer, the rewards over there will be gone, Yang Kai suggested, pointing toward the prizes awaiting the successful challengers. Despite her inner reluctance, Jiang Yihan could only nod in agreement, accepting the proposal. Very well, as the 3 individuals, each with their own motives, entered the next layer, their expressions became utterly unrestrained. Only Jiang Yihan managed to suppress her overwhelming joy. Casting worried glances at the two, fear not. Perhaps it is simply not meant to be. Had it not been for Junior Sister, we would not even have entered this cave, Chen Yuan softly reassured her. Yang Kai, coming back to his senses, expressed that he bore no ill will. Seeing their demeanor, Jiang Yihan could only approach the jade slip alone like a tea that moment. Jiang Luoluo had clicked 14 times without success. Watching helplessly as her 20 destiny points dwindled to 6, she resolved to make one final attempt. Should she fail again, she would have to concede, "To gain is my fortune, to lose is my fate." Even if she, Jiang Luoluo, could not obtain the fire attribute spell within this cave, she could seek other fire attribute spells elsewhere. Nothing could deter her unwavering resolve to grow stronger. With her mindset adjusted, her cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement became more saturated, merely needing a gentle push to reach the 9th level. As her destiny points diminished, her previously postnatal yin-yang body transformed into its innate counterpart. Name, Jiang Luoluo. Elemental roots, dual fire and earth roots qualification, upper tier physique. Innate yin-yang body, eye of insight fortune. Lower tier comprehension, upper middle tier appearance, upper tier realm. 8th level of Qi refinement techniques. Fireball technique, proficient. Earth escape technique, proficient. Earth technique decision, beginner, 2nd layer. Beast mastery technique, mastered spiritual sense. Initial stage of foundation establishment physical body. Late stage of Qi refinement rune-making level. 2nd tier, mastered, destiny points. 5. Did I succeed? This is truly splendid. Before she could even begin to comprehend the jade slip, a refreshing aura enveloped her, and her body involuntarily absorbed the spiritual energy. Jiang Luoluo wasted no time. She immediately sat cross-legged. Retrieving the fire and earth attribute spiritual stones she had just acquired at she employed her cultivation method. The external spiritual energy began to surge into her body at an accelerated pace. Yet, her body seemed like an insatiable abyss, never able to absorb enough. The spiritual stone she had previously set aside diminished at an observable rate, and in desperation, Jiang Luoluo was compelled to produce the body-refining liquid she had just obtained. Still fearing it would not suffice, she also placed 1,000 spiritual stones before her. Time passed, though she could not ascertain how long. Suddenly, with a pop, the barrier of the 8th level of Qi refinement shattered, and she smoothly entered the 9th level. Yet the 9th level was not the endpoint. It surged forth toward the 10th level. Only to be forcibly suppressed by Jiang Luoluo, she began to repeatedly cleanse her meridians. Compressing her spiritual energy, determined to forge a solid foundation for herself. Moreover, in the cultivation world, one's appearance would be fixed post-foundation establishment. She certainly did not wish to remain with a youthful visage. As the absorption of spiritual energy waned, until it ceased entirely, she turned her internal gaze to her dantian, where the yin-yang boa pattern became increasingly clear and vibrant, her meridians broader than before. Jiang Luoluo attempted to unleash a spell with all her might, astonished to find that the depletion of her internal spiritual energy was less than 1/10 of what it had been. Furthermore, its potency had significantly increased. It seemed that this innate yin-yang body not only enriched her spiritual energy, but also refined it to a greater purity, that in future confrontations, would she not be able to unleash the most devastating spells while expending the least amount of spiritual energy? Sitting in place to calm her tumultuous emotions, Jiang Luoluo slowly lifted the jade slip and pressed it against her forehead to peruse its contents. The Five Spirits Technique, a formidable art forged from the convergence of 5 distinct spiritual energies, could obliterate an opponent 2 minor tiers above her with a single strike. However, this would leave her utterly drained of spiritual power, rendering her weak and vulnerable. Jiang Luoluo surmised that with the spiritual energy coursing through her veins, she could unleash 2 strikes, thus deeming this technique as one of her trump cards. With this thought, she devoted herself to her studies with renewed diligence. After a mere 3 attempts, she had already grasped the basics. Congratulations on passing the second layer of the comprehension trial. Your reward is a piece of enlightenment tea. Witnessing the verdant leaves gently floating in the air, Jiang Luoluo could not suppress her delight. What a generous offering! Though it was the least valuable green enlightenment tea, it was still a treasure of immense worth, free from any adverse effects that could enhance a cultivator's comprehension. Chapter 31. The true form of Ancestor Huajin after collecting the tea and placing it in a jade box. Jiang Luoluo resolved to present it to her mother. With her panel in hand, she believed that as long as she continued to accumulate destiny alteration points, her comprehension would inevitably improve, without any unexpected occurrences. The teleportation array beneath her feet flickered, and she found herself in an entirely different setting. This time, her surroundings were devoid of anything but a few floating characters in the air, indicating that the third layer of the trial was a test of her mental state. In the span of a single incense stick, she would enter an illusion array and face the trial set forth by the cave's master. As for the nature of the tests, she received no hints whatsoever. Jiang Luoluo remained unperturbed. The time passed swiftly. Before she could ponder further, her thoughts were engulfed in a void, leaving her with an endless winding path. Glancing left and right yielded no anomalies, prompting Jiang Luoluo to take a step forward. She was unsure how long she walked. Was a year or 2? But the end remained elusive. Give up, you will never escape. Yet, should you take a single step back, you may exit this place. The incessant voice nagged at her, but Jiang Luoluo paid it no heed. After a prolonged period, she could no longer resist the urge to glance back, nearly shattering her composure. To her astonishment, she had only traversed a mere 2 steps from where she began. How could this be? She thought, as she felt she had walked for years. See, you will never escape here. It would be wiser to surrender. The insidious whisper persisted. For a fleeting moment, her gaze wavered, but she quickly regained her resolve. Her eyes hardened once more. Silence. The word give up has no place in my lexicon. Even if the road ahead is fraught with uncertainty and hardship, that I shall steadfastly continue my journey. Upon uttering these words, the space around her twisted violently, and the path she had just traversed fragmented inch by inch. Yet, Jiang Luoluo felt no fear. She remained unwavering in her forward march, until a burst of white light enveloped her. And when she opened her eyes again, she found herself confronting Nangong Chun, who pointed a sword menacingly at her. Jiang Luoluo's countenance was exceedingly grim, although the intention of Ancestor Huajin was only at the mid-stage of the Golden Core. It was far beyond the capabilities of a mere chi refinement practitioner like her. As the impending attack loomed, Jiang Luoluo could only grit her teeth and expend her remaining fate-altering value on the Earth Technique. Perhaps blessed by the heavens, within just 3 attempts, her Earth Technique had reached proficiency. Name: Jiang Luoluo Spiritual Roots, Dual Fire and Earth Roots Talent, Superior Constitution, Innate Yin-Yang Body, Mind's Eye Fortune, Inferior Comprehension, Above Average Appearance, Superior Realm, 8th Layer of Chi Refinement Techniques, Fireball Technique, Proficient, Earth Escape Technique, Proficient, Earth Technique, 2nd Layer, Proficient, Beast Taming Technique, Expert, 5 Elements Technique, Beginner, Divine Consciousness, Early Foundation Establishment Physical Body, Late Qi refinement symbol, crafting level. Second rank, expert. Fate-altering value. 2. She glanced at her status panel. Sensing the restraint of Ancestor Huajian's intention, and swiftly burrowed underground in the fervent excitement of Jiang Yihan's eyes, a terrifying attack did not dissipate with her escape. Rather, it drew closer. Jiang Luoluo summoned all her spiritual power, and even with several flight talismans affixed to her body, she was struck, spitting blood and hurtling far away. The protective inner armor she wore was severely damaged. She suppressed her bodily pain and continued her flight, acutely aware that, given the female protagonist's ruthless nature, once she sought to take action, she would undoubtedly eliminate any traces as expected. When Jiang Luoluo heard the female protagonist's voice commanding another strike, a bitter smile crept upon her lips. This predicament was entirely due to her own arrogance. She was well aware that the protagonist's fortune was beyond her current capacity to contend with. Yet, driven by greed, she had followed along. Just as the second attack was about to land upon her, a powerful suction drew her into an unknown realm, mitigating the force of the attack to merely 30%. Meanwhile, upon hearing from the elder that Jiang Luoluo was merely gravely injured and not dead, Jiang Yihan couldn't restrain her curiosity and questioned aloud, "You are so formidable, yet cannot eliminate a mere Qi refinement ant? What concern is it of yours? She has already suffered severe internal injuries and may not survive. What are you doing? If you are truly capable, why not deal with it yourself?" Ancestor Huajian's intention was perplexed as to why her true self would choose such an inconsequential individual as a successor. Sensing her confusion, the true self casually explained, "Because she is the daughter of fate, only she can fulfill my requirements. Very well, let her vow to the heavenly Tao, accept my legacy, and subsequently assist me in searching for certain treasure." Understood. Ancestor Huajian turned to the grim-faced Jiang Yihan. "Since you possess the jade token to enter, you should comprehend the nature of my legacy. However, if you wish to obtain it, you must aid me in locating this treasure. Are you willing?" Jiang Yihan did not immediately acquiesce, but inquired, "What treasure does the elder wish for the younger generation to seek?" As long as it did not involve Jiang Luoluo, Jiang Yihan's intelligence was fully engaged. "Do not ask what you should not." Ancestor Huajian's intention furrowed her brow, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. "But if I do not clarify, what if you send me to find something I cannot locate? Or if it proves perilous, do you not wish to obtain the legacy and transform your spiritual roots and talents?" Jiang Yihan certainly desired that, yet she would not allow herself to be manipulated so easily. Moreover, from her earlier attitude, she discerned that this treasure could only be found by herself. Thus, she calmly replied, "It would be disingenuous to say I do not wish for it, but I also do not want to place myself in danger." Listening to her words, Ancestor Huajian's intention shifted in her regard. "It is not a particularly formidable treasure, merely the God-binding cauldron." God-binding cauldron? Jiang Yihan looked perplexed. "It is an auxiliary artifact that can protect the owner's belongings from being plundered by others. Perhaps due to its long existence, it harbors many secrets," Qin Mo explained softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yihan lost interest. She nodded to Ancestor Huajian, indicating her acceptance of the condition that in that case, let us proceed with the vow to the heavenly Tao. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yihan raised her finger and began to make her vow. "I, Jiang Yihan, hereby swear that upon acquiring the elder's legacy today, I shall one day assist the elder in seeking the God-binding cauldron. Should I fail, let my path to immortality be severed, and I shall make no further progress." Ancestor Huajian nodded with satisfaction, then approached Jiang Yihan, placing her finger on her forehead to impart the legacy directly. Upon receiving the full breadth of information, Jiang Yihan's face flushed crimson as she inquired whether she could alter her spiritual roots here. Ancestor Huajian nodded, tossing her a vial of spiritual liquid. Jiang Yihan opened the vial and inhaled its contents, instantly breaking through from the 5th layer of Qi refinement to the 6th layered It is jade mellow liquid. With it, your chances of transforming from 5 spiritual roots to chaotic spiritual roots soar to 80%. What Shinamo did not articulate was that such a significant investment revealed the elder's high regard for the God-binding cauldron, and for some reason, A tinge of worry arose within him for Jiang Yihan. Unlike Qin Mo, Jiang Yihan had already entered a focused state, commencing the operation of the extraordinary scripture that had just been implanted in her mind. After all, she was Jiang Yihan, not her original name. What was there to fear at that moment? Jiang Yihan even concealed this from Qin Mo, who had been her sole companion, that a torrent of rich spiritual power surged from all directions, flowing into Jiang Yihan's body like a brook running riotously within her. A portion of the spiritual energy cascaded into her dantian, while the majority rushed through her meridians, followed by a swelling pain in her channels. Jiang Yihan seemed impervious to the pain, diligently guiding the energy towards the locus of her spiritual roots. 5 uneven spiritual roots began to slowly flourish upon receiving the unique spiritual energy absorbed from the extraordinary scripture. However, sensing the pace was lacking, she unhesitatingly consumed the jade mellow liquid. Chapter 33. Spirit of the God-binding cauldron, the spiritual energy wreaked havoc within her. A pain tenfold more intense than before enveloping her entire being. Yet she continued to grit her teeth and guide them towards her spiritual roots. She understood that the opportunity was singular. Jiang Luoluo was not dead, and if she failed, she would never regain her footing that as time passed. Jiang Yihan's rate of absorbing spiritual energy accelerated at this moment. Unbeknownst to her, her actions had already attracted the attention of the higher-ups of Tianyuanzong. Led by the sect master, the peak masters had arrived at the scene. It appeared to be a cave dwelling. What treasure could possibly be found within? Shi Riao's eyes flickered as she spoke first. Who knows? Without a key, we cannot enter. Tang Mufeng replied indifferently. Since a vortex of spiritual energy has been stirred, there must be someone inside. We can simply inquire upon their exit, He Feng remarked casually. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. The yawning cultivators could fly. They merely stood in the air, awaiting her emergence. Only Nangong Chun, who was merely a background character, remained voiceless when Jiang Yihan successfully reversed her qualifications. Bidding farewell to Ancestor Huajin and exiting the cave, the assembled individuals instantly came into her view. When the sect master inquired about the events that transpired, Jiang Yihan only half-heartedly claimed that she had accidentally obtained Ancestor Huajin's legacy, transforming her qualifications into chaotic spiritual roots. The sect master recognized her evasiveness, but did not press further. He simply asked if anyone present wished to take her as a disciple, and she chose Nangong Chun, just as the narrative dictated. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoluo, having sustained grievous injuries, had fallen into unconsciousness. The transparent little boy, around 2 or 3 years of age, emerged from the lake, lifting water to pour into Jiang Luoluo's mouth while incessantly murmuring, "How pathetic! Imagine me, a magnificent artifact, bound to such a feeble human. Were it not for the trace of my essence on you, I would not lift a finger to save you. Now you lie there, oblivious to your fate, waiting for me to care for you. Your fortune is bizarre, a veritable nuisance. Why must I suffer such misfortune? Boo-hoo! Silence! You are unbearable." Jiang Luoluo, regaining some consciousness, was plagued by the incessant chattering that left her head spinning. The little boy, pouting for a moment, dared not speak further, finding this girl far too fierce. However, upon seeing Jiang Luoluo struggle to rise, he awkwardly reminded her, "Do not move yet. Are you unaware of the extent of your injuries? If you flail about, even a deity cannot save you." Jiang Luoluo lowered her gaze, remaining still in her supine position. Every part of her ached, and speaking only exacerbated the sensation, as if someone were wielding a giant hammer against her chest. Enduring the debilitating pain, she retrieved a second-rank recovery pill from the storage bracelet her mother had given her and swallowed it. The little boy observed her actions, and the resentment in his eyes diminished considerably. Jiang Luoluo weakly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." The little boy scoffed, "Your most severe injury is not internal, but rather your meridians. There is no need for thanks." Jiang Luoluo examined her meridians and discovered numerous ruptured traces. She pressed her lips together. "I am aware. With some rest, they will heal." "Such nonsense. Without a meridian restoration pill, your meridians will never recover." The little boy was nearly exasperated to death by her nonchalant tone. The Meridian Restoration Pill is a fifth-rank elixir, and I do not possess one. You, Jiang Luoluo, diverted the topic, asking, "What do you mean by your essence? And why is my fortune so peculiar?" Jiang Luo's intuition suggests that the answers elusive in the Sutra Pavilion might soon be unveiled. Upon broaching this topic, the young boy visibly swelled with pride. "To be frank, I am the ancient artifact, the confined divine cauldron, quite formidable indeed. Had it not been for the essence of my true form lingering on you, I would have scarcely bothered to acknowledge your existence. If that is the case, why not eliminate me and reclaim your true form?" Jiang Luoluo retorted, "If it weren't for the life and death pact binding you to my true form, do you think I would deign to concern myself with you?" After this proclamation, the spirit of the artifact pouted and shot Jiang Luoluo an exasperated glare. "A life and death pact." Jiang Luoluo elongated her tone, observing the adorably bewildered expression of the artifact's spirit, as the name suggests. A life and death pact entails mutual existence. Should one party suffer grave harm threatening their life, the other party would share the burden, leading to a simultaneous demise if both their life forces were depleted. Do not presume you can manipulate me with this, for I am not easily frightened. Despite her bravado, the little artifact's spirit's voice trembled. Elders had informed it that as the confined divine cauldron, its life force was exceptionally resilient, thereby endowing its bonded companions with remarkable vitality. These individuals often recklessly squandered their own essence to exert control over the spirit. However, they remained blissfully unaware that each activation of the life and death pact consumed the spirit's very essence. Should that essence be fully depleted, its existence would be perilously close to vanishing. Jiang Luoluo gently stroked the little spirit's head, offering reassurance. "So, does this mean we can rely on each other?" "Yes, indeed." The spirit eagerly nodded once it grasped the implication. They would become partners reliant upon one another, provided she did not act recklessly. "May I inquire your name?" "I am Jiang Luoluo." "Jiang Luoluo? Then I shall call you Luoluo from now on. As for myself, I lack a name. Could you bestow one upon me?" The spirit awaited her response with anticipation. "Of course. Our meeting is a fateful encounter. So I shall name you Yuan Yuan." Jiang Luoluo contemplated before declaring, "Yuan Yuan? What a lovely name. I adore it." Perceiving its delight, Jiang Luoluo refrained from interrupting and instead produced a rusty iron shard she had purchased in the market, presenting it to Yuan Yuan. She realized that this was the sole enigmatic object on her person. "Is this what you refer to as your true form?" "Indeed." Yuan Yuan accepted the fragment, a glimmer of sorrow in its eyes. "In the cataclysmic battle a millennium ago, my true form was shattered, and I fell to the Tsang-Xian continent. My spirit has remained in slumber due to grievous injuries. Had it not been for this unforeseen event awakening the call of my true form, I would still be in a deep sleep." Jiang Luoluo, with great effort, ruffled the child's hair, offering comfort. "Do not worry. We shall surely recover your remaining true form. I believe in you." After a moment, Yuan Yuan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "By the way, I notice your luck seems to have improved once. If you have further means to enhance it, you could ascend to a higher level. However, to continue advancing, you must locate the second fragment." Jiang Luoluo gazed at Yuan Yuan in delight. "You truly are my little lucky star. It is wonderful to have met you. But could you elucidate the nature of my luck?" Yuan Yuan furrowed its brow in thought. "I'm uncertain of the specifics, but I can sense someone is siphoning your luck. Were it not for your blood relatives using their lineage to cast spells on your behalf, you would have perished long ago due to your misfortune." Chapter 34. The siphon luck. In theory, individuals subjected to such luck siphoning possess poor aptitude and talent, perhaps even to the extent of being described as lacking. Their futures would likely be mundane, devoid of notable achievements. Yet you stand in stark contrast. Your aptitude and talent are commendable, and more importantly, you possess an innate yin-yang body. How peculiar. Jiang Luoluo lowered her gaze, appearing melancholic from Yuan Yuan's perspective. Yet it was not sorrow she felt, but rather a recollection of the original owner's fate. Did she not ultimately mirror Yuan Yuan's description? Exceptional spiritual roots, poor aptitude. Scorned and ostracized, ultimately leading to her demise due to opposing the female protagonist. Noticing her downcast demeanor, Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, boasting, "Do not fret. Encountering me is your stroke of fortune that I am the confined divine cauldron, capable of ensnaring anything. Since you managed to enhance your luck once before, you should be able to do so again. After I merge with my true form, your luck will no longer dissipate." Seeing the spirit's adorable demeanor, Jiang Luoluo couldn't help but ruffle its head in praise. "Really? Thank you, Yuan Yuan. You are truly remarkable." Yuan Yuan, slightly bashful and somewhat sheepish, replied, "Well, it's nothing too grand. I can merely ensure your luck ascends a level without fading." Perhaps fearing Jiang Luoluo might admonish him, he quickly added, "But as long as you help me find the remaining fragments of my true form, I can assist you greatly." Jiang Luoluo couldn't help but chuckle. I believe in your capabilities, Yuan Yuan. Even if you cannot preserve my luck, I shall certainly aid you in reclaiming your true form." Yuan Yuan held back tears brimming in its eyes, pridefully declaring, "If you truly wish to help me find my true form, then focus on recovering first. Your meridians are severely damaged. Without a meridian restoration pill, your future cultivation will be compromised." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoluo inspected her meridians and, as expected, discovered the fractures within. She bit her lip and sighed. A meridian restoration pill is a fifth-tier elixir, exorbitantly priced, and furthermore, it is scarce. Yuan Yuan's eyes flickered, as if wanting to say something, but refraining. "Do not worry, Yuan Yuan. If I am unable to cultivate spiritually, I shall pursue physical cultivation. I will certainly help you recover your true form." Jiang Luoluo resolved swiftly. There are always more methods than obstacles. Seeing her determination, Yuan Yuan could not help but divulge, "Well, I possess a recipe for a medicinal bath that can heal your damaged meridians. But the process is quite painful. It essentially involves shattering and restructuring your meridians multiple times over 6 months. Are you willing to endure it?" "I am willing. I shall endure any pain," Jiang Luoluo resolutely replied. "May I inquire who inflicted such harm upon you? He is exceedingly powerful, far beyond your capacity to question. I was struck down due to my feeble attacking power, resulting in my true form's shattering and my spirit being sealed here for nearly 10,000 years. Were it not for the essence of my true form resonating within you, awakening me, I would likely remain in slumber." Yuan Yuan's voice trailed off. A hint of melancholy colored its tone. Jiang Luoluo, suppressing the faint pain in her meridians, extended her hand. "Let us assist each other in reclaiming your former glory." "Indeed, let us." Yuan Yuan reached out its small hand to grasp Jiang Luoluo's. The two exchanged smiles, and in that moment, the lingering distance between them vanished. Jiang Luoluo pondered, retrieving the iron shard from her storage pouch. This was the only object of uncertain purpose she possessed. Yuan Yuan took the shard from Jiang Luoluo's hand and then stuffed a piece of paper and a stone into her embrace. "This is a set of inherited spells. Practice diligently. If you remain too weak, you may perish before you can even assist me in finding the fragments." After delivering this message, it quickly scampered away with the iron shard. Jiang Luoluo chuckled softly, finding the spirit's prideful demeanor endearing. She did not pursue, but instead examined the recipe for the medicinal bath. Besides the 3 primary ingredients, she possessed everything else in her storage pouch. Previously, she had contemplated learning alchemy, and during her tasks, she had collected medicinal herbs whenever she encountered them. Over time, she had amassed quite a few. Fire sungrass, Xian ice flower, and 1,000 gold vine all required 500 years of maturity, though rare. They were not entirely unattainable. Her gaze then settled on the stone. Without much hesitation, Jiang Luoluo immersed her consciousness within it, intercept the female protagonist's opportunities, and gain a fragment of fate value. After a considerable time, the stone in Jiang Luoluo's hand crumbled into powder, and upon completing the inheritance, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. As she laughed, a single tear slipped from her eye. How biased fate can be, Jiang Luoluo murmured. Had she not fortuitously purchased Yuan Yuan's true form with her spiritual eyes at the market, she would have gained nothing by accompanying the female protagonist and could have even faced death. Meanwhile, the female protagonist would have first acquired the legacy of the revered ancestor Huajin and subsequently stumbled upon the genuine fire spell gifted to her by Huajin. AS for the counterfeit. It would likely be discarded like refuse. Though the genuine artifact now lay in her possession, the recollection of her futile efforts and the injuries to her meridians sparked a chill in her heart. Did she truly think that Jiang Luoluo had triumphed? You are mistaken. Such actions will only serve to further ignite my determination and will make her even more eager to seize the opportunities meant for the female protagonist. Since fate has chosen to show favoritism, she can only reclaim what rightfully belongs to her from her own daughter. Moreover, the authentic article possesses a suppressive influence over the counterfeit. Should Jiang Luoluo cultivate that advanced technique, it would indeed become quite intriguing. With this thought in mind, Jiang Luoluo wasted no time and set off immediately in search of the 3 requisite herbs. The 1,000 gold vine, possessing a gentle warmth. It predominantly flourishes on sheer cliffs. Recalling the description of the 1,000 gold vine, Jiang Luoluo began her search along each mountain face point. 3 days later, she discovered a specimen nestled among a towering, steep cliff. After observing it carefully for a moment, she found no guarding beasts. Considering the possibility of danger, she affixed several defensive talismans to herself. Only then did she cautiously slide down the cliff towards the 1,000 gold vine. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoluo swiftly reached out to grasp the vine. That moment, a small gray snake, no larger than a thumb, lunged towards her forehead. A jolt of alarm surged through Jiang Luoluo, but in the next instant, the snake was sent flying by the force of her defensive talismans. She patted her chest in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a first-tier intermediate beast, and her talismans were more than sufficient. After plucking the 1,000 gold vine and placing it into a jade box, Jiang Luoluo turned around only to nearly suffer from a bout of claustrophobia. The entire cliff face was now teeming with a multitude of small, multicolored snakes. The very snake that had just been repelled was now in the center, directing its brethren. Not daring to delay, Jiang Luoluo affixed 2 flying talismans to herself and unleashed a barrage of fireballs around her, although she managed to fend off some of the snakes. To her dismay, even more rushed to take their place. Not willing to linger, Jiang Luoluo took flight, occasionally casting fireballs behind her to buy herself some time for escape, by the time she had evaded the snakes. 2 hours had already passed. Chapter 35. Jiang Luoluo's deception. After meditating to restore her spiritual energy, Jiang Luoluo resumed her quest for the next herb, the xianbing flower, possessing a cold nature. It typically grows in damp and cool environments. A day swiftly passed, and she finally discovered it in a marsh. Raising her gaze, she spotted a verdant spirit plant in the marsh not far ahead, its apex adorned with a delicate white flower swaying gracefully. Jiang Luoluo furrowed her brow as she assessed the distance to the plant on the shore. She then turned her attention to a nearby dead tree. With deft movements, she chopped down several trees, and in no time, a wooden plank measuring 1 meter wide was fashioned. Without further hesitation, she hurled the plank into the marsh and gently stepped atop it. The snakes, insects, and rodents she encountered along the way posed little threat, as she dispatched them effortlessly. Despite this, Jiang Luoluo remained vigilant, and not until she had secured the xianbing flower in her jade box did she feel a sense of danger dissipate. Just as she was about to depart, she noticed a small tree growing beside the xianbing flower, bearing 3 thumb-sized fruits. Caught in a moment of indecision, she plucked the fruits and stored them in her bag. She could always consult Yuan upon her return. If they were toxic, she could simply dispose of them. With 2 of the 3 main herbs found, only the final fire sun grass remained. However, this last herb presented the greatest challenge for Jiang Luoluo, as it was guarded by a peak first-tier beast, the sun fire tiger, which was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd tier. It was evident that the beast intended to use the fire sun grass to advance. Had she not been injured, she might have had the strength to confront it, but now, with her wounds, the prospect of defeating the sunfire tiger to harvest the herb was fraught with peril. Rather than recklessly charging into the area where the fire sun grass thrived, she first ventured to the lake to catch several large salmon. Having done her research, Jiang Luoluo knew there was an adult brown bear, also at peak first-tier strength, residing near the sunfire tiger. Brown bears have a particular fondness for salmon. Jiang Luoluo placed a large salmon near the bear's den and utilized her wind spiritual energy to carry the scent towards the bear's nostrils. She continued to strategically place salmon at intervals, luring the bear towards the territory of the Sunfire Tiger. After employing a few clever tactics, it was only a matter of time before the two beasts clashed. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Luoluo quietly used her earth evasion technique to sneak in and collect the fire sungrass. However, she was unprepared for the Sunfire Tiger, which, rather than retaliating against the bear, chose to rush over and seize the fire sungrass for itself. Though she managed to escape in time, she was still injured in the process. Injured anew, Jiang Luoluo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Not daring to linger, she swiftly retreated amidst the roars of the Sunfire Tiger. Upon returning to the location where she and Yuan had set up camp, Jiang Luoluo felt considerably weakened. She first consumed a healing elixir and quickly changed out of her bloodied garments. Once she had tidied herself up and was about to take a medicinal bath, she suddenly remembered that she lacked a bathing tub. Having no choice but to fashion a simple tub for herself, she ventured to another cave for her medicinal bath. Within the depths of the tub, Jiang Luoluo found herself in a state of turmoil. Two forces within her clashed violently, neither willing to relent, until a gentle spiritual energy surged in, causing them to converge harmoniously into her meridians. The tumultuous energy surged forth, leading to the gradual fracturing of her meridians until they could fracture no more, at which point they began to reform. Jiang Luoluo gritted her teeth, her entire being numb with pain. The reformed meridians appeared weak, yet they were significantly wider than before. She attempted to nurture her meridians with spiritual energy. But after completing a full cycle, a dull ache arose, compelling her to cease her efforts. Unable to cultivate, she resorted to drawing talismans and formations, though the arrangements always seemed to lack a slight precision. While Jiang Luoluo was engaged in her tranquil pursuits, the atmosphere was quite different elsewhere, as Jiang Yihan's recent apprenticeship had elevated her status immensely. Have you heard? Lord Nangong has just broken through to the nascent soul stage and has taken on a female disciple. She possesses a chaotic spiritual root, and her cultivation is on par with single spiritual roots, so her apprenticeship is unremarkable. However, I heard she ascended from a 5-spirit root, and I, too, am a 5-spirit root. Do you think I could achieve a similar breakthrough? Don't be ridiculous. You lack Jiang Shiji's fortune, who has a sister to safeguard her and bestow opportunities. Indeed, is Jiang Luoluo foolish? Such opportunities to alter one's aptitude are rare. Yet she so carelessly bestowed it upon another. Perhaps she is genuinely naive. When she returns, do you think she would offer me gifts as well if I were to befriend her? What nonsense are you all spouting? The sect invited you here to cultivate diligently and to bring honor to the sect, not to engage in idle gossip. Song Jinyu's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, echoed through every corner of the sect. Silencing the murmurs of those around, he did not believe Luoluo to be so foolish. It was undoubtedly Jiang Yihan's scheme at play. Ignoring the pale faces of those who had spoken moments before, he soared towards the peak where Nangong resided. Upon seeing the man seated at a table, sipping tea, Song Jinyu's expression darkened. You need to keep your disciple in check. If I discover she continues to tarnish my junior sister's reputation, do not blame me for being impolite. Nangong set down his teacup. Jiang Yihan has been diligently cultivating and has not left the peak. How could those rumors possibly originate from her? Song Jinyu shot him a look as if he were an imbecile, opting not to elaborate further. I merely came to inform you. If you choose to ignore this, should she extend her claws towards my junior sister again, do not blame me for using my advantage. Nangong felt his temper flare at those words. I am her master. If you harbor grievances, direct them towards me. Can you defeat me? Song Jinyu replied lazily, entirely dismissing Nangong as a contender. Nangong face darkened. He indeed could not defeat him. Uncertain of what he was pondering, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. Jinyu, you may not be aware, but Elder Amlin is currently searching the sect for a girl he seems quite fond of. He has stated that he will only accept 3 disciples. You think you still have a chance at being Luo's senior brother? Song Jinyu furrowed his brow. That elder had been avoiding him since his return, and now appeared to be seeking another. It seemed he had indeed found someone of interest. However, after catching sight of Nangong anticipatory expression, he suddenly found himself at ease. What of it? At worst, I shall simply transition from senior brother to master. You did not wait for Nangong-chan to continue speaking. Song Jinyu had already vanished without a trace. After some contemplation, he summoned Jiang Yihan, that he inquired about the recent rumors circulating within the sect. Although she responded swiftly, Nangong-chan discerned the brief moment of stiffness that betrayed her. He recalled the girl diligently practicing the earth escape technique. Ensnared in her own struggles, and felt a twinge of guilt, coupled with a growing disappointment towards Jiang Yin to prevent his disciple from going astray, Nangong-chan resolved to personally guide and supervise her training. Even postponing the cultivation resources he had initially intended to bestow upon her. This moment, Jiang Yihan remained unaware of the consequences of her fleeting desire for revenge. Upon learning that Jiang Luoluo was not dead, she had already schemed this maneuver to by elevating Jiang Luoluo to a position of prominence. Even if the latter fully recovered and returned to the sect, she would be unable to confront Jiang Yihan openly, thus unwittingly crafting an image of an innocent and naive character for her, rendering Jiang Luoluo speechless. Little did she realize that the first to be ensnared was herself. Chapter 36. Qi training level 10 deep within the back mountains of Tianyuanzong. A girl of approximately 12 years was engaged in a fierce battle with a second-tier demonic beast, the Solar Tiger. With 2 resounding thuds, the clash concluded with both adversaries sustaining injuries. The Solar Tiger, lying on the ground, cast a disdainful glance at the human who often troubled it before feigning death. Jiang Luoluo, barely managing to prop herself up, tossed a few healing elixirs towards the Solar Tiger. She then utilized her escape technique to return to the cave she shared with Yuanyuan, hastily consuming one of the healing elixirs to recover from her injuries. After indulging in a medicinal bath today, her meridians would be completely restored. As for the Solar Tiger, despite her pilfering its herbs, it had successfully broken through to the second tier. Thus, her daily routine involved not only drawing talismans and nourishing her meridians, but also seeking out the Solar Tiger for combat, all in pursuit of physical refinement. For being defeated at the start to reaching a stalemate today, her gains had been substantial. After her medicinal bath, she turned her gaze inward to observe her dantian, a genuine smile blossoming as she beheld her widened, resilient meridians. They had finally healed. The tribulations of the past 6 months had not been in vain. Name: Jiang Luoluo Spirit Root. Dual Fire and Earth Spirit Roots qualification. Superior physique. Innate yin-yang body. Eye of the mind fortune. Inferior comprehension. Above average appearance. Superior realm. Qi training level 9 techniques. Fireball technique, proficient. Earth escape technique, proficient. Earth technique decision, 2 levels proficient. Beast mastery technique, expert. 5 spirit technique, beginner, spiritual awareness. Initial stage of foundation, establishment physical body. Peak of Qi training talisman crafting level. Second tier, entering the divine. Fate alteration value. 3 having engaged in a physical confrontation with the Solar Tiger. Her physique had improved, yet her fate alteration value remained stagnant. Jiang Luoluo sighed and sifted through the lottery pool, eager to test her luck. This time, she sought the pool associated with abilities, hoping to draw a special power. Special abilities were categorized into 7 types: red, gold, purple, blue, green, white, and ranked from highest to lowest, with red being the best and white the least desirable. Ding! The familiar sound echoed as a white glow gradually emerged from the lottery pool under Jiang Luoluo's watchful gaze. Temptation, one-time item. User demographic, those of lower cultivation. Usage permission. The target must willingly succumb to your temptation. Upon success, the target will regard you as their most loyal companion for life. Jiang Luoluo. After reading the description, she felt utterly stymied. Was it truly worth a single fate alteration value for such a trinket? Given the stipulation of willingness, this ability seemed utterly useless. Originally intending to draw again, she abandoned the thought, deciding to wait until she amassed enough fate alteration value to elevate her fortune. Putting away the interface, she took out the materials for the formation and began to draw. Perhaps it was due to her lack of talent in formations. Over the past 6 months, despite numerous attempts, she had consistently failed at the last hurdle. The materials she had initially purchased were now dwindling. How foolish. Do you not comprehend the concept of cycles? Just look at this. The beginning and end are disjointed, lacking any connection, And no matter how long you draw like this, you will never form a proper array. Yuan emerged just in time to witness this scene. Nearly succumbing to exasperation at her foolishness, disregarding his mockery, Jiang Luoluo tapped her forehead. Whether in formations or in the myriad of things, cycles exist, including her own practice. Spiritual energy circulates through the meridians before returning to the dantian. Yet, she had overlooked this aspect each time. Were it not for Yuan, she might have remained oblivious to the issue. Adopting a calm mindset, she picked up the carving brush and resumed her drawing. Having practiced over 100 times previously, her speed was remarkable, and soon the formation was completed. Jiang Luoluo eagerly began experimenting with the formation she had drawn, a first-tier gathering formation, placing a few low-grade spirit stones upon it. The formation activated swiftly. As she channeled her technique, she observed that the speed of spiritual energy absorption had doubled compared to before. Stowing the formation plate, Jiang Luoluo embraced Yuan and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Thank you, Yuan. You are truly remarkable." Yuan, flustered by the praise, averted his gaze shyly. "It's nothing much." After absorbing the energy, Yuan had significantly solidified his spiritual entity. Jiang Luoluo felt a genuine joy seeing him become less transparent than before. Yuan, puffing out his chest in a show of pride, proclaimed, "I can now exert the strength of peak qi training. Indeed, quite impressive, even surpassing me." Remembering the fruit she had picked previously, Jiang Luoluo displayed it for Yuan's inspection. This is a xianling fruit, with only a 1 in 10,000 chance of appearing near the xianbing flower. Such a fruit allows qi training cultivators to bypass their bottleneck and advance a level, all without any side effects. Yuan lingered on the fruit for a moment before returning it to Jiang Luoluo. She did not accept it, but merely inquired, "Is it useful to you?" "Yes, it is." "Then keep it. When you break through, I will be counting on you to protect me." Jiang Luoluo replied with a smile. Yuan's lips moved, but he said nothing, silently vowing to protect Jiang Luoluo no matter what transpired in the future. "Now, quickly consume it. This formation plate is perfect for you. Once you break through, you can protect me. How does that sound?" Jiang Luoluo inquired cheerfully. "All right." After his agreement, Yuan ceased further conversation and began meditating to absorb the energy. Jiang Luoluo observed as the iron piece she had previously given him manifested before him, appearing from a distance like an irregular growth on his chest. Suppressing her amusement, she began sketching the formation once more. Keeping a part of her awareness focused on Yuan. 2 months passed swiftly, and finally, Yuan opened his eyes, his aura noticeably more profound. Jiang Luoluo realized he had entered the foundation establishment stage. "Luoluo, you should break through as well. We are deep in the back mountains, and it may be difficult to exit," Yuan expressed with concern. "Fear not. This is a trial ground specially developed by Tianyuanzong for disciples. There are no major demons here. With our combined strength, escaping should pose no issue," Jiang Luoluo reassured him. Indeed, without further hesitation, Jiang Luoluo replaced the spirit stones and sat cross-legged within the formation, placing a xianling fruit into her mouth. The fruit appeared quite astringent, yet its taste was unexpectedly sweet. As the fruit vanished within her, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her. With a gentle pop, the barrier of Qi Training Level 9 was successfully breached, and she smoothly advanced to Qi Training Level 10. After solidifying her cultivation, the two were about to set off when the sound of raucous footsteps reached their ears. Jiang Luoluo signaled for Yuan to enter the contract space while she utilized her escape technique to burrow underground. 100 meters away from the approaching figures, before her stood 6 attendants pursuing a boy of 14 or 15 years. The boy was drenched in blood, his robes in tatters. The pursuers were equally disheveled, their unstable auras and furious expressions evident as they chased the boy. What perplexed Jiang Luoluo was that the 6 individuals behind him were clearly at the later stages of Qi training, with one having even reached the 10th level. How could such a formidable group be unable to subdue a mere Qi training level 4? Chapter 37. Taking action, young master. I advise you to hand over the map. This way, you will endure less suffering, one of them suggested. What are you holding on for, you waste of a 5 spirit root? As one of them saw the boy rummaging through his storage pouch without producing anything, their laughter grew more raucous. "Ha! Have you run out of talismans and magical artifacts? Let us see where you can escape now. They closed in on the boy but refrained from launching an attack. Jiang Luoluo furrowed her brow at the scene. The Qi training level had them so flustered, yet they still hesitated to kill, merely playing a game of cat and mouse. Did they not wish to silence him, but merely sought to seize his treasures? Confounded, she had no intention of intervening. As the pursuers drew closer, the boy unleashed a small spell, managing to push one of the later stage Qi training individuals back 3 steps. The remaining 5 regarded him with heightened caution. "Big brother, this kid is too troublesome. Should we just kill him?" one suggested. "Yes, although the rewards offered are substantial, we must also consider our lives. Moreover, the opposing party has expended such considerable resources to seize the map and capture a living person. There may very well be treasures within. If our leader hesitates for even a few seconds, his expression suddenly turning sinister, and with his right hand gathering spiritual energy, in an instant, several sharp spikes, charged with murderous intent, dart towards the youth. The youth's pupils constrict abruptly. His face pales in terror as he struggles to evade the attack, yet he is inevitably grazed on the arm. However, the other assailants provide him with no respite, their spiritual energy following suit. Compared to the previous gradual encroachment, this time their intentions are unmistakably lethal. At a hint of mockery and despair flickers across the youth's face. Jiang Luoluo watches the unfolding drama quietly, showing no inclination to intervene. In a modern world bound by various rules, there are still those who risk their lives for wealth, let alone in a realm of cultivation. Here, strength reigns supreme, unshackled by rules or laws, allowing for even greater recklessness. It is not uncommon for them to resort to extortion. Just as the youth finds himself inhaling more than exhaling, a single phrase from the sidelines prompts Jiang Luoluo to prepare for action. "Luoluo, this person possesses a chaotic spiritual root. And a wonder his spells are so peculiar, a chaotic spiritual root. What if she takes this individual to the Tianyuan sect? The heavenly Tao has granted her such exceptional resources. Would it not be improper not to share? But how to ensure this person would not turn against her?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites in her mind, recalling a disposable item she had drawn earlier, perfect for testing its efficacy. With this thought in mind, Jiang Luoluo does not rush to save the youth, but instead transmits a message. "Do you wish to live?" The youth responds without hesitation. "I do." "Then you must wholeheartedly submit to me. Once I plant a mark on you, I will ensure your safety." Jiang Luoluo feels no shame in taking advantage of the situation. The youth, witnessing the relentless onslaught directed at him and the numbing pain coursing through his body, can only manage a bitter smile. Aware that his adversaries are taking advantage of his plight, he still finds himself compelled to comply. "All right," he rasps in response. "Your name?" Jiang Luoluo does not hesitate, knowing that if she lingers any longer, her test subject might be killed. "Muzishi. My name is Muzishi," he shouts, fully cognizant that any further delay may cost him his life. With his name revealed, Jiang Luoluo begins to utilize the item. "Are you sure you want to use the disposable item on Muzishi?" "Yes." "Usage in progress. Usage failed." Jiang Luoluo's expression turns icy. It seems you do not wish to live. If that is the case, I shall no longer waste my time. Muzishi is taken aback, realizing how astute his opponent is. She must possess some special means. Concluding this, he dares not act cautiously any longer and hurriedly states, "Wait. Fellow cultivator, please grant me another chance." Not receiving a response, he grits his teeth and continues, "I assure you, I will cooperate this time. Furthermore, I possess a map and key to a hidden paradise. If you save me, I am willing to offer these to you." Should he be marked as a slave, he would still divulge everything to her. Thus, making this declaration could bolster his bargaining position. Initially intended to intimidate, Jiang Luoluo halts at his words. She attempts to use the alluring item once more. Usage successful. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Luoluo no longer hesitates. A whip materializes in her hand, and a rich, decisive fire-type spiritual energy courses through the whip, striking the leading assailants. In an instant, 3 of them are knocked to the ground. "Who are you?" The assailants, taken aback by the young Jiang Luoluo's cultivation level, which has reached the 10th stage of Qi refinement, regard her with trepidation. Such prowess at such a young age undoubtedly marks her as a prodigy from a major sect, someone they cannot afford to provoke. Realizing the implications, their wariness transforms into obsequiousness. May I inquire about your relationship with this individual? If you have come for the map, once I eliminate this boy and acquire it, we might as well collaborate. Jiang Luoluo scoffs. He is my companion. You have harmed my companion, and you expect me to forgive you so easily? Musashi feels as though the young girl standing in front of him is extraordinarily imposing, igniting within him a fierce desire to assist and protect her at any cost. His pupils constrict slightly, grappling with the disbelief that he has come to trust her so implicitly in such a short span of time. Devoid of even a shred of doubt, the leader of the assailants, seeing Jiang Luoluo's unyielding stance, grows enraged. Such greed at such a young age. Do you not fear the consequences? Jiang Luoluo remains unfazed. Then you need not concern yourself. If you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame us for taking advantage of our numbers. With that, she gestures for her companions to attack. 6 assailants converge, but their strikes lack lethality. Jiang Luoluo suspects they fear her backing. Disinterested in prolonging the skirmish, she lashes out with the whip infused with spiritual energy, and one assailant crumples to the ground, leaving no room for struggle. With 2 more swift strikes, another 2 fall, and Jiang Luoluo's whip disintegrates into dust in a mere moment. Only 3 assailants remain. Fear grips them, and they kneel, pleading for mercy. Jiang Luoluo, however, chooses to ignore them, conjuring another whip, this time aimed at the leader. A pressure thrice that of his own descends upon him. He roars in fury. I am a member of the Mu family, affiliated with the Tianyuan sect. Are you certain you wish to confront our young master over a worthless scion? Hearing this, Musashi swiftly glances at Jiang Luoluo, anxiety evident in his gaze. Jiang Luoluo chuckles lightly. You are merely his dog. Should you die, he cannot seek retribution from me. With her words, the leader's aura vanishes without a trace. As for the remaining 2, a few fireballs are enough to reduce them to ashes. Go retrieve their storage bags. Jiang Luoluo instructs the astonished Musashi. Having just expended 1 whip, she hopes the valuables on these individuals will not disappoint her. Just as Musashi finishes collecting the storage bags and hands them to Jiang Luoluo, he witnesses her igniting the corpses. The realization solidifies within him. This seemingly young but ruthless individual commands his utmost respect, extinguishing any flicker of betrayal in his heart. Chapter 38. The Cave of Enlightenment. Upon emptying the contents, Jiang Luoluo's expression darkens. The 6 storage bags yield a mere 60 or 70 low-grade spirit stones, a few bottles of low-grade elixirs, and several ordinary spellbooks. After stowing the spirit stones, she turns to Musashi. Do you want these? Yes, I want them. Musashi nods vigorously, fearing she might change her mind if he hesitates. He does not immediately pocket the items. Instead, he takes one of the elixirs and consumes it. Soon, the bleeding from his wound ceases. Only then does he gather the rest, approaching Jiang Luoluo to present her with a map and a pale blue jade talisman. Jiang Luoluo examines the map and talisman, scrutinizing them repeatedly. Yet something feels amiss. Ahem, fellow cultivator, you seem to have the map upside down, Musashi quietly points out after a moment of hesitation. Jiang Luoluo's face flushes with embarrassment, and she clears her throat. You take a look? All right. As Musashi studies the map, the spirit pet, Yuan, bursts into laughter. Huh, Luoluo, you actually can't read a map. Huh, if you can, why didn't you remind me? Jiang Luoluo retorts, exasperated. Instantly, Yuan stops laughing, covering its face with its hands, stubbornly insisting. I just didn't register at the time. Jiang Luoluo chuckles, choosing not to expose Yuan's earlier eagerness when it first laid eyes on the map. Failing to notice it was upside down, that it appears to be located at the falling sunset cliff, Musashi remarks. Lead the way. Let's go. Jiang Luoluo temporarily contracts a fire phoenix, and the 2 leap onto its back, soaring toward the direction indicated by Musashi. Luoluo, your summoning technique is quite effective. Yuan praises. It truly is convenient. It doesn't consume your summoning beast quota and allows you to command magical beasts. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Jiang Luoluo never hesitates to share knowledge with her own. Never mind. Luoluo can handle it. Several hours later, a group arrives at the site of their recent battle. After finding nothing, they produce a copper mirror-like artifact, illuminating the area for a moment, revealing Jiang Luoluo and Mu Zexie's departing figures. After Mu Zexie meticulously verifies the map, the two finally arrive at the falling sunset cliff. "This is it," Mu Zexie exclaims, brimming with excitement. "This is the opportunity left for the descendants by the ancestors of the Mu family. Without the token my father entrusted to me before he passed, I would never have known." Recalling the father who was murdered by his uncle, a glimmer of hatred flashes in Mu Zexie's eyes. Jiang Luoluo glances at the vast cliff, failing to discern the location of the cave. Noticing her confusion, Mu Zexie explains, "The jade talisman will guide us." Jiang Luoluo poses no further inquiries, simply handing the talisman to him. With a drop of blood from his fingertip upon the talisman, it swiftly darts toward the southeastern direction of the cliff. The two exchange a glance, saying nothing further, merely following the talisman. Soon, the talisman halts before a smooth rock face at the base of the cliff. Without waiting for Jiang Luoluo to speak, Mu Zexie places a drop of his heart's blood on the talisman and then presses it against the stone. The rock face slowly parts, and an overwhelming pressure emanates forth, causing trees 100 meters behind them to crash to the ground. Yet the two closest individuals remain unscathed. Observing this scene, Yuan exclaims in awe. Luoluo, the owner of this cave, was likely at the god transformation stage during their lifetime. Upon hearing this, she instinctively cast a glance at Mu Zexie. Could this person possibly be another child of destiny? However, she did not perceive his life panel. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Zexie remained oblivious to her scrutiny, instead gazing at the open cave and lamenting. "This was left behind by one of our ancestors from the Mu family a century ago. He once inscribed that only a prodigious talent from the Mu family may enter. Otherwise, entry is strictly forbidden. Who would have thought that I, a supposed waste of the Mu family, would be the one to unlock it?" Jiang Luoluo replied in a nonchalant tone, "If you are indeed a waste, I would not bother to save you." The corners of Mu Zexie's mouth twitched, yet he could not deny that he felt somewhat comforted. As the two entered the cave, the entrance slowly closed behind them. At that moment, on the cliff, a group of individuals descended slowly. One among them utilized a bronze mirror to search repeatedly. Yet they failed to detect the presence of the two, and instead, he found himself spitting blood due to the backlash from the frequent use of the mirror. "Inform the young master." "Yes, it seems we have no other choice." After a brief discussion, the group headed in the direction of the Mu family, within a splendid and luxurious palace of the Mu family. A seemingly ordinary and plump youth was using his spirit-infused foot to kick the ground where a black-clad man lay. This man was, in fact, one of those who had just used the bronze mirror to seek out Jiang Luoluo and her companion. "Useless, truly useless. How can you not find them even with the tracking mirror bestowed by this young master? What use are you to me?" Observing the man gasping for breath, the youth finally ceased his actions. Instructing others to drag the man away, he then spoke into the void. "Uncle Zhao, that waste must have gone to the cave left by the ancestor. You take your men and guard there. If he emerges, be sure to bring him back. Even if we cannot retrieve him, we must secure the items. Whether I can stand among the direct disciples depends on this." His tone was chilling, imbued with an air of determination. "Understood, young master," the elder replied. The youth was a disciple of the inner sect of Tianyuan's sect, and despite being an innate three-spirit root, he had not been accepted as a disciple by any master upon entering the inner sect. He had heard rumors that the cave left by the ancestor contained items that could enhance one's qualifications. After all the effort to topple that old cur, he unexpectedly learned that the token had been given to his son in advance. Sending people to capture him had inadvertently led to him being sent to the cave. It was truly frustrating. As the two entered the cave, they immediately felt a density of spiritual energy that was over 30 times more potent than that of the outside world. The further they ventured, the more intense the spiritual energy became. "Luoluo, this is a spiritual vein. Such an abundance of spiritual energy. What a pity we cannot take it with us," Yuan remarked, his tone tinged with regret. At that moment, Jiang Luoluo recalled the protagonist's spatial abilities. If she possessed such a gift, she could transport this spiritual vein away. However, she did not feel envious. Evidently, the life panel held far greater significance. Suddenly, the person beside her knelt down, Banging his head against the ground 3 times, he had initially believed that the ancestor had left resources for their family, unaware that this was actually the place of his enlightenment. Rest assured, ancestor, this unfilial disciple shall surely return you to the Mu family ancestral home for burial. He cautiously collected the skeleton before him. As soon as the skeleton was stored away, the spiritual energy within the cave surged even more intensely. Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. I never expected this spiritual vein to be formed from his own spiritual energy, and remains that the current cultivation world truly this selfless? It is not selflessness, but rather the family duty ingrained in his bones. Yuan seemed to grasp this partially, but when his gaze fell upon the ring that had been at the location of the previous skeleton, he excitedly called out, Luoluo, quickly pick up the storage ring on the ground and see what treasures it holds. Chapter 39. Breakthrough to the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Jiang Luoluo, irritated by his incessant chatter, bent down to retrieve the ring and began to examine its contents. And Yu Zishi noticed her actions, but paused momentarily without commenting. The moment her consciousness entered, Jiang Luoluo found her gaze firmly locked onto a fiery red whip. It took her a good while to shift her focus elsewhere. The space within the ring was quite expansive, approximately 300 square feet, yet the items contained within were sparse. There was only a small pile of spirit stones of varying quality, a damaged inner armor, 3 small boxes, and a small booklet. Jiang Luoluo took out the boxes and the booklet. Upon opening the booklet, she discovered it to be the personal memoir of the esteemed Mu ancestor, detailing the treasures contained within the boxes. After perusing the contents of the booklet, Jiang Luoluo felt a twinge of sympathy for the twists of fate the Mu ancestor had cultivated for over 1,000 years, only to be betrayed by someone he trusted just as he was about to ascend to the spirit realm, leading to his demise during the lightning tribulation due to a potion that caused his spiritual energy to dissipate. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter that granted him a top-tier heavenly artifact, the Xianlin armor, he might have perished on the spot. Utilizing the defensive properties of the artifact and the armor to withstand the tribulation, he managed to use a long-distance teleportation talisman to arrive here. Dragging his severely injured body, he arranged everything in this cave, transforming his essence into spiritual energy to nourish the spiritual vein for the needs of future generations. He then sent a token to the Mu family, gradually succumbing to his injuries, for why he did not return to the Mu family. At that time, he was the only one at the God transformation stage in the Mu family. Returning could have led to the demise of his entire clan. Had he chosen not to return, the person would not have recklessly destroyed the Mu family in his wounded state. And no wonder the items in the storage ring were so few. What surprised her was that the tattered inner armor was actually a heavenly grade treasure. She wondered if it could be repaired once she left at AS for the contents of the boxes. One contained a long-distance teleportation talisman, another a chaotic sword embryo, and the last one a muscle-transforming and marrow-washing pill. Luoluo, it seems the only useful item for you is that talisman. What a loss, Yuan muttered discontentedly. Jiang Luoluo, however, was not disappointed. She had come prepared for the possibility of returning empty-handed, so anything she gained now felt like a bonus. After securing the long-distance teleportation talisman, Jiang Luoluo decided to leave the remaining 2 boxes and the booklet for Mu Zishi. Fellow Taoist, you Mu Zishi just witnessed the contents of the booklet. I did not expect you to be so generous as to leave the 2 most precious items for me. Accept them. We will need to work together in the future. Your cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, I might just throw you far behind. Besides, I will have something to ask of you later, Jiang Luoluo said calmly. She could not simply state that everything else was of no use to her. That would be too foolish. Yu Zishi regarded Jiang Luoluo for a moment before declaring, I, Mu Zishi, hereby vow that no matter what Jiang Luoluo asks me to do in the future, I will not hesitate to face any danger. With that, a halo of light appeared beneath his feet, vanishing without a trace moments later. This was the rhythm of a heavenly oath manifesting. She was only astonished for a moment. After all, with the allure of the enchanted item, even without the vow, he would still comply. Actually, you need not go to such lengths. Did I not take the storage ring? Moreover, there are still some spirit stones inside. Upon recognizing her ownership of the ring, she discovered that it possessed an invisibility function, which greatly pleased her. It was well known that the smaller a spatial artifact, the harder it was to refine. Artifacts like storage rings were exceedingly rare and mostly held by high-ranking cultivators. She had initially planned to string it around her neck, but now the ring itself resolved that issue, as long as one was not at the god transformation stage. It would remain undetected. Yuzushi spoke earnestly. Those are all deserved by fellow Taoist Jiang. If it were not for you, I would have perished long ago, let alone unlocking the ancestors' resting place. Jiang Luoluo smiled at his words, choosing not to elaborate, instead redirecting the conversation. First, prepare a bucket of water, then begin consuming the muscle-transforming and marrow-washing pill. After taking it, your qualifications and meridians will change, allowing you to absorb spiritual energy much more rapidly than before. With that, Jiang Luoluo tossed out a first-tier isolation formation. Yuzushi gratefully accepted the formation, silently vowing to fulfill Jiang Luoluo's requests. In truth, had it not been for the fact that the muscle-transforming and marrow-washing pill could only be consumed once by an individual, she would not have willingly offered it to him. The cultivation world was rife with competition over resources, and Jiang Luoluo was certainly not naive. Having distributed the treasures, Jiang Luoluo turned her gaze to the location where the Mu ancestor had attained enlightenment. The area with the densest spiritual energy in the cave was right there. She calculated that meditating here for a day would yield a rate of spiritual energy absorption equivalent to 50 days in the outside world. What did this mean? It equated to her originally needing 3 years to break through to the 11th layer of chi refinement, but here she could achieve it in less than a year. This brought her one step closer to foundation establishment. Recalling the events in the book where the protagonist had inadvertently offended a prominent figure's grandson, leading to the annihilation of the Jiang family, she felt a sense of worry. While she did not concern herself with the other members of the Jiang family, her mother was also within the Jiang family. Thus, she could not remain indifferent. However, would those who cared for her in the sect begin to worry? She should have exchanged communication talismans with them beforehand. Never mind. It was best to focus on cultivation for now and explain everything slowly upon her return. Without further delay, Jiang Luoluo laid out a mat, sat cross-legged, and began her cultivation. As she commenced her practice, she felt the dense spiritual energy converging towards her and subsequently flowing into her danton. Indeed, her intuition had not been mistaken. Cultivating here was several times faster than in the outside world. It remained uncertain whether the spiritual vein was more temperate because it had been nurtured by the Mu ancestor. But the spiritual energy here was far gentler than what she absorbed outside. Even after a day of absorption, her meridians would not feel overburdened. Consequently, as long as she had enough fasting pills, she would not require rest. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Luoluo asked, Yuan, can you absorb the spiritual vein here? Yes. Upon hearing the response, Jiang Luoluo released Yuan and once again immersed herself in her cultivation. After emerging, Yuan did not disturb her, but instead sought out another location to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Seeing Luoluo's diligence, he felt compelled not to lag behind. 3 days later, Musashi concluded his muscle and marrow cleansing, changed into a fresh set of clothing, and as he observed the individual seated in meditation, he intended to approach her from the right, only to discover a surge of spiritual energy emanating from that direction as well. Although he could not discern the person clearly, he refrained from inquiring further and settled into another spot to meditate. Time passed unmeasured, and Jiang Luoluo sensed that her dantians had reached saturation. Without further hesitation, she focused intently on breaking through the barrier. A sound of shattering echoed, as the barrier of the 10th layer of chi cultivation was breached, and she successfully ascended to the 11th layer. Concealing the joy that flickered in her eyes, she glanced at the 2 individuals beside her, only to furrow her brow slightly when looking at Musashi. Wasn't his absorption of spiritual power rather sluggish? Was it not said that those with chaotic spiritual roots could cultivate at a pace comparable to those with singular roots? Chapter 40. A thorny situation this was due to his reliance on a common cultivation method of inferior quality. Chaotic spiritual roots have specialized techniques for cultivation, Yuan elucidated, sensing her perplexity. And no wonder, though I lack a technique to offer him. We shall leave it at that for now. The sect does possess such methods, but they would only be available to him upon his entry. Forget about it, Luoluo. Let us focus on our cultivation first. His fortune far surpasses yours. Worrying about him would be less prudent than attending to your own progress. Yuan advised with mild discontent. After all, he was merely an acquaintance of short duration. Why should Luoluo be so concerned over him? Jiang Luoluo chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal as she closed her eyes and resumed her cultivation. It was not until the spiritual energy within the cave dwindled to nearly the same level as the external environment that the three simultaneously opened their eyes. Utilizing her spiritual sight, she observed that the previously crystalline spiritual veins had dimmed significantly. Upon introspecting her dantian, Jiang Luoluo found that her inner spiritual energy was fully stocked, and with just a single opportunity, she could break through to the 12th layer of qi cultivation. She still possessed a xianling fruit, which would allow her to achieve this breakthrough at any moment. However, she refrained from doing so, for the xianling fruit was reserved for her foundational establishment, Jiang Dao Yu. Shall we venture outside now? Mu Zexi inquired, his eyes brimming with delight. Jiang Luoluo assessed his cultivation level, noting he was at the 6th layer of qi cultivation, which explained his exuberance, with the assistance of a proper technique. He could surely have achieved more. Very well, let us proceed. Upon hearing this, he prepared to drip blood onto the jade talisman and press it onto the gate, but Jiang Luoluo interjected suddenly. I know someone who possesses excellent fortune. Like you, she also has chaotic spiritual roots that, in the future, she will undoubtedly acquire the techniques suitable for chaotic roots, and whether you can cultivate faster hinges entirely upon your own efforts that Yuzushi-s pupils constricted. Are you suggesting that I too possess chaotic roots? Jiang Luoluo affirmed. Indeed, the Tianyuan sect also has techniques for chaotic roots, though they can only cultivate to the nascent soul stage. However, the advantage is that transitioning to another technique is relatively straightforward with just a little time invested. Unlike me, who must start anew if my technique lacks continuity, is this the matter you wanted me to address? Jiang Luoluo raised an eyebrow, revealing no concealment. Yes, we are adversaries. Very well. I shall keep an eye on her movements. Mu Zexi vowed, clenching his fist in Onid. I only suggested this because your spiritual roots are the same. What she can use, you can as well, that if you wish to accelerate your cultivation and seek revenge. It ultimately relies on your own diligence. Jiang Luoluo replied in a calm tone. Mu Zexi grasped her meaning. He had seized the opportunity meant for another, benefiting himself, while Jiang Luoluo aimed merely to impede the other's progress. After all, certain items were only suited for those with chaotic spiritual roots. Concealing his emotions, he gestured for the two behind him to follow. The moment the talisman made contact, the cave entrance opened slowly. Stepping outside, Jiang Luoluo stretched her limbs, feeling refreshed despite having sat for an extended period. Her body was not fatigued, though her spirit felt somewhat weary. Simultaneously, atop the falling sunset cliff, a rustling sound emanated from several large trees, adding a splash of color to the tranquil mountainside. That a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, sensing two distinct auras, and his gaze sharpened as it fell upon the base of the cliff, revealing a fierce glint. The young master had indeed not been mistaken. That waste dared to unlock the ancestor's legacy and even brought an outsider along. Such audacity! If so, they should be eliminated and the treasures reclaimed without the young master placing further blame. With this thought, he signaled for the two behind him to follow. Upon reaching the cliff's base, he detected Mu Zexi's 6th layer of qi cultivation. This worthless individual had remarkably broken through 2 tiers in such a short time, indicating the richness of the opportunities within. Even more outrageous was that this waste had actually utilized them, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. How much could he possibly have left? His gaze then shifted to the young girl beside him, seemingly around 13 or 14 years old. Though still carrying a hint of childishness, her beauty was unmistakable. In another year or two, she would blossom into an unparalleled beauty. Unbeknownst to him, a repugnant expression began to creep into his gaze. Jiang Luoluo caught sight of this look, feeling a surge of disgust, her countenance darkening considerably. Yet she refrained from striking first, instead assessing the cultivation levels of the three adversaries. Feeling a weight settle in her heart. Point one was at the mid-stage of foundational establishment, while the other two had reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation. Rather troublesome, Yuzushi recognized the leader, feeling a surge of guilt. I apologize, Jiang Luoluo. I have implicated you. Now is not the time for such discussions. Jiang Luoluo interjected, her brow furrowed as she softly chastised him for his lingering words. Upon hearing this, his expression dimmed. Yet he remained silent. Luoluo, leave the mid-stage foundational establishment to me. Yuanyuan stated, no, you hold off one of the pinnacle qi cultivators. I will handle the mid-stage foundational establishment, she asserted, shoving a considerable number of attack talismans into Yuanyuan's hands. She understood that despite Yuanyuan also being at the mid-stage of foundational establishment, he merely possessed a defensive artifact and lacked any offensive capabilities. Turning to Musashi, she continued, you take on the remaining pinnacle qi cultivator. Can you manage? Absolutely. Even if it costs me my life, I will hold them off, he vowed, and Jiang Luoluo provided him with a stack of talismans. The middle-aged man merely crossed his arms, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he observed her orchestrating the strategy with quiet amusement. It was merely a futile struggle. However, as his gaze swept over the quality of the talismans, greed flickered in his eyes. Who would have thought that at such a young age, you are a talisman master? I've suddenly changed my mind. I wish to capture you alive and have you draw talismans for me. Afterward, we can engage in other activities, he leered as his gaze roamed over her form. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoluo felt a wave of nausea wash over her, an overwhelming surge of violent emotion rising within her, one that she could scarcely suppress. You are the first person in years to evoke such strong murderous intent within me, she murmured, her gaze dropping as her brows knitted together. With that, a whip materialized in her hand. Both Yuanyuan and Musashi adopted defensive stances. The leading figure, Uncle Zhao, observed this scene with an increasingly intense interest and fervor. TSK, how did you know that I most enjoy female cultivators who wield whips? Jiang Luoluo said nothing, instead swinging the whip toward him. As anticipated, the whip was seized, but she was not surprised. She swiftly produced a stack of talismans and hurled them forward. You little brat, how could you be so wasteful? Uncle Zhao exclaimed while evading. Jiang Luoluo ignored his provocation and utilized her other free hand to cast a fireball spell. Despite Uncle Zhao's swift evasion, he was caught off guard and suffered a burn to his back. Feeling the slight singe on his back, his expression soured. Yet the disparity in cultivation levels remained evident. Even after being injured by Jiang Luoluo, he reacted with impressive speed. Yanking the whip to pull her closer, Jiang Luo's gaze dropped. As she neared Uncle Zhao and saw his confidence, she swung her fist with all her might, aiming directly for his chest. Chapter 41. Yuanyuan in slumber. Uncle Zhao, caught off guard, received a punch to the gut. In an immediate response, he retaliated with a swift kick. Having been struck twice by the same individual, his expression grew increasingly grim. Yuanyuan observed this scene and provided Jiang Luoluo with a protective barrier, preventing her from being grievously injured by the kick. Jiang Luoluo spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching her chest as she steadied herself. Glancing sideways to see that Yuanyuan appeared to be struggling to fend off the opponent's attacks after assisting her, as for Musashi, the gap in their cultivation proved too vast. He had already been sent flying, crashing against the mountainside, immediately spitting blood. Without delay, he retrieved a healing pill from his pouch and consumed it. Jiang Luoluo recognized it as one of the pills previously used by the others. It seemed he had lost his fighting capability. Seeing this, her expression grew grave, her brows furrowing in contemplation, concealing the darkness in her eyes. Uncle Zhao had already consumed a healing pill and regarded Jiang Luoluo with a newfound seriousness rather than contempt. Dual cultivation of spiritual and physical forms, coupled with a proficient whip technique and remarkable talisman-making talent. Who exactly are you a descendant of? If this individual truly belonged to a renowned cultivation family or was a disciple of a true immortal, there would undoubtedly be some identifying mark on her. Should he kill her, the news would surely return, and not just he, but even the young master behind him would not escape blame. Jiang Luoluo lowered her gaze. Obscuring the shadows in her eyes, I see no necessity to disclose that to you, do I? Uncle Zhao scrutinized her face back and forth, detecting no abnormalities. After a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the idea of attacking Jiang Luoluo and instead directed his assault towards Mu Zishi beside him. After all, the primary target was merely Mu Zishi. Thus, there was no reason for him to wager his own life. Mu Zishi had long been suffering from internal injuries, and the inferior healing elixir he had previously consumed proved ineffective. Now, faced with Uncle Zhao, who was at the mid-stage of foundation building, despair surged within him. When his gaze fell upon the unmoving Jiang Luoluo, he uttered no words, but instead met Uncle Zhao with a fierce glare. Even knowing it was akin to striking a rock with an EGG, as the attack descended upon Mu Zishi, Jiang Luoluo swiftly coiled her whip around him, pulling him away. Little girl, do you truly believe that the mark upon you can protect you from harm? You even wish to concern yourself with this useless wretch. Uncle Zhao, who had initially considered letting her off, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, grinding his teeth in frustration that I merely wished to ascertain the extent of my disparity with someone at the foundation stage. Jiang Luoluo replied lazily, her words infuriatingly audacious. She spoke the truth, setting aside the talisman capable of a 1,000-mile escape. Her mastery of evasion techniques was sufficient for her to flee, provided she did not concern herself with Mu Zishi. Very well, very well. Such a young child with such grandiose aspirations. Then do not blame me for being ungracious, Uncle Zhao sneered. As long as he did not kill her, the mark on her would not activate. Thus, she would live her life as a slave. That you've repeated that twice. Are you not weary? Despite her words, the actions of her hands did not cease. After several exchanges, even with a steady flow of defenses, she bore wounds in multiple places, yet she felt an increasing familiarity with her spell casting and the imminent breakthrough of her whip techniques, her eyes brimming with anticipation. The unexpected challenge of battling someone at the foundation stage had yielded her significant gains. Relying on the protective barriers around her, Jiang Luoluo regarded Uncle Zhao as though he were merely a practice dummy. After being kicked away once more, she retrieved a healing elixir from her storage pouch and consumed it. Before the effects could take hold, she wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth and charged forth again. Upon seeing her approach, Uncle Zhao's initial disdain vanished, replaced by a sense of gravity and fear. As the saying goes, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless dread the desperate. Watching Jiang Luoluo, who was seemingly reckless, a feeling of cowardice burgeoned within him. Thus, each attack he unleashed became considerably weaker, affording Jiang Luoluo the opportunity to launch a surprise counterattack. Although the fireball talismans inflicted little damage to someone at the foundation stage, their sheer numbers made it challenging for Uncle Zhao to evade. Seizing this moment, Jiang Luoluo executed a whip strike. Soon, Uncle Zhao's right hand was struck, visibly stained with blood, revealing stark white bone beneath. Observing his daze, she swung her whip towards his neck. Uncle Zhao reacted swiftly, casting a spell to counter her attack. If Jiang Luoluo were to evade this spell, she would need to retract her whip, yet she was unwilling to miss this opportunity and braced herself against the oncoming assault. Jiang Luoluo spat a mouthful of blood, her vitality significantly diminished, yet gazing at Uncle Zhao, who clutched his neck in resentment, she found that the pain in her chest had lessened considerably. Just then, a startled cry snapped Jiang Luoluo back to reality. She turned to see Yuan falling. Yuan. Before she could rush over, Yuan had already entered the contract space. I'm fine, Luoluo. Don't worry, I just need to sleep and recover due to excessive consumption. I apologize for not being able to assist you further, murmured Yuan weakly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's anxious heart finally settled. It's all right. Focus on healing. You've already helped me immensely. Yes, Luoluo, if you cannot win. Then run, he said before falling into slumber. He had nearly exhausted his own essence to shield her from harm, resulting in such depletion, though he would not disclose this to Luoluo. Rest easy, sensing in deep slumber. She cast her gaze over the cold expressions of those present, especially those who had clashed with Yuan. This time, she did not deliver the final blow to Uncle Zhao, but instead directed her whip towards the individual who had previously engaged Yuan. With all her strength, she struck, and with a single blow, His head was severed from his body. The remaining individuals were filled with terror, bewildered by her sudden surge in power. Only Jiang Luoluo understood that this strength had come after a subtle sound. Name: Jiang Luoluo root. Dual fire and earth roots qualification. Superior physique. Innate yin-yang body. Eye of the mind fortune. Inferior comprehension. Above average appearance. Superior realm. 11th layer of Qi cultivation techniques. Fireball technique, proficient. Earth escape technique, proficient. Earth technique decision, 2nd layer, proficient. Beast mastery technique, mastered. 5 elements technique, beginner. Whip technique. Fire dragon whip, 1st layer. Initial understanding, spiritual consciousness. Initial stage of foundation, physical body. Late stage of Qi cultivation, talisman level. 2nd tier, mastered. Alteration value. 2. Upon seeing the additional whip techniques and the small characters that followed, Jiang Luoluo's expression grew serious. After so long of cultivation, her whip techniques had barely reached the beginner stage. This set of techniques must surely be of significant caliber. As the matriarch of the Jiang family's branch, how could she possess such formidable whip techniques unless her mother's identity harbored secrets? It seemed she would need to return and investigate. Be careful, Musashi shouted. The individuals initially intimidated by Jiang Luoluo were taken aback when they saw her suddenly lost in thought. While another Qi cultivator at the Great Perfection stage attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind. Get lost. As her words fell, the 1st layer of the Fire Dragon whip was unleashed. As the man fell lifeless to the ground, Jiang Luoluo's whip vanished into thin air. She then turned her gaze towards Uncle Zhao, whose face was twisted in malice, and who bore marks of injury upon his neck. Employing the spiritual consciousness attack from the spirit refining technique she had recently learned. Enduring the assault, Uncle Zhao clutched his head, wailing in pain and begging Jiang Luoluo for a swift end. Jiang Luoluo regarded him coldly, her expression unyielding as she observed his suffering. She was no fool. Yuan had already reached the mid-stage of foundation building. Had he not bestowed her with ample protection, how could he have succumbed to sleep? Jiang, my fellow Taoist, Musashi approached slowly, clutching his chest, intending to counsel Jiang Luoluo, but upon meeting her obsidian gaze, he dared not utter another word. Ignoring his unfinished statement, Jiang Luoluo collected the storage pouches from the 3 she had slain, obliterated the evidence, and without tending to her own injuries, she departed with Musashi. She needed to return to the sect swiftly and seek a method in the library to awaken Yuan. During their journey, she relied on her spiritual consciousness to sense her surroundings, deliberately avoiding any encounters with demon beasts. Besides an encounter with a 2nd-tier demon beast along the way, her wounds had only worsened. Musashi, unable to endure any longer, finally spoke. Jiang Taoist, should we not tend to your injuries? Jiang Luoluo's expression soured. Her voice tinged with anger as she replied, There's no need. Just remember your promise to me. Upon hearing this, Musashi's eyes dimmed, a faint sorrow enveloping him. Jiang Luoluo cast him a sidelong glance, but chose not to elaborate, acknowledging her own misplaced anger. The mere thought of Yuan still in slumber ignited her fury. With the aid of the hastening talisman, within 2 hours, they had reached the foot of Tianyuan's sect. At this moment, Jiang Luoluo, drenched in blood, approached the sect's entrance, her exquisitely beautiful face as cold as ice. Those they encountered along the way hastily avoided her. Even the disciples who recognized her dared not approach. Normally, it was common for disciples returning from missions to bear injuries, yet Jiang Luoluo exuded an aura that screamed, I am in a foul mood. Do not provoke me. This situation rendered Musashi, trailing behind her, appear somewhat pitiable, garnering him sympathetic glances from onlookers. Jiang Luoluo's first stop upon returning to the sect was the outer sect affairs hall. Seeing Jiang Luoluo, bloodied and battered, the senior disciple stationed there did not inquire further, merely asking if she had come to collect her promotion resources. Upon a glance, the senior disciple noted her cultivation level, 11th layer of Qi cultivation. It would be a lie to say he was not surprised. After all, the single-root genius from Baichao Peak had only just broken through to the 10th layer, and that was with the sect's resources heavily favoring him. However, upon seeing Jiang Luoluo's blood-soaked garments, he felt it was only natural, and admiration for this diligent junior sister blossomed within him. Not quite. Senior brother, I suspect that this Taoist friend may possess the legendary chaos root, which is why I brought him here for testing, Jiang Luoluo replied, forcing a smile. The senior disciple's expression shifted, his thoughts racing. So, the injuries on my junior sister were inflicted by his enemies, causing me significant losses and valuable treasures. Yet it matters not. Bringing back a prodigy for the sect is my duty. Jiang Luoluo nearly faltered in her words. Had it not been for her desire to gain favor with the sect, she would not have needed to concoct such a tale. The senior disciple's gaze towards Jiang Luoluo grew even more affectionate, and he produced a jade talisman, saying, Junior sister, rest assured, I will speak the truth. The rewards for your efforts in bringing back a prodigy will certainly not be meager. Jiang Luoluo quickly grasped the senior disciple's arm. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but let us first assess his qualifications. If he truly possesses the chaos root, I would appreciate it if you could report this. I prefer to keep my distance from him. Observing the way she evaded his gaze, one could only wonder what this senior brother had filled her mind with. Nonetheless, his look towards her grew ever more affectionate. Jiang Luo's lips twitched slightly, as if she had exerted herself a tad too much. Bidding farewell to this senior, she returned to her abode, indulged in a refreshing bath, and changed into a new set of attire before making her way towards the library. The earlier performance had merely been an act. Otherwise, how could Mu Zexi have earned Jiang Yihan's trust? This was all prearranged between the two of them. That, as she entered the vicinity of the scripture repository, a middle-aged man leaning against a chair opened his eyes. After several years apart, the young girl had grown significantly taller, her cultivation advancing rapidly as well. Speaking of cultivation, he nearly faltered in maintaining his composed expression. Was this rapid progress achieved through flying vessels? If one were unaware, they might think she possessed mutated spiritual roots. It seemed this girl's aptitude was exceptionally high. Shuo Yao would surely be regretting her choices. Unfortunately, the southern region had deteriorated over the past millennium, or else he could have assessed the purity of her spiritual roots more closely. Fortunately, Jiang Luoluo was blissfully unaware of his thoughts. Otherwise, she might have fled in haste. She smiled modestly, stating, I feel my efforts are insufficient. My combat capabilities still leave much to be desired. Thus, I sought to explore if there might be ways to enhance my battle experience. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, advised her, you might consider visiting the martial arena of the sect when you have the time. There are disciples guarding the arena daily. However, for each match lost, the defeated must yield 10 contribution points to the victor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with interest. She merely wished to augment her combat experience and had no intention of exploiting the situation. Absolutely not. Thank you for the reminder, Master Uncle. I will keep that in mind. Seeing her genuine gratitude, the middle-aged man cast her a glance and continued, Child, in just over a year, the sect will hold its decennial competition. The top 100 in Qi cultivation will gain access to the Fengshi secret realm. Do not hasten to establish your foundation prematurely. You overestimate my talents, Master Uncle. I am not so gifted. She urged him to enter and attend to his matters. To her words, the smile vanished from the middle-aged man's face, leaving behind a sense of discontent. Cultivating to the 11th level of Qi in less than 10 years was not considered genius. What then could be labeled as such? Unbeknownst to Jiang Luoluo, who had unwittingly offended him, she touched her nose and ventured into the library. She did not seek out the shelves containing the 4 arts of immortality or the jade slips of spells, but instead headed straight for the travelogues and miscellaneous texts. After 3 full days of perusing, her understanding of the cultivation world had expanded significantly. However, she still could not uncover the mysteries surrounding Yuan. Notably, her identity token had inexplicably accumulated an additional 1,000 contribution points today, likely due to matters concerning Mu Zexi. After placing the book she had just finished reading aside, Jiang Luoluo rubbed her throbbing temples and resumed her study of the remaining texts. Time slipped away unnoticed, and just as fatigue began to weigh upon her, she found her gaze alighting upon the content of a book in her hands. Instantly, her weariness vanished, but upon finishing the reading, she felt a wave of despondency wash over her. A powerful sense of guilt nearly overwhelmed her. Chapter 43. The golden flower she had noted that the mid-foundation cultivator had been utilizing increasingly more spiritual energy, yet the injuries she bore were not fatal. She always managed to rise and continue the fight. This was solely because Yuan Yuan used his primordial power to bolster her defenses, meaning that Uncle Zhao's attacks were invariably weakened upon landing on her. What was happening? Why was she spending all her time in the scripture repository? A familiar voice pulled Jiang Luoluo from her introspection. Second senior brother. This was still the name that Song Jinyu had previously compelled her to use. Under the pretense of helping her acclimate. Name. Song Jinyu's spiritual root. Mutated wind root aptitude. Exceptional physique. Pure yang body fortune. Superior comprehension. Above average appearance. Above average realm. Early Yuanying to her surprise. Not only had her brother's realm changed, but his comprehension had also improved. It seemed his fortuitous encounters over the years had been quite fruitful. You still recognize me as your senior brother? You returned without even checking in, after assessing her for any signs of distress and finding none. Song Jinyu could not resist lightly tapping her on the head like a tea that moment. He remained blissfully unaware that he had been seen through by his own junior sister. Jiang Luoluo lowered her head and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, senior brother. I was wrong, as long as you understand your mistake. Song Jinyu patted her head and then glanced down at the contents of the book she was holding. Golden flower emits a golden glow, capable of healing wounds and restoring the primordial power of spirit beasts. Luoluo, have you acquired your own contracted beast? How is its ability? He harbored some concern that his somewhat naive junior sister might have been deceived. Jiang Luoluo nodded. Yes, but he was injured while saving me. Once he recovers, I will introduce you to him. Upon hearing this, Song Jinyu did not hesitate. He retrieved a jade box from his storage ring and handed it to her. Here is the spiritual flower you need. Open it when you return. Jiang Luoluo looked up in astonishment, hesitating momentarily about whether to accept it. If she declined, based on her own capabilities, she would be unable to locate a fifth-tier golden flower. However, accepting it would leave her without anything of equal value to offer her senior brother. Noticing her hesitation, Song Jinyu simply pressed it in her arms, saying, Take it. Holding the box, Jiang Luoluo felt a wave of guilt wash over her. But I have nothing to give you in return, senior brother. Song Jinyu chuckled. Silly girl, you are still young. Once you grow up and venture out after establishing your foundation or forming your golden core, remember your senior brother when you encounter something valuable. Yes, Luoluo will remember. Although she understood he was jesting, Jiang Luoluo nodded earnestly. Jiang Luoluo handed Song Jinyu a communication talisman of her own before putting away the box and preparing to leave. Junior sister, what is it, senior brother? Just as she was about to step out, Jiang Luoluo turned back. However, Song Jinyu hesitated for a moment before saying, I know you're anxious. Hurry back. He still lacked the courage to inform her of their master's intentions to seek other disciples. Perhaps another time, he thought. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Luoluo had already returned to her small courtyard. Yes, she opened the barrier to her room. She released Yuan Yuan and cradled him in her arms. Observing his listless demeanor, she opened the jade box and placed it beside him. Golden flower? Luoluo, how did you come by this? You're not injured, are you? Yuan Yuan anxiously examined her for any signs of harm. I am fine. This was given to me by senior brother. He has been very kind. Once you've absorbed it, I'll introduce you to each other. All right. Yuan Yuan nodded, mentally positioning the yet-to-be-met Song Jinyu among his family. Watching Yuan Yuan sit cross-legged on the bed to absorb the flower, Jiang Luoluo smiled and took out the fire-based spell Yuan Yuan had given her to ponder over like a tea the same time. On Baichao Peak, a teacup crashed against Lin Yao Yao, shattering into several pieces upon hitting the ground. And no wonder you ranked so low on the hardest ladder back then. Look at your current state. I have invested so many resources into you. How have you repaid me? A single spiritual root had been cultivating for so long, yet remained at the 10th level of Qi, while Jiang Luoluo, remaining in the outer sect, had advanced to the 11th level, just a step away from perfection, that I should never have given up on her for a mere fire-earth technique and taken you as my disciple. You foolish one, the seated Ruyao continued her reprimand, while Lin Yao Yao stood there, her hands digging in her flesh, barely holding on her last shred of rationality. This was always the case. Whenever Master heard that Jiang Luoluo's cultivation surpassed her own, she would summon her for berating. After enduring countless scoldings over the years, Lin Yaoyao had long lost count. Get lost. Noticing her silence, Shi Ruyao waved her hand dismissively. Focus on your cultivation. I've heard that Elder Anlin is seeking a female disciple. No matter how well Jiang Luoluo cultivates, she cannot possibly become that disciple. Lin Yaoyao lowered her gaze and exited the room. Shi Ruyao's words lingered in the air, leaving one to wonder if they served to comfort Lin Yaoyao or herself. Lin Yaoyao paused momentarily before walking out. She stood on Baichao Peak, gazing at a certain location on the outer sect's mountain for a moment, seemingly resolute as she turned to head toward the outer sect. Upon reaching the courtyard where Jiang Luoluo resided, she suddenly realized that seeking out someone to fight was akin to self-humiliation. Junior Sister Lin? Just as she was about to exit, Zhou Hua inquired. Lin Yaoyao furrowed her brow slightly. No, I'm looking for Jiang Luoluo. With a soft sigh, she added, Oh, it seems Jiang Junior Sister is in closed-door training. Speaking of which, Jiang Junior Sister is quite dedicated, returning only to enter seclusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao felt a wave of relief wash over her as she said, In that case, I shall take my leave. Zhou Hua watched Lin Yaoyao's departing figure and murmured, Junior Sister Lin seems quite strange today. She paid little heed to the matter, unaware that the following day, another visitor would arrive. The leader of this new group bore an unremarkable appearance, yet his entourage was rather imposing, consisting of 4 or 5 youths who appeared to hang on his every word. Where is Jiang Luoluo? Our young Master Mu seeks her. Have her come out? Zhou Hua frowned, suppressing her disdain as she replied, I am sorry, Jiang Junior Sister is in closed-door training. When will she emerge? I do not know. We are not acquainted. Useless point, one of the companions kicked Zhou Hua before tossing a challenge letter at her. Regardless of whether she is in closed-door training, inform her that in 3 days, Mu Cheng from the outer sect challenges Jiang Luoluo at 1:30 in the afternoon, that if she is late, it will be counted as a loss. Furthermore, remind her that this is the consequence of her meddling. After speaking, the individual tossed the challenge letter onto Zhou Hua's body and strode away. Zhou Hua, enduring the pain, rose to her feet, holding the letter deep in thought. The disciple that Senior Sister Jiang had brought back before seemed to have the surname Mu. However, due to possessing a chaotic spiritual root, they had been taken as an apprentice by the esteemed Nangong Jinjuan. Could it be that these individuals were too afraid to offend the disciple of Nangong Jinjuan and had come to issue a challenge to Senior Sister Jiang? It must be said that she had hit the nail on the head. Zhou Hua placed the challenge letter on the barrier of Jiang Luoluo's room, ensuring she would see it upon her exit. As for whether she would be late, there was nothing she could do about that. Chapter 44. The challenge letter. Jiang Luoluo spent 3 days studying the blazing 9-heaven spell and finally gained a rudimentary understanding of it. This spell comprised 9 tiers, with the first tier requiring one to be at the foundation establishment stage. As the spiritual energy it demanded would drain a chi refining stage cultivator completely. Reflecting on her yin-yang body and her meridians, which were twice as wide as those of others, she felt compelled to attempt cultivating the first tier of the spell. Without hesitation, she carefully placed the source along with the Ruihua gold into her contract space and opened the barrier of her room before stepping outside. The moment she emerged, she spotted the challenge letter that had just fallen to the ground. Picking it up, she discovered it was a challenge from Mu Cheng. With the surname Mu, could it be from the Mu family? She recalled that the 3 individuals who had died before were also from the Mu family. Could they be seeking revenge? Unbeknownst to Jiang Luoluo, her assumptions were correct. The young master of the Mu family had previously dispatched his devoted protector, Uncle Zhao, along with 2 of his own cultivated Jingwei. To his surprise, they had all perished. Initially, he had no idea who was responsible, thinking only that a powerful being had saved Mu Zixai. It was not until he returned to the sect and heard that an outer sect disciple named Jiang Luoluo had brought back a genius with a chaotic spiritual root that he began to suspect her. Mu Cheng was merely a pawn in his testing. Of course, Jiang Luoluo was unaware of any of this. She merely glanced at the time on the challenge letter and noted that it was indeed today. With only 1 hour remaining until the agreed-upon time, Luoluo, you've finally come out? A delighted female voice called out from beside her. Jiang Luoluo turned to see Zhou Hua, who had previously provided her with medicinal pills. Accompanying her were 3 others, one of whom was Jiang Luoluo. You should have come out today. You could have used your retreat to avoid this challenge. You know, Mu Cheng has been at the peak of qi refinement for 2 years now, suppressing his realm in preparation for the sect's grand competition next year, aiming for one of the top 10 foundation establishment pills. Furthermore, he secured the 11th position in the last competition with his qi refinement at the 10th level. So his combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Jiang Luoluo's words were laced with concern. Jiang Luoluo smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Seeing her expression, Jiang Luoluo sensed that she seemed to be confident and refrained from further comment. Had Jiang Luoluo known that just days prior Jiang Luoluo had slain a foundation establishment cultivator, she might have urged her to hasten to the duel. After their pleasantries, Zhou Hua feigned complaint. Speaking of which, it was I who placed that challenge letter. Those people are truly ruthless. I merely mentioned that you were in retreat, and they kicked me to your words. Jiang Luoluo's gaze turned cold. Today, I will avenge you. Zhou Hua's eyes brightened, not considering whether Jiang Luoluo could actually do it, and immediately embraced her joyfully. Thank you, Luoluo. One person nearby, who had been watching, scoffed, as expected of someone who would readily hand over their fortune, claiming they would help avenge someone even when they know they can't win. Jiang Luoluo shot a frosty glance in their direction, causing them to shrink back in fear and fall silent. What fortune am I handing over? I was unaware of my own generosity. The expressions of those present varied. It was Zhou Hua who first spoke to clarify. About 6 months ago, your sister returned to the sect saying you had risked your life to help her obtain an opportunity to change her qualifications. While you were gravely injured and missing, Jiang Luoluo smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Is that what she said? Zhou Hua nodded vigorously. Noticing her unusual expression, Zhou Hua grew curious. Is there more to the story? Jiang Luoluo's smile widened as her voice softened. There is no hidden agenda. Her half-sister had cleverly played this card to avoid facing her reckoning upon her return, simultaneously branding her with the label of a White Lotus saint. However, since you have chosen to play the initial card, do not blame me for playing the latter. With that thought, Jiang Luoluo's gaze fixed on the individual who had just spoken. If I'm not mistaken, you possess a 5-element spiritual root, correct? The individual shrank back in fear, their previous bravado entirely gone. Yes, what of it? It's nothing much, just to inform you that you too could potentially become a chaotic spiritual root. Really? No, wait. If there were a way, would you truly be kind enough to tell me? Her excitement faded in an instant as she regained her composure. Jiang Luoluo silently commended her intelligence, but said aloud, You just claimed that I recklessly handed over my hard-earned opportunity. Since it was something I fought for, shouldn't I have the right to dispose of it as I wish? The person seemed to ponder something, their eyes flickering, and they nodded in agreement. Jiang Luoluo regarded her with appreciation and said, In that case, I have decided to share it. You may seek out Jiang Yihan, who also possesses a 5-element spiritual root, to request it from her. Whether you can change your spiritual root depends on your own efforts. The individual hesitated for a moment, then seized another girl whom Jiang Luoluo did not recognize and promptly turned to leave. Zhou Hua and Jiang Luoluo observed her actions and simultaneously resolved never to offend Jiang Luoluo in the future. Jiang Luoluo gazed enviously at the departing figure. If only I could also have a 5-element spiritual root. Jiang Luoluo gently tapped her on the head. Stop dreaming. Transforming a 5-element spiritual root into a chaotic spiritual root is not merely a matter of techniques. It requires specific heavenly materials and treasures. Furthermore, the heavenly materials capable of altering a 5-element spiritual root on the Zhangqiang continent had already been utilized by Jiang Yihan, and anyone else seeking the necessary treasures would have to venture to another continent. This reminded Jiang Luoluo of her empty storage bag, and she felt that the heavenly Tao was indeed rather biased. As the group conversed, they drew closer to the appointed time. Consequently, the 3 of them set off together. Today, the Tianyuan sect's martial arts arena was particularly lively. The usual combat platforms were empty, with only one individual sitting cross-legged on the far-right platform. Below the platform stood a dense crowd, bustling with excitement and fervor to ate tea that moment. One of the duelists had yet to arrive, yet the audience seemed unable to contain their anticipation, speculating on the outcome of the match. Meanwhile, A small table surrounded by a group of people was taking bets. The odds for Jiang Luoluo against Mu Cheng had reached 5.5, highlighting the crowd's skepticism towards her, although a small portion still held on a hope for Jiang Luoluo, as those who had ascended the heart-seeking ladder alongside her could hardly forget her as the first-place winner. Mu Cheng was not an unknown figure either. He was renowned for his arrogant demeanor and his near entry into the top 10 during the last outer set competition. Jiang Yihan had arrived early, as usual accompanied by Chen Yuan. She stood in a forward position, able to see everything happening on the high platform with just a glance. She was eager to ascertain how far the person she considered her inner demon had grown. "Who do you think will win?" Chen Yuan inquired. Those nearby pricked up their ears at this question. Jiang Yihan maintained her usual aloof demeanor. Due to her appearance's maturity, some of the sect had even dubbed her the Clear Dust Fairy. Jiang Luoluo, although she was reluctant to admit it. This was the truth. Chapter 45. The duel. The surrounding crowd overheard this statement, with some believing it reflected a deep sisterly bond, while others thought it was indeed the case. A small portion even altered their bets based on the remark. The Clear Dust Fairy truly dotes on her sister, capable of voicing such half-hearted sentiments. Isn't that right? Although Mu Cheng's character leaves much to be desired. He is indeed a peak chi refinement cultivator. Yet, Jiang Luoluo was no slouch either, having secured first place in the last heart-seeking ladder, and she possessed dual spiritual roots. But what does that matter? She is still young and has cultivated for a shorter time. So overall, her cultivation level and combat power are inferior to Mu Cheng's. If only she had more time, she might not lose. But alas, it seemed Mu Cheng was taking advantage of her situation. Many agreed with this sentiment. Someone suddenly asked, "I wonder how Jiang Luoluo managed to provoke him." Those in the no side, feeling a tinge of sympathy. It is because Jiang Luoluo brought back the son of the former head of the Mu family that it is said that she suffered significant injuries for him and is now being targeted by the Mu family because of it. One of her friends mocked, "She really is unfortunate, bringing someone back only for them to become a direct disciple while she has to clean up the mess." She truly embodies the saintly figure spoken of in tales. No one beside them dared to refute this. Unbeknownst to the absent Jiang Luoluo, due to this duel, another layer had been added to her already saintly aura. As noon approached, the other party involved in the duel had yet to arrive. Mu Cheng's eyes gleamed with joy, quickly concealed. As it nears noon, I will wait for another 15 minutes. If she does not arrive by then, I will consider a forfeit, although it sounded harsh. His direct abandonment was rather cowardly. The faces of the onlookers soured at his words. They had refrained from undertaking tasks for this duel, waiting at the martial arts arena for an hour, only to be told at the last moment that the opponent would not be showing up. The resentment peaked among a small group who had placed their bets on Jiang Luoluo to triumph. They had anticipated a gamble, wagering on her, only for her to fail to appear, thus facing a default loss. Who could endure such a turn of events? Observing the crowd's indignation, Mu Cheng felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. Winning this match was all too effortless. I feel quite devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Adorned in a delicate blue robe, Jiang Luoluo's exquisite face bore a teasing expression. "Oh, since you desire a sense of achievement, I shall be sure to oblige you." Was that Jiang Luoluo making her entrance? Though she appeared 2 years younger than Qing Chun, her beauty was undoubtedly on that it was only natural for the two sisters to share such striking looks. One could only hope that Mu Cheng would show some mercy towards such a captivating female cultivator. At that moment, Mu Cheng also caught sight of Jiang Luoluo from the high platform. His face remained expressionless, yet the contempt in his eyes betrayed him. "Very well. I hope your words are not mere bravado." His sole focus lay in defeating Jiang Luoluo to claim the rewards promised by the young master. Her beauty was of no concern to him. Jiang Luoluo merely cast a glance in his direction before calmly striding towards the arena. As she passed, the crowd parted to grant her passage. The instant Jiang Luoluo ascended the stage, numerous pairs of eyes fell upon her. With a small faction harboring greed, she disregarded the multitude of ill-intentioned gazes and locked eyes with Jiang Yihan. In that fleeting moment, she discerned the shock reflected in the latter's eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Luoluo on the platform, Jiang Yihan had been informed by Qin Mo of her current cultivation level. She could not contain her astonishment. How was it possible that Jiang Luoluo, whose meridians had been interrupted, had managed to break through from the 9th level of qi refinement to the 11th level in just over a year? How could this be? Was the training speed of someone with dual spiritual roots truly this rapid? Jiang Yihan knew that such a feat was impossible. She had only managed to ascend 2 levels after altering her spiritual roots and was still at the 8th level of qi refinement. How had Jiang Luoluo achieved this? Did she acquire some extraordinary treasure? Jiang Luoluo's gaze returned to the present after merely a second, completely unaware of the internal turmoil of the female protagonist. Ignoring Mu Cheng's disdainful scrutiny of her cultivation level, she turned her attention to the middle-aged man standing nearby. This man was the referee for their match. Elder Baidet, a wooden plaque rested on a small table beside him as he addressed the 2 competitors. To confirm the duel, each of you must pay 10 contribution points. The winner will receive the total contribution points after the match concludes. Jiang Luoluo nodded, intentionally swaying the contribution points in her hand. When Mu Cheng glimpsed the figure within, his eyes widened in surprise. Wait, I heard that Jiang Shimi is hailed as an outer sect genius. Under such circumstances, offering 10 contribution points seems a bit demeaning, Mu Cheng said, feigning concern. Jiang Luoluo tilted her head, her eyes clear and innocent. But I do not consider myself a genius. After saying this, she presented her identity token towards Elder B as the identity token was about to be taken. Mu Cheng dropped the pretense. Since we have already arranged this duel, why not raise the stakes? How about each contributing 1,000 points? Very well, Jiang Luoluo readily agreed, sparking an ominous feeling within Mu Cheng. However, recalling her own mastery of spells and the low-tier profound weapon bestowed by the young master, he felt emboldened. Both moved forward to allocate their contribution points, igniting a fervor among the onlookers below. It was worth my while to skip my tasks to witness this spectacle. Indeed, such a grand wager had yet to be seen among the outer sect disciples. Who would have thought? Contribution points hold significant value. It is rare to exchange even 1 point for 100 spirit stones. Yet these 2 have boldly commenced with 1,000 contribution points. Win, and one becomes wealthy overnight. Lose, and one faces ruin. The commotion below failed to distract the 2 on the stage. After allocating their contribution points, Elder Bai collected the jade tokens and, infused with a hint of spiritual energy, announced to the entire martial arena, the duel begins now, and must not endanger life. With that, he activated the arena's protective array. A transparent barrier enveloped the stage, shielding the spectators from the aftermath of their battle. The crowd below held their breath, intently watching the duel above. Fearful of missing any moment that if you wish to avoid an embarrassing defeat, you might as well concede this match, Mu Cheng taunted. Jiang Luoluo replied coolly, No, I rather enjoy earning 1,000 contribution points effortlessly. Mu Cheng shot her a disdainful glance, his contempt unmistakable. Since you fail to recognize a good opportunity, do not blame me for lacking mercy. Your 1,000 contribution points will be graciously accepted. Jiang Luoluo chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond further, instead initiating her attack. A fireball spell hurled towards him, which he easily countered, but she remained unfazed, viewing it merely as a test of capabilities. Yu Qing shook his slightly stinging right hand. Now regarding Jiang Luoluo with less disdain and more seriousness, as a wielder of wood, fire, and earth spiritual roots, he utilized the same fireball spell in retaliation. Jiang Luoluo raised an eyebrow, employing the fireball spell once more. The 2 spells collided. Jiang Luoluo's fireball, though smaller, managed to push Mu Cheng's attack back by about a meter. Onlookers perceived the size of the fireballs and believed Jiang Luoluo to be at a disadvantage, and they could not help but feel anxious for her. Only those discerning enough recognized that Jiang Luoluo was evidently gaining the upper hand. Among them was Lu Jingchun, who had chosen to forego lessons in artifact refinement today to witness Jiang Luoluo's duel. After years apart, Lu Jingchun had blossomed into a striking young man. He had tried to seek out Jiang Luoluo during his cultivation, but had always missed her, as she was either on missions or in seclusion. Today, upon hearing from the disciples of the artifact refinement peak about her duel, he made a special trip to watch. Unbeknownst to Jiang Luoluo, the little beggar who had entered the grand hall with her years ago still thought of her. Currently, She was contemplating the shortcomings of her previous spell casting. She concluded that her spell compression was insufficient and her speed needed improvement. Today, she aimed to address these two minor flaws. If Mu Cheng could elevate her fireball spell to mastery, she would ensure his defeat was somewhat dignified. And Yu Cheng shivered inexplicably, casting a glance at the still and composed Jiang Luoluo, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes that he would not hold back. His right hand flipped, and a green vine lunged towards Jiang Luoluo's danton. Jiang Luoluo merely glanced at him with indifference, and in the next moment, a yellowish shield rose before her. This was the Earth Shield from the Earth Techniques. Mu Cheng's attack was thwarted, the vine striking the shield without inflicting significant damage. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoluo's enhanced fireball spell had been launched, and Mu Cheng had also erected an earthen wall before him to block the attack, which, aside from developing a slight crack, remained intact. Jiang Luoluo, unfazed, continued to refine her fireball spell. After several exchanges, Mu Cheng's earthen wall appeared on the verge of collapse, while his wooden attacks remained ineffectual, failing to even graze her. Why does Jiang Luoluo only use fireball spells? Has she learned no other techniques? Someone in the crowd questioned. Another added quietly, could it be that she views Mu Cheng as a training tool for her spells? I feel like each of her fireball spells exhibits improvement. Upon hearing this, the spectators' gazes towards Jiang Luoluo transformed, as if viewing a peculiar spectacle. Only she would continue to practice her spells in a situation where the cultivation levels were so disparate. Given her cultivation level and the fact that the crowd had not lowered their voices, Mu Cheng overheard their remarks. Jiang Luoluo, do you consider me your sharpening stone for spells? How dare you? Mu Cheng trembled with rage. I thought you had already figured it out. Jiang Luoluo replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone, that you're courting death. With that, a gleaming golden sword appeared in Mu Cheng's hand. A low-tier, profound weapon. How could he possess such a thing? Murmured someone from the crowd, feeling envious that IT must be a gift from that young master of the Mu family. Truly extravagant. Jiang Luoluo is in peril now. The observer cast a sympathetic glance at the beautiful young woman on the stage. How unfortunate that it's a sword, Jiang Luoluo lamented, her gaze drifting away. Are you dissatisfied? You've likely never even seen a profound weapon in your lifetime. Yet you dare to complain. Yu Cheng looked disdainfully at the pretentious Jiang Luoluo, as if to say, do not presume that I am unaware of your origins. You hail from a mere mortal realm, a modest cultivation family, and yet you dare to put on such airs. Jiang Luoluo, shouldering her storage ring filled with precious artifacts, shrugged nonchalantly, cognizant that no one would believe her claims, disregarding the self-satisfied individual. Jiang Luoluo unleashed her fireball technique, launching attacks in every direction towards Mu Cheng. Observing Mu Cheng effortlessly parrying the onslaught with her sword, she felt no regret. It appeared she had cast numerous fireballs, while also consuming spiritual energy with her earth escape technique, though in reality, she had expended less than 1/5 of her total energy. Amidst the barrage of fireballs and Mu Cheng's counterattacks, the arena quickly became shrouded in a haze. The onlookers could not discern the unfolding battle, only hearing the cacophony of impacts, which only heightened their curiosity about whether Mu Cheng, bolstered by her profound tier artifact, could swiftly conclude the duel. The two combatants did not disappoint the spectators. Though the outcome diverged from their expectations, as smoke enveloped the arena, Jiang Luoluo's fireballs finally broke through, and she ceased holding back. Employing her earth escape technique, she successfully ambushed Mu Cheng with a violent expulsion of blood. Mu Cheng was knocked to the ground, her artifact seized by Jiang Luoluo, and Mu Cheng glared at Jiang Luoluo with a face full of resentment. Yet Jiang Luoluo did not spare her a glance. Having triumphed in the challenge, she gained a measure of fate-altering value. Name: Jiang Luoluo, spiritual root, dual fire and earth roots talent, superior physique, innate yin-yang body, eye of insight fortune, inferior comprehension, above average appearance, superior realm, chi refinement. Level 11 techniques: fireball technique, proficient, earth escape technique, skilled, earth technique decision, 2 layers skilled, beast control technique, proficient, 5 spirits technique, beginner, whip technique, fire dragon whip, first layer, initial understanding, blazing flames 9 heavens, first layer, initial understanding, spiritual sense, Foundation establishment, early stage, physical body. Chi refinement, late stage, talisman level. Second tier, proficient, fate-altering value, 4. Not only did she acquire another method for gaining fate-altering value, but her fireball technique also reached proficiency, rendering this duel worthwhile. As the battle concluded and the remnants of the magical confrontation dissipated, the crowd beheld the scene on the stage, and Yu Cheng lay on the ground. Blood at her lips, clutching her chest, her expression one of undeniable defeat. In contrast, Jiang Luoluo bore scorch marks on her robe. Her breath quickened, yet she remained unscathed. Most strikingly, she held in her hand a familiar sword, the very one belonging to Mu Cheng. With a slight smile directed at the fallen figure, Jiang Luoluo remarked, "Thank you for your sword and contribution points." She then prepared to approach Elder, but to claim her contribution points to be careful. Came a startled Cry. Lu Jingchun, witnessing the scene, rushed towards the arena. Just then, the seemingly defeated Mu Cheng rose to her feet, channeling her full spiritual energy to launch 4 fireballs toward Jiang Luoluo's back. The largest fireball hurtled toward her heart with incredible speed, while the others targeted her legs and head. Among these, the one aimed at her back posed the greatest threat and was the most challenging to evade. The crowd erupted in a chorus of denunciations, accusing Mu Cheng of lacking martial ethics, resorting to a sneak attack despite her defeat. Chapter 47. A sudden attack. Jiang Luoluo sensed the surging magical energy approaching from behind. Her heart remarkably calm, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Was she paralyzed with fear? No one could provide an answer. Far from the arena, an observer, having caught sight of the ambush, prepared to tear through space to intervene, only to be met with Jiang Luoluo's enigmatic smile. The hint of resignation flickered in his eyes before he returned to his original position. "Jinyu, are you not concerned for your junior sister?" Nan Gongchan inquired, puzzled, glancing at his friend. Song Jinyu merely smiled at the arena, offering no response to his question. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoluo sensed the fireballs drawing ever closer. Her hand moved deftly through a series of hand seals, and in the instant before the fireball struck, she executed her earth escape technique, reappearing behind Mu Cheng to prevent any interference. She swiftly snapped Mu Cheng's neck. If one intends to ambush and kill, one must be prepared to face death themselves. With that, Jiang Luoluo released her grip on the lifeless form by the time the spectators regained their composure. Mu Cheng had transformed into a corpse. How ruthless! Someone gasped, unable to contain their shock. Is this what you call a saintly demeanor? Who spread such rumors? Yet, no one could deny the chilling nature of her actions. Openly declaring murder in front of so many was unheard of. Jiang Luoluo, you dare to commit murder within the sect? Elder Bai was the first to react. He soared onto the stage, checking for Mu Cheng's breath, only to discover she had already breathed her last. "I was merely acting in self-defense," she clarified, feeling the need to explain herself to the elder. "Enough," Elder Bai sighed, observing the young disciple before him. He then instructed others to remove the body. "Wait, Elder Bai, are you not being a bit hasty in your judgment?" Mu Ziyu, the young master of the Mu family, interjected mockingly. "What would you have me do?" Elder Bai, aware of the young man's treacherous nature, inquired with a frown. "Naturally, a life for a life," Mu Ziyu replied, his tone dripping with malice. Following the events of today, he was entirely convinced that Jiang Luoluo was the one who had slain Uncle Zhao, a notion that both astounded and instilled fear in him. Jiang Luoluo, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice, retorted, "A life for a life. Young Master Mu, such grandiose claims. One might think this sect belongs to your family. With you calling all the shots," Muzu, taken aback by her audacity, broke into a cold sweat. Not slander me. The sect forbids the wanton killing of disciples. You have violated sect rules. What is wrong with facing punishment? Was it not he who struck first? I acted in self-defense. That is not a crime. Young Master Mu, possessing a kind heart, would you still express gratitude to those who seek your life? Jiang Luoluo countered. Yet you emerged unscathed, Mu Ziyu countered. Jiang Luoluo nearly laughed at his shamelessness. I am to let the perpetrator go free simply because I was unharmed. Of course, are you not known for your kindness? To aid your sister in securing an opportunity to alter her qualifications, you would risk severe injury. Why not spare Mu Cheng's life? Unless your kindness is merely a facade? Confronted with relentless accusations, Jiang Luoluo turned to the onlooking Jiang Yihan, a curious smile gracing her lips that I never claimed to be kind, but since some assert that opportunity comes at the cost of my life, I shall take it upon myself to share it with all disciples of the 5 spiritual roots present.as for the content of the technique. Feel free to inquire with the direct disciple. Jiang Yihan, I trust you will provide you with the information. Jiang Yihan's expression darkened, utterly taken aback by Jiang Luoluo's audacity. Jiang's sister, since Luoluo has made such a statement, it seems you will soon have a crowd gathered around you. The 2 women who had crossed paths with Jiang Yihan earlier led the charge. In no time, Jiang Yihan found herself surrounded. Even Mu Ziyu's attention diverted to the gathering crowd below. Step aside. A furious roar erupted, sending several nearby individuals flying several meters away. Jiang Yihan advanced toward Jiang Luoluo, quickly standing before her. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The chaotic spiritual roots are not easily altered. I understand, yet by informing them, everyone will have a glimmer of hope. Should any among them achieve a transformation, the sect would gain another chaotic spiritual root. Jiang Luoluo replied gleefully, reveling in the unfolding drama. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Jiang Yihan stepped closer, gritting her teeth. But do not forget, that opportunity was earned through my own effort. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Luoluo regarded her with a knowing smile. Then why do some believe I was instrumental in your success? Surely I did not transmit the knowledge while recuperating, did I? Jiang Yihan regretted her earlier cleverness. Had she known, she would have refrained from such tactics. Enough of you. Everyone is waiting. You should hand over the transformation method without delay. Do not keep them waiting. Jiang Luoluo was unfazed, merely urging her on. I possess no such method. But you, Jiang Luoluo, will face consequences for your actions and for plotting against your sister. Jiang Yihan smirked, glancing past Jiang Luoluo. Turning to follow her gaze, Jiang Luoluo spotted a group of inner disciples from the law enforcement hall, soaring toward them on their swords. The leader bore a stern expression, exuding an aura of justice. Name: Wuli spiritual root, gold root talent, exceptional physique, none fortune, high comprehension, superior appearance, above average realm, foundation establishment, great perfection. Another suitor of the female lead. No wonder she is so pleased with herself. What is happening? Wuli inquired as he landed before the two. Simply put, someone has disregarded sect rules, recklessly harming others and coercing her sister to divulge her techniques. In our cultivation world, it is strictly forbidden to pry into another's opportunities. I cannot believe someone would so boldly demand such information. Mu Ziyu interjected. Even if one desires the 5 spiritual root transformation technique, it must be dealt with after addressing Jiang Luoluo. Wuli glared at Jiang Luoluo, his anger palpable. How could one be so brazen as to commit murder in the sect and audaciously inquire about others' fortunes? They hardly regard the law enforcement hall, displaying an insatiable greed that is utterly detestable. In the very first instance, he branded Jiang Luoluo with the label of avarice, causing a heavy feeling to settle in her heart. The law enforcement hall holds a significant position within the Tianyuanzong. Anyone who transgresses the sect's regulations or commits errors is subject to severe punishment, ranging from the forfeiture of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect to, in the gravest instances, death. Moreover, this individual is a supporter of the female protagonist from the original narrative. As Jiang Luoluo pondered how to vindicate herself, an overwhelming pressure suddenly bore down upon her. Her expression darkened, and she summoned all her spiritual energy to resist this oppressive force, striving to remain upright. Wu Li, sensing her resistance, intensified the spiritual pressure. Jiang Luoluo's gaze turned cold, yet she did not concede. She gritted her teeth and held on, even as blood seeped from the corners of her mouth and her robes became drenched with sweat from the strain. Wait, Senior Brother Wu, I have always respected your integrity and impartiality. Why do you not inquire into the matter before attacking? Lu Jingchun finally pushed through the crowd and ascended the platform. Wu Li frowned. She has already killed him. What further explanation is required? He added, It was after he lost the match that he launched a sneak attack, and it was only in retaliation that junior sister Jiang struck back. Lu Jingshan stood before Jiang Luoluo. Neither servile nor overbearing. Is that so? Wu Li replied coldly. If you do not believe me, feel free to ask others. Wu Li cast a glance at Jiang Luoluo before retracting the spiritual pressure. He then turned to Steward Bai and asked, "You are serving as the judge. Do you know if this matter is true?" Steward Bai respectfully replied, "Senior Brother Wu, this matter is indeed true." Although he was a steward, he could not be compared to the eldest disciple of the law enforcement hall. Wu Li nodded, not expressing belief or disbelief, but inquired further of several onlookers and found their accounts to be largely consistent. Upon hearing their testimonies, he shook his head. To easily challenge those of a higher tier and treat one's opponent as mere practice is the mark of a prodigy. What a pity. What do you mean by that? Lu Jingshun queried, somewhat guarded. Only Jiang Luoluo remained expressionless as she cast a glance behind her. She had just perceived a ripple of magical energy. Could it be merely an illusion? Behind her, Nan Gongshen, who had just been subdued by Song Jinyu, noticed her reaction and smirked slightly. Your junior sister is indeed quite perceptive. Silence. Why did you stop me just now? Song Jinyu tightened his grip. Had it not been for the fact that this person was his friend, he would have surely crippled him. Jinyu, you are being too impulsive. Though she is your junior sister, you cannot shield her for life. If she cannot handle this minor issue today, how will she manage future trials alone? Song Jinyu remained silent, but eased his grip, his gaze fixed on the arena below. Meanwhile, Wu Li did not speak, but retrieved a mirror from his storage ring, since everyone has their own version of events. I wonder which of you two would like to allow me to witness what transpired just now. Many in the audience were confused by this scene, with only a few displaying surprise. Meanwhile, Mu Ziyu was taken aback and stepped back a pace. Jiang Luoluo was equally perplexed. Beside her, Lu Jingshan discerned her confusion and explained softly, "This mirror is called the recapitulation mirror. It does not require a master. Only the essence blood from the space between the eyebrows of a cultivator to activate. That a cultivator who expends their essence blood must take great care to recuperate for a year before it can be restored. Originally, it was used by the law enforcement hall personnel, but due to the multitude of troublemakers, it was changed to require the involved party to provide their essence blood, which has subsequently reduced the number of troublemakers in the sect. Who would have thought Senior Brother Wu would bring out the recapitulation mirror again?" Jiang Luoluo nodded in understanding, then smiled at Mu Ziyu. "Young Master Mu, please proceed." And Mu Ziyu retreated further, "But I did not kill anyone." Jiang Luoluo feigned ignorance of his fear. "Yet he is a member of your Mu family. Didn't you just demand that I exchange my life for his? Then, young Master Mu, it would be fitting for you to sacrifice a bit and provide evidence to exonerate me." "No, my health is poor. I cannot use my essence blood." Mu Ziyu began to fabricate excuses. "Alas, if that is the case, we will simply have to fight. Whoever loses must provide the essence blood." Jiang Luoluo spoke with regret. "Are you attempting to bully the weak? I am merely at the 10th level of Qi refinement. How could I possibly defeat you? Have Mu Cheng, who has a higher cultivation level, challenge me. I did not say you must win with a weaker opponent." Jiang Luoluo reminded him to not waste time. "Who will come forward first?" Wu Li interjected coldly. Interrupting the two, Jiang Luoluo pressed Mu Ziyu. "Did you hear that? Senior brother's time is precious. If you continue to dawdle, it will only delay others' cultivation. Enough. That is to clear your name, not for me. I would rather die than contribute." Mu Ziyu was on full alert, appearing as though he would not yield. Jiang Luoluo took the mirror from Wu Li, sneering, and dragged Mu Ziyu onto the arena, casually activating the formation. "Are you agreeing to a duel? Come, I'll take it easy on you." Though her tone was gentle, Mu Ziyu shivered in fright that Dio not come any closer. "Otherwise, my Mu family will not spare you." And Mu Ziyu's bravado faltered. Jiang Luoluo was undeterred, advancing steadily. "We are merely engaging in a legitimate match. Your Mu family should not be unreasonable." The distance between them closed. Mu Ziyu finally could not withstand it and exclaimed, "Oh dear, had you said that earlier, it would have sufficed." Jiang Luoluo pouted, extending the mirror toward Mu Ziyu. Under her penetrating gaze, he reluctantly summoned a drop of essence blood from between his eyebrows, which fell into the mirror. His expression visibly waned. Wu Li merely glanced at Jiang Luoluo without further comment, and with his command, the mirror emitted a beam of light, illuminating the area where Jiang Luoluo had fought moments prior. Their previous battle was replayed in reverse, taking a considerable amount of time before it finally halted. The audience once more witnessed the scene, gaining a deeper understanding of Jiang Luoluo's agility in evading attacks. After Wu Li concluded watching, his eyes turned icy. He retracted the mirror and gazed at Jiang Luoluo with a complex expression. "I apologize. I wronged you earlier." He then turned to Muziu, a powerful spiritual pressure enveloping him, causing the recently blood-depleted Muziu to collapse onto the ground. To distort the truth and incite internal strife. Considering you have caused no substantial harm, you are hereby placed under house arrest for 1 year. Having spoken, he looked at Jiang Luoluo again. "Today, you have suffered injustice. Consider it a personal favor owed to you. Should you encounter issues in the future, you may come to me to redeem this promise." With that, he departed first, leading the way. The law enforcement hall, having hurriedly arrived, soon left in a rush, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Luoluo absent-mindedly twirled her fingers, recalling the moment Wu Li had glanced at Jiang Yihan after viewing the recapitulation. A silent smile graced her lips. This individual had taken issue with her upon their first meeting, and yet he still bore the protagonist's mark. Therefore, she felt no guilt for being schemed against. Lu Jingshan sighed in relief. Fortunately, there was the recapitulation mirror. Otherwise, you would have been in danger today. Jiang Luoluo smiled. "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu, for your concern." Lu Jingshan's ears turned slightly red, but he replied, "Who is concerned for you?" "Ah, it seems I was overly sentimental," Jiang Luoluo remarked, her eyes glimmering with amusement. Noticing her tattered robes, Lu Jingshan said, "Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave. We shall meet again at the sex grand competition in a year." Indeed, Lu Jingshan's lips curled upward as he departed the arena. Jiang Luoluo's cultivation prowess is commendable. He too must strive to cultivate diligently, lest he falter in the upcoming competition. As Jiang Luoluo stepped down from the arena, the crowd parted to allow her passage. Even Qian Ruxue and Zhou Hua, who had accompanied her, did not approach. Jiang Luoluo smiled faintly, concealing the loneliness in her eyes. She understood that her recent display had been both assertive and ruthless, and their fear was perfectly understandable. However, she would not alter her principles merely to forge friendships. Returning to her small courtyard, she washed up and then lay down to rest. The following morning, after meditating for several small cycles, she prepared herself and set off toward the sex martial arts arena. Since challenging those of higher tiers could earn her merit points, why wait any longer? By the time Jiang Luoluo arrived, several individuals were already engaged in combat on the platform. Finding an unoccupied arena, she seated herself to meditate and wait. Is this the outer sex talented disciple, Jiang Luoluo? Is she here to challenge? It is indeed her. I witnessed her decisively slay Mu Cheng yesterday. I cannot believe she has returned today. This individual is truly extraordinary. While she appears delicate and doll-like, her actual combat prowess likely ranks among the top 10 in the outer sect. Indeed, who would dare challenge such a prodigy? As more people gathered in the martial arts arena, discussions about Jiang Luoluo's platform grew, yet no one dared to step forward to duel her. Jiang Luoluo remained patient, quietly awaiting her opponent. After a considerable time, a burly man leaped onto the platform. Jiang Luoluo looked up to see a figure with taut muscles and a robust build, a clear indication of a body cultivator. "I am Liang Ping, a body cultivator. I hope to receive your guidance, Taoist friend Jiang." The muscular man slightly bent forward, offering her a respectful bow. Jiang Luoluo nodded in acknowledgement, returning the gesture, upon witnessing someone ascend the platform. Onlookers immediately gathered around. Someone truly dared to challenge her. This individual is renowned for his martial fervor. Having poor spiritual roots, he has chosen the most arduous path of body cultivation. Moreover, just as her cultivation began to show promise, she sought out a duel, relishing the thrill of breaking through her limits, despite the persistent injuries she bore. Indeed, most of his mastery at the peak of Qi refinement was forged through combat. As this was mentioned, the crowd could hardly conceal their admiration. Who could predict the outcome of this battle? Who knows? Let's remain cautious for now. as they spoke, a betting table quietly emerged. Jiang Luoluo, at the 11th level of qi refinement, had odds of 1 to 1.1, while Yang Ping at the pinnacle of qi refinement had odds of 1 to 10. Goodness, this bookmaker is truly ruthless. Yet even with such slim odds, I still place my bet on Jiang Luoluo. Me too. Same here. The disciple managing the betting table wore a bitter expression. He anticipated that everyone would bet on Jiang Luoluo, with not a single person backing Liang Ping. If Jiang Luoluo triumphed, he would face devastating losses. With a hint of persuasion, he remarked, "But you must remember, the one battling Jiang Luoluo is known as the martial madman Liang Ping. Are you all certain you do not wish to reconsider? Please, who do you think you're fooling? Just yesterday, junior sister Jiang used the peak qi refinement practitioner Mu Cheng as a mere stepping stone for her techniques. Who knows what her true capabilities are?" Exactly. The crowd remained unyielding. The one overseeing the betting felt a twinge of regret. Had he not feared a beating, he would have attempted to cheat on the arena, as Elder Bai gave his understated instructions. There are no excessive restrictions for this duel. Only 2 stipulations. One side must concede and refrain from further strikes. Secondly, do not intentionally take a life, or the law enforcement hall will be open to you at any moment. After glancing at Jiang Luoluo, his meaning was clear. Jiang Luoluo maintained her stance, seemingly oblivious to Elder Bai's hint. The corner of Elder Bai's mouth twitched, and he chose to ignore her, casually lifting the arena's restrictions and declaring, "Begin." And no sooner had the words left his lips than Liang Ping vanished from sight. Incredible speed! Jiang Luo's expression sharpened as her consciousness enveloped the entire arena, swiftly locking onto her opponent behind her. She pivoted quickly, her fists enveloped in a faint aura. Boom! Without flinching or dodging, she met Liang Ping's punch head-on. The collision sent Jiang Luoluo staggering back several steps, a dull ache radiating from her arm. Lowering her gaze, she murmured to her numb and pained arm, "It's still a bit overwhelming." A flicker of surprise crossed Liang Ping's eyes. He expected this practitioner to be a martial artist as well. Without hesitation, he shifted his stance and attacked Jiang Luoluo from another angle. As a martial artist, close combat was his forte. Countless leg strikes surged toward her from the front. Jiang Luoluo's expression turned serious as she swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing fireball techniques, each spell landing directly in Liang Ping's path. In a matter of moments, his legs bore several burn marks. Yet he seemed impervious to pain, unleashing a barrage of kicks and punches, all of which Jiang Luoluo deftly countered. Unfazed, Liang Ping summoned a massive hammer into his hands. Raising it high, he swung it with force, shouting, "Take my hammer!" The fierce, slicing attack bore down on Jiang Luoluo, imposing pressure that momentarily immobilized her in her eyes. A glimmer flickered as she lifted her hands, channeling a dense flame, blazing flames of the 9 heavens. As she spoke, her spiritual energy rapidly depleted, a slight sting coursing through her meridians. The attack not only dispersed Liang Ping's hammer strike, but surged toward him. Jiang Luoluo's expression tightened. Disregarding her own dishevelment, she hastily consumed a spirit-replenishing pill and raised a protective earth shield. Feeling it insufficient, she also hurled a dozen top-tier defensive talismans. She had anticipated the magnitude of this assault. Just as her earth shield and talismans began to absorb the impact, Elder Bai intervened to disrupt the attack. Liang Ping, still shaken, patted his chest and said, "Thank you, junior sister Jiang, for your timely rescue. I concede. My strength is insufficient." Jiang Luoluo touched her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. "As long as you don't mind, senior brother Liang, my technique was still unrefined, and I nearly harmed you. But I'm unscathed. Right? Next time, I'll seek your guidance." With that, he trembled slightly and began to step down from the platform. "Wait, does junior sister Jiang have something to say?" Jiang Luoluo regarded him with suspicion, sensing a stiffness in Liang Ping's demeanor. "If you trust me, senior brother, you might want to try different weights for your hammer. I feel that your current hammer doesn't suit you well. Perhaps another might yield better results. Additionally, your leg strikes shouldn't solely pursue speed. Aim for stability, ensuring each swing delivers consistent force. That way, you might not be so easily read." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Luoluo expressed her thoughts. Liang Ping pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Before he sought a clear area to practice, the onlookers, still recovering from Jiang Luoluo's earlier strike, now observed Liang Ping's solo practice with newfound interest, lost in thought. Elder Bai, who had initially intended to reprimand Jiang Luoluo, cast a sidelong glance at her but refrained from speaking. Name: Jiang Luoluo root. Dual fire and earth roots talent. Superior physique. Innate yin-yang body. Eye of insight fortune. Inferior comprehension. Above average appearance. Superior realm. 11th level of Qi refinement techniques. Fireball technique proficient. Earth escape technique skilled. Earth technique decision 2nd layer skilled. Beast mastery technique proficient. 5 elements technique beginner. Whip technique. Fire dragon whip 1st layer. Initial insight. Blazing flames of the 9 heavens. 1st layer. Initial insight. Consciousness. Early foundation establishment physique. Late Qi refinement talisman crafting level. 2nd tier. Proficient. Fate alteration value. 5 another point added to her fate alteration value. Chapter 50. Confrontation in the central hall. Just as she regained her spiritual energy, before she could depart, Jiang Luoluo sensed a shadow looming overhead. Hey, oh, you need something? The woman before her appeared somewhat reserved. May I challenge you? After Liang Ping's guidance, she had visibly improved and did not wish to miss this opportunity. Apologies, but I only duel with disciples of higher cultivation than myself. Only by surpassing a level can one gain fate alteration value. Oh, I see. My apologies. The woman, disappointed, stepped down from the platform. Before long, another individual approached the stage, a peak Qi refinement practitioner. Jiang Luoluo raised an eyebrow. Hadn't she just been told there was no one willing to challenge her? The newcomer was an adorable girl who, feeling a bit shy under Jiang Luoluo's gaze, timidly asked, "May I challenge you?" "Certainly, but if you lose, you must give the winner 10 contribution points. Are you sure you won't regret it?" The girl's eyes sparkled at once. "I won't regret it. I can offer 20 contribution points to junior sister Jiang in exchange for your guidance on my cultivation shortcomings." Jiang Luoluo contemplated briefly and replied, "I don't want contribution points. If you're willing to provide me with a whip as a magical artifact, I'll guide you." Without hesitation, the girl promptly produced a red whip from her storage bracelet. A mid-tier yellow-grade magical artifact. Jiang Luoluo accepted without reserve, surprised to find this seemingly cute girl was also an invisible wealthy individual capable of using a storage bracelet. Considering the generous offer, Jiang Luoluo only defeated her after the girl had exhausted all her techniques. With the eye of insight, she effortlessly discerned her flaws and provided guidance. The fate alteration value accumulated to 6 points. In the following days, Jiang Luoluo would arrive early at the training ground, and by the end of the week, her fate alteration value had risen to 21 points. Her storage bag now contained 6 whips, the previous one being a mid-tier yellow grade given by the wealthy girl, while the rest were all low-tier yellow grade. One day, before she could head to the training ground, she was intercepted by a disciple who informed her that the sect leader summoned her. Upon arriving at the central hall, she discovered that aside from the sect leader, there were also Shi Riao, the peak leader of Baichao Peak, and Nangong Chun. Behind Nangong Chun stood Jiang Yihan and Musashi. The disciple Jiang Luoluo greeted the sect leader, peak leader, and true monarch Nangong, bowing respectfully. "Ha, good child. Your spiritual energy is rich and abundant, and your foundation appears solid. It seems the little girl from years ago has made remarkable progress in your absence." The sect leader's words brimmed with praise, inciting silent envy among those with ulterior motives present. That I say, "Senior brother, perhaps you should hold off on the flattery until we address the matter at hand." Shi gently reminded. These are not mutually exclusive. The sect leader's warning prompted Shi Riao to refrain from further comments. Subsequently, he smiled at Jiang Luoluo, saying, "The reason we summoned you today is to inquire about the recent disturbances caused by the 5-element root disciples. Is this matter related to you?" Jiang Luoluo felt a suspicion rising within her, but maintained a calm demeanor. "What matter? I've been at the training ground recently and know little of what's happening." "Sister, there's no need for pretense that if you hadn't urged them to seek me for techniques, how could they disrupt our Baichao Peak's peace? You are well aware that in the cultivation world, prying into another's opportunities is taboo. Yet you recklessly proclaim my chance to alter my qualifications to the disciples. Is that not inappropriate?" Jiang Luoluo took a few steps forward, her usual icy demeanor intact, though her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Jiang Luoluo met her gaze directly. I have not inquired about your opportunities, nor have I ever proclaimed them, if you truly wish to place the blame on me. There is little I can do. After all, when we arrived at the place of fortune, I was gravely injured, nearly losing my life, solely to assist Sister Jiang in claiming her opportunity, observing her expression, which resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. Jiang Luoluo curved the corners of her lips. She continued, since I have fought so hard to seize this opportunity, and Jiang Daoyu has successfully transformed her aptitude, it seems there is no longer a need for it. Therefore, I shall share it with everyone, allowing them to give it a try, if it can indeed grant our sect another talented disciple. It would greatly benefit our sect's development. Jiang Luoluo clenched her teeth and replied, but the opportunity has already been used by me. I am aware of that, yet there are still methods to alter one's aptitude. Are there not? As for the rare materials required, that depends on each person's fortune. Jiang Luoluo's expression shifted continuously, taken aback by her audacity. Do you not realize that because of your careless words, we at Baichao Peak have been besieged by disciples, disrupting our usual cultivation? Jiang Luoluo bowed her head and sincerely apologized, noting Jiang Luoluo's expression as if she wished to say more. She first offered another bow to the sect leader, saying, I apologize, sect leader. I did not anticipate that my good intentions would bring inconvenience to Baichao Peak. I simply wish to assist the sect, which has provided me with a place for cultivation and protection during my years here. The sect leader felt a warmth in his heart, his gaze toward her softening. Jiang Luoluo nearly crushed her silver teeth in frustration, realizing that the pit she had dug for Jiang Luoluo had not only been of no use, but had now backfired on her. She never expected Jiang Luoluo to be so shameless, reaping all the benefits without having to pay any price. Shi Yao felt an even greater complexity in her heart, watching Jiang Luoluo, who not only surpassed others in cultivation, but also exuded confidence and cleverness. She regretted not taking her as a disciple due to a single technique. However, this only deepened her dissatisfaction with her own poor choice. Your intention to assist the sect is commendable, but one must not use the fortunes of others to curry favor. Nor should one incite the sect's members to achieve personal goals as cultivators. One must prioritize their own cultivation. I understand you come from the mundane world, which has brought along some undesirable habits. But these should not be applied among fellow disciples. How would that reflect on you in the eyes of others? Jiang Luoluo lowered her gaze to conceal the chill in her eyes, replying with calm assertiveness. I have not exploited others' fortunes for favors. It was I who fought hard to obtain this opportunity. And since I have brought it back to the sect, what is wrong with offering it to give the five-element root disciples a chance for advancement? A mere outer sect disciple dares to question the peak master. Shi Yao slammed her hand on the table, her spiritual pressure bearing down on Jiang Luoluo. However, before it could reach her, the sect leader intervened. Jiang Luoluo maintained her bowed posture, yet the ambition in her eyes surged, threatening to overwhelm her. Whenever she felt pride in her own cultivation, unforeseen events would shatter her arrogance, reigniting her determination to grow stronger. If she were sufficiently powerful, her words would carry weight, and she would not be easily subdued by a mere display of spiritual pressure from anyone. Chapter 51. The Old Fox, sect leader observing Jiang Luoluo, who remained silent for an extended period. Nangong Chun spoke with a tone of resignation. Luoluo, Ihan claims that the opportunity was something she fought hard to acquire, and she does not wish to withhold it from the sect. The item that could change her aptitude has already been used. Your outburst complicates matters for everyone. Jiang Luoluo scoffed coldly in response. And what are the sect's claims that I desperately aided Jiang Shiji in acquiring the opportunity? At that time, it was only the two of us who passed the trials. I was severely injured, spending over a year recuperating. Should I be expected to have projected my soul outside to spread rumors during my recovery? As a chi refining stage cultivator, I find that quite an honor, truly befitting the sycophantic master of the original text. After their brief acquaintance, Jiang Luoluo had hoped to alter his fate, but after today, witnessing his hopeless demeanor, she decided to withdraw from further involvement. Upon hearing her words, everyone present, except for the sect leader, wore grim expressions. After all, even some god transformation stage cultivators could not achieve soul projection, let alone a chi refining stage cultivator. The implications of her words were unmistakable. Jiang Luoluo's cool demeanor was tinged with a hint of restraint and grievance. Sister, how can you say such a thing? Since that is the case, I shall no longer hide the truth from you. Although we both passed the trials, you are a dual spiritual root and not the disciple that Elder Huajian desires. The elder had intended to compensate you with a technique, yet you, out of jealousy for my opportunity, dared to confront the elder, resulting in your injury that I never expected that upon returning to the sect, you would show no remorse and would incite the disciples to seize my fortune. Do you not realize how much trouble your jealousy could bring to the sect? Shi Ruiyao's eyes sparkled with amusement, while Nangong Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that the quirky little girl of his youth would grow into such a venomous adult. Having been unjustly accused again, Jiang Luoluo, disinterested in further argument, decided to pour salt into her wounds. Jiang Luoluo, had you dedicated the time spent on me to your cultivation, with your chaotic spiritual root talent, you would not still be inferior to me in cultivation. The ever-quiet Mu Zexi, unable to contain his laughter, shook with suppressed mirth. Jiang Luoluo's face changed momentarily before she retorted. Are you implying that those who have lesser cultivation than you, despite having superior spiritual roots, must not have dedicated their time to cultivation? Those are not my words. Jiang Luoluo shrugged. Shi Ruiyao's expression darkened at their exchange. Were these two mocking her for the disciple she had taken on? Was it true that a single spiritual root was inferior to a dual spiritual root? She sternly interrupted. Enough. If you wish to bicker, take it outside. We are here to resolve the issues of Baichao Peak. The trouble began with Jiang Shiji, and if she simply provided the method to alter spiritual roots, it would all be settled. Is it not just a simple technique? I was able to offer it to you before. Why can't you provide it to the sect now? One must be magnanimous. If necessary, I shall forego any compensation from the sect, for they have treated me well. Jiang Luoluo sighed in resignation. What do you mean you offered it to me? It was I who obtained it myself. Do you not understand human language? Jiang Luoluo, infuriated by her brazen demeanor, could no longer maintain her composure. Jiang Luoluo feigned innocence. I see it's my jealousy. The opportunity was indeed yours, so could you contribute it to the sect? Surely you will not miss out on the benefits. Jiang Luoluo's frustration reached its peak, nearly unraveling her composure after 20 years of restraint. The sect leader, a shrewd man, suppressed the urge to intervene as he observed Jiang Luoluo's mounting anger. He smiled amiably at her. Indeed, the sect will not shortchange you. However, if you are unwilling, that is entirely your prerogative, for it is your own opportunity. Yet, those disciples outside, even I as the sect leader, cannot control them. Nangong pondered for a moment before gently advising. Luoluo, since it is a technique, why not create a copy for the sect? Consider it as the sect purchasing it from you. Jiang Luoluo took several deep breaths, suppressing the turbulence in her heart, and finally conceded, fine. The sect leader's face lit up with joy, declaring, excellent. In that case, I shall allocate you 5,000 contribution points. Jiang Luoluo's expression brightened upon hearing this, her unwillingness dissipating entirely. Jiang Luoluo, however, concealed the glimmer in her eyes, realizing the sect leader was indeed an old fox. With the matter resolved, the group prepared to depart. Even Shi Ruiyao wore a smile, finding joy in the fact that Jiang Luoluo had orchestrated so much only to end up with nothing. However, as they exited the hall, Nangong Chun left a parting remark to Jiang Luoluo. Take care. Jiang Luoluo couldn't help but twitch her lips, rolling her eyes internally. Taha, how adorable you are, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning, she found a handsome young man observing her with amusement. Oh, I don't know you and have no desire to engage, the young man, scratching his nose, remarked. Do you not wish to know what benefits the sect leader has granted you? Bring it. Jiang Luoluo halted, extending her hand. And no words of gratitude. Are you not afraid I might withhold it? That is what I am owed. Without me, would the sect leader have acquired the technique? Though it may not be of great use. After all, not everyone possesses the protagonist's luck to effortlessly gather rare materials. The young man regarded Jiang Luoluo with newfound seriousness. You figured it out? Jiang Luoluo raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? As the sect leader, all matters concerning the sect must pass through his hands if he had not permitted it. How could the situation have escalated to this extent? The realms of outer and inner sect disciples are not easily crossed. Without someone allowing it, could they have so easily besieged Bai Chao Peak? The young man placed a storage bag in her hand, saying, "You're quite perceptive that I hope you remain so." With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Luoluo tucked the storage bag away, her heart secretly on guard. Upon returning to her residence, she unexpectedly encountered Mu Ziyu waiting at the entrance of her courtyard. She initially intended to ignore him, yet found herself intercepted. "Yes, there's something you need." Her tone was less than cordial. She had just received a reward and was eager to inspect it. "Did you kill Uncle Zhao?" Mu Ziyu, having recuperated for several days, finally mustered the courage to confront her. No, how could Jiang Luoluo possibly admit to that? Mu Ziyu's expression darkened momentarily, but recalling the formidable combat prowess of this individual, he restrained himself, regardless of the truth. "Uncle Zhao's storage bag contains a mirror. As long as you hand it over to me, we can erase the grievances between us." A mirror. Jiang Luoluo lowered her gaze in contemplation. She had been too preoccupied earlier to examine the contents of the storage bags belonging to those few individuals, and she remained unaware of what they contained. However, it was likely not a trivial item if it prompted the young master of the Mu family to personally seek it out. "I'm sorry, but I did not kill anyone, and thus I do not possess the mirror." Chapter 52. Enhancement of Fortune. Do you wish to make an enemy of the entire Mu family? Observing her indifference, Mu Ziyu's expression turned grim. "Are you threatening a disciple of the sect?" Jiang Luoluo met his gaze with calm defiance. "Not at all. Merely a word of caution." The air between them crackled with tension. "Then let us wait and see." Jiang Luoluo was unfazed. If it were the Mu family of a century ago, she might have felt trepidation, but now, with only one golden core ancestor in residence, she held no fear. Besides, cultivating was inherently a defiance against the heavens. Living in fear was no different than returning home to till the fields. All right. You are quite impressive." Repeating the word thrice, Mu Ziyu's eyes glinted with malice. Disinterested in further engagement, Jiang Luoluo turned and pushed open the courtyard door, entering her dwelling, completely disregarding the hostile glares directed at her. She settled onto the meditation mat where she usually practiced. Jiang Luoluo retrieved the storage bag given to her by the sect leader. "I wonder if the items bestowed by that old man are worth my sacrifice this time." Murmuring to herself, she extended her spiritual sense into the bag. 100 spirit stones? How stingy. Although they appeared slightly brighter than inferior spirit stones, they were not as luminous as those from the storage ring of the former Mu ancestor. Could they possibly be medium-grade spirit stones? In that case, it's rather generous. Meanwhile, the sect leader, engrossed in administrative matters within the Grand Hall, sneezed unexpectedly, puzzled as he checked his body, and after confirming nothing was amiss, resumed his examination of the jade slips. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones are classified as inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. 1 supreme spirit stone is equivalent to 100 medium spirit stones. 1 medium spirit stone equals 100 inferior spirit stones, and so forth. Additionally, there was a red whip, which appeared to be a superior grade mystic artifact. There was also a small wooden token. Was this an opportunity to enter a cultivation secret realm? Jiang Luoluo took out the token from the storage bag, unable to suppress the smile that flickered in her eyes. The Tianyuan sect's cultivation secret realm is a specially designated area for disciples, requiring 1,000 contribution points for each visit, and one can only stay for 3 days. However, it is said that the spiritual energy within is exceptionally gentle, making it ideal for disciples to enter seclusion and break through. Prolonged stays also aid in tempering the body. Having been in the sect for quite some time without visiting, she truly benefited from the sect leader's generosity this time. Moreover, the token he provided could be used 3 times. What a windfall! After placing the token into her storage ring and the medium-grade spirit stones into her storage bracelet, she then pulled out 3 more storage bags. As her spiritual sense entered one of the bags, she was met with an array of colorful garments, spotted with unsightly stains. Jiang Luoluo felt nauseated and nearly wretched. She had not expected that a cultivator would possess such bizarre items. She tossed the storage bag aside, wishing to avoid the contamination of her eyes, no longer even desiring the spirit stones within. Fearing to uncover anything more distasteful, Jiang Luoluo only allocated a fraction of her attention to the contents. Fortunately, the other storage bags contained nothing but spirit stones, inferior artifacts, and a mirror. Picking up the mirror, she examined it for a moment but found nothing unusual. After some consideration, she decided to refine it. Upon recognizing its master, she understood the mirror's function, and no wonder Muziu sought its return. It truly was a treasure. According to the feedback, this mirror possessed tracking capabilities, albeit limited to not exceeding 2 major realms above its user. Indeed, committing acts of murder and theft brings the quickest rewards, discounting that repulsive storage bag. The remaining 2 bags contained 500 inferior spirit stones each, and selling the artifacts within would yield a considerable sum, with the mirror being the most valuable. After tallying her gains, Jiang Luoluo sighed inwardly. To think that it would take her a week to accumulate 500 spirit stones for talisman crafting, and oh wonder the saying goes, killing and arson bring golden belts. There is indeed some truth to it. She even considered reinventing herself as a bandit. Startled by her own thoughts, Jiang Luoluo hastily interrupted her unrealistic musings. Though she did not regard herself as a virtuous person, she would not engage in immoral actions without cause. She possessed her own principles and boundaries. However, if she encountered robbers, that would be a different matter altogether. Lost in thought, a cunning smile flickered in her eyes, since she had taken on the role of a bandit. She must be prepared for the possibility of being robbed in return. Setting aside her thoughts, she turned her attention back to her status panel. Name: Jiang Luoluo Spirit Root. Dual Fire and Earth Spirit Roots Talent. Superior Physique. Innate Yin-Yang Body. Mind's Eye Fortune. Inferior Comprehension. Above Average Appearance. Superior Realm. Qi Refining Level 11 Techniques. Fireball Technique Proficient. Earth Escape Technique Skilled. Earth Technique Decision. Level 2 Skilled. Beast Taming Technique Proficient. 5 Elements Technique, Entry Level. Whip Technique, Fire Dragon Whip, Level 1. Initial Understanding, Blazing Flame 9 Heavens. Level 1. Initial Understanding, Spiritual Sense. Foundation Establishment, Early Stage, Physical. Body, Qi Refining Late Stage, Talisman Crafting Level. Second Stage, Proficient, Destiny Value, 21. Retrieving her gaze from the Fortune section, she pondered. Yuan mentioned that I could enhance my fortune this time without it diminishing. Whether it works or not, I will find out through experimentation. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoluo began to click the button behind the fortune section repeatedly. Listening to a series of failure notifications, she felt her heart twitch despite having experienced it once before. Just like last time, it took 20 attempts before succeeding. Noticing she had a bit of destiny value left, she believed that out of sight would mean out of mind, and turned her attention to the prize pool. As the prize pool spun for a moment, a flash of purple light appeared, and joy radiated from Jiang Luoluo's face. One-time item. Premonition, Purple, Description, allows the user to foresee a selected opportunity location in advance. After experiencing such a long streak of misfortune, she had finally struck it lucky. Could it be due to the enhancement of her fortune? Observing the updated panel, Jiang Luoluo couldn't help but tap her fingers. Where should I use this premonition? She pondered carefully about what she most needed at the moment, a refining furnace. She had always desired to refine pills, but previously lacked the funds to purchase herbs and did not possess a refining furnace, thus leaving this ambition unrealized. With such an excellent opportunity before her, how could she let it slip away? Determined, Jiang Luoluo did not hesitate to use the newly acquired item, silently wishing for the best refining furnace nearby. The moment the item vanished, what appeared before Jiang Luoluo was a secluded alley at the foot of the Tianyuan sect mountain. An elderly man with white hair, at the 3rd level of Qi refining, was running forward, pulling a young girl along with him, while several malicious-looking men followed closely behind. Chapter 53. The struggle for the refining furnace, as if having lost interest in the game. They eventually grew impatient and advanced to violently throw the old man aside. Upon impact, an ancient refining furnace appeared in his arms. Although the girl trembled in fear, she still managed to control herself and desperately ran toward her grandfather. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing the severed bodies of the grandfather and granddaughter. Before the men could retrieve the refining furnace, a voice laden with sarcasm emerged from the woman as her figure descended simultaneously. Jiang Luoluo, undeterred by her words, remained ever more vigilant. She had just sensed through her spiritual awareness that something was being isolated by the invisible barrier of the hairpin. Indeed, moments later, she heard the piercing cries and the desperate sobs of a little girl behind her. "What have you done?" Jiang Luoluo demanded sharply. "Guess," the woman replied with a charming smile, yet upon seeing the unresponsive individual before her, a heaviness settled in her heart. She had not anticipated such a formidable level of vigilance. This person bore a defensive artifact capable of nullifying her poison. If her toxic arts proved ineffective against her, then she stood no chance of victory. Jiang Luoluo refrained from responding and instead posed another inquiry. "Who are you? If you hand over the alchemical furnace that the girl is holding, I shall answer your question," the woman suggested with a glint in her eyes. Jiang Luoluo chose to remain silent. The woman assumed she was merely passing through, unaware that Jiang Luoluo had come specifically for the furnace and would never relinquish it to another. Her previous act of saving the elderly pair had been motivated by a desire to avoid entanglement in karmic repercussions. Yet it had inadvertently led to misunderstandings of her benevolence. However, she found amusement in the misconception. Observing her silence, the woman's eyes flashed with impatience. "What?" "Unwilling." Her gaze shifted to the quiet little girl clutching the furnace amidst a pool of blood. "You may possess a defensive artifact and feel secure, but the girl behind you is in peril. After all, her grandfather is already dead." Jiang Luoluo blinked, redirecting the conversation. "Why are you so insistent on that furnace? It appears to be merely a low-grade yellow-tier artifact. That is of no concern to you. If that is the case, I shall not hand it over to you." Jiang Luoluo raised an eyebrow, uttering words designed to infuriate. "Are you not afraid that the child behind you may meet an untimely demise?" The woman's expression darkened, though. "Then all I can do is kill you to avenge her." Jiang Luoluo replied coolly. She was no saint. She would save a life only if her own was not at risk. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to abandon the matter. The woman seemed incredulous. "You came here for the furnace too? How did you know it contained Master Bai's legacy?" Jiang Luoluo's astonishment was apparent. "So it truly holds Master Bai's legacy? No wonder you covet it so desperately." Master Bai in life had been a 7th-tier alchemist. Renowned for his exceptionally streamlined alchemical techniques, he was also the master who produced the most exquisite elixirs, thus earning immense admiration. Regrettably, he had never taken on apprentices, and his methods had been lost to time. Until now. It appeared they were housed within this furnace, in the possession of a mere pair of grandparents. Seeking death, realizing she had been outmaneuvered, the woman immediately lunged forward. Jiang Luoluo swiftly tossed a first-tier defensive array to the little girl, leaving her survival to fate. Subsequently, a mysterious artifact whip materialized in her hand. The whip allowed for ranged attacks. She had to remain cautious of the woman's poison techniques. With a crack of the whip, the woman's right hand was immediately drenched in blood, while Jiang Luoluo darted swiftly up. Jiang Luoluo's face turned cold as she said, "No comment. If you choose to open up, there may still be a chance for you to survive and to escape my grasp. But if you do not, there is only one inevitable outcome." Zhou Hua's expression shifted continuously before she finally gritted her teeth and replied, "Fine." Seeing her compliance, Jiang Luoluo's lips curled into a faint smile. After all, had she not been well prepared, she would have long since become a victim of her own poison. Faced with someone intent on her demise, how could she possibly show mercy? Once the imprint was complete, Jiang Luoluo sensed a slight contraction in her consciousness, leaving her feeling somewhat feeble. Having successfully overcome the challenge, she gained a modicum of destiny alteration points. Name: Jiang Luoluo, spiritual roots, dual fire and earth talent, superior physique, innate yin-yang body. I have the mind fortune, below average comprehension, above average appearance, superior realm, chi refinement level 11 techniques, fireball technique proficient, earth escape technique skilled, earth technique formula 2 layers skilled, beast mastery technique proficient. 5 spirits technique, beginner, whip technique, fire dragon whip, level 1, initial understanding, fiery heavens 9 layers, level 1 initial understanding, divine consciousness, Late Chi Refinement Physical Body. Late Chi Refinement Talisman Level. Second rank Proficient. Destiny Alteration Points. 1 Jiang Luoluo felt a pang of regret. She had not anticipated that a single Zhou Hua could cause her consciousness to drop back to the Late Chi Refinement stage. Through the soul imprint, she discovered that Zhou Hua was actually at the pinnacle of Chi refinement. Adept in both law and poison, far beyond what she had previously exhibited at the 10th level of Chi refinement. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone in the realm of cultivation. Zhou Hua sensed nothing amiss and entered her consciousness finding nothing out of the ordinary. Had she not known what Jiang Luoluo had just done, she too would have believed she was completely fine. With this thought, her wariness towards Jiang Luoluo deepened. Suppressing her underlying fear, she turned to the girl cloaked in the barrier and asked, what will happen to her? Dismissing the barrier, Jiang Luoluo approached the girl and squatted down, asking, where would you like to go? Little one, how about I find you a good family, where there are parents who will love you dearly? What do you say? Zhou Hua looked on in disbelief. She could hardly reconcile the gentle and kind person before her with the demon who had just threatened her. The little girl remained silent, and Jiang Luoluo patiently awaited her response. Chapter 55. Alchemical Heritage. The little girl appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, an age that would still place her in kindergarten in a modern world. Yet now she stood as an orphan. Time passed, and eventually, the girl lifted her head and asked softly, can I follow you, sister? I want to learn magic too. I want to become strong enough that no one dares to bully me. Looking at the girl's eyes, which sparkled brighter with each word, Jiang Luoluo found herself unable to voice a refusal to learn magic. One must possess spiritual roots. I can take you to the sect to test your roots. If you have them, you can cultivate diligently and grow stronger. If not, I will help you find a good family. How does that sound? The girl, with her bright eyes, gazed at Jiang Luoluo and asked, can I not stay with you? Jiang Luoluo shook her head. Sister must cultivate and complete tasks. I will not have the time to take care of you. Then can I visit you? This time, Jiang Luoluo did not refuse, nor did she remind the girl that if she lacked spiritual roots, they might never meet again. Ignoring Zhou Hua's scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Luoluo tossed a flying talisman to Zhou Hua and affixed one to herself. Whisking the girl along towards the sect, Zhou Hua grimaced, can't you just carry her? I'm just a child. How can a child carry another child? Right? Believe you if I must be by the time they reached the sect. Darkness had already fallen. Jiang Luoluo settled the girl into Zhou Hua's room before returning to her own, where she retrieved an alchemical furnace. She first acknowledged the furnace's master, discovering it to be a top-grade mystical furnace, 3 ranks higher than its surface level. Yet, as it was a purple opportunity, she doubted it was merely a furnace. With this in mind, she examined the furnace closely, attempting to find any clues. After a thorough exploration yielded no results. She took a basin from her storage bag, used a water-based spell to fill it, and submerged the furnace for cleaning. Upon searching again, she still found nothing different, considering it was used for alchemy. She decided to try heating it. With flames dancing from her palm, she placed the furnace within, and gradually, fragments began to flake off, transforming the once ancient furnace into a delicate purple cauldron. Lines of tiny script appeared on its surface, faintly visible under the flames. Indeed, this expedition was worthwhile. Jiang Luoluo felt a surge of joy as she quickly examined the emerging text. Alchemist by Yuan, Alchemical Heritage. The first records detailed his own life. According to the accounts, he began his cultivation at the age of 5 and learned alchemy by 6, adopting the name by Yuan, dedicating his life to the study of alchemy. Due to his frequent experimentation with herbs, he only lived to 300 years during the golden core stage, succumbing to the accumulation of alchemical toxins in his body. Despite his obsession with alchemical studies, he never took on disciples and, at the end of his life, worried that his legacy would go unpassed. After much deliberation, he decided to leave his alchemical insights and techniques within his furnace, hoping to pass on his knowledge to a kindred spirit, or at least find a successor. Jiang Luoluo was momentarily speechless, but as the first segment of text concluded, the second segment began to materialize, leaving her little time for idle thoughts. The second segment described various insights and techniques regarding alchemy. Jiang Luoluo focused intently on the words, committing them firmly to memory. Time slipped away, and only when the alchemical furnace returned to calm did she finally exhale. Name. Jiang Luoluo, spiritual roots, dual fire and earth talent, superior physique, innate yin-yang body. I have the mind fortune, below average comprehension, above average appearance, superior realm, chi refinement level 11 techniques, fireball technique, proficient, earth escape technique, skilled, earth technique formula, 2 layers skilled, beast mastery technique, proficient, 5 spirits technique, beginner, whip technique, fire dragon whip, level 1, initial understanding, fiery heavens 9 layers, level 1, initial understanding, divine consciousness, late chi refinement physical body, late chi refinement talisman level, 2nd rank, proficient, alchemy level, 1st rank, beginner, destiny alteration points, 1 seeing the newly added alchemy level. She couldn't help but exclaim, just like with talismans, as long as there is a legacy, my attributes will increase. Though she had yet to refine a single batch of pills with this alchemical experience, it was merely a matter of time. With this experience, she would face little difficulty in advancing her alchemical skills beyond the 7th tier. And no wonder it was considered a purple opportunity. It truly was remarkable. While Jiang Luoluo felt refreshed, the 2 individuals in different rooms of the same courtyard were far from harmonious. You killed my grandfather. I will seek vengeance. The little girl stood quietly at the door, clutching a small bottle. Whatever, Zhou Hua replied lazily. She then pulled a set of bedding from her storage bag and spread out on the floor, lying down on her bed. You'll sleep on the floor tonight. After speaking, she closed her eyes, indifferent to whether the girl would comply. The little girl stood by the bed, staring for a long while, and perhaps growing weary, eventually turned away and lay down on the bedding prepared on the floor. As the moonlight dimmed and the sun began to rise, both individuals in the beds opened their eyes simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, then turned away in distaste. Zhou Hua cast a cleansing spell on herself, disregarding the disheveled figure beside her, then turned and walked out. The little girl pursed her lips tightly, silently trailing behind her. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by the sight of Jiang Luoluo meditating in the courtyard. Jiang Luoluo opened her eyes, glanced at the disheveled girl behind Zhou Hua, frowned slightly, and raised her hand to cast a cleansing spell. After rummaging through her storage bag, she found a pink dress and tossed it to the girl. The little girl hesitated for a moment before accepting the dress and heading to Zhou Hua's room to change. When she reemerged, Zhou Hua nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the girl. Now clad in a pink dress, her dark complexion standing out starkly. Upon reaching the affairs hall, they discovered a considerable number of people present. Before Jiang Luoluo could line up, someone called out to her. Turning, she recognized the familiar figure of her senior brother from before. Junior sister, you rarely come here without a reason. What brings you today? Clearing her throat, somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Luoluo pulled the girl behind her and said, I picked up another person and wanted you to test her. The senior brother readily complied, producing a spirit testing stone and gesturing for the girl to place her hand upon it. The little girl looked at Jiang Luoluo, who nodded encouragingly and obediently placed her hand on the stone. Instantly, a vibrant green light shot into the sky, capturing the attention of everyone in line. Single with spiritual root, Zhao Che exclaimed in surprise. He swiftly retrieved a communication stone to inform the sect master, then turned to Jiang Luoluo with a smile, saying, Junior sister has a good eye. This girl possesses excellent talent. If you come across more like her in the future, don't hesitate to bring them to the sect. This way, our sect will have even more geniuses. Jiang Luoluo felt a headache coming on. I think not that I am not running a shelter. Chapter 56. The master accepts disciples not wishing to entertain her teasing senior brother any longer. She knelt down to meet the girl's gaze. Your spiritual roots are quite good. Surely someone will take you as a disciple. When that time comes, cultivate diligently. Nyonyo seemed to sense something and inquired. Can Nyonyo find her sister? Yes. The courtyard you stayed in yesterday is the same one where your sister resides. You may come and find me. All right, Nyonyo nodded. Then wait here with this brother. I have matters to attend to. With that, she affectionately patted the little girl's head and turned to leave. Junior sister, are you not afraid I might claim your reward? Zhao Che teased, watching her retreating figure. I trust my senior brother. she replied, having already descended the mountain of the sect. Zhao Che shook his head in resignation. After taking just a couple of steps, Zhou Hua returned, heading toward a certain peak in the inner sect. Soon, she entered a spacious courtyard where a beautiful woman frowned at her. After practicing for over a decade, you still haven't achieved the foundation establishment stage. Why do you keep running to me? A flash of embarrassment and timidity crossed Zhou Hua's eyes. She nervously fidgeted with her hands. Sister, I have been diligently cultivating, and I came this time to ask for your help in examining my sea of consciousness. What is wrong with your sea of consciousness? I told you not to venture into chaotic places, yet you refuse to listen. Despite her words, the woman swiftly appeared before her. Zhou Hua bit her lip and opened her sea of consciousness, allowing her sister to inspect it. Your sea of consciousness appears to be fine. The woman scrutinized it thoroughly and found no issues. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hua's face paled. She hadn't anticipated that Jiang Luoluo's soul imprint was so formidable that even her sister, who had reached the golden core stage, could not detect it. What is it? Is there truly a problem? The woman furrowed her brows, though her eyes revealed concern. It's nothing. I shall take my leave now. Since her sister could not discern anything amiss, she dared not mention the soul imprint for fear of triggering the restraints, which could lead to her demise. If all is well, hurry back to your cultivation. Do not waste your days seeking trouble. And remember, if you do not break through to foundation establishment soon, do not come looking for me. With that, she closed her eyes again to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Disregarding Zhou Hua exited the courtyard and stood at the entrance. She found it impossible to suppress the bitterness at the corners of her mouth. She could not fathom why her once lively and kind sister had transformed into a mere cultivation machine. At this moment, Jiang Luoluo had arrived at the sect's marketplace, yet she had no desire to visit the devoured to purchase medicinal materials. Having already acquired materials for talismans and formations, returning to procure alchemical ingredients would raise suspicions. After all, it was unusual for a girl in her teens to engage in 3 out of 4 teachings. Although she had only sold talismans, she could not rule out the possibility of being watched. She had not ventured into other shops either. What is the little girl pondering? A familiar presence tapped her shoulder, and feeling a sense of familiarity, she did not flinch. Senior Brother Zhang? To her surprise, it was Zhang Yi, the one who had previously assisted her in testing her spiritual root. It has been a while. The little girl has grown, Zhang Yi remarked. And what about you, Senior Brother? Has your cultivation improved significantly? Not to that extent. I've merely progressed to the later stage of foundation establishment. Zhang Yi chuckled, halting his hand that had been poised to ruffle her hair. What is my junior sister up to? I noticed you wandering from afar. He resumed. Jiang Luoluo did not hesitate to explain. I've recently developed an interest in alchemy and wish to purchase some medicinal materials to see if I possess any talent. That's simple. I shall take you to procure quality ingredients. All right. Jiang Luoluo held a measure of trust in the senior brother who had brought her into the sect and had looked after her along the way, though she remained slightly guarded. Zhang Yi guided her through several turns until they reached a somewhat dilapidated shop. A languid youth lay sprawled over the counter, merely lifting his eyelids upon their entrance. Junior sister, just tell him what you need. Though she harbored doubts about the place, Jiang Luoluo articulated her desired materials. Here for the herbs needed for the fasting pill, vitality pill, and chi gathering pill, 30 portions each, totaling 90 low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Luoluo inspected the herbs handed to her and noted their rich spiritual energy and excellent preservation. Consequently, she readily produced the spirit stones. How long has it been since you last took a break? Zhang Yi asked, exasperated as he observed the boy at the counter. About a month. The moonflower is delicate and can only grow at night. Zhang Yi shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Although practitioners often regarded meditation as rest, it was essential to relax occasionally. Yet the boy's obsession with cultivating herbs had reached an extreme. Any further discussion would be futile. As they exited, Zhang Yi suggested they dine at Ling Shandang, which Jiang Luoluo accepted without objection. Upon entering the hall, they intended to find a random spot. However, Yuan, who had been lingering in the contract space, and caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, shyly inquired, Luoluo, may I eat? Jiang Luoluo paused for a moment before responding. Of course. Since Yuan wished to dine, they opted for a private room instead of remaining in the hall. Jiang Luoluo felt slightly embarrassed, saying, Senior brother Zhang, let me treat you this time. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. No need. I insist on treating you. Unable to argue further, Jiang Luoluo decided to remember this for the next occasion when she could invite senior brother Zhang. Meanwhile, in the highest room above, two middle-aged men dined. One of them seemed to sense something, paused mid-bite, and vanished without a trace. What just transpired? Did something compel that old fellow to tear through space? He murmured, returning to his meal. The person he had mentioned, Master Amlin, had already appeared in the private room with Jiang Luoluo and the others. Child, would you consider becoming my disciple? Jiang Luoluo, still recovering from her shock, was momentarily taken aback by his words. Luoluo, his aura is incredibly powerful. Likely at the transformation stage, be cautious, Yuan warned anxiously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoluo regained her composure, her heart awakening with vigilance. Yet when she noticed the barely concealed apprehension in the middle-aged man's eyes, for some reason, she felt a sense of relief. After a brief hesitation, she replied, But I already have a master that I see. Although Master Amlin felt a twinge of disappointment, he was not one to press the issue. Only Zhang Yi, who recognized the man, felt anxious for Jiang Luoluo. While he was unaware of her reasons for declining, he still wished to help her find a strong backing. Thus, he casually asked, Junior sister Jiang, when did you take a master? I had no idea. Upon hearing this, Master Amlin, who had just reached the door, excitedly turned back, fixated on her without blinking. Under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes, Jiang Luoluo felt a surge of nervousness as she explained it was Master Amlin from his sect. Senior brother said that as long as I secured first place in the grand competition, I could become his disciple. Although she had never met Master Amlin, since her entry into the sect, senior brother Song Jinyu had always treated her as his junior sister, and she was determined not to disappoint him. Chapter 57. Alchemy. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two men present became somewhat complex, especially Master Amlin, who wished he could return to the past and give his past self a good thrashing for rejecting such an adorable disciple. Missing out on her for over 2 years. What is the matter? Noticing their odd expressions, Jiang Luoluo asked in confusion. Ahem, well, I'm the Master Amlin you speak of. Jiang Luoluo was dumbfounded. It felt as though someone had doused her with a bucket of cold water. Junior sister Jiang, why not pay your respects to your master? Zhang Yu was nearly exasperated on behalf of both parties, but I promised senior brother that I would only take him as my master after securing first place in the grand competition. Jiang Luoluo hesitated. You lack confidence in achieving first place? Master Amlin remained unfazed. Jiang Luoluo replied with firm conviction, I do not. Seeing this, Master Amlin smiled warmly. That it is settled. Becoming my disciple a year earlier will not affect anything. Hearing this, Jiang Luoluo no longer hesitated and respectfully performed a formal bow of apprenticeship to Master Amlin. Very well. This is a gift from your master for becoming my disciple. If you require anything else, do not hesitate to ask. Once she completed her bow, Master Amlin presented her with a storage ring. Thank you, Master, Jiang Luoluo said, accepting it. Upon entering her consciousness within the ring, she was astonished to find a small mountain of spirit stones, each variety represented. There were also several talismans beside them. She was taken aback by her master's generosity and silently vowed that when she ventured out for experiences in the future, she would bring back good items for her master. Noticing her satisfaction, Master Amlin sighed in relief, secretly planning to visit each peak upon returning to the sect to gather some welcome gifts for his disciple. The group engaged in conversation. When the dishes were about to be served, Jiang Luoluo excused herself to release Yuan, bringing him into the room. Naturally, Yuan concealed his actual cultivation, presenting himself as a mere first-layer qi practitioner. Once inside, Master Amlin recognized Yuan's true form, but said nothing, instead handing him a jade box as a welcoming gift. Yuan obediently accepted it, and Zhang Yi took a liking to the adorable and well-behaved child, presenting him with a gift as well. While the few of them enjoyed a warm and lively atmosphere, news of Jiang Luoluo acquiring another talented disciple spread across the peaks, causing quite a stir. The sect master had set up a few simple assessments for her, all of which she had completed exceptionally well. This sparked the interest of several peaks in taking in disciples. Ultimately, it was Tang Mufeng who gained a prized pupil. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yihan wore a bemused smile as she gazed at her little junior brother. I heard Jiang Luoluo has taken in another talented disciple, who has now become a disciple of the Array Peak's master. Not only that, she seems to be quite close to him. Upon hearing these words, Musashi clenched her fists tightly, a flicker of indignation and disdain crossing her face. It is her honor to protect me. Yet she harbors resentment merely due to a minor injury, casting me glances filled with contempt all along the way. Now, she has taken in another person and treats her with kindness. What does she consider me to be? If that is the case, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yihan's lips curled into a delighted smile. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That I heard that the junior brother is embarking on a sect mission. The first task can be perilous. Senior sister should accompany junior brother. Grateful. Musashi looked at her. Thank you, senior sister. You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Very well, let us hasten to cultivate. Jiang Yihan turned her head shyly. But in a corner unseen by Musashi, she muttered that he was a fool. Likewise, Musashi smirked with a hint of sarcasm in a place where he could not be seen, the expression fleeting. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoluo bid farewell to Zhang Yi, finding an excuse to summon Yuan into the contract space before being led to Qiyang Peak by Elder Anlin. You will reside here from now on. The palace to your right belongs to your senior brother, and the one to your left to your second senior brother. Should you need anything, seek your second senior brother, or come to the main hall to find me. As for your senior brother, he is away on a training expedition, but will return in due time. Jiang Luoluo nodded obediently. Subsequently, she was given a storage bag, which contained her identity jade, token, and resources as a personally accepted disciple. After that, Elder Anlin departed, having suddenly recalled that he seemed to have forgotten about his friend because of his little disciple. Standing still, Jiang Luoluo looked around and found that apart from the palace where her master resided, the only other significant structure was this side hall. Pushing the door open, she picked up the storage bag her master had given her, and upon extracting the identity jade token, she discovered that the words personally accepted had been added. Furthermore, her sect attire had transformed from silver to black with edged sleeves. She strung the storage ring given by her master around her neck, placing the spirit stones from the storage bag into the ring. Once everything was organized, she donned the attire of a personally accepted disciple and prepared to tidy up her belongings in the outer sect. Upon entering the small courtyard, the individuals engaged in conversation turned to look at her simultaneously. Soon, someone noticed the change in her attire and exclaimed, "You have become a personally accepted disciple." Jiang Luoluo nodded and turned to head to her room. One of them muttered, "I don't know what kind of luck she had. What's so impressive about it?" Unfortunately, no one echoed the sentiment. Although Zhou Hua and Jiang Yu were astonished, they understood that with Jiang Luo's aptitude, it was certain she would become a disciple. They just hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. After tidying up, Jiang Luoluo handed Zhou Hua a few of her communication talismans before returning to Qiyang Peak, where she took out the purple alchemy furnace, preparing to begin her alchemical endeavors. Her first attempt would be at refining a fasting pill, the most common and widely used pill in the realm of cultivation. After mentally reviewing the refining method for the fasting pill multiple times, she finally commenced the process. Channeling fire-type spiritual energy, she ignited the flame beneath the alchemy furnace. Next, she retrieved the materials for the fasting pill she had purchased, placing them in order beside her. She then began to add the first herb for purification and refinement, which is the most crucial step in alchemy. With great care, she utilized her spiritual sense to meticulously eliminate impurities before introducing the second herb, continuing until all the herbs had been refined into liquid form. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Luoluo raised her hand, employing Master Bai's alchemical techniques. "Melt," she called softly, her hands forming seals that ultimately transformed into runes. Striking the alchemy furnace, delving into her spiritual sense to observe, she saw all the herbal liquids gradually merging together. The next step was to master the heat control, relying on her spiritual sense to monitor the state of the herbal liquids. She adjusted the flame's intensity. This phase demanded patience. One could not be hasty, but must wait calmly as the herbal liquid at the bottom of the furnace thickened and shifted from a chaotic hue to a pale yellow. Jiang Luoluo began to amplify her fire-type spiritual energy, hoping to solidify the liquids into a pill. As time passed, the alchemy furnace began to tremble, emitting a humming sound. In the next moment, a delightful aroma wafted from within the furnace. Could this be success? Sensing the fragrance, Jiang Luoluo's face lit up with joy, only to inadvertently increase the flames, causing the pleasant scent to turn into an acrid burnt odor. Unfazed, Jiang Luoluo reminded herself that this was her first attempt at alchemy. She first practiced the spirit refining technique to restore her depleted spiritual sense, then began to reflect on her earlier mistakes. Chapter 58. A brief discussion on events from 1,000 years ago. Eliminating impurities and forming pills had posed no issue. The failure seemed to stem from excessive heat during the solidification. After summarizing her experience, Jiang Luoluo initiated another round of refining. However, after consuming 20 batches of herbs without success, her expression visibly displayed her anxiety. Not even the growth of her spiritual sense could alleviate it. "Luoluo, you could find an open space to practice your spell control," suggested Yuanyuan. After pondering, Jiang Luoluo deemed it practical. Otherwise, who knew how many herbs she would waste practicing fire control through alchemy? Just as she opened the door, she spotted a figure standing outside. "Senior brother?" "Yes. Are you attempting alchemy?" The cultivator's acute senses detected the aroma, even though the door had only been ajar for a moment. "Yes, unfortunately, all of them failed," Jiang Luoluo said, sheepishly rubbing her nose. "If there are any issues, I can inquire with Nangong." Song Jinyu offered, to the mention of Nangong-chan. Jiang Luoluo instinctively frowned. "No need, senior brother. I'm merely not yet proficient in fire control and intend to practice before studying alchemy." "All right. Although I'm not well-versed in alchemy, formations are my forte, if you wish to learn about formations. Come find me." Noticing her frown, Song Jinyu understood the reason behind it. However, just recalling the events of that day sent a shiver down his spine. Upon returning to the sect, he had heard that his junior sister was summoned to the Great Hall, coinciding with his own dispatch by Nangong-chun. Infuriated, he had gone to Baichao Peak intending to confront Nangong-chun, but inexplicably found himself overwhelmed by killing intent. Yet before he could unleash his strike, Nangong-chun had transformed, each move fierce and ruthless, forcing him to retreat. Though he dodged in time, he still sustained injuries. Later, when asked about it, he remained perplexed. Recalling Jiang Yihan's peculiar behavior, he subtly glanced upward, saying nothing as he departed. "All right." Jiang Luoluo nodded obediently. "Good girl." Song Jinyu affectionately ruffled his junior sister's hair. By the way, why did that old man suddenly take you as a disciple? He had previously claimed to have encountered a favored disciple and had avoided him for quite some time. Just a few days ago, he suddenly informed me that he had a junior sister, one he had particularly favored, and instructed me not to disclose to my little disciple that he had previously declined. Jiang Luoluo pondered before responding. "I am not certain. Just a few days ago, while dining with senior brother Zhang, my master suddenly declared he was taking me as a disciple. I see." Song Jinyu stroked his chin, contemplating whether to ask his master again. If he remained tight-lipped, he wouldn't hesitate to expose his secrets. "What are you two discussing?" Elder Amlin appeared at the opportune moment. Without waiting for their reply, he took Jiang Luoluo into the air, heading towards the sect's grand hall, evidently indifferent to the answers. "Come, I shall take you to collect gifts." Upon arriving at the grand hall, they found it already filled with people. Elder Amlin, holding Jiang Luoluo's hand, began introducing her one by one. With each introduction, a new storage bag appeared in her grasp. By the time the introductions concluded, Jiang Luoluo's hands were overflowing with storage bags. At that moment, she finally comprehended what her master meant by collecting gifts. She had initially thought it was only the peak masters, but to her surprise, there were also deputy peak masters, elders, and more. After receiving the gifts, Elder Amlin gazed at the sect leader with a smile. "I heard my disciple brought back 2 talented disciples for the sect. Aren't you going to offer some compensation? After all, she is your junior sister." The sect leader's smile faltered slightly. "I have already rewarded my junior sister with contribution points," Elder Amlin scoffed. "For such a significant accomplishment, a mere handful of contribution points will not suffice." The elder's implication was clear. "I heard you possess the Ling Shuang sword." The sect leader wore a bittersweet smile. His master was indeed well informed about his treasury. Fortunately, his junior sister did not wield a sword. "Master, my junior sister uses a whip." Upon hearing this, Elder Amlin cast Jiang Luoluo a surprised glance, momentarily stunned before saying, "In that case, grant her additional contribution points. This way, more disciples will be motivated to bring back talents for the sect." Right? As for the possibility of evil cultivators infiltrating, that likelihood is virtually non-existent. The Tianyuan sect conducts stringent checks on disciples who unexpectedly enter the sect, especially on talented ones. The sect leader, after completing the greeting ceremony, led Jiang Luoluo back to Qiyang Peak. Elder Amlin not only activated the formation at Qiyang Peak, but also cast a barrier around them. "Luoluo studies the whip technique?" Jiang Luoluo nodded. "Sigh. Since the Great War in the Celestial Realm over 10,000 years ago, few have taken up the whip technique." Elder Amlin sighed. "Why is that?" "My knowledge is limited. It seems that the fortunate immortal was besieged and perished, marking a dark era. When the epic was restructured, many alchemical formulas and techniques were destroyed, particularly the whip technique. After thousands of years of development, it has gradually faded from history." The regret and desolation in Elder Amlin's tone were palpable. Jiang Luoluo was taken aback, a peculiar emotion stirring within her heart. Did that fortunate immortal truly perish? This is unknown. Only fragmented words left behind hint that she seems to have had her celestial roots destroyed. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits forcibly extracted and obliterated. Her fortune has been sealed, and even her physical form has not been spared. Thus the chances of her survival appear exceedingly bleak. "How tragic." Master Amlin nodded, continuing, "The method employed by the fortune immortal was a whip. Consequently, the masses regard it as ominous, and the number of practitioners has dwindled ever since that. So, Luoluo, are you certain you wish to practice the whip technique? As long as you have not formed your core or chosen your lifebound artifact, you still have the opportunity to reconsider." Jiang Luoluo nodded, her tone resolute. "I am certain, and I will not become the second fortune immortal." Master Amlin, recognizing the determination in his young disciple's eyes, smiled with satisfaction. "In that case, strive diligently in your cultivation. In 7 years, the Spirit Mountain Hall will open for the once-in-a-century event, permitting only those of the Foundation establishment and core formation stages to enter. It is said that within lies a celestial artifact, a whip no less. However, this hall has existed for 3,000 years and has been opened hundreds of times, yet no one has ever claimed that celestial artifact. You may try your luck then. If successful, it would be splendid to use it as your life-bound artifact." Jiang Luoluo recalled that the protagonist in the book seemed to have entered with her companions. Yet she did not acquire that celestial artifact, only finding a few millennium-old spiritual herbs inside. If even the protagonist, blessed with extraordinary fortune, could not obtain it, her hopes were dim. Yet without attempting, she would not give up. "Thank you, Master. I will do my utmost to retrieve it." "Very well, but remember that safety is paramount," Master Amlin cautioned, subsequently dispelling the barrier spell. Chapter 59, Pill Formation Rate Disciple. "You may release that little fellow. Our Qiyang Peak is quite secure, and as long as he carries the items I provided, most will not discern his true form," Master Amlin remarked, recalling something. After consulting Jiang Luoluo freed him. Yuan then produced the jade box given by Master Amlin previously. Upon opening it, they discovered a jade pendant designed to obstruct other spiritual probing. This is specifically crafted to prevent others from peering into your consciousness. Master Amlin elucidated. "Thank you, Master." Jiang Luoluo expressed her sincere gratitude, recognizing that her master's gifts were meticulously chosen. "If you wish to express your gratitude, then devote yourself to diligent cultivation," he advised before departing. Leaving Jiang Luoluo alone, collecting her thoughts, she commenced practicing the fire control technique. She retrieved a jade box, tossed a blade of grass inside, and ignited it with flames. Initially, a large blaze surged towards the weeds, igniting upon contact, but soon she could manipulate the size of the flames at will, gradually consuming the grass. Feeling it was nearly done, she resumed concocting the spirit-resolving pill. Once her spiritual consciousness and energy were depleted, she entered meditation to recuperate. This cycle continued until she had exhausted her purchased herbs, and a month had passed unbeknownst to her. Over this month, she successfully refined 7 spirit-resolving pills, 20 essence cultivation pills, and 18 chi gathering pills. She calculated her success rate to be around 60 to 70%. Though primarily of lower and middle grade, she was content with this outcome, as achieving such a high success rate shortly after beginning was no small feat. As far as she knew, even alchemists with decades of experience seldom reached this level. Deep down, she understood that her relatively high success rate was largely due to the insights of Master Bai Yun, which had saved her from many missteps. She recalled how, during her initial exploration of formations, had it not been for Yuan's reminders, she might have ventured down a dark path. As she glanced at the sky, Jiang Luoluo decided to rest for the night, intending to sell her pills the next day and purchase materials for revival pills and essence recovery pills. In stark contrast to her tranquil demeanor, Jiang Yihan was flushed with indecision as she stared at a technique manual in her hands. The origins of her turmoil traced back to a month prior when she learned that Master Amlin had taken Jiang Luoluo as his disciple. When Nangongshan returned to Baichao Peak and informed them that Jiang Luoluo had become Master Amlin's apprentice, henceforth she would be addressed as Shu. The flicker of jealousy on Jiang Yihan's face did not escape Nangongshan's notice, prompting him to frown and send her to the confinement chamber for reflection. That on her way, Jiang Yihan stumbled upon a severely injured woman who claimed to be a disciple of the Hundred Flowers sect. Boasting of being a legendary pure Yin body, it was an exceptional dual cultivation physique, and if Jiang Yihan agreed to save her, she would impart her dual cultivation techniques. Jiang Yihan feigned compliance, waiting until the conversation reached a suitable point before delivering the final blow. She was no novice in the realm of cultivation. She understood all too well that the pure Yin body was indeed a dual cultivation physique. But it was also an ideal furnace. She had no intention of allowing someone who knew her own physique to live. The technique manual was obtained from the woman's storage bag. Jiang Yihan had never contemplated dual cultivation or the art of energy absorption before, but the impact of Jiang Luoluo's ascent forced her to take it seriously. Have you considered this? You have yet to establish your foundation. If you lose your primordial Yin, your chances of foundation establishment will vanish. Even if you manage to establish it, your foundation will be compromised. Having spent years together, Qin and Mo did not wish for her to stray down a perilous path. Jiang Luoluo has already reached the 11th layer of Qi refinement, while I am only at the 9th. How could I possibly compete with her in next year's sect competition? Jiang Yihan lamented, tugging at her hair in frustration. Qin and Mo sighed, unable to bear witnessing the girl he had watched grow up in such distress. After some contemplation, he said, "If you can gather sufficient spirit stones, I can teach you a technique for rapidly absorbing spiritual energy. However, this method draws in a particularly volatile type of spiritual energy, which can easily provoke anger and lead to uncontrollable rage." Without hesitation, Jiang Yihan nodded in agreement. Qin and Mo, resigned, imparted the method to her, hoping she would not stir up any major troubles. Exiting the pharmacy where Zhang Yi had previously taken her, Jiang Luoluo felt a tinge of bitterness. The cost of alchemy was exorbitant. After a month of refining pills, she had sold them for 500 low-grade spirit stones, all of which had been spent on purchasing herbs. Upon returning to the sect, she did not immediately begin refining pills, but instead commenced her cultivation practice. She understood the importance of prioritizing her foundational cultivation, as the 4 arts of cultivation were but secondary pursuits. True cultivation lay in strengthening her essence in the days that followed. Jiang Luoluo spent her mornings in the training grounds seeking sparring partners to earn fate-changing points, returning to practice spells in the afternoons, and dedicating her evenings to alchemy, talisman making, and formation engraving, meticulously organizing her time. Even Song Jinyu, who often sought her company, was influenced by her focus and refrained from interrupting her. This left Yuan in a predicament, as he had no one to play with and could only sulkily follow along in her cultivation. This situation persisted for an extended period, until Jiang Luoluo sensed she was on the verge of breaking through to the 12th layer of Qi refinement, prompting her to finally pause. Retrieving the token bestowed by the sect leader from her storage ring, Jiang Luoluo made her way to the cultivation secret realm provided by the sect. Guided by a fellow disciple, Jiang Luoluo followed his instructions, infusing the token with spiritual energy, and was immediately engulfed in darkness, pulled in by an unseen force. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a misty expanse, the spiritual energy here at least 30 times denser than that of the outside world. Scattered before her were numerous sect disciples in meditation, each shielded by a translucent barrier. Yet, why do the number of seated disciples vary from front to back? While there appeared to be hardly anyone in front, they still sat in the back meditating. Are you curious why there are fewer people in front? A bright, cheerful female voice rang in her ear. Jiang Luoluo nodded. The voice was not loud, only audible to her at this distance. That is because the deeper you go, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy. Correspondingly, the strength of the practitioner's meridians must also broaden to absorb it swiftly. If one overestimates their abilities and ventures too far forward, their meridians could rupture, and not only would they receive no treatment, but they would also be expelled from the sect. After all, the sect does not support disciples who cannot discern their own limits. Did not those disciples who brought you here mention this? Jiang Luoluo shook her head. The girl revealed a knowing smile. It seems you have offended someone recently, junior sister. Jiang Luoluo feigned contemplation. I did not expect it. I seem to have offended quite a few people lately. The girl chuckled at her words. Ha! You are truly adorable, junior sister. Remember my name? Deng Tianqi. With that, she vanished from sight. Jiang Luoluo committed the name to memory, intending to inquire about it once she exited. She then began to walk forward, surpassing the seated meditating disciples one by one, until she reached a point where no one remained ahead of her. Only then did she sense the saturation of her meridians. Sitting down, Jiang Luoluo initiated the fire and earth technique, repeatedly cleansing her meridians, filling her dantian, and shattering the barrier of the 11th layer of qi refinement, breaking through to the 12th layer. Chapter 60, 12th layer of qi refinement. In her fervent pursuit of breakthrough, Jiang Luoluo was completely unaware of the uproar caused among the disciples who had awakened from their cultivation when they noticed a young girl they did not recognize seated at the front. Separated from the second place by at least 10 meters, within moments, a crowd began to gather behind her. Who is she? Doesn't she fear her meridians rupturing by running so far ahead? I don't know. She seems unfamiliar, and she doesn't appear to be in distress. If that were true, how wide must her meridians be? It's unimaginable, and her aptitude seems remarkable. I would rather believe she is merely holding on. One murmured that I still believe she possesses genuine talent. After all, she seems unaffected. Another path of humanity. Then let us wager. Very well. Unbeknownst to who proposed it, a betting table was set up, and in their eagerness to ascertain the outcome, some even ventured forth to contribute their points. Thus, when Jiang Luoluo broke through to the 12th layer of qi refinement, she cast a glance at her panel. Name: Jiang Luoluo, Spirit Root, Dual Fire and Earth Spirit Roots. Talent: Superior, Constitution, Innate Yin-Yang Body, Eye of the Mind. Fortune: Below Average, Comprehension: Above Average, Appearance: Superior. Realm: 12th layer of qi refinement. Techniques: Fireball Technique, Mastered. Earth Escape Technique, Proficient. Earth Technique Decision, 2nd layer, Proficient. Beast Taming Technique, Mastered. 5 Spirit Technique, Beginner. Whip Technique, Fire Dragon Whip, 1st layer, Initial Understanding. Fiery Flames, 9 Heavens. 1st layer, Initial Understanding. Divine Sense, Pinnacle of Qi Refinement. Physical Body, Late Stage of Qi Refinement. Rune Path, 2nd level, Mastered. Pill Path, 1st level, Proficient. Fate Alteration Value, 15. With the aid of alchemical techniques and rune drawing complemented by the spirit refinement art, her divine sense and cultivation had reached a similar level, subtly hinting at a restoration to her previous state. Satisfied, she nodded. Just as she stood, she noticed several pairs of eyes fixed upon her. They spoke of her perseverance and contributions. Jiang Luoluo raised an eyebrow, seizing the moment while they were engrossed in discussion, and positioned herself behind a few individuals. Casually, she remarked, "Isn't it only fair that the witnesses share in the spoils?" "Who are you? The one from earlier?" Initially impatient upon hearing her voice, one turned to find Jiang Luoluo, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, you wouldn't want the law enforcement hall to catch wind of your gathering for gambling, would you?" Jiang Luoluo smiled sweetly. Though the sect had not explicitly forbidden gambling, it was certainly discouraged. If someone were to report it, the consequences would be dire. After a lengthy deliberation, the group begrudgingly parted with 100 contribution points for Jiang Luoluo. Upon exiting, they discussed the emergence of a prodigy in the cultivation grounds, but their focus remained on Jiang Luoluo's thievery. Naturally, Jiang Luoluo was oblivious to this. She had already arrived at the mission hall. With her cultivation now at the peak of chi refinement, she sought to hone her newly attained level. With over 6 months until the outer sect competition, she had ample time to enhance her combat prowess through missions. She accepted 10 tasks at once, all predominantly involving demon beasts. This time, she desired to venture a bit farther to the Heart Lake. Due to the considerable distance, Jiang Luoluo utilized a teleportation array, arriving at her destination in less than half a day. After traversing a vast expanse of wetlands and forests, she finally laid eyes on a lake, its surface measuring over 10,000 square meters. By the lakeside stood 4 individuals, with one preparing to leap down. As she approached, she overheard their discussions that you think there's really a place for the great demon to sit in meditation down there? One inquired. There must be. Didn't you see someone already descend? Another replied that if there wasn't, why would he go down? Really? It seems highly probable that a great demon resides here, but alas, I lack a water avoidance pearl. Who doesn't? Jiang Luoluo remained still, observing. Yuan, do you think there's truly a great demon meditating below? A strange feeling lingered within her. I'm sorry, Luoluo, but I sense nothing. Yuan responded, a hint of disappointment in her tone. It's all right. You're already doing wonderfully. Yet Jiang Luoluo harbored an unsettling premonition deep within. After contemplating, she refrained from hastily entering the lake and instead sought a clear area to meditate, preparing to see if the individual would resurface. As a precaution, she left a strand of divine sense outside. The 4 individuals, their voices growing hoarse from discussion, were taken aback to find the one seated by the lake remained engrossed in her meditation, showing no sign of rising. What is she doing? One of them gestured. Another shook his head slightly, indicating he was equally perplexed. A third inquired with concern. What if she doesn't move? The others expressed their helplessness, admitting they had no answers. Observing their actions, Jiang Luoluo's heart sank. The previous disciple had warned her of the risk of meridian rupture when approaching deeper waters. Today, having just exited the sect to undertake a mission, someone had already schemed to ensnare her. Who could this person be? Moreover, their capabilities were formidable. A flurry of faces raced through her mind, but she dismissed each one. Ultimately, her focus settled on the female protagonist and Shi Royale, the only one capable of orchestrating such a significant scheme, and knowing she had come to Heart Lake for a mission could only be Shi Royale. Jiang Luoluo's heart grew heavy as she retrieved the water avoidance pearl gifted by the master of Crane Peak, readying herself for Battle Point 3 at the peak of chi refinement, one whose cultivation remained inscrutable, likely at the foundation establishment stage. As expected, upon seeing her unmoved, the group seemed to reach a tacit agreement, their gazes sharpening as they fixed their eyes on her, speaking little, and immediately launched their assault. In an instant, a myriad of spells surged towards her. Jiang Luoluo activated her escape technique, swiftly burrowing into the earth, and upon reappearing, found herself behind one of them. With hands forming seals, she condensed the fireball technique into a small sphere, directing it towards the individual's dantian. It hurts. In an instant, the person caught off guard by Jiang Luoluo's presence clutched his dantian and cried out in agony. The foundation establishment male, regaining his senses, struck at Jiang Luoluo's chest with a palm infused with golden spiritual power. Though she had hastily summoned her defensive artifact, she was still sent reeling, spitting blood from the aftershock. Brother Chun, that lad's dantian is ruined. At this, the man addressed as Brother Chun turned his gaze upon Jiang Luoluo, his eyes brimming with the intent to devour her whole. Clearly, her previous actions had incited the ire of the group. The 3 of them encircled her, closing in from all sides. Jiang Luoluo, employing the ghost shadow step to evade the incoming spells, unleashed several second-tier explosive flame talismans. Bang, bang, bang! A cacophony of explosions ensued, inflicting varying degrees of injury upon the assailants. You old fool, if you don't show yourself soon, my brothers and I will perish here. Brother Chen bellowed into the void. He had initially thought he had taken on a significant task, only to discover he had encountered a formidable opponent. Several exchanges had left their combat effectiveness severely compromised. Aren't you quite capable? From a void descended a gaunt old man, his aura significantly heavier. Luoluo, he's at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Let me assist you, Yuan shouted from within the contract space. There's no need. I can handle it. Though she said this, Jiang Luoluo was acutely aware of the truth. The chasm between cultivators of each tier was vast, and she was 2 tiers below this mid-stage Foundation establishment. Little girl, you seem quite fierce. As the man spoke, a rotten odor wafted from his withered form. Jiang Luoluo instinctively covered her mouth and nose in distaste, only to witness a frenzied expression flicker across his gaunt face. You dare to disdain me? Truly, you are all lowly creatures. Why should I be scorned? With that, a large blade materialized in his hand, its edge sharp and imbued with a violent spiritual power, hurtling toward the top of Jiang Luoluo's head. She attempted to dodge right, but Brother Chen blocked her path. To the left, the other 2 sealed her escape. To make matters worse, vines had ensnared her from the ground, rendering her unable to employ her escape technique. With only the lake behind her, Jiang Luoluo gritted her teeth, clutching the water avoidance pearl, and leapt into the depths below. As she submerged, she sensed an approaching presence. Dodging to the side, the figure vanished from sight. Jiang Luoluo furrowed her brow, focusing her attention entirely on the surrounding movements, straining to hear the water's ripples. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from behind her, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes as her whip materialized. Slicing through the water towards the source of the sound, plop, the man clutched his chest and began to fall. With deft precision, Jiang Luoluo skillfully utilized her whip to snatch his storage bag. And in the face of his incredulous gaze, she swiftly covered his mouth and nose with the whip. Were it not for her fear that the scent of blood might attract other beasts lurking in the depths of the lake, she would not have resorted to such a laborious method. She harbored no compassion for those who wished her harm. Delving into his storage bag with her divine sense, Jiang Luoluo discovered it contained pitifully few items. Aside from a few scattered spirit stones, there lay a dagger and several sets of clothing. It was then that her gaze fell upon a strangely shaped plaque tucked away in a corner. Unable to resist her curiosity, she took it out to her astonishment. In the next moment, the plaque began to pull her irresistibly toward the depths of the lake. Even as she struggled to break free, she found it impossible. Despair washed over Jiang Luoluo. She had not anticipated that he had orchestrated such an elaborate trap, one so cunning that it left her defenseless. That moment, she was unaware that what awaited her was merely an unforeseen twist of fate. Engaged in a fierce battle against this force, Jiang Luoluo had initially intended to consult Yuan for assistance, but she found herself unable to make contact. In a state of mild panic, she forced herself to remain calm. Time slipped away, and she was drawn into a whirlpool. Even before entering, she sensed the imminent danger approaching. However, the plaque offered her no time to react, dragging her into its depths, soon as she crossed the threshold. A fierce gale assaulted her, inflicting pain upon her body, and the plaque had vanished without a trace. Shielding herself with her spiritual energy, Jiang Luoluo attempted to disperse the tempest with her techniques. But her efforts yielded little result. Witnessing her blood flow increasingly, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. In desperation, she retrieved several healing elixirs and potions to restore her spiritual energy. Yet, as time wore on, the tempest only intensified, and her wounds multiplied. In no time, she had become a figure drenched in blood. Even her once porcelain-like cheeks marred by numerous gashes, as her injuries mounted. Jiang Luoluo sensed her consciousness waning, her eyelids growing unbearably heavy. Yet a voice within urged her to resist the urge to close her eyes, for if she did, she might never awaken again. No, she could not allow that. Having had the fortune to witness the world of cultivation, she was determined to strive for the pinnacle, to venture into the spirit realm and the celestial realm, to behold this wondrous world. Until she achieved this goal, she would never relinquish her life, not even in defiance of fate or herself. The desire to live burned fiercely within Jiang Luoluo. She replayed countless fragments of her past lives in her mind. reminiscing about her tireless efforts to survive in both lifetimes, and her yearning for life only grew stronger. She was unwilling to die, not even if it meant shedding every drop of her blood. She would fight to live. This fervent desire to survive rekindled her dwindling spirit. She retrieved a piece of armor from her storage ring to protect her vital points. Then, she braced herself, bloodied and battered, to confront the tempest from all directions. Each time she braved the winds, fresh wounds would mar her body. Yet, it seemed as though she felt no pain, hastily consuming several elixirs before charging forward once more. She yearned for life. Since escape was not an option, she would carve a path for herself. The conviction to survive dulled her awareness of the pain coursing through her body in her weakening form. Time stretched endlessly, until she finally discerned the rhythm of the tempest's movements, witnessing flashes of something before her that would appear and vanish. The once deadly whirlwinds now seemed to move in slow motion before her. Her evasions grew increasingly deft. Yet, unbeknownst to her, an outsider would have noticed that in her line of sight, the whirlwinds moved at a slightly slower pace than elsewhere. I could see that moment. Jiang Luoluo was unaware that her accidental entanglement in this predicament had allowed her to grasp a fragment of the essence of the Tao of Time. This would later ease her comprehension of one of the 7 great pathways, the Tao of Time. It is worth noting that in the realm of cultivation, the Tao of Time, the Tao of Space, the Tao of Cause and Effect, the Tao of Creation, the Tao of Destruction, the Tao of Order, and the Tao of Reincarnation are regarded as the most powerful pathways. Others may spend their entire lives without catching even a glimpse of their profound powers. Yet, she had unknowingly achieved a breakthrough during her qi refining stage. Amidst her evasions, Jiang Luoluo sensed the absence of the tempest surrounding her, causing her to collapse to the ground as if she could no longer hold on. Just as she fell, she noticed a round object beside her, something sharp digging into her side. Though she had been feeling weak, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through her, prompting her to rise abruptly, only to wince in pain as her movements tugged at her wounds. Lowering her gaze to assess the culprit, she felt a sense of dread creeping in, despite nearly a decade spent in the cultivation realm. For there, in the very spot where she had been sitting, lay a severed head. Nearby, several other heads and skeletal remains also littered the ground. It was a sight more terrifying than any horror film. You are quite fortunate, with commendable wit. Otherwise, you would likely be joining them, an eerie voice echoed, sending chills down Jiang Luoluo's spine, prompting her to adopt a defensive stance. Well, you're the only one to have survived here for a millennium, and I hold no disdain for you. That I shall entrust this to you, but do ensure you find it a worthy master once you escape. As the voice spoke, a rusted sword appeared before her. Before Jiang Luoluo could respond, the voice continued, "As a reward, you may keep what the foolish peacock left behind. That I shall be watching you. Should you fail to find it a good master, I will not hesitate to use it to end your life." The threat lingered as the sword quivered slightly. Jiang Luoluo stifled a laugh and replied, "Very well, I shall fulfill your request." She chose not to expose the bluster in the voice's tone. What a waste it is for someone so striking to not pursue swordsmanship. Though the words were barely audible, Jiang Luoluo still caught them. Chapter 62. The Remains of the Great Demon. However, she feigned ignorance and sought an open space. Just as she prepared to consume an elixir, the voice interrupted her. "Beware, consuming those inferior elixirs excessively may lead to pill poison. Proceed forward. There lies a small spring, and a sip of its water will restore your wounds completely." The urgency in the voice revealed a hint of childishness beneath its sinister tone. Jiang Luoluo slightly lowered her gaze, concealing her contemplative expression, and proceeded in the direction indicated. After a few steps, she came upon a small puddle of water. Jiang Luoluo rummaged through her storage bag for a small vial, filled it with a few drops, and drank the tea. Oh, her astonishment! The moment the liquid touched her lips, a warm sensation coursed through her limbs, making her involuntarily close her eyes in bliss. In mere moments, all her wounds had healed completely. What is so surprising about this? This is the life-sustaining spring water that outsiders would fight tooth and nail for. It took me a millennium to gather even this little. The voice seemed to condescend, as if looking down upon her naivety. Jiang Luoluo smiled and asked, May I take some with me? Just that much? If you wish to take it, then go ahead, the voice replied dismissively. Hearing the consent, Jiang Luoluo eagerly filled her vial. However, as the voice had indicated, the water was scarce. She could only fill 3 vials before running out. Nevertheless, she was elated. This was life-sustaining spring water. A single drop could restore life to someone on the brink of death. It was comparable to the 7th grade elixir, the 9 revolutions spirit pill in the cultivation realm. After filling her vials with the spring water, Jiang Luoluo paused to wait, only to find no more water flowing. Disheartened, she made her way to the location indicated by the voice. Sensing her disappointment, the voice remarked disdainfully, "Look at your naive demeanor. However, there's indeed a small spring below, though it is nearly dried up. If you can obtain it without damaging the space, then it is yours." Jiang Luoluo felt a surge of joy. "Thank you." The implication that it was merely nearly dried up meant that she would certainly seize it. "Humph, don't celebrate too soon. It will be not only difficult to obtain but also challenging to store." Jiang Luoluo easily detected the malicious glee in its tone yet she remained unperturbed, showing no signs of concern. "You are truly dull." The voice expressed its frustration at not receiving the desired reaction. Jiang Luoluo was indeed unconcerned. Having spoken of it, the entity must have a way to assist her. Sure enough, it did not take long before the voice revealed, "The foolish peacock's core possesses storage capabilities, but alas, it cannot accommodate living beings. Thank you. Once we escape, I shall treat you to something delicious, a tool spirit." Yuan had a fondness for food, and being a spirit, the entity likely shared the same taste. Jiang Luoluo recalled that after dining with her master, the spirit had frequently accompanied her master and senior brothers on their outings. I care little for such things." Despite the dismissive words, the underlying joy was unmistakable. Upon reaching the designated location, Jiang Luoluo was met with the sight of a colossal skeleton. The degree of decay indicated that this demon beast had been dead for quite some time. At the center of the skeleton lay a glowing orb radiating a soft white light. However, as she approached within 20 meters of the skeleton, she felt waves of oppressive force, revealing that this beast was no ordinary creature. Observing her stunned expression, the voice spoke with a hint of disdain and sympathy. This foolish creature was a 7th-tier demon beast, one that had already assumed a form. Yet, due to its efforts to snatch a cultivation technique for its master, it met its demise. Regrettably, the painstakingly acquired cultivation technique, which she had obtained to assist another, was cast aside by its master in a desperate bid for survival. Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Luoluo could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. The world of cultivation truly exemplified the brutal principle of survival of the fittest, marked by a chilling indifference and selfishness. When confronted with peril, one's instinct is invariably to prioritize oneself. In this regard, she was no different, yet she was also distinct. The individual she cherished would never be forsaken, but her heart was already hardened, leaving only a precious few within its confines. Rest assured, you are unlike him. Once I emerge from here, I shall find you a worthy master who will never mistreat you," Jiang Luoluo reassured. "What nonsense is this? Why would you help me find someone?" The urgency in its voice cracked slightly. Noticing Jiang Luoluo's silence, it pressed forward under the oppressive aura. The team murmured again. "When did you realize?" This time, its tone was that of an endearing youth. Jiang Luoluo felt as though she were bearing the weight of a mountain upon her shoulders as she slowly advanced. After a moment, she responded, "When you presented the sword and asked for my assistance in finding its master. How did you deduce that?" This time, the haughty demeanor was replaced with a hint of caution. "Because I possess a spirit tool of similar stature to yours, it was not difficult to surmise." Jiang Luoluo spoke slowly, suspecting that despite its rusted appearance, the sword's grade was undoubtedly high, likely akin to a divine artifact. "Then release him, and let us have some fun." It was evidently more excited now that we have lost contact. Lost contact? Right, I nearly forgot. We are in another dimensional space, so it is impossible for you to reach out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoluo felt her previously anxious heart settle. From that point onward, she merely listened to the cheerful prattle of the youthful voice, lacking any energy to engage in conversation herself. However, the other party seemed unconcerned with her responses, continuing to chatter away as Jiang Luoluo drew closer to the skeletal remains of the great demon. The pressure upon her intensified, and soon, droplets of blood began to trickle from the corners of her mouth. Yet, she pressed on, undeterred. Even the iron sword spirit that had been following her remained silent. As the blood at the corner of her mouth increased, and more stains appeared on her body, the iron sword suddenly withdrew. But it quickly returned, pointing its tip towards her lips. Jiang Luoluo frowned at it. Hurry, the spring of life is drying up. Jiang Luoluo gazed at the liquid perched atop the rusted tip of the sword. Unable to bring herself to consume it, she shook her head and, despite the mounting pressure, quickened her pace slightly. Are you truly disdainful of me? With that, the iron sword drooped its blade and trailed behind her. Jiang Luoluo chose not to engage in conversation, for she was nearing the remains of the beast. Little girl, go quickly and extract its core to acknowledge it as your master. That will dispel the oppressive force. The sword spirit, previously listless, suddenly perked up. Jiang Luoluo's lips twitched as she ignored the discomfort of being called little girl by someone seemingly younger than herself. Following the instructions, she retrieved the core and acknowledged it as her master. As soon as the acknowledgement was complete, the surrounding pressure vanished as if it had never existed. Upon entering the inner realm to investigate, she beheld a desolate expanse, with a small pile of items at its center. Examining the items one by one, she found that all the spirit herbs and pills had expired. Among the remnants were a jade pendant, a stone, and a few small beads. Jiang Luoluo first refined the jade pendant, discovering it was a life-saving artifact capable of unleashing 3 strikes at the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Next, she turned her attention to the stone, having gained experience from a previous occasion. Her acquisition of the cultivation technique was even swifter this time. In the blink of an eye, she absorbed all the information, revealing it to be a body refining technique. A foolish grin spread across Jiang Luoluo's face, eliciting disdain from the iron sword spirit. What are you grinning about? Hurry and heal your wounds. Oh, right, like a marionette. Jiang Luoluo retrieved the healing pill and swallowed it. I told you not to consume inferior pills. The sword spirit's tone was far from pleasant. Understanding that the spirit meant well, Jiang Luoluo did not take offense, merely explaining, the spring of life is precious. I wish to save it for emergencies. Having been unaware of its significance previously, she was now reluctant to squander it. Upon hearing her words, the sword spirit turned away awkwardly. As you wish. However, when it turned back to glance at Jiang Luoluo's belongings, it exclaimed, put that down. That is a missed bead, used for escape. Seeing her relinquish the bead, the sword spirit sighed in relief and proceeded to educate her on its function. Simply throw the bead, and it will produce a mist, ensnaring the enemy for the duration of an incense stick. Jiang Luoluo happily accepted it, and then shifted her gaze to the skeletal remains. Over time, most of the bones had deteriorated, though the man spoke thus. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the pristine herb known as wuguqiao, as a cultivator of inferior aptitude and roots. He was unaccustomed to abstaining from the use of elixirs. Once ingested, such substances would inevitably lead to the emergence of Dan poison within one's body. Over time, this malady would hinder one's cultivation progress, and wuguqiao served the purpose of cleansing the meridians and eradicating such toxins. Observing the demeanor of his counterpart, Chenggu understood that matters would not conclude amicably. However, given their inferior cultivation levels and their recent harrowing battle, they stood little chance against this aged adversary. We shall allocate you 40%, and the remaining 3 of us shall each receive 20%, Chenggu declared. But what if I desire to claim it all? Do not overreach. Do you truly believe we fear you? One of Chun Ji's companions could no longer contain his indignation. The gaunt elder turned his venomous gaze towards the speaker, who, frightened, sought refuge behind Chen Ji. In that case, we shall resort to violence. With a pained expression, Chenggu reluctantly consumed the healing pill. You think you can prevail against us, these remnants of a shattered army? The emaciated elder scoffed disdainfully. Ignoring his taunts, Chenggu instructed, brothers, form the formation. With that, the 3 positioned themselves in a triangular formation, encircling the frail elder. This tumult of the gentleman's tone was intriguing, that if others were present. They would undoubtedly recognize that these two individuals were also the leading contenders in the sex grand competition. After Jiang Luoluo completed her task, her identity Jade token registered an additional contribution point. She sent a sound transmission talisman to Zhou Hua, but received no response, prompting her to return to Qiang Peak. Her master and senior brothers were absent, and a sound transmission talisman was still affixed to her door. Elder Amlin, my dear disciple, your elder brother has encountered some issues. I must attend to them first. Should you require anything, seek your second elder brother. After stowing away the talisman, Jiang Luoluo felt a twinge of concern for the elder brother she had yet to meet. But she understood that her current weakness rendered her worries futile. Pushing open the door, she decided to forego any tasks and simply rest. She had yet to fully recover from her previous overexertion of spirit, and if necessary, she would need to purchase a spirit concentration pill. She slept soundly until midday the following day, only to awaken and find Song Jinyu practicing swordplay in the courtyard. It was evident that he had noticed her as well. Pausing his movements, Song Jinyu smiled and inquired, "Sister, will you not rest a little longer?" Jiang Luoluo shook her head. "And oh need, I must register for the competition and then procure some items in the market." "The elder brother has already registered you for the competition." Surprised for a moment, Jiang Luoluo expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother. Very well. Hurry to buy your items, for the competition is imminent. The sex market is bustling, and prices for elixirs and magical artifacts have surged. By the way, this is a gift from your elder brother, which he had yet to present to you. As he spoke, he handed her a bead. Upon inspection, Jiang Luoluo discovered it was a fifth-tier spirit-gathering bead, akin to a spirit-gathering array. When worn, it autonomously absorbed spiritual energy, making it quite precious, especially for a nascent soul cultivator. After a moment of silence, she ultimately decided not to return it. Seeing her accept it, Song Jinyu felt relieved. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Luoluo called out to him, "Elder brother, do you still lack a sword?" Every sword cultivator possessed a personal sword, and her elder brother should be no exception. "What's the matter?" "I shouldn't be lacking," he replied, unaware of her reasoning. "Oh, I have a sword here that I would like you to try. If it does not suit you, I will find another owner for it." As she spoke, Jiang Luoluo activated the great formation of Qiang Peak. Noticing her seriousness, Song Jinyu grew cautious and set up a barrier formation around them. However, when he beheld Jiang Luoluo produce a rusted sword, even with his worldly experience, he couldn't help but twitch his lips momentarily. Out of respect for his junior sister's dignity, he ultimately refrained from commenting. Yet he was soon educated by another sword. The sword spirit, previously discerning and critical, erupted in indignation. It struck at Song Jinyu with its physical form, its voice ringing out relentlessly. "How dare you look down upon me?" The more it spoke, the angrier it became, and its strikes grew more vigorous. Before long, Song Jinyu bore the brunt of its wrath, having been caught off guard by its unexpected ferocity. "Look at what you've done to my elder brother." Jiang Luoluo finally intervened, having witnessed enough of this spectacle. After all, her elder brother had just doubted her, so receiving such comeuppance was only fitting. Moreover, she knew the sword spirit would not inflict serious harm. The sword spirit snorted lightly. Cough. Observing her elder brother's disfigured countenance, Jiang Luoluo stifled a laugh and asked, "Are you both satisfied with the arrangement?" "Fair enough, though it must agree to a life-and-death contract with you, just as it has with Yuan Yuan." His tone was unusually serious this time. "Do not underestimate me. I may currently be a mere celestial artifact, but with the right heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I can ascend to the status of a divine artifact." After a moment's hesitation, Song Jinyu produced his own personal sword. "As long as it consents, I have no objections." His personal sword had developed consciousness, hence his need for consent. The sword spirit snorted again, and Song Jinyu's sword obediently acquiesced. The outcome was evidently predetermined. As soon as their contract was finalized, the rust from the iron sword began to shed in layers, revealing its exquisite and opulent form beneath, particularly the emerald crystal embedded in the hilt. An astonishing aura surged forth, reaching the heavens. Jiang Luoluo gasped. "This sword is truly beautiful. Of course, who do you think I am? How could I not be magnificent?" "Indeed, you are quite striking," she replied, before storing it away in her spatial pouch. Gazing towards the horizon, she remarked, "Little sister, you should go purchase your items." Jiang Luoluo queried, "Elder brother, will you manage?" She was aware that the recent surge of aura would be difficult to conceal from prying eyes. "Do not worry," Song Jinyu reassured her, seeing that her elder brother truly seemed capable. Jiang Luoluo departed, as she indeed needed to visit the market. With her elder brother's prowess, no one would dare to cause him trouble. Moreover, her presence might only hinder him, devoured, as soon as Jiang Luoluo stepped inside. Feng San welcomed her warmly. "It has been ages since I last saw you. What brings you here now?" "I recently sketched some talismans and came to exchange for some spirit stones," Jiang Luoluo replied playfully. "Aha! Thank you for choosing to exchange spirit stones with me," Feng San said, leading her to a private room on the second floor. The view from here was splendid, allowing a clear sight of the bustling crowd below. Many patrons were present, primarily purchasing magical artifacts and elixirs. Due to the competition's prohibition on formations and talismans, there were fewer buyers for those items. The sect's grand competition focused on assessing the disciples' abilities. Hence, auxiliary means were disregarded. Speaking of which, Luoluo, you have indeed garnered quite a reputation among the lower-tier disciples, Feng San teased. "What is it?" Jiang Luoluo recalled the gazes of those when she first returned to the sect, sensing it was related to this matter. "You are unaware?" Feng San was taken aback. Jiang Luoluo shook her head, seeing her genuine ignorance. Feng San retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to her. "Wait, the shop assistant has a storage ring?" Jiang Luo's eyes flickered, but she said nothing. Instead, she accepted the jade slip and began to read. Once finished, she understood Feng San's intent. "I didn't expect everyone to have such confidence in me," she remarked with a smile. The jade slip contained a list of the top 10 contenders and potential champions, along with details about their cultivation methods and levels. Her surprise, she was among the candidates for champion. "You possess that capability," Feng San affirmed confidently. Jiang Luoluo chuckled softly but remained silent. She was determined to claim the title in this grand competition, as it was unlike any previous contest. After conversing for a while, Jiang Luoluo produced the talisman she had crafted during her spare time. She then retrieved several first-tier array plates and the beast carcasses she had hunted while completing tasks. Feng San did not inquire further and simply noted the required spirit stones. Jiang Luoluo declined to receive them and instead presented a list, requesting 3 portions of each herb listed, along with a third-tier spirit concentration pill and some second-tier healing elixirs. Currently, she could only refine first-tier elixirs. Thus, she needed to purchase the others. As for the herbs on the list, aside from those intended for medicinal baths and alchemy, she had added some others to obfuscate her true intentions. Having gathered her items, she was about to leave when she unexpectedly spotted Jiang Yihan entering, prompting her to sit back down. Following her gaze, Feng San's eyes glimmered with interest. "Do you know her?" Jiang Luoluo did not conceal the truth. "She's my half-sister." "Oh." Feng San noted her reluctance to discuss further and shifted the conversation. "Her alchemy skills are quite commendable, which is why we've issued her a first-tier VIP card." Jiang Luoluo raised an eyebrow, not surprised by this outcome. That moment, Jiang Yihan, engaged in negotiation with the shopkeeper below, sensed something and glanced up but saw no one. Her suspicion piqued as she lowered her head again. "Your sister is upstairs. She has been silent all this time," Chinamo reminded her. "What? How is that possible? By what right?" Jiang Yihan could not contain her expression upon hearing this. This reaction startled the shop assistant, who was previously handing her spirit stones and herb seeds. He was utterly bewildered by how the formerly composed and beautiful female cultivator had suddenly contorted her features in shock. "Calm down," Chinamo admonished softly. "How can I remain calm? Jiang Luoluo is merely a dual spiritual root, yet she dares to take Elder Huashan as her master. How is it that her elder brother comprehended the sword domain? Something others cannot grasp, shortly after she became his disciple, and that she exuded such overwhelming aura. Why is it that she can ascend to the second floor of Baibauj while I must remain in the lobby?" The moment she recalled her master's disheartened words about the recent anomaly at Qiyang Peak being due to Song Jinyu's breakthrough into the sword domain, she could not quell the tumult within her. Far away at Qiyang Peak, Song Jinyu had stated he had a way to resolve it by revealing his sword domain. He was well aware that the celestial artifact and the sword domain would garner more attention. So he easily made that choice. Qin Mo observed the typically confident and composed girl now in such distress and refrained from further scolding her. Xiaohan, do not be so disheartened. You still have me. And your cultivation journey has only just begun. The road ahead is long. Perhaps one day she will offend someone and become nothing but dust. There is no need to compare yourself to her. Besides, the grand competition is approaching. You can defeat her publicly on the arena, and then see who dares to look down on you. Qin Mo gently consoled, regretting having taught her the method for absorbing spiritual stones and energy after realizing her obsession with Jiang Luoluo. In front of others, she managed to maintain her composure, but whenever she encountered Jiang Luoluo, her temper became increasingly difficult to suppress. Yes, I will undoubtedly defeat her in the grand competition. After uttering this self-soothing remark, she cast a fleeting glance towards the second floor, where Jiang Luoluo resided before turning away. Upstairs, Jiang Luoluo observed her provocation with keen interest, yet the astonishment in her heart was undeniable. How much time had passed? Jiang Yihan had surprisingly reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, achieving the third stage in less than a year. Was this truly the protagonist? Following this incident, Jiang Luoluo's wariness towards her intensified. Bidding farewell to Feng San, she began to peruse the stalls outside. As the grand competition approached, not only had the number of stores increased, but so had the throngs of people browsing the stalls. Was this merely an illusion? Just as she picked up a strangely shaped black stone, a flash of white light appeared before her eyes. This was a prompt from her spiritual eye. Upon glancing at the stall, she noticed a shriveled seed also emanating white light. Seeing her interest in these two items, the stall owner promptly began to promote them with enthusiasm. Esteemed Taoist, I painstakingly retrieved these from an ancient cultivator's cave. They are undoubtedly treasures. Jiang Luoluo's lips twitched. The stone appeared to be no different from the ordinary rocks scattered along the road, while the seed looked so desiccated it seemed devoid of life. Could these truly be relics from an ancient cultivator's cave? Despite her skepticism, she still placed her faith in her spiritual eye. Her eyes brightened with excitement as she eagerly inquired, how much for them? The stall owner, seeing her enthusiasm, extended 5 fingers. 0.5 spirit stones, she exclaimed. Very well, I shall purchase them. Jiang Luoluo boldly produced 5 spirit stones, 500 low-grade spirit stones, to be precise. The stall owner glared at her, visibly displeased. Then I shall not sell. This stone looks like a mere roadside find, all pockmarked and unsightly, and that seed appears so shriveled it might not even survive. With that, she turned to leave, muttering, I thought 5 spirit stones was a small price to pay, hoping to snag a bargain. How could they be so exorbitantly priced? Forget it. With a hint of regret, she glanced back as she truly prepared to depart. The stall owner hurriedly called out to her, realizing that she might be the only unsuspecting buyer for these 2 items. After all, he had merely snatched them up in a moment of escape. Moreover, having approached it with a trial-and-error mindset, he had found nothing extraordinary about them. Wait, the price is negotiable. Since you seem so determined, how about 200 low-grade spirit stones? Jiang Luoluo halted and turned back. 6 stones. In a way, I can go as low as 100 spirit stones. Jiang Luoluo's lips twitched again. What a remarkable drop from 500 to 100. It seemed evident that these 2 items were likely nothing more than his casual finds. 7 stones, 80 stones, that's my final offer. 0.8 stones. No more than 8 spirit stones out. If you sell, I will buy. Add a bit more and I'll give you 70. Is that not fair? 8 stones cannot be increased. I am merely a lowly female cultivator with limited spirit stones, Jiang Luoluo said, her tone pitiable. Fine, I will sell it to you. The stall owner, seeing her firm stance, reluctantly handed over the items, his heart devoid of any turmoil. As he realized their worth was negligible, that he simply hadn't anticipated that this seemingly naive female cultivator would be so adept at bargaining. Chapter 67. Earth Core Stone. Jiang Luoluo handed over 8 spirit stones, ready to stow the items in her storage bag. Wait a moment, junior sister. Jiang Luoluo continued her movements, placing the items away, and looked up to find a female cultivator, dressed similarly to her, approaching alongside a male cultivator. Junior sister, May I have a look at the stone you just acquired? Sun Sirui flashed a self-assured smile. No, Jiang Luoluo replied, glancing at her before turning to walk away, but chi refinement at its pinnacle with a bone age of 20. Yet her face was marred by hypocrisy. Sun Sirui felt somewhat awkward. Hey, junior sister, it's just a quick look, but I don't wish for you to see it. You truly are cold-hearted. Sun Gu just wants to take a glance. How about I offer you 3 times the price to buy it? The girl pouted, feigning a sense of being taken advantage of. Jiang Luoluo regarded the youthful female cultivator, who was at the 10th level of chi refinement with a bone age of 18. With a hint of interest. Name, Nyakiki, root, water, and with dual roots, talent, superior, physique, water spirit body, awakening pending. Fortune, average, comprehension, average, appearance, above average, realm, 10th level of chi refinement. I'm sorry, but I am not selling. Jiang Luoluo declined. This individual had a rather tragic fate in the original story, having been drained of her essence and left to perish. Not only was her cultivation depleted, but after her death, she was left exposed in the wilderness. It was only when the protagonist inadvertently passed by and clothed her body before returning her to her sect that her father treated the protagonist with great kindness. Ultimately, he even lost his life to protect her. Unfortunately, neither the father nor daughter knew that Nyakiki had merely been a pawn of the heavenly will designed to allow the protagonist to escape effortlessly. Do you think spirit stones are insufficient? How about I offer you 1,000 spirit stones? As she spoke, she attempted to thrust the spirit stones into Jiang Luoluo's hands, only to be evaded. Nyakiki was incensed, glaring at Jiang Luoluo with fury. Do you have any idea who my father is? Do you believe I won't tell him about your actions today and have him deal with you? Fine, I shall accompany you to the end. She could seek her father, but could she not seek her senior brother? As if implying that she had no connections, disinterested in this young lady's antics. Jiang Luoluo prepared to leave this troublesome place. Did she not see the crowd that had gathered around them? Not to mention the stall owner's envious gaze. You shall not leave. If you do, you must leave your items behind. Nyakiki blocked Jiang Luoluo's path. Are you unable to comprehend human speech, or did you forget your eyes at home? I've already said I am not selling, nor do I wish to show them that. Do you understand? Jiang Luoluo's gaze turned icy, her dark eyes fixated on Nyakiki, making her retreat several steps in fright. Coming back to her senses, she dared not meet Jiang Luoluo's eyes and instead glanced sideways. Brother, she insulted me. Junior sister, if you are unwilling, then just refuse. Insulting is not right. Sun Sirui stepped forward. If you know I am unwilling, then step aside. Jiang Luoluo arched an eyebrow, regarding the obstructive figure. Sun Sirui felt awkward, but, recalling that the stone might be the earth core stone, he could not bring himself to step aside. Are you all planning to be unreasonable here? How annoying. I still need to return and prepare for body refinement. Hoping to advance further before the grand competition, I wonder how my senior brother is faring. How dare you speak like that? Do you think someone like you can use my senior brother to be unreasonable? Nyakiki's tone dripped with disdain. That if you weren't being unreasonable, then step aside. That if you wish to play the fool here, I have no interest in that. With that, she gestured towards the crowd surrounding them. Nyakiki followed her gaze and realized that they had unwittingly drawn a large audience. These cultivators, who spent their days in relentless training, found the slightest hint of excitement irresistible. Nyakiki shot Jiang Luoluo an irritated glare before tugging at Sun Sirui's sleeve. Brother, let us leave. Sun Sirui hesitated, clenching his teeth. That I can trade you a third-grade mirror-breaking pill in exchange. Not interested. Step aside, Jiang Luoluo replied coldly. You simply do not recognize a good opportunity. With a mirror-breaking pill, you can smoothly establish your foundation, far superior to a foundation establishment pill. Nyakiki's tone was sharp, feeling that Jiang Luoluo was utterly ungrateful. If the mirror-breaking pill is so effective, why don't you pile it up for your own foundation? Jiang Luoluo retorted with a cold smile. Everyone in the sect knew that while the mirror-breaking pill was indeed effective for breaking through, its side effects were not to be underestimated. Most often, only those without hope of breaking through would resort to it. Have you said enough? If so, then step aside. Jiang Luoluo had noticed several curious gazes lingering on her due to the antics of these two. Thanks to their actions, Many were likely questioning the legitimacy of that stone. Nyekiki held no real attachment to the stone. Her desire stemmed solely from her brother's wish. Moreover, having never faced such humiliation, she found it difficult to maintain her composure after Jiang Luoluo's relentless rebuff. She tugged at her brother's sleeve. "Brother, she is also a sect disciple. Let us ask for it when we return to the sect." Sun Surui was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, feeling an instinct that the stone was something valuable. Furthermore, he sensed that his junior sister, spoiled by their master, was oblivious to the situation. He had recognized the embroidery on her sect robes. She was also a direct disciple. With a mere 14 years of bone age, yet having reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, she was undoubtedly one of the recent disciples taken in by the esteemed Inlan. He had initially planned to secure the item of the market, thinking that even if he offended someone, it would be his junior sister's doing, not his. Who knew his junior sister would be so uncooperative today? However, upon noticing the subtle glances of those around them, a smile crept onto his lips as he stepped aside. Although he did not understand why they suddenly parted ways, Jiang Luoluo saw no need to delve into the matter as she headed to the dining hall to pack spiritual meals for Yuan Yuan and the sword spirit. Along the way, she sent a message to her senior brother, inquiring if he could come to pick her up. Song Jinyu did not ask for details. As soon as Jiang Luoluo received the spiritual meals, her senior brother arrived. Meanwhile, Sun Surui, eager to shake off his junior sister and seize the opportunity, was taken aback to see Jiang Luoluo emerging from the dining hall, followed closely by Song Jinyu. Damn it! Sun Surui's eyes brimmed with resentment. Who was this person accompanying her? The atmosphere was undeniably formidable, murmured Nyekiki. Such a presence she had only witnessed in her father. Uncertain, she thought about returning. Sun Surui felt turmoil within his heart, leading to a lack of patience for his willful junior sister. Nyekiki furrowed her brows and addressed him. "Senior brother, you." Sun Surui interrupted sharply. "Let's go." Tears glimmered in Nyekiki's eyes, yet she dared not cause a scene. Chapter 68. The seat of the Dao fruit at a stone table in the courtyard of Chiang Peak sat two individuals. While nearby, two young boys were engrossed in their meal. "Senior brother, how did you manage to shake them off?" Jiang Luoluo inquired. "I merely claimed it was due to my comprehension of the sword domain." Song Jinyu replied as he poured a cup of spiritual tea for both himself and Jiang Luoluo. "Senior brother is truly impressive. And what of you? Why do you have so many little followers?" He had noticed numerous spies lurking in the shadows on his way back with his junior sister. However, due to his presence, none dared to act. "I encountered a pair of lunatics." Jiang Luoluo briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Song Jinyu knitted his brows. Nyekiki has been spoiled by the second elder. Although her temper is somewhat foul, her heart is not entirely malevolent. However, you must be cautious of Sun Surui. Anyone who can endure Nyekiki's temperament is not to be trifled with. Jiang Luoluo chuckled lightly at his words and nodded in acknowledgement. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Luoluo decided to handle her own affairs without burdening her senior brother, believing it more gratifying to avenge herself. "If there is anything, do not hesitate to speak. Chiang Peak will always be your steadfast support. Do not fear trouble, nor carry any burdens. Otherwise, having just done you such a great favor, what will become of me if you keep pushing me away?" Jiang Luoluo pinched the rim of her cup. "That is different. Had I been a sword cultivator, I would have already taken matters into my own hands." Song Jinyu disagreed. "Yet you were the first to think of me. Were you not?" "Luoluo, sometimes one should not be overly concerned with certain matters, as it may create an air of estrangement and push away those who genuinely care for you." Jiang Luoluo recognized the truth in his words. She was usually not like this. It was precisely because she cared that she was being particularly cautious. She recalled how, during her initial trials, her senior brother had secretly protected her, intervening during life-threatening moments. Even when she undertook missions, he always ensured there was someone to watch over her. Her senior brother had done so much for her, while she felt she had offered him little in return. Noticing her lingering distress, Song Jinyu jested, "Then you must diligently practice alchemy, for when I require pills in the future, you must not be stingy. Consider it an investment." "All right, senior brother, I will cover the pills in the future." Jiang Luoluo replied with a serious nod. With such a statement from her senior brother, she decided to reveal the truth. Upon arriving at my mission location, I encountered an ambush. They lured me into a lake, where a cultivator specializing in assassination lay in wait. Before I dispatched them, I declared that someone had paid for my life. Song Jinyu's gaze turned icy. Was it someone from the sect? I suspect so. Just wait. I will help you unearth them, and no need. Senior brother, I will seek my own vengeance. Song Jinyu smiled and nodded. Very well. I shall assist my junior sister in locating her adversary and offer a warning, granting you ample space for growth. Jiang Luoluo's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Not mention it. He then regarded her earnestly. This time, both inner and outer sect disciples can participate in the grand competition, which the sect is placing great emphasis on. Should any disciple under 20 place within the top 5, the sect will provide focused cultivation, not only doubling resources, but also offering protection. You understand my intent? Jiang Luoluo nodded seriously, determination gleaming in her eyes. Observing her resolve, Song Jinyu felt reassured and reminded her to focus on her training. He then made his way to Xingluo Peak, where the sect leader resided, to discuss Jiang Luoluo's situation. The Peak Master was furious. Among this cohort, he had high hopes for either Jiang Luoluo or Lu Jingshun, yet someone had audaciously targeted one of his favorite disciples. The Peak Master initiated a thorough investigation, while Jiang Luoluo remained unable to train as she wished. She received a message from Zhou Hua, suggesting they gather at the sect's dining hall, where she would treat them. Upon arrival, Jiang Luoluo was surprised to see not only Zhou Hua, but also the long-unseen Qian Rushua and Nyonyo. A frown involuntarily crossed her brow. Sister, Nyonyo exclaimed upon spotting her, eyes brightening as she hurried over. I've searched for you several times, but you were never around. This time, Zhou Hua mentioned inviting you, so I came along. I'm often away on missions, and mostly not here, Jiang Luoluo explained, gently patting the young girl's head. She had not anticipated that the girl possessed such remarkable talent, already reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Will Luoluo secure first place this time? Give us a hint, Qian Rushua inquired with a smile. Jiang Luo glanced at her. I do not know. The sect is full of hidden talents, and there are many who surpass me. We are friends. There is no need for secrecy, Qian Rushua replied. Jiang Luoluo's expression remained indifferent, directing her gaze toward Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua coughed lightly, changing the subject. I have heard that the reward for the top 10 in this competition are exceptionally generous, including foundation-building pills, magical artifacts, and spiritual stones, along with opportunities for elders to take on disciples. The top 100 will also gain access to the Lingxi secret realm. Jiang Luoluo nodded, indicating her understanding. Qian Rushua listened to their conversation with some reluctance. After chatting for a while, as they were leaving, Zhou Hua transmitted a message to Jiang Luoluo. Luoluo, do not hold back this time. Strive to perform well. That I hear there are extra rewards for the top 5. Jiang Luoluo nodded in agreement. You too, put forth your best effort. This advice had originated from her senior brother, and it seemed Zhou Hua was not as ordinary as she appeared. Zhou Hua sighed with a hint of bitterness. No need to flatter. I cannot even make it into the top 5. That upon hearing this, Jiang Luoluo refrained from further comment, understanding that this was a sect competition, where using underhanded tactics would invite collective backlash. Qian Rushua observed the two walking side by side, with her right hand holding Nyonyo's, the atmosphere harmonious, though her fingers unconsciously pinched in her flesh. Why was she so petty, having not stood beside her before? After all, this was the Mu family, with the sect's law enforcement hall. How could a mere nobody like her approach? Why was Zhou Hua able to draw close to Jiang Luoluo, while she remained distant? If Zhou Hua were to know her thoughts, she would surely ask if she wished to imprint a soul mark. Returning to Qiang Peak, Jiang Luoluo received another message from Zhang Yi, conveying similar sentiments, urging her to perform well, as this session was unlike any other. Gripping the message talisman, Jiang Luoluo smiled sincerely. Unbeknownst to her, she had gathered genuine friends who cared for her, and she felt an even greater responsibility to not disappoint them. Sitting on her bed, she took out the shriveled seed and black stone, showing them to Yuanyuan. What are these? Yuanyuan first examined the stone. This is Earth Core stone, specifically for Earth's spiritual root cultivators. And this, her eyes lit up as she gazed at the shriveled seed, is the seed of the supreme Tao fruit tree. Unfortunately, it is nearly devoid of moisture. However, Luoluo, your spring of life water, should be beneficial. Chapter 69. The Outer Sect Competition, Part 1. First, seal it up, and then we shall find Shirong to place it within your inner dance space. This way, you can cultivate it within your space. Yuan instructed. Jiang Luoluo's forehead was marked with a line of exasperation that, you think Shirong is like a cabbage. That being said, deep down, she was acutely aware that the Shi Rang must be sought after. The supreme Tao fruit, reputedly capable of granting enlightenment to those who consume it, who would not desire such a treasure. Following Yuan's instructions, she carefully preserved the seeds, allowing Yuan to indulge in play while she commenced her physical cultivation according to her techniques. Unbeknownst to the focused Jiang Luoluo, the sect was approaching a grand competition, and the sect leader had expelled the young master of the Mu family from the Tianyuan sect, causing quite a stir. The sect leader boldly declared that the Mu family would no longer be considered an affiliated sect. This declaration ignited hope among the enemies who had previously offended the Mu family, prompting them to launch a series of attacks. Moreover, the master of Baichao Peak suddenly entered seclusion for a year, claiming to have experienced a moment of enlightenment, missing even the competitions of his disciples. The sect buzzed with speculation, while only a select few insiders cast their gaze towards Qiyang Peak. The sect leader's ruthless actions served dual purposes: to appease that individual in charge and to admonish those with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the subject of all this, Jiang Luoluo, was luxuriating in a warm medicinal bath. The comforting warmth coaxed her into a blissful state, her eyes gently closing in enjoyment. However, as she circulated her physical cultivation technique, she suddenly felt the water temperature rise rapidly. Even with her eyes shut, she could hear the bubbling sounds. With the acceleration of her cultivation, she felt as though she were submerged in boiling water. A fierce burning sensation coursing through her body, her skin feeling as though it might deteriorate. This torment stirred her spirit, leaving her restless and unable to find peace. It was only when she bit her lips until they bled that she experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. Refusing to succumb to carelessness, Jiang Luoluo endured this inhumane trial. Time passed without her awareness, and just as she felt she could no longer persevere, she suddenly sensed the water temperature gradually decreasing. A gentle energy surged into her body, weaving through every inch of her skin, creating an illusion of something shedding from her surface. Unlike the previous pain of burns, this power entered her from the epidermis, then drifted outward, soothing her into a drowsy state. Suppressing the urge to succumb to slumber, she tirelessly continued her cultivation, not allowing a single trace of medicinal potency to go to waste under the moonlight. As the stars twinkled, when the sun once again opened its eyes, Jiang Luoluo did the same. It was not that she could no longer bear the pain, but rather that she no longer felt any energy entering her body. And the water temperature had returned to a normal state. Glancing at the sky, Jiang Luoluo was taken aback. Had she truly soaked for an entire day and night? Rising from the tub, she splashed water around her. Realizing that the once green medicinal bath had transformed into clear water, all the medicinal properties absorbed. What was even more difficult for her to accept was that she found herself enveloped in a black mist. Unlike before, this time it seemed to cling to her skin. Jiang Luoluo attempted to shake her body, producing a sound akin to rusted wood falling. After casting a cleansing spell, she donned her garments and retrieved a mundane-grade weapon from her storage bag. Striking her arm with it, the force of 8 parts left merely a red mark on her skin. Furthermore, her already fair complexion now radiated layers of fluorescence, smooth and tender. Name: Jiang Luoluo, Spirit Root. Dual Fire and Earth Spirit Roots talent. Superior physique. Innate yin-yang body. I have spiritual insight fortune. Below average comprehension. Above average appearance. Superior realm. Qi refining. 12th layer techniques. Fireball technique. Mastered. Earth escape technique. Proficient. Earth technique decision. 2nd layer proficient. Beast control technique. Mastered. 5 spirits technique. Beginner. Whip technique. Fire dragon whip. 1st layer. Initial understanding. Blazing flames 9 heavens. 1st layer. Initial understanding. Spiritual awareness. Peak Qi refining physical strength. Peak Qi refining symbolism. 2nd rank. Mastered alchemical arts. First rank, proficient, destiny value. 16. This cultivation technique is truly remarkable. Jiang Luoluo murmured as she gazed at the data in the physique section. Not to mention, once she perfected her physical cultivation, her body could serve as a weapon. Who would dare claim that cultivation is only suited for ranged attacks? In the following days, Jiang Luoluo tirelessly practiced martial arts and absorbed the heart of the Earth Stone until the Outer Sect competition began. The Tianyuan Sect's Outer Sect competition is held once every decade, open to all disciples from the third layer of Qi refining to full completion. Thus, early in the morning, Jiang Luoluo found herself tossed into the bustling crowd of the square by her senior brother. Upon surveying the scene, she was met with a sea of heads, with clusters of people huddled in distant corners. Jiang Luoluo withdrew her gaze, scanning the area, and finding no familiar faces, she settled into a state of calm anticipation. As the designated time for the competition arrived, the seats above the square gradually filled with attendees. The sect leader of Tianyuan Sect occupied the central seat, with her senior brother to the far right and Nan Gongchun to the left. Alongside several other peak masters, it could be said that, apart from the few venerable ancestors of the sect, all influential figures were present. The once raucous crowd quieted down as the numerous peak masters and the sect leader arrived. Subsequently, the Golden Core elder presiding over the competition stepped forward to commence the event. Due to the large number of participating disciples, the first round would adopt a free-for-all format, with a total of 20 arenas, each accommodating around 500 participants. The last 30 would advance. If there are no objections, please proceed to your assigned arenas. I hereby announce the official commencement of the competition. Upon hearing this, many disciples instinctively lowered their heads to examine their tokens. Jiang Luoluo was unsurprised. Arena 12, second match. She lifted her gaze to the arena ahead. Number 8, stowing her token away. Jiang Luoluo joined the throng as they moved toward Arena 12. At IT was said that there were 20,000 participants registered for this competition, which explained the need for 20 arenas operating simultaneously and splitting into 2 rounds. Each arena was equipped with formations that would activate only upon determining a victor or if someone sustained a fatal injury. Additionally, the formations would isolate the residual energy from the matches, preventing it from harming the spectators. Standing beneath Arena 12, Jiang Luoluo glanced at the competitors above and recognized 2 familiar faces. Sun Surui and Nyakiki had clearly spotted her as well. Nyakiki huffed derisively, turning her head away. Meanwhile, Sun Surui parted his lips slightly, though no sound emerged. Jiang Luoluo deciphered his expression, understanding his unspoken words of what a pitied as for what was regrettable. Both were well aware. Luoluo, you're also in this arena? How wonderful! Zhou Hua exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Luoluo, her excitement palpable. You might not be able to rely on me, Jiang Luoluo stated matter-of-factly that I know. But we can band together for warmth. I promise not to hold you back, Zhou Hua assured. All right, teaming up is fine, but protection is another matter. What a sycophant, a boy beside them scoffed. What of it? As long as one clings to a strong leg, does it matter whose leg it is? Perhaps you are the one who desires to cling, but finds no one to hold on to. Feeling envious, Zhou Hua retorted, unashamedly proud. You shameless thing, another voice echoed. Martial fanatic? No. If I were a martial fanatic, I wouldn't need to cling to anyone's leg, the boy replied, his face darkening with indignation as he fell silent. Jiang Luoluo struggled to suppress her laughter, realizing for the first time just how thick-skinned this person was. Meanwhile, the arena had begun to stir, but Sun Surui's area seemed like a forgotten isolation zone. Sensing her thoughts, Zhou Hua discreetly pointed to the artifacts in the hands of those 2, saying, that male holds a low-grade, profound artifact, one that integrates offense and defense. The female wields a superior, profound artifact with attributes of all 3, offense, defense, and support. Who would seek death by confronting them directly? Jiang Luoluo frowned. Isn't the sect against the use of artifacts and talismans as auxiliary means? Zhou Hua shot her a perplexed glance, suppressing the urge to scoff. But it was never stated that one couldn't bring commonly used artifacts. Jiang Luoluo understood. Even if it was prohibited to use auxiliary means, if someone claimed that a high-grade artifact was simply a regular tool, no one would dare say anything. And if someone protested its unfairness, what fairness exists in cultivation? Truly, This was a chaotic free-for-all. Even wielding a profound artifact initially served as intimidation, but as the number of participants diminished, attention soon turned to the spoiled young lady Nyakiki. Several times, had it not been for Sun Sirui's protection, she would have been swept off the stage. The key point was that she herself was not yet skilled in the use of artifacts. Stumbling through her attempts, thus, opportunities arose for others to attack her. "Kiki, hide behind me and activate your artifact," Sun Sirui whispered urgently. Obediently, Nyakiki activated her artifact, shielding herself with it. Observing their actions, others felt a mix of jealousy, resentment, and envy. However, even in envy, they found themselves powerless. Soon, only 31 competitors remained on the stage. The majority were high-level chi refiners, save for one male practitioner wielding a silver sword, who was only at the 7th layer of chi refining. The others exchanged glances and began to converge around him. Yet he showed no fear, raising his silver sword as if prepared to resist. Nevertheless, Jiang Luoluo noticed his covert glance toward Nyakiki. Indeed, as the crowd encircled him, he employed his agility to close the distance to Nyakiki, knocking her off the stage. When Nyakiki finally regained her senses at the edge of the arena, she was still in shock. Sun Sirui's expression darkened significantly as he fixed a chilling gaze on the male practitioner. With the first round concluded, they prepared to take the stage for the second round. Zhou Hua stood alongside Jiang Luoluo in a corner when another individual approached. "Could we form a team? I promise not to hold you back." Jiang Luoluo felt a sense of familiarity with those words. Upon seeing Zhou Hua, she realized that she had just uttered them moments ago, and to her surprise, here came another. As she glanced over, she discovered that it was indeed a familiar face. Very well. She nodded in acknowledgement, finding her impression of this person quite favorable. As the referee announced the commencement, chaos erupted upon the arena. Multicolored spiritual energies clashed together, dazzling to behold. Before she could continue observing, golden spikes and wooden vines suddenly surged toward her. Employing her ghostly shadow steps to evade the assault, she simultaneously unleashed several spells in the direction of her attackers. Bang! Bang! 2 figures fell from the stage in response. Turning her gaze, she realized she did not recognize either of them. Meanwhile, a significant portion of the crowd on the stage began to converge toward her, seemingly intent on launching a coordinated attack. It appeared she had become the target. Jiang Luoluo cast a glance at the two and remarked, "It is not too late to leave now. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise in the first round." Zhou Hua and Liang Ping hesitated for a moment, but both shook their heads in refusal to depart. In that case, I shall leave this to you." With that, she activated her ghostly shadow steps. Weaving through the throng, and wherever she passed, the sounds of thuds echoed as her opponents fell to the ground. The disciples watching from below were astonished by the spectacle, with some using sound transmission talismans to notify their friends and family to come and witness the drama. Jiang Luoluo remained oblivious to this unfolding scene. With a gentle smile gracing her face, she raised her foot and kicked another opponent down. From time to time, she used spells to knock down a few more. By the time she returned to her original position, she had already sent over 200 individuals tumbling from the stage. She had hoped this display would instill caution in them, but to her surprise, they pressed forward. Observing this, Jiang Luoluo scoffed, "Thank you for contributing to the low-tier practitioners." They pondered the meaning of her words. A silver whip appeared in her hand. With a swift motion, those struck by it plummeted from the platform. Witnessing this scene, some attempted to retreat, only to be held back by their companions. She has been fighting for so long. Her spiritual energy must be running low that we might as well give it a shot. "You speak wisely." Jiang Luoluo regarded the group with a smile that was neither fully inviting nor entirely dismissive, and several lashes of her whip sent nearly all the disciples on the stage spiraling down. She demonstrated through her actions that her spiritual energy was far from depleted. Now, only a handful remained on the stage, most of whom were of relatively weak cultivation, with a few capable individuals who had not participated in the encirclement. Observing this, the crowd below buzzed with chatter. "Good heavens, how ruthless! It's truly too brutal. How could she commit such savage act while possessing such a delicate and beautiful visage? Indeed, I just barely passed the first round. If I face her in the second round, I will concede immediately if I yield quickly enough, the harm won't catch up to me. Jiang Luoluo found herself somewhat speechless upon hearing these comments. Meanwhile, the referee was taken aback by her actions, hastily announcing the advancement of the remaining disciples, fearing that if this continued, there would be no one left on the stage. Consequently, the 12th platform concluded its match first, with 15 individuals advancing to this moment. The sect leader on the high platform chuckled and teased. This girl appears delicate and dainty, yet she fights without hesitation. Moreover, she is quite clear about her grudges. Such a person is suitable for forming friendships, but also not to be offended. Junior Brother Song, the ancestor has truly taken on an excellent disciple this time. That it is a pity for those disciples who fail to see the situation clearly. The sect leader's final remark carried a profound meaning. However, as long as those behind her played tricks within the same tier, he could not be bothered, considering it merely a trial for the girl. But should they attempt to meddle across tiers, that would be regrettable, especially if they had not chosen the right primary cultivation method. Before Song Jinyu could respond, Nangong Chen's tone of regret caused her expression to turn cold. Ever since this individual took Jiang Yihan as a disciple, he had grown increasingly peculiar. Based on his two previous encounters, Song Jinyu began to suspect that Nangong Chen had become a pawn of the heavenly path. Uncertain whether as a protector of beauty or a guardian of the Tao, if he were indeed a protector of the Tao, his fate would not bode well. With lowered eyes, Song Jinyu thought that if there was a chance in the future, she would lend him a hand as a gesture to honor their century-long connection. If that proved impossible, she would have to let it go. This time, consider a stroke of luck from senior Sister Jiang. The next round of competition is tomorrow. How about I treat you all to a meal? I hear the sect's dining hall serves nourishing spiritual cuisine, perfect for us just finishing the competition. Liang Ping wore a simple expression, having shed his earlier demeanor of restraint. Chapter 71. Outer Sect Grand Competition, Part 3. All right, such spiritual cuisine is not cheap. Will your contribution suffice? Zhou Hua inquired. Curiosity piqued. Enough. Then let us be off. Jiang Luoluo nodded. She couldn't help but wonder how things were faring with the female protagonist. Jiang Yihan, who was on her mind, was also participating in the second round of competition. Unlike Jiang Luoluo, she was accompanied by Mu Zishi, Chen Yuan, and Yang Kai, who had joined them previously in search of opportunities. The four worked together seamlessly, yet Jiang Yihan's approach was far more ruthless compared to Jiang Luoluo. Perhaps it was due to her past as an agent or some other reason. Each time she attacked someone, they would sustain severe injuries. While not crippling, it ensured they would be unable to compete in tomorrow's match. She had just knocked down a male cultivator adorned with a jade crown, wielding a top-grade yellow-tier artifact. Jiang Yihan paid no heed to the incredulous gaze of that individual or the sinister look from another male cultivator who approached to offer him medicinal pills. In her view, those who lost were weaklings, unworthy of her attention. Yet at this moment, she failed to consider that anyone capable of producing a top-grade artifact, radiating wealth in every aspect, could hardly be an ordinary person. Was her reckless disregard for harming others not risking her own life or that of her family? In stark contrast to the thrilling spectacle of these two sisters on the arena, Lu Jingqin's side appeared decidedly more mundane. After he sent his attacker crashing off the platform with a single strike, it became evident to those on stage that he was not to be trifled with, and thus no one sought to provoke him further. However, Qian Ruxue found herself rather unfortunate. Her cultivation was not the highest, merely a pill cultivator, and she had narrowly escaped being knocked off the stage several times. This time, she was besieged by 3 individuals. Will you jump off yourself, or shall we assist you? Indeed, junior sister, we are all fellow disciples. We do not wish to make things difficult for you. Qian Ruxue was unwilling to submit. She spoke softly. Then could you please let junior sister go? I am a pill cultivator, capable of refining second-tier pills now. If you are willing, I can assist you in pill concoction in the future. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 turned contemplative. After a while, one of them replied, Very well, then you must swear the heart demon oath. Qian Ruxue's face stiffened, but for the sake of advancing to the next round, she still swore the oath. The 3 individuals were of good character, and upon witnessing her oath, not only did they release her, but also subtly protected her from being forced out to tea this time. In the Tianyuanzong dining hall, While the flavor was average, one bite rejuvenated her weary body, reinforcing the notion that the expensive was indeed worth the price. Zhou Hua appeared to be relishing the meal. Indeed, Jiang Luoluo nodded in agreement. The flavor might be ordinary, but the medicinal properties of the ingredients were exceptionally well preserved, enhanced by the harmonious blend of select herbs, resulting in a delightful taste. I often come here for a medicinal meal after completing a task. So despite my frequent challenges, my body bears no hidden injuries, Liang Ping remarked with a grin. Jiang Luoluo cast him a glance and said, "Perhaps we should have a competition sometime." Forget it, forget it. I cannot hope to match you." Liang Ping quickly waved his hands. Though he enjoyed challenging others, he chose opponents whose disparity in strength was not too vast. With someone like Jiang Luoluo, he would never prevail. "Just a test of physical cultivation," Jiang Luoluo clarified. "Physical cultivation? That makes sense. You have indeed been studying it." He was momentarily surprised, but soon grasped the situation. "Very well, I shall seek your guidance then." If it were merely a contest of physical cultivation, he still had a chance of winning. "Add me to the mix." Lu Jingchun joined their table. Jiang Luoluo looked up at him. "All right, name?" "Lu Jingchun, spiritual root. Mutated thunder spiritual root qualification. Exceptional physique, thunder spirit body, awaiting awakening. Fortune, high comprehension, high appearance, above average realm. Peak chi refinement. What does awaiting awakening mean?" Jiang Luoluo furrowed her brows, concealing her deep contemplation. With Lu Jingchun joining their table, the atmosphere remained unchanged. Having once been a beggar, Lu Jingchun held his own principles in dealing with others, quickly integrating into the group. After they finished their meal, they persuaded Liang Ping to share the cost. Although Liang Ping was indeed quite wealthy, Zhou Hua gave him a thumbs up upon seeing the number of contribution points he possessed. There was no envy, as the sect's contribution points were tied to tasks, and all his wealth was earned through his own endeavors. Once they exited the dining hall, they all parted ways to prepare for the next round of competition. The next day, the same Golden Core elder presided over the event. The second round of competition was to be a one-on-one arena match, with disciples drawing lots to select their opponents, the victors advancing to the next round. Disciples with matching lot numbers would face each other, and due to the odd number of participants, one individual would receive a bye, drawing a white slip. After announcing this, he glanced in Jiang Luoluo's direction and continued, "All disciples, please proceed to the drawing table to select your lot numbers." Jiang Luoluo touched her nose, sensing that the elder had just glared at her, though without malice. Soon, she drew her lot number, Platform 3. Number 50. She should be the third contender in a match. She took a moment to glance at the nameplates of the other three participants, noting that Lu Jingchun's match was scheduled earlier than theirs. Therefore, they decided to watch his fight first. Lu Jingchun's opponent was a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, so the outcome was without doubt. Before the opponent could even make a move, he was struck down to the arena floor by a single blow. "Indeed, I cannot appreciate the world of the formidable," Zhou Hua commented. Jiang Luoluo chuckled but remained silent as her own match was approaching. The group stood quietly beneath the third arena, awaiting the duel. The two combatants on stage were evenly matched in cultivation, leading to a battle of stamina. "Luoluo, who do you think will win?" Zhou Hua leaned closer to Jiang Luoluo and inquired. "The one on the right," Jiang Luoluo replied with certainty. "That you're talking nonsense. Clearly, the left one is stronger." Someone nearby could not help but interject before Zhou Hua could respond. "Then let's make a bet," Jiang Luoluo said, her gaze lingering for a moment on the storage bracelet on that person's wrist. The talisman jade belled above their head, and the headpiece talisman .1 must seize the opportunity presented. "Why don't you follow the usual rules? Aren't you supposed to refute me or argue your point?" Jiang Luoluo thought it amusing that she preferred to win things or gift them to others. "You." Zhou Hua shot her a glance, urging, "You aren't afraid, are you?" "Afraid of what?" "A bet is a bet. What are you wagering?" The chubby boy raised his chin, exuding confidence. Jiang Luoluo pondered for a moment before retrieving a third-grade high-quality marrow-cleansing pill from her storage bag. She was uncertain who had gifted it during the apprenticeship ceremony. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, her chubby face glowing with anticipation. After rummaging through her storage bracelet for a while, she produced a fan, a dagger, and a flying talisman. All three were high-quality mystic-grade artifacts, quite valuable. "Choose one from these," she said, adopting a generous demeanor. Jiang Luoluo scanned the artifacts and ultimately settled on the flying talisman. The girl put away the other two artifacts and fixed her gaze intently on the two fighters on stage. Gradually, her eyes reflected surprise and distress as she realized that Jiang Luoluo had made the correct prediction. She hung her head, feeling dejected, and asked, "How did you see that?" Chapter 72. The Outer Set Competition, Part 4. As her words fell, two pairs of eyes turned towards her. Even the self-proclaimed thick-skinned Jiang Luoluo felt a bit flustered. Pay attention to their breathing, and you'll notice the one on the right is more steady than the one on the left. Additionally, he hasn't rushed to attack, so he likely has more spiritual energy than the one on the left. Upon hearing this, she handed over the artifact to Jiang Luoluo, inadvertently glancing at the pill in her hand and swallowing hard. Jiang Luoluo calmly accepted it, and, as she was about to take the stage, transmitted a message to her. "If you want a marrow-cleansing pill, you can buy one from me. I only require equivalent herbs." The girl concealed her delight and nodded gently. If Lu Jingqian's match ended swiftly with his opponent conceding, Jiang Luoluo's battle would be even more astonishing. Her opponent was also at the 8th level of qi refinement. And upon seeing Jiang Luoluo as his adversary, he chose to surrender without hesitation, having witnessed her prowess during the chaotic battles on the 12th arena the previous day. After stepping down from the stage, Jiang Luoluo approached the group and asked, "Do I look frightening?" Upon gazing at her exquisitely magnified features, Lu Jingqian's heart skipped a beat, and he stammered, "No, you aren't frightening at all." Jiang Luoluo, noticing his reaction, curiously touched her face, wondering if someone had secretly made her appear less attractive. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Hua felt a pang of sympathy. Enduring a close-range beauty attack was no easy feat, although the world of cultivation was filled with stunning beauties. Jiang Luoluo certainly stood out among them. Clearing her throat, she helped Lu Jingqian out of an awkward situation, saying, "I heard that Jiang Yihan drew by this time. How fortunate." Jiang Luoluo was not surprised. Luck is also a form of strength. The group bantered as they made their way towards Zhou Hua's competition arena. To their astonishment, it turned out to be a match between Zhou Hua and Chen Yuan. "What are you doing here?" "Watching my match." Chen Yuan glared at Jiang Luoluo with disdain. Jiang Luoluo rolled her eyes and instructed Zhou Hua, "Once you're on stage, give him a good beating, especially targeting his face and mouth." "Understood." Zhou Hua chuckled, covering her mouth. It was her first time witnessing someone provoke Jiang Luoluo to such an extent. "Jiang Luoluo, are you out of your mind?" Chen Yuan's face turned ashen with anger. Jiang Luoluo regarded him as if he were AI, or as the two ascended the arena. The referee promptly announced the commencement of the match. Chen Yuan struck first, drawing a long sword into his grasp. As he wielded the sword, a surge of spiritual energy surged towards Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua formed hand seals, instantly erecting a transparent barrier of spiritual energy to deflect the attack. Chen Yuan was not surprised by this turn of events. Both their cultivation levels were comparable, and the contest hinged solely on the depth of their spiritual energy. He felt no concern regarding this, believing victory was assured. With this thought, a smile graced his face as he launched a second wave of assault. Just then, he felt a sharp pain across his face. Looking up, he discovered Zhou Hua had struck him with a jade seal, which had dealt the blow, with a fierce gaze and muttering the name of his sword technique. He lunged at Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua's expression turned serious. She closed her eyes momentarily and sidestepped the sword's tip, but her side was still grazed by the blade. Forming hand seals, she caused the jade seal in her hand to expand, enveloped in a layer of pale blue ice spikes, directing it towards Chen Yuan. Having already been struck by the jade seal, the additional ice spikes inflicted considerably more damage on him than Zhou Hua had sustained. Bracing himself with his sword, he struggled to remain upright, executing hand seals as the sword hovered in the air, spinning rapidly and creating a vortex of air that obscured the view for those watching from below. All that could be heard were the sounds of clashing and chaos until the dust settled, revealing the condition of the duel. "Wow, it seems that beautiful female cultivators are quite fierce," a disciple remarked. "What did you say?" A female cultivator beside him seethed, her teeth clenched. It was a slip of the tongue. He stammered, quickly retracting his words, tears welling in his heart. Indeed, female cultivators were formidable beings, The reason for such reactions was that Chun Yuan's face had become unrecognizable. His visage was marred with bruises of various sizes, and the impact of the jade seal had left uneven indentations. His clothes were tattered, and he was gasping for breath. His spiritual energy was depleted, and he could barely remain standing, relying solely on the sword to keep himself upright. Zhou Hua was not faring much better, with several sword wounds on her body, the most severe being in her abdomen. However, she was still able to stand, whereas Chun Yuan could not. Thus, she emerged victorious, as soon as the referee announced the results. Jiang Luoluo quickly ascended the stage, administering a pill to Zhou Hua's mouth and supporting her down. "Are you satisfied now?" Chun Yuan gritted his teeth. "You think this will make me notice you? Dream on." Jiang Luoluo rolled her eyes and said to Zhou Hua, "I feel like you were too lenient. You should have focused on his head. Let's see how much mush you can knock out." Zhou Hua couldn't help but laugh, forgetting her injuries, which only intensified the pain. "How do you feel?" Liang Ping inquired. "It won't affect my match tomorrow." Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved, confirming she had not sustained internal injuries. However, Jiang Luoluo sensed a piercing gaze upon her, and upon turning, she found Chun Yuan looking at her with a face that expressed, "The more you do this, the less I like you." Jiang Luoluo shuddered in disgust. On this trip down the mountain for Foundation establishment, she was determined to call off this engagement to prevent the other's foolishness from infecting her. Liang Ping's performance was expected. His combat prowess was commendable, and given that his opponent was not as strong, victory came easily. Zhou Hua, feeling much better after taking the medicinal pill, was the most dissatisfied. "Why are all your opponents weaker than you? Perhaps it's because we are more aesthetically pleasing." Jiang Luoluo joked. Scram. This time they did not return home, but instead watched the matches of others to gain combat experience. Due to the large number of participants in the grand competition, this round of matches was set to last for 3 days. On the third day, Jiang Luoluo drew an opponent at the 11th level of Qi refinement. She was a robust girl with well-defined muscles, even more so than the one she had bet against previously. Upon standing on the arena and seeing Jiang Luoluo as her opponent, her expression momentarily soured. But she quickly composed herself. "That I know you're formidable, and I can't defeat you, but I still want to give it my all. What if I succeed?" Jiang Luoluo smiled warmly, responding, "You're right, if you give it your best effort. Even in failure, there will be no regrets." The girl performed a slight bow, saying, "Thank you. My name is Chun Yuan, and I am at the 11th level of Qi refinement." Jiang Luoluo returned the gesture, saying, "I am Jiang Luoluo at the pinnacle of Qi refinement." "All right then, Jiang Shiji, please be prepared. I'm about to start." With that, she raised her fist and charged forward. That a flicker of realization crossed Jiang Luoluo's eyes. Her suspicions had been correct. The girl was a body cultivator. However, this was fortuitous. She had yet to test the effects of her medicinal baths on her physique. Jiang Luoluo raised her fist in response. "No way. Is it true that the sect claims Jiang Luoluo is a body cultivator?" Yet the size difference between the two was staggering, as some disciples whispered among themselves, "This is surreal. I can't bear to watch." Jiang Shiji might be facing her first defeat if she doesn't utilize her spiritual energy. Though hesitant to look, the disciples watching from the arena below widened their eyes, not daring to blink for fear of missing a moment. Bang! The two fists collided, with Chun Yuan retreating 5 steps and Jiang Luoluo stepping back 4. Chun Yuan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is it true that they say you have dual cultivation of both law and body? But how did you achieve that?" She gestured to her own increasingly robust physique from body refining and to Jiang Luoluo's unchanged form. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Luoluo replied, "I accidentally collected 2 thundergrass plants and used them for body tempering." However, she refrained from disclosing her body cultivation techniques. Currently, all the body cultivation methods preserved in the Zhongshuan continent resulted in muscular physiques. Men appeared burly due to their height, while women became more robust. "You are truly fortunate. Let us continue." Chun Yuan expressed admiration without a hint of jealousy, and Jiang Luoluo's opinion of the girl improved significantly. Chun Yuan charged forward, aiming a punch at her abdomen, which Jiang Luoluo deftly dodged. Then, with a swift motion, she struck at Jiang Luoluo's back, only to be evaded again. This time, Chun Yuan outsmarted her. She threw a right punch, and when Jiang Luoluo attempted to evade, She was instead struck on the left leg. Hiss! Ignoring the pain in her calf, Jiang Luoluo retaliated with a kick. Chen Yuanyuan reacted quickly, taking Jiang Luoluo's kick and countering with a punch aimed at her cheek, which landed on Jiang Luoluo's abdomen, causing her to stagger. The power infused by the thundergrass was indeed formidable. The two exchanged blows, each landing hits on the other, and soon both bore marks of their battle. Delight surged through Chen Yuanyuan as she shook her sore hands. Let us continue. Jiang Luoluo fought with equal fervor, though her once exquisite face was now marred with bruises and swelling, betraying no emotion. This time, their fight transcended mere physicality, as each punch was imbued with a layer of spiritual energy. As a punch wrapped in wind blades hurtled towards her, Jiang Luoluo leaned back to avoid it. Seeing her evade, Chen Yuanyuan was undeterred. She exerted force with her right leg, aiming a kick at Jiang Luoluo's calf. Jiang Luoluo grasped her right leg and yanked it, sending Chen Yuanyuan tumbling to the ground. A fiery pain shot through her back, and her gaze dimmed briefly as she swiftly got back on her feet. With a flourish, her right hand produced a brick, which she hurled at Jiang Luoluo with a slight exertion. Jiang Luoluo, taken aback momentarily, quickly regained her composure. After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from producing a magical artifact and instead erected a soil-based barrier before her. To her astonishment, the barrier shattered within 10 seconds under the impact of the brick. Realizing this, Jiang Luoluo's expression grew serious as she poured all her strength into reinforcing her hands. Yet she was still pushed back to the edge of the arena by the force of the brick. Chen Yuanyuan seized the opportunity, launching a right-hand punch toward her. Jiang Luoluo, reacting swiftly, discarded the brick and narrowed her eyes, meeting the attack with a fist enveloped in crimson spiritual energy. This time, both exerted their utmost strength. And after the preceding skirmish, their stamina was nearly expended. The outcome rested on this decisive moment. Bang! In that moment, Jiang Hao swiftly rose to evade yet another strike from Jiang Luoluo. His fingers subtly shifted, altering the melody as invisible sound waves surged towards Jiang Luoluo's consciousness. A sharp pain pierced through her sea of consciousness, only to be immediately engulfed by a gentle force that countered the incoming attack. Jiang Luoluo sensed that the strength within her consciousness was waning. Moreover, the attack had already inflicted some pain, leaving her with a lingering ache in her mind. She shook her head to alleviate the discomfort, taking stock of her remaining spiritual energy and the throbbing in her head. Indeed, the unconventional path differed greatly from that of the orthodox disciples of the sect. The foundational cultivators she had faced prior were not nearly as formidable as the one before her. Jiang Hao was not faring any better. His overexertion of spiritual awareness rendered him somewhat powerless. Initially, he had believed the combat prowess of this junior sister, who had just recently joined, to be exaggerated. However, he was taken aback by her terrifying abilities once they engaged. More importantly, he realized that the consciousness attacks, which were typically so feared by cultivators, had no effect on her. It seems my mental assault is ineffective against you. I have no choice but to resort to sound attacks, he lamented with a bitter smile. There is still some effect, Jiang Luoluo replied candidly. In that case, let's settle this with a decisive blow. Agreed. Jiang Luoluo was somewhat surprised. In the realm of cultivation, one referred to those stronger than oneself as elder sisters. Did this mean he was conceding? With her consent, Jiang Hao wore a serious expression, unleashing waves of even more powerful attacks directed at Jiang Luoluo. Her face mirrored his seriousness. She employed the ghostly shadow step to evade the onslaught, though she occasionally sustained cuts from narrowly escaping. Her hands gathered the blazing flames of the 9 heavens, and as time passed, the air around her transformed into a scorching tempest. Even the referees observing the battle furrowed their brows, ready to intervene at any moment. On the other side, Jiang Hao was equally relentless, hastening his movements while a luminous orb gathered above his head. At a certain moment, both unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Deafening explosion resonated, causing the arena to collapse under the sheer force. And amidst the billowing dust, 2 figures emerged, one lying and the other kneeling. Junior sister, are you all right? On the high platform, Song Jinyu swiftly descended upon witnessing the scene. Meanwhile, another elder assisted the unconscious Jiang Hao. After examining him, the elder administered a medicinal pill and turned to Jiang Luoluo with a grave expression, saying, "Luoluo, you have done well, but if you ever require assistance, seek me out at the array peak." Witnessing the intensity of the clash between the two, the onlookers were visibly tense. They had feared the sect would suffer the loss of a talented disciple, only to realize that both had avoided critical injuries. Jiang Hao's unconsciousness was merely a result of the residual shock and the overexertion of his spiritual awareness. Jiang Luoluo nodded with a smile. After taking a medicinal pill and meditating for a while, she prepared to watch Zhou Hua's match. Just as the elder had mentioned, both had managed to avoid serious harm, with only superficial injuries. Zhou Hua's opponent was a sword cultivator at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Upon stepping onto the stage and observing her opponent's cultivation level, she felt a moment of joy. However, her expression soured when the opponent brandished their sword, as everyone knew that sword cultivators possessed the ability to challenge those stronger than themselves. Zhou Hua skillfully employed water-based techniques, transitioning to ice, but as time wore on, the cold sweat on her forehead increased. Her movements to evade the sword's edge became increasingly sluggish. The opponent was similar, their breathing becoming erratic. Jiang Luoluo furrowed her brow. Despite this, Zhou Hua's chances of victory remained slim. Indeed, in a moment of carelessness, she was swept off the stage by her opponent's sword. "Luoluo, I lost," Zhou Hua said, her head hanging low. "It's all right. There will be a rematch. If you wish to enter the Lingxi secret realm, you must seize the opportunity in the rematch. Zhou Hua mustered a semblance of spirit. "However, your attacks also have issues. Aren't you a dual-element cultivator of water and wood? Why not employ wood-based spells? Wood is merely for nurturing. It lacks the potency of fire or metal," Jiang Luoluo calmly replied. "Since the 5 elemental roots are interdependent, their strengths and weaknesses are equal. Wood can only nurture, so you should seek out aggressive plants to enhance your attacks. Furthermore, you might consider contracting higher-level spiritual plants. It is you who has internally rejected the wood element spells." Zhou Hua lowered her head, feeling dejected. The disciples who had initially been watching the match began to ponder Jiang Luoluo's words. "What about water?" someone inquired. "Did she not just demonstrate the water element to you?" Jiang Luoluo gestured toward Zhou Hua. Instantly, expressions of realization spread among the crowd. "Sister Zhou, how did you transform water techniques into ice techniques?" Indeed, Zhou Hua was suddenly surrounded by curious onlookers. Observing this, Jiang Luoluo slipped away swiftly. When Zhou Hua finally managed to extricate herself from the throng, she discovered Jiang Luoluo had already vanished. She inwardly grumbled. "She slipped away so quickly. Could it be intentional? Are we no longer good friends?" Meanwhile, Jiang Luoluo was now watching the main protagonist's match. As the saying goes, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated." Unfortunately, the protagonist had fortuitously drawn a weaker opponent, merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. With a casual display of a minor 5-element spell, she dispatched her opponent from the arena. When she glanced over at Jiang Luoluo, a hint of a smile graced her lips. Jiang Luoluo met her gaze calmly before moving on to the next arena. Throughout the day, she had gleaned much from the various matches, compared to the dazzling array of techniques employed by the other disciples. Her own spells still felt somewhat inexperienced. Once this grand competition concluded, she resolved to focus on refining her offensive techniques. As dawn broke, a new day began. Upon receiving her draw number, Jiang Luoluo noticed the anxious expressions of many disciples. After a moment's reflection, she understood the reason. 150 individuals had advanced, and victory in this round would grant them access to the Lingxi secret realm. Furthermore, some might even earn a chance to enter the inner sect. However, those who missed this opportunity would still gain entry into the inner sect upon foundation establishment. But the same could not be said for the secret realm. To Jiang Luoluo's surprise, her opponent was the adorable girl she had previously guided in the martial arts arena. "I can't believe you're my opponent. It seems I'll have to compete with many disciples for a spot," she exclaimed, sticking out her tongue as she stepped onto the stage. Jiang Luoluo chuckled. "Aren't you going to give it a shot? I couldn't defeat you a year ago, and now I stand even less of a chance, so it would be wiser to conserve my energy for the competition. However, if I manage to enter the Lingxi secret realm and happen to encounter you, could you lend me a hand, Sister Jiang?" Jiang Luoluo raised an eyebrow, responding somewhat ambiguously, as fellow disciples of the sect. I will assist if I can. The girl understood Jiang Luoluo's implication and walked away, somewhat disheartened. Jiang Luoluo found this victory to be relatively effortless. While some believed in her strength, others were filled with envy. How fortunate! As a disciple of the ancestor, she doesn't even have to fight. What did you say? Repeat that. Lu Jingchen shot a frigid glare at the speaker. It's the truth. The individual shrank back. Intimidated, yet still managed to retort. Enough. It's pointless to bark back at stray dogs on the roadside. Noticing the individual's intent to say more, Jiang Luoluo sneered. If you can place in the top 100, I welcome you to challenge me. With a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, the person slinked away. It's time for Liang Ping's match. Shall we go watch? Jiang Luoluo suggested. Sure. They proceeded as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Liang Ping's opponent turned out to be Sun Sirui. The two were evenly matched in cultivation, yet Liang Ping wielded a low-grade yellow-tier hammer, while Sun Sirui possessed a low-grade mysterious-tier weapon, an entire tier's difference. Indeed, despite Liang Ping's commendable combat prowess, he expended considerable spiritual energy merely to breach the defenses of the magical artifacts he faced. In contrast, Sun Sirui utilized only about 1/10 of his spiritual energy. As a physical cultivator, Liang Ping had the advantage in close combat, but Sun Sirui denied him the opportunity to engage. Each time he attempted to strike, his blows were deftly parried. It seemed Liang Ping recognized the dire situation. After a moment of contemplation, he retreated a few steps, denying Sun Sirui any chance to strategize, and charged forward with a punch. He evaded as many of Sun Sirui's spells as he could. Refusing to endure any direct hits, with sheer determination, he closed the gap and landed a punch, imbued with spiritual energy, squarely against Sun Sirui's abdomen. Sun Sirui doubled over, clutching his stomach, and emitted a retch, subsequently fixing Liang Ping with a dangerously intense gaze. Liang Ping remained calm, swinging his massive hammer towards Sun Sirui's right shoulder. Sun Sirui raised his magical artifact to block the impending strike, but the force sent him staggering back several steps. Just as he neared the edge of the arena, Liang Ping relaxed his expression, preparing to exert himself further to knock Sun Sirui off the stage. Only to notice the glint of amusement in Sun Sirui's eyes. Startled, he quickly erected a barrier of spiritual energy around himself. Regrettably, it was too late. An attack struck his right arm, causing the mighty hammer he wielded to clatter to the ground. Clutching his pained right arm, he heard the rush of wind by his ear and instinctively sidestepped. However, he was unprepared for the several assaults aimed at his abdomen and legs. He narrowly avoided 3 potentially grievous blows. Yet one still landed on his left leg. Liang Ping exerted a slight effort, intending to concede, when suddenly Sun Sirui sealed his mouth with spiritual power, rendering him unable to speak. A heavy feeling settled in Liang Ping's heart. Realizing the gravity of his situation, that he could only strive to evade the onslaught while attempting to launch a counterattack, yet the intensifying pain in his left leg and right arm made it arduous to concentrate. While Sun Sirui's relentless attacks continued unabated, even attempting to leap off the stage was thwarted on the sidelines. Jiang Luoluo observed quietly, gradually sensing something amiss. Her gaze fixated on Sun Sirui, her eyes darkening with a deepening intensity. Noticing her expression, Sun Sirui couldn't help but smirk provocatively. Despite their comparable cultivation levels, the beleaguered Liang Ping seized the moment to deliver a series of powerful kicks aimed squarely at Sun Sirui's face. By the time Sun Sirui regained his composure, the instigator had already tumbled off the stage. He could only begrudgingly release the seal he had placed on Liang Ping. The prominent footprint on his face seemed to mock his foolishness. Even the referee stifled a laugh as he announced the outcome. How was that? Lu Jingchen inquired, offering him a pill. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoluo probed with a hint of spiritual energy to assess his condition. The more she examined, the angrier she became. Cracks had formed in his hand and calf tendons, leaving her perplexed as to how he had managed such a feat. This predicament closely resembled her own past experience, necessitating a 5th-tier recovery pill. It's fine, don't worry, Jiang Luoluo murmured. I'll help you seek vengeance tomorrow. Also, take good care of your health. I'll find a way regarding the pills. After much hesitation, Jiang Luoluo chose not to divulge the medicinal bath recipe that Yuan Yuan had provided her. Though the process was agonizing, the results were immensely rewarding. Financial gain could be alluring, but she couldn't afford to gamble. She would only reveal it if she found herself truly at a loss. No, you needn't go to such lengths for me, Liang Ping insisted. Jiang Luo pressed. Once you recover, you can repay me gradually. I can still extend credit. Liang Ping recognized her words as a means to reassure him and did not refuse. Alas, such kindness, yet I am already ruined, Nyakiki remarked as she supported Sun Sirui, who bore the imprint of a foot on his face. Mind your own business. You should concern yourself with the person beside you instead. How utterly embarrassing, she retorted, unwilling to engage further with the dim-witted girl. Jiang Luo leveled a serious gaze at Sun Sirui. Prepare yourself for our duel tomorrow. Sun Sirui smiled benignly, betraying none of the ruthlessness he had displayed moments prior. Let us await the outcome. With their cultivation levels being equal, did she, Jiang Luoluo, genuinely believe herself invincible? After escorting Liang Ping back to his residence, Jiang Luoluo lost interest in watching the competition and returned to Chiang Peak. She sensed a breakthrough in her spiritual awareness was imminent. Having experienced a breakthrough before, this one progressed quite smoothly. Chapter 76. External Competition 8. The next day, upon arriving at the plaza, Jiang Luoluo discovered that the top 100 had already been determined the previous day. Zhou Hua and Lu Jingchun had both secured their places among the top 100, thus qualifying for entry into the Lingxi secret realm. Today marked the third round of competition that I heard this year's format differs from previous years. The third round may adopt a different style, Lu Jingchun remarked. We shall see, Jiang Luoluo replied, exchanging glances with the others, each harboring their own thoughts but refraining from voicing them, observing the sex emphasis on this grand competition. The tension in the southern region was palpable. The same elder who had presided over the prior rounds, a golden core elder, stepped forward to announce, for the third round, we will not conduct one-on-one challenges. Instead, we shall commence a defending competition. There will be 10 platforms available, and participants may choose to defend or attack. Attackers may challenge defenders at will. Should they defeat a defender, they will assume the role of the new defender. He then declared, I now announce the official start of the competition. Disciples wishing to defend may select their platform. What sort of devilish competition is this? One disciple exclaimed, aghast that it's terrifying. In previous years, luck played a role in entering the top 50. But this year it is purely a test of strength. Indeed, it's utterly daunting, not to mention the prospect of securing first place. That would truly signify the strongest chi refining disciples our sect has ever seen. Zhou Hua concurred, nodding, especially given her inability to use poison as a fragile cultivator. She turned to her companions. Will you choose to defend or attack? Jiang Luoluo glanced meaningfully to her left and behind. Of course, I will attack. I made a promise to Liang Ping. Zhou Hua's mouth twitched, but she said nothing, feeling a sense of relief within. Unbeknownst to her, she had already regarded Jiang Luoluo as a good friend. Yet the mark etched in her consciousness still caused her some worry. However, observing Jiang Luo's attitude towards Liang Ping eased her concerns. Although Liang Ping acted ruthlessly and without mercy, he was undeniably good to his own. If Yuan Yuan were aware of her thoughts, she might simply remark that the gifts he provided were indeed effective. And you? Zhou Hua inquired of Lu Jingchun. Without hesitation, he replied, I shall defend. It's quicker and more convenient. With that, he ascended to a platform. Zhou Hua and Jiang Luoluo kept their eyes on the stage, and upon seeing Sun Sirui take position on platform 3, Jiang Luoluo immediately followed suit. Are you so eager to seek suffering? Jiang Luoluo? Sun Sirui smirked, a hint of coldness in his smile. Mind your own business, she retorted, unwilling to waste words, and unleashed her formidable technique upon her arrival. The flame of the 9 heavens surged forth, striking Sun Sirui, who, even with protective artifacts, staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth, barely able to maintain his footing. How could this be? Clutching his chest, Sun Sirui's eyes flickered with fear, a retreating sentiment swelling within him. Jiang Luoluo scoffed, offering no explanation that a second powerful strike followed. In truth, Jiang Luoluo was not as composed as she appeared. After 2 grand techniques, she had exhausted nearly all her spiritual energy. However, Sun Sirui had also lost his combat capability, which made it worthwhile. Sun Sirui, battered by Jiang Luoluo's onslaught, struggled to stand but refused to concede. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a healing pill from his storage pouch, casting a venomous glare at Jiang Luoluo. He was about to yield when, to his horror, he found himself unable to open his mouth, much like he had done to Liang Ping earlier. This time, genuine panic gripped him as he watched her approach with clenched fists, each step drawing nearer, rendering him powerless. Jiang Luoluo, what do you intend to do? Stop! Kiki shouted from the sidelines, helplessly witnessing the relentless barrage of Jiang Luoluo's fists raining down upon her senior brother. If you do not cease, I will not let you off lightly. Jiang Luoluo merely coldly laughed, ignoring her threats and striking even harder. Seeing her disregard for his pleas, Kiki could only urge Sun Sirui to concede. Brother, quickly yield. If you miss this chance, there will be others. Despite the pain causing his teeth to chatter, Sun Sirui felt exasperated by his sister's foolishness. Was she blind? Could she not see he was unable to speak? Moreover, with the time spent here, she could have sought their master. If hearing his unspoken thoughts, Kiki dashed off, heading towards the high platform. Jiang Luoluo noticed this but paid it no mind, delivering another punch to Sun Sirui's abdomen, followed by strikes to his legs and arms. By the time Kiki returned with her father, Sun Sirui was barely managing to draw breath. Jiang Shao Daoist. One should spare those who are in a position to be spared, the second elder declared from the platform. Had it not been for the fact that the individual below was the disciple of Elder Anlin, he would have intervened long ago. Is that your concern? You see, in platform battles, one must either feint or concede, but he has done neither, so I am without recourse. You should know that my hand aches from striking him. She feigned a casual wave, inadvertently releasing the seal over his mouth. The second elder cast her a deep glance before turning to Sun Sirui, who lay on the platform. Sirui, are you all right? Sun Sirui gritted his teeth, swallowing a pill, but the pain in his body showed no signs of alleviation that he looked to his master. It hurts everywhere. Hearing this, the second elder quickly examined him but found nothing amiss. After all, he was not a medical professional. He promptly took his apprentice to Baichao Peak. Jiang Luoluo lowered her gaze as they departed, a cold smile lurking within her heart. The dark energy she had employed would ensure Sun Sirui suffered for 2 to 3 months. Additionally, one of his meridians had been crippled by her. Kiki rushed to Jiang Luoluo, who sat cross-legged, ready to strike. Jiang Luoluo merely lifted an eyelid. Attacking? Kiki froze, her face paling in fear. No, I merely took a wrong turn. Though she wished to avenge her senior brother, she was not foolish. If her brother could not win, she certainly stood no chance. If that is the case, why not leave? Oh, all right. Ha, Luoluo, you frightened her? Upon witnessing this, Zhou Hua burst into hearty laughter. Jiang Luoluo chose to ignore her and instead focused on regaining her spiritual energy, as the challengers were only afforded a mere half-hour for recovery. Regrettably, Jiang Luoluo's thoughts wandered, and she found herself waiting until the competition commenced without a single challenger stepping forward. In the interim, Zhou Hua managed to secure a victory against an opponent of inferior cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Jingchen successfully defended his title as well. Luoluo, your recently displayed ferocity has effectively branded you as the violent fairy, Zhou Hua remarked. Jiang Luoluo was left speechless. I asked that the reason they are refraining from challenging me. She inquired. Perhaps, came the reply. Had I known, I might have opted for a gentler demeanor, Jiang Luoluo mused. With the title holder established, the referee formally announced that the successful defenders were Jiang Luoluo, Lu Jingchen, Jiang Yihan, Chen Yuan, Jiang Hao, Lin Jie, Ji Shui, Tang Hisan, Lu Enyo, and Yu Siyuan. 10 in total. Chapter 77. The Outer Set Competition, Part 9. Considering the comparable levels of cultivation among you, you shall now draw lots for pairwise duels. The victors will vie for the top 5 positions, while the defeated will contend for the bottom 5. Jiang Luoluo unfolded her lot only to discover the number 4. The first match was between the individuals designated as 1 and 2. As the referee concluded his announcement, Jiang Yihan ascended the stage alongside a male cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Jiang Luoluo was somewhat taken aback, for it was none other than the male cultivator she had encountered previously who wielded a silver sword. Although he had advanced from the 7th to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he still stood out amidst the throng of perfected Qi refinement practitioners. She truly is fortunate, Zhou Hua remarked enviously. Gazing at Jiang Yihan, Jiang Luoluo responded with a smile. Indeed, her luck is commendable. Perhaps if you were to befriend her, you might also encounter fortuitous opportunities. Zhou Hua promptly rejected the notion without a second thought. No, one cannot force opportunities. Perhaps even if they were placed right before you, you might still miss them. With that, she cast a lingering glance at Jiang Luoluo, who understood her reference to the previous incident with the alchemy furnace, but chose to feign ignorance. On the stage, Jiang Yihan, possessing a cultivation level 3 ranks higher than Tang Hessen, soon exhibited signs of impending defeat. Yet he did not concede. Instead, he unleashed a torrent of sword shadows from his silver sword towards Jiang Yihan. With a change of expression, Jiang Yihan swiftly conjured a vibrant spiritual energy shield before her, that a series of clashing sounds erupted, and the shield became transparent, revealing several wounds adorning her body. The sword Qi diversion. What an impressive talent! Yuan exclaimed. The leaders and elders from various peaks rose in unison. To possess such a talent for sword Qi diversion at the Qi refinement stage is truly remarkable. Indeed, regardless of the outcome, he is deserving of a place. The sect leader, unable to conceal his delight, declared his decision. Jiang Luoluo was well aware of the sword Qi diversion, which was reputedly difficult to comprehend, even for some at the Golden Core stage. However, it was unsurprising for him, given his innate sword talent. If he were unable to grasp it, it would indeed be peculiar. Innate sword bone. Such an exceptional talent. Why was this not mentioned in the texts? Before she could ponder further, the match concluded with a decisive victor. It was unsurprising, given the disparity in cultivation levels, that Jiang Yihan emerged victorious. Yet he bore the marks of battle, his body marred by sword wounds. This shouldn't be the case, Jiang Luoluo thought. In the original narrative, the female protagonist was not so feeble during the Qi refinement stage. With Jiang Yihan victorious, the next match was between the 2nd and 3rd competitors. Upon hearing her number, Jiang Luoluo stepped onto the stage, only to find that her opponent was Chun Yuanyuan. What a twisted fate we share. How is it that we keep encountering each other? Chun Yuanyuan lamented, her face a picture of dismay. Jiang Luoluo couldn't help but chuckle.